Chapter 1. In the beginning, I became Cell. In a realm of contemplation as a novice author, I humbly request your leniency. My writing may be rather rudimentary. This narrative does not feature a female lead, save for a character with the surname Sun, and permits the demise of any who may fall under its shadow. The power dynamics in this tale will unfold in accordance with the tenets established in the Dragon Ball Super manga, which I have recently completed. In this narrative universe, Super Saiyans require a foundational battle power of 3 million, coupled with an adequate supply of S cells, to achieve transformation. This is contingent upon experiencing intense rage or concentrating one's energy and aura upon their back. The transformations are as follows. Super Saiyan I, 50-fold increase. Super Saiyan 2, 100-fold increase. Super Saiyan 3, 400-fold increase. Super Saiyan 4, for 1,000-fold increase. Super Saiyan God, comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan Blue, similar to the limits of Super Saiyan 4, also referred to as Super Saiyan 4 with red hair. The Ultra Instinct technique stands in contrast to the self-destruction technique, representing the power of destruction versus that of angels. The Ultra Instinct techniques are classified from lowest to highest as follows: Ultra Instinct Sign, Emotional Ultra Instinct, and Perfect Ultra Instinct, grayish-white. In the Dragon Ball realm, Cell was conceived in the year 762 of the Age of the Universe, emerging as a fully developed being in 786. By 788, Cell had fully matured. In 763, Frieza and his progeny invaded Earth. In this timeline, Frieza was vanquished by Goku. A year later, Goku succumbed to illness, and in 765, Trunks was born. In 767, the androids 17 and 18 made their debut, exterminating Dr. Gero and relishing in slaughter, ultimately annihilating all Z fighters, including Piccolo. In 778, a wounded Gohan, in a bid to save Trunks, relinquished his last Senzu bean, perishing in the process. This act of sheer rage catalyzed Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan. But in the year 778, amidst a desolate cityscape rife with ruin, smoke choked the air. The sky loomed ominously, unleashing torrential rain that pounded the earth mercilessly, creating a cacophony of sound. The rain coalesced into myriad streams, cascading towards the low-lying areas, forming puddles. In this barren expanse lay a newly erected, yet rudimentary grave, mercilessly battered by the deluge, as layers of earth were washed away. Once adorned with delicate wildflowers, the grave now lay stripped of beauty, the blossoms shattered and swept away by the ferocious rain. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the silence, a series of creaking footsteps. A towering figure, monstrous in appearance, approached. This creature was predominantly green, its body speckled with dense black spots. Its vertically aligned pupils exuded an air of cold indifference, and a pair of wings sprouted from its back, while a long tail trailed behind, tipped with a sharp yellow spike. Resembling a syringe, its mouth, groin, and waist were encased in a hard shell, presenting a bizarre visage, particularly its mouth, reminiscent of a predatory maw. This was Cell, the ultimate android forsaken by Dr. Gero, who would achieve his final evolution by absorbing androids 17 and 18 that crafted from the DNA of numerous beings. Cell inherently possessed the essence and techniques of formidable warriors such as Goku and Frieza, including the Kamehameha, the special beam cannon, solar flare, and instant transmission. The tip of his tail was adept at absorbing energy and the life essence of humans. Conceived in 762, Cell was meant to awaken in 786, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he matured ahead of schedule. The reason for this was, damn, what terrible luck. I've traversed into the perilous world of Dragon Ball and become the notorious villain, Cell. Li Si ambled through the rain, gazing at the modest grave before him, his thoughts drifting back to his recent arrival in this realm. Just a month prior, Li Si had succumbed to exhaustion while riding late into the night, only to find himself reborn as Cell, still in the incubation chamber. Uncertain whether it was due to his potent soul or some peculiar substance accompanying his crossing, Cell had unexpectedly achieved premature maturation. Initially bewildered, he gradually acclimated to this new reality. After all, in his previous life, he was but a struggling writer, penning stories that catered to the whims of others, leading a life devoid of joy. Now, in this world brimming with power, he could wield extraordinary strength, which filled him with elation. Of course, he had heard of the so-called golden finger systems that traversers often possessed. However, his attempts to summon such a system were fruitless, leading him to abandon that pursuit in favor of exploring his own physical form. Despite Cell's grotesque appearance, the power coursing through him was undeniable. The perfected version of Cell was undeniably formidable. Not one to embody a saintly persona, he had embraced his role, committing acts of violence to enhance his strength. Strangely, he felt no trepidation during his first kill. Rather, he relished the exhilarating sensation of life essence flowing into him. As Cell, he understood that a villain must embody their role, not merely in words but in action. After several days of honing his abilities, he had mastered this powerful form and harvested numerous life essences. He firmly believed that with further acts of violence, he would soon surpass the two androids. His current limitations stemmed from insufficient power and a lack of harvested life essence. In recent days, he had encountered androids 17 and 18, as well as Trunks and Gohan. Witnessing their fates, Gohan was slain, Trunks transformed in a fit of rage, while 17 and 18 wreaked havoc elsewhere, mercilessly slaughtering humans. Before him now lay Gohan's grave, where he had vigilantly stood for 2 days. Trunks had visited several times, but had not appeared today, prompting Cell's arrival. Though he possessed the strength to vanquish Trunks, he refrained from doing so, opting to strategize for his future. Was this the first step? Indeed, it commenced here. Li Si, or rather Cell, regarded the small mound before him, excavating it to reveal the lifeless form of Gohan, whose complexion was ashen and breath extinguished. Cell's gaze sharpened as he pierced the remains with the tip of his tail. The immense Saiyan energy surged into him, and in moments, Gohan's body vanished, leaving only tattered remnants of his martial arts attire. Cell's mouth parted slightly, as golden energy enveloped him, filling him with newfound power. His muscles swelled and expanded, and deep within him lingered the remnants of Gohan's unique potential. The golden aura swirled, dissipating the rain and sending wisps of steam into the atmosphere. Narrowing his eyes, Cell retracted his energy, allowing his aura to diminish until it was nearly extinguished. Although a trace of Gohan's energy still lingered, it posed little concern for Cell. He lowered his head, gazing at his own hands, and laughed heartily. Ha! The first step has been accomplished. Henceforth, I shall be invincible in this world. I, Shalu, am the one destined for supremacy. What does it matter if the Omni King Beerus stands in my way? I shall trample him beneath my feet, and this world shall be transformed by my very existence. Chapter 2. The evolution to invincibility. Delicate strands of rain fell from the sky, gently cascading like fine silk. They initially descended drop by drop, gradually becoming sparse, before eventually ceasing their descent in silence. A string of crystalline droplets hung from the eaves, resembling a collection of pearls, occasionally falling and splashing upon the ground, producing a clear and melodious sound. These droplets seemed to narrate the tranquility and beauty of nature, yet they also conveyed a hint of solitude and desolation. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound shattered the serenity. It echoed like footsteps on the damp earth, imbued with a unique rhythm. Slowly, Sheru lifted his head, casting his gaze upon the inky blackness of the night sky. In the shadows, his figure appeared particularly solitary and enigmatic, as if he were out of place in the world around him. As he moved forward, Sheru gradually melded into the darkness, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only the rain-soaked earth and the faint mist lingering in the air, a testament to his presence. West City, Capsule Corporation. Once a beacon of glory, Capsule Corporation had now fallen from grace, in disarray, with numerous buildings destroyed and countless researchers perished. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained within its confines. In a secluded corner of a vast warehouse, 2 figures gradually emerged. Trunks, you've worked hard. We have enough supplies for the 2 of us to last for a while. There's no need to overexert yourself, spoke a blue-haired woman. No, Mom. With Gohan gone, I am the only boy left to support this family. I must take on this responsibility. Besides, if I encounter an android I cannot defeat, I can always flee. I've already learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Family. Bulma paused, momentarily lost in thought. Was this home still a home? Shaking her head rapidly, she dismissed the negative emotions and smiled sincerely. Wonderful. My Trunks has grown into a man. Now he can even transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma's face lit up with a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening, yet remnants of her past beauty still lingered on her features. However, the weariness in her eyes was unmistakable. A Super Saiyan. Trunks lowered his head, suppressing the emotions threatening to overflow. If this was the price to become a Super Saiyan, he would prefer not to be one at all. Clenching his fists tightly, he raised his head and forced out an awkward smile. As if struck by a thought, he quietly inquired, "Mom, is there really nothing in this world that can bring Gohan and the others back?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback before responding slowly, "The Dragon Balls. They can grant such wishes, but they can only resurrect those who have died within the past year. Moreover, the Dragon Balls have long since turned into useless stones. However, Gohan has mentioned the Dragon Balls of Namek. Do they still exist?" Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek do exist, yet several issues must be addressed. Firstly, we are unaware of the new coordinates of Namek. Originally, we could have inquired about this from King Kai, but for reasons unknown, he ceased to contact us following the demise of Son Goku and his companions. Secondly, we lack Son Goku's instantaneous movement ability, necessitating a spaceship, which we currently do not possess, not even fuel. Thirdly, to my knowledge, the Dragon Balls on Namek have limitations. They can only resurrect one individual at a time. These are significant challenges, and if we cannot overcome them, we will be unable to proceed. Bulma paused, gazing at Trunks' stubborn yet somewhat unwilling expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Let us seek alternative methods." Just then, a raspy voice suddenly pierced the air. If androids 17 and 18 were to perish, matters would become considerably simpler. "Who are you?" Trunks immediately turned, his eyes filled with vigilance as he sought the source of the voice. Creak, creak. Strange footsteps echoed, and a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The grotesque visage and monstrous form unmistakably belonged to Cell. "Who are you?" Trunks bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a powerful roar, his hair standing on end, golden locks shimmering with an aura of energy. A formidable presence emanated from him as he positioned himself protectively in front of Bulma. "Oh dear, Trunks, we are not enemies. Our true foes are androids 17 and 18. Are they not? I demand to know who you are. Answer me." Trunks' aura intensified as he drew his sword, brandishing it before him with a gleaming edge. Okay. Cell raised his hands in surrender and slowly began to speak. "I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, designed to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Cell? Created by Dr. Gero?" Trunks tightened his grip, ready to cleave Cell in two, when Bulma seized his ear. "Trunks, wait. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, what are you doing? Do you not listen? Did you not hear the last part? He was created to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Cell, is it? How can you assure me that your words hold truth?" "Well, allow me to show you. These are the research files from Dr. Gero regarding myself, Android 17, and Android 18. It states that in order for me to achieve my perfect form, I must absorb both androids 17 and 18. Bulma received the documents handed over by Cell and scrutinized them intently. After a brief moment, she concluded that the cell before her could absorb the eternal energy cores of the two individuals for complete evolution. "Mother? Are we really to place our trust in an artificial being created by Dr. Gero?" Trunks interjected. "I have a method to save your brother Gohan. What do you think?" Cell felt a twinge of discomfort as he stepped further inside before closing the door behind him. "I can teleport." "What?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Cell's mouth slightly parted, revealing a hint of Gohan's essence. "How is this possible?" "This is Gohan's aura." Trunks was once again astonished. This presence was unmistakably Gohan's. One he could never forget. "I am an amalgamation of many genes cultivated by Dr. Gero, which means I possess the blood of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Frieza, and others. With the assistance of a supercomputer, I have mastered their techniques. In that case, locating the so-called new Namek would pose no challenge." Cell waved his hand dismissively and spoke softly. "Let us strike a deal. You need to eliminate the androids, and I require their absorption. Together, we can rid ourselves of these two threats. However, I do have one condition. Speak, and we shall endeavor to meet your demands," Bulma replied promptly. Suddenly, she paused, pointing at herself in a daze. "Your condition won't involve me, will it?" "Ah ha ha." Cell displayed an excited expression, clapping his hands. "You are indeed perceptive, Miss Bulma. But fear not. What I seek is your scientific prowess, not you personally. I need your assistance in constructing a time machine to travel back to the past." Chapter 3. The first step, a time machine? That is merely a conjecture of mine. I have yet to attempt it. How do you know? I do not know. I simply wish for you to create one, and you need not worry about materials. Once I eliminate those two androids, the world will return to a brief period of peace, during which it will be easier to procure the necessary resources. Moreover, if there is anything you desire, feel free to ask. I can procure it for you. Cell's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he watched Bulma, awaiting her response. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the side, where a black cloth concealed the materials for the time machine that was presumably being prepared. Deceit was an art he had mastered. Wait, I can agree to your condition, but I would like to inquire about what you mean by a brief period of peace, and how you can be so confident in your ability to eradicate those two androids. They are formidable foes. Bulma clenched her fists, her heart racing. The arrival of this creature had bestowed upon her the only glimmer of hope she had experienced in years. Though uncertain of the outcome, she was willing to take the risk. After all, could things get any worse? A fleeting peace, indeed, is a precursor to the emergence of even more formidable adversaries in the future. However, rest assured, Miss Bulma, that although I am not of earthly origin, I am nonetheless a part of this planet. I shall devise a means to confront our foes. As for combat prowess, I am certainly superior to those two flawed androids. Now, dear lady, your inquiries are becoming rather excessive. Your current task is to assist me in constructing the time machine, understood? Impatience flickered in Cell's demeanor as his tail began to sway restlessly. How about this? I shall allow the news of the android's disappearance to circulate tomorrow among the survivors. Very well, I place my trust in you. Bulma swallowed hard and continued, presenting her final question, which you may choose to leave unanswered. Bulma, visibly anxious, voiced her concern. Should I prove to be of no utility, lacking the scientific knowledge and capability to create the time machine, I shall eliminate you both. I am a person who speaks the truth. Cell shrugged, having anticipated Bulma's unspoken thoughts, for Trunks' Saiyan energy was indeed tantalizing. Cell extended his small tongue, licking around his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a fervent obsession for the potent energy. Indeed, a heaviness settled in Bulma's heart. She had discovered in Dr. Gero's records that Cell was a bioengineered being capable of absorbing both androids 17 and 18, as well as human life energy. Trunks, overhearing this discourse, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "Monster, what are you plotting?" His aura suddenly flared, and he positioned his sword defensively before him. He sensed that the formidable energy emanating from this creature was beyond his current capacity to withstand. Humph. Cell's fingers twitched, releasing a chilling, overwhelming aura that bore down on Trunks, forcing him to stagger back, his sword trembling in his grasp, issuing a mournful whine. Isn't it rather generous of me to afford you a modicum of respect? I speak civilly, yet you persist in your inclination to resort to violence? Trunks, are you all right? Bulma reached out, steadying Trunks as he lowered his sword to the ground. Observing his stubborn gaze, Bulma felt a pang of sorrow and turned her attention back to Cell. I agree, but you must also promise to eliminate androids 17 and 18 and cease all killings henceforth. Witnessing the resolute expression and firm tone of Bulma, Cell reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. He then pivoted towards the door, but as he reached its threshold, he abruptly turned back, saying, "Madam, do not attempt any deceit. You would not wish for Trunks to meet his demise, would you?" With that, Cell vanished in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Trunks retrieved his sword from the ground and rushed outside, scanning the vicinity until he felt no trace of Cell's presence before returning to the warehouse. "Mother, are we truly to place our trust in an android?" Trunks inquired, perplexed by the situation. "Trunks, you must understand that he is now aligned with us. And even if he does not come, I have already conceived the design for the time machine." Although he harbors skepticism towards the androids created by Dr. Gero, he possesses the capability to deal with androids 17 and 18, does he not? As for whether there will be another 17 and 18, I believe not. At the very least, this entity named Cell will engage in dialogue rather than resort to mere violence. This offers a glimmer of hope, albeit one that should not be easily shattered. Bulma scrutinized the documents in her hands, and the conception and design of the time machine suddenly imprinted itself indelibly in her mind. It appears that perfection is indeed required. "Trunks, you may step outside. I wish to be alone for a moment." Oh, very well." Trunks nodded slightly in agreement, slowly sheathing his sword. He walked with steady and resolute steps, gradually exiting the warehouse. With a soft click, the door was firmly closed. Trunks paused, gazing up at the dark, oppressive sky and the dilapidated, crumbling structures surrounding him. An indescribable sense of loneliness and sorrow welled up within him, yet he did not allow these emotions to linger for long. He took a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, his hands clenched into tight fists. The oath he once made echoed in his ears, to become a true man of responsibility, capable of bearing the burdens of family. In that moment, Trunks seemed to rediscover his drive and courage to move forward, regardless of the challenges and adversities that lay ahead. He firmly believed he could overcome all obstacles, safeguarding his home and protecting the earth. After all, he was the last warrior standing in this world. Creak, creak. Accompanied by a distinct and familiar sound of footsteps, the enigmatic figure re-emerged upon this land. Cell stepped forth with a slow and deliberate gait, emerging from the shadows. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Trunks, as if scrutinizing the desires and resolve deep within the heart of this young warrior. How are you, young Saiyan? Do you yearn to grow stronger? If you aspire to be a true powerhouse, then follow me. Cell's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible allure. In truth, Cell had not departed. He had been waiting silently for the opportune moment to find solitude with Trunks. For within the entire Dragon Ball universe, Trunks was undoubtedly one of his most favored characters. The tragic timeline that depicted this character's valiant struggle against overwhelming odds was profoundly moving and left a lasting impact on Cell. It is precisely these experiences that endowed him with the courage and strength to persevere through his youth. During the long, arduous days in the orphanage, and even later in middle and high school, whenever despair threatened to engulf him, the image of Trunks would materialize in his mind, inspiring him to grit his teeth and endure. Such charismatic allure stirred a sense of admiration within Cell, compelling him to unwittingly desire to intervene. Life ought not to be perpetually fraught with suffering, should it not? Chapter 4. The Time Chamber. Why should I trust you? Trunks questioned, raising his right hand in a gesture of skepticism. Why should I? How amusing. My strength speaks for itself. While I admire you, this is where it ends. Keep up with me, and you shall grow stronger, soon wielding power that surpasses those two flawed androids. Is that truly the case? Trunks' brow unfurled, his yearning for power reaching its zenith at that moment. Humph. Cell remained silent, soaring into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. That guy? Does he always leave things half-spoken? Trunks' expression contorted with frustration. After casting a glance at the vast warehouse behind him, he gritted his teeth and took to the skies, attuning himself to Cell's energy signature in pursuit. Whoosh! A white aura ignited beside him as Trunks hastily pursued the sense direction. I see him. Trunks' eyes brightened at the sight of Cell's silhouette. Hey, the kid actually followed me. Children are so easily swayed. A little teasing and they come right along. If he were an adult, I'd wager he'd strike me a few times for such words. Cell's lips curved into a smirk, indeed harboring intentions of nurturing Trunks. However, should Trunks prove to be ungrateful, then so be it. After all, cultivating a person is no simple task. With this thought, Cell accelerated, swiftly vanishing from Trunks' view. Ugh! How infuriating! How can he fly so fast? The disparity in our strengths is truly vast. Trunks clicked his tongue, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a resounding boom. Golden aura erupting, hair standing on end, as he fiercely pursued. His speed was so great that he could only glimpse a shining golden light in the sky. Whoosh! Thud! Cell halted, his figure appearing atop the sacred land of the Kais. Creak! Creak! Cell paced back and forth, awaiting Trunks' arrival. Soon, a brilliant golden light descended beside him. Cell, you said that rapidly enhancing my power means coming here. Where's this place? The sacred land of the Kais. Originally the abode of the divine and his attendant, Bubbles. However, with Piccolo's demise, the divine also vanished, and Bubbles followed suit. Yet, there are still some useful aspects here, Cell explained with slightly parted lips. The sacred land of the Kais? I've heard Gohan mention it, Trunks murmured. Oh. The place where one can swiftly enhance their combat prowess is known as the Room of Spirit and Time, where a year spent inside equates to merely a day in the outside world. Really? Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? A day outside equals a year inside. Why hasn't Gohan mentioned this? Trunks furrowed his brow, glancing at Cell's indifferent expression, shivering slightly. Then let us hasten inside. Ha! Creak! Creak! The peculiar sound of footsteps echoed once more as Cell stepped forward, making his way into the temple. After traversing numerous steps, they arrived before a room marked by a clock. Trunks followed closely behind, like a thief, peering around curiously, eager to touch and knock on anything he encountered. All right, let us enter. By the way, it's important to note that inside there will only be simple fare, as we must endure a year's passage. Though I doubt I need to worry about that. Cell glanced back at Trunks, remarking, after all, at this point, you are likely accustomed to foregoing rich delicacies. Really? Trunks scratched his head, pondering that he hadn't been particularly troubled by food. Creak. Crack. Cell slowly pushed open the door to the room of spirit and time and strolled inside. Follow me. All right. They both entered gradually. Crack. The moment they stepped in, the door closed automatically. Oh. Trunks jumped in surprise, taking a few steps forward and instinctively moving closer to Cell. Cell cast a sidelong glance, but chose to ignore him, gesturing towards two doors nearby, saying, "This one is your living quarters, and this one is where you will dine." Is that so? Trunks casually opened one of the doors, revealing a residence with two large beds, a wardrobe, and a collection of miscellaneous items. Further inside, there was a large bathtub and a shower, with a toilet adjacent. In the room on the left, an array of kitchen utensils was piled high, alongside large containers filled with flour and rice, cluttering the space. Cell observed as the small Trunks scurried about beside him. "Uncle Cell, is there enough food here for the two of us to last a year?" It was uncertain whether Trunks was simply becoming more familiar or if he was growing bolder, but upon realizing Cell was not a malevolent being, he began to address him with titles rather than the harsh words of before. "You may use titles, but call me brother. I am not old. I'm quite young. And referring to me as uncle makes me feel aged." Cell settled onto one of the large beds in the room and spoke. "The food in that room refreshes automatically, and it will surely suffice for you, while I do not require sustenance or sleep." Cell lay back on the bed, pleasantly closing his eyes. It had been a long time since he had reclined upon a bed in this apocalyptic world. It was a nostalgic sensation. "Ah, Uncle Cell, how wonderful it must be not to need food, drink, or sleep," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening with envy as he ran to Cell's side, reaching out to touch his tail and give it a gentle knock. "You rebellious little rascal. Call me brother. Uncle. Forget it. Do you remember why you are here?" Cell said softly. Upon hearing this, Trunks, who had just been filled with excitement, suddenly wore a serious expression. "I am here to grow stronger. Stronger than the two demons. Androids 17 and 18. Trunks declared with a resolute tone that resonated from his small frame. "Very well." Cell straightened up. "Do you see that white expanse below? Our first task is to descend. Go ahead, you try going down first." A mischievous smile crept across Cell's face, lending his features a somewhat sinister appearance. "All right, Uncle." Trunks stepped forward, cautiously making his way down the stairs. As he placed his foot down, a tremendous, indescribable pressure surged towards him like a tidal wave, enveloping his entire being. Trunks was utterly unprepared for this overwhelming force. He felt as if an invisible hand were firmly pressing him down, and before he could react, he collided intimately with the hard ground. "Ha ha! How amusing!" The raucous laughter echoed from above. It was Cell. At that moment, he seemed to disregard his cold, merciless demeanor, laughing uncontrollably. "How infuriating! What on earth is happening?" Trunks' face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to rise to his feet. Whoosh! Trunks turned his head, glaring fiercely at Cell, his voice laced with rage. "Hey, Uncle, why didn't you tell me in advance that the gravity here seems to be problematic?" "Tell you? Then how would I have the pleasure of watching you make a fool of yourself?" "What you just said was utterly ludicrous," Cell retorted, a mocking smile still plastered on his face. "I almost thought you were a decent android. Turns out you're just another villain, a big bad one." Trunks glared at Cell with bared teeth. At that moment, Cell wiped the amusement from his face and reminded him sternly, "But don't let your guard down. Besides the gravity, the temperature here can fluctuate at any moment. Therefore, it's best to gather some energy within you in advance to protect your internal organs from being affected. Do you understand?" Chapter 5. Training is about to begin. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Cell approached the steps and took a step down, momentarily pausing before resuming his normal pace. The environment here was entirely different from the outside world. It existed in a different dimension where the air was only a quarter of that on Earth, yet the gravity was 10 times greater. The temperature fluctuated between -40 and 50 degrees. Thus, even if you did nothing while here, you would strengthen yourself every moment. So, You must gather some energy within you for protection, particularly for your internal organs. Do you comprehend? Cell waved his hand, his tone gentle, though his raspy voice undermined the atmosphere. Ah, I understand, uncle, but why do you keep changing your demeanor? Trunks was somewhat perplexed as a white aura enveloped him, only to vanish abruptly. Very well, practice on your own, came the directive. You must acclimate to this environment alone for the next week. With a deep breath, the surroundings shifted dramatically. The ground began to freeze instantaneously, and the air turned frigid, sending a chill through his lungs. Trunks exhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of warm breath that crystallized into frost as it met the cold air. Impressive, he exclaimed. Hey, kid, it's begun, came the voice of the elder. Aren't you joining me? Trunks inquired. No, I shall first attune myself to my newfound strength, replied Cell, disappearing into the vastness beyond. Such a peculiar elder, Trunks mused, scratching his head before resolutely turning away. All right, I shall strive to grow stronger swiftly. He lowered his stance into a fighting posture, unleashing a flurry of attacks into the air, jabs, hooks, uppercuts, and side kicks, his youthful face etched with determination. Employing the techniques taught by Gohan, he practiced diligently, occasionally drawing his long sword to slice through the air with precision. Meanwhile, at a distance, Cell hovered in midair, his legs crossed as he commenced meditation, a technique he had learned from Piccolo. He felt no need to revisit the fundamentals, having mastered them through his supercomputer training. What he sought now was the mastery of control over his power, ensuring that every ounce of energy was utilized effectively in battle to maximize his combat potential. In his mind, he contemplated, my strength has already surpassed that of androids 17 and 18, and I am but a step away from matching Vegeta's power during the original saga. Recalling that the Super Saiyan transformation offered a 50-fold increase, he deduced that the 3 stages of Super Saiyan were merely a gradual process of mastering that power. As for the transformation that resulted in muscle expansion and a drastic reduction in speed, it was merely a means of achieving immense power without substantial utility. What path shall my evolution take? Cell pondered. Being part Saiyan, he reasoned that he too should be capable of becoming a Super Saiyan, albeit through a different process. Moreover, he possessed the formidable potential of the Ice Demon, combined with the immense power he had absorbed from Gohan. After his initial training, his combat strength would surely surge to incredible heights. As for the S-cells, he resolved to consult the supercomputer in the future to maximize their capacity within him, facilitating a seamless transformation into a Super Saiyan. The era of Supercell is upon us. Time flowed quietly, and soon a week had passed. Slowly, Cell opened his eyes, his formidable aura radiating outward, carrying an overwhelming pressure into the distance. The ground, having transformed into a sheet of ice, shattered inch by inch as a fierce wind formed a cutting blade, slicing through the earth. Trunks, who was in the midst of training, paused his movements and turned to gaze in the direction of Cell. His pupils narrowed. Had the elder's aura grown this formidable? Cell, with feet spread apart, slowly descended to the ground. His spiritual training had reached its zenith. It was time to focus on physical conditioning. Cell slightly opened his hands. Perhaps it was due to the blood of the Namekian and the Frost Demon, but his meditative practices had significantly augmented his combat strength. He was now capable of overwhelming the Super Vegeta from the original narrative, albeit still distant from achieving his perfect form. However, he was confident that if he devoted this period to physical training, pushing his body to its utmost limits and achieving a harmony between body and spirit, his power would surge dramatically, potentially reaching the strength of perfect Cell. By fully unleashing his current potential, his power would undoubtedly escalate. With a deep breath, Cell expelled a cloud of stale air and instantly appeared beside Trunks, assessing his aura with a nod. Well done, kid. It seems you haven't been slacking off this week. Your strength has indeed increased, yet at this level, defeating androids 17 and 18 still presents a challenge. Transform into a Super Saiyan for me. Ah, all right. Trunks hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure, sinking into a stance with his hands poised at his sides. Anger roar. In an instant, his aura surged violently, a golden flame erupting forth, waves of energy cascading outward, his hair lifting slightly, golden locks framing his blue-eyed visage. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Excellent. It appears that your initial visit to the hyperbolic time chamber has awakened your potential, and you've been training in your base form during this time. Haven to you? Who taught you? Gohan. Cell regarded Trunks with a hint of admiration. Though he still fell short against the two androids, he had the capability to avoid being defeated. Haha. It was Brother Gohan who taught me, Trunks replied, scratching his head, appearing somewhat relaxed. The transformation faded, reverting him to his base form. Observing Trunks' lax demeanor, Cell narrowed his eyes and flicked his fingers, unleashing a blast of pressure that struck Trunks' abdomen. Boom. Gah! Trunks, caught off guard and exhausted, was instantly hit, expelling a mouthful of bile, his eyes rolling back as he fell to his knees, nearly losing consciousness. Trunks, this is your first lesson. Never allow your body to become complacent. Always strive to be at your strongest, at least at the peak of each stage. Cell looked down at Trunks, grasping his hair and lifting him slowly before casting him back to the ground. Do you remember? Bew. Another blast of wind pressure was discharged. I remember, Uncle. Please, no more. It hurts. Hurts? Only through pain can you truly remember. Trunks clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise to his feet. I have acclimated to this environment. What training shall we pursue next? Next, you must maintain your Super Saiyan form and engage in combat with me. No holding back, no reverting to your base state, unless utterly exhausted. I shall lower my energy to your level, and I will approach our battle with the intent to defeat you. Thus, let the second lesson commence, an all-out brawl. Chapter 6. The clash time flew swiftly, and soon only a week remained before a year had passed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks, his physique muscular and formidable, cast a fierce gaze at Cell. His aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Under Cell's influence, he learned to conceal his energy unless absolutely necessary to enhance his power, thereby extending his transformation duration and conserving stamina. With a thunderous roar, Cell vanished from Trunks' sight, reappearing behind him, and unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the air. Trunks' nerves were taut, fully concentrated on the battle. The moment Cell disappeared, he instinctively sidestepped the devastating blow. A smirk crept onto his lips as he thought, Uncle Cell, this time I've got you. A knee strike landed squarely in Cell's abdomen. What is this? That sensation feels off. Trunks realized too late. He turned sharply, attempting to react. But a key blast detonated at point-blank range, engulfing him in an explosion. The resounding boom echoed, reverberating through the air as smoke billowed forth. And Trunks was hurled from the haze, plummeting towards the ground. Cell narrowed his eyes, his hands moving rapidly as he fired multiple key blasts at Trunks. The explosions rang out in succession, shaking the very fabric of the space, while Trunks' anguished cries pierced the atmosphere. Still pretending? Cell scoffed, having fallen for Trunks' trick several times before. This time, he would not be deceived. Exhaling sharply, he lowered his stance, his hands positioned behind him in a flower-like formation. Boom! A golden aura erupted around Cell, fiercely burning and exuding an overwhelming pressure, as a brilliant blue energy began to materialize between his hands, coalescing into a powerful form within mere seconds. Kamehameha. Cell thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive blue beam that surged forth like a fearsome dragon, creating a resonant sound that rippled through the air, sending shockwaves directly toward Trunks. After releasing the energy wave, Cell vanished once more, appearing behind Trunks, seizing him and binding him in place, forcing him to face the oncoming Kamehameha, leaving him no avenue for escape. Trunks' eyes widened in horror. Should he be struck directly, it would surely spell his demise. The instinct for survival reverberated through his mind as Trunks summoned every ounce of his energy. This powerful urge to survive awakened the latent potential within him. With a tremendous roar, a golden aura surged skyward, its overwhelming force sending Cell hurtling away. A formidable energy shield enveloped Trunks, shielding him from the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. The collision produced a resounding crash, the residual energy shattering the ice layers on the ground, unleashing waves of explosive force. Cell's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Has he once again tapped into his potential? The Saiyans, particularly the hybrid ones, possess remarkable potential. Is it due to the S-cells? For nearly a year, Cell had approached this battle with the intent to vanquish Trunks, albeit not to the point of death, merely to incapacitate him. With just a modicum of energy left, Trunks would soon be rejuvenated, thanks to the Saiyans' incredible regenerative abilities. Furthermore, the unique characteristics of the Saiyans meant that each injury or near-death experience significantly enhanced their combat prowess. Over this period, Trunks' battle power had escalated rapidly, rivaling that of Cell's own upon his initial arrival in the hyperbolic time chamber. Moreover, Trunks had maintained his Super Saiyan transformation consistently during this time, becoming accustomed to the brutal and furious state. Although he could not sustain it indefinitely, his progress was commendable. Yet, Cell harbored a lingering doubt. He perceived Trunks as possessing greater innate talent and potential than his original counterpart in the storyline. After all, in the original narrative, it took Trunks 2 years in the time chamber with Vegeta to only reach the second stage of Super Saiyan, falling short of achieving full power. Was it a matter of training methodology? Cell habitually licked his lips, reflecting on how, besides extracting Trunks' potential through combat, he also imparted techniques for mastering power and controlling energy. Of course, balancing effort with rest was essential. One could not train relentlessly without reprieve. In the latter half of their training, Cell intended to teach various techniques, among which the most potent for enhancing battle capability was instant transmission. This technique served not only as an effective means of escape in combat, but also as a manifestation of spirit and energy. Mastering it would yield a harmonious balance between mind and body, optimizing power utilization. However, Trunks struggled to grasp the essence of this technique. Each attempt at instant transmission fell short of success. Consequently, Cell shifted his focus towards developing his own power. He attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but met with failure, suspecting the issue lay with the S-cells. Nevertheless, this year of rigorous training had significantly transformed his physique, achieving a remarkable equilibrium between body and spirit. His battle power now surpassed that of the fully formed Cell, coming perilously close to matching that of the lightning Cell. He theorized that such tremendous progress stemmed from the initial release of latent potential, anticipating that subsequent training would yield slower advancements, returning to a more typical pace. Trunks' formidable power coalesced into a radiant beam that effortlessly engulfed and obliterated the Kamehameha. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. Panting heavily, Trunks, utterly exhausted, managed to pry his eyelids open and, with great effort, collapsed onto the ground. He glanced at the contemplative Cell beside him and exclaimed, "Uncle, do you truly wish to end my life? Had it not been for an unexpected surge of immense energy within me, I fear I would not be here now." Is it over? Cell emerged from his reverie, scrutinizing Trunks with keen interest. "Very well. Let us conclude our training here." But there is still some time left." Trunks pointed at the clock suspended above the door. "Take a moment to rest. Are you not fatigued? With your current power level, you could easily handle androids 17 and 18. What is there to worry about? But I wish to grow stronger." Trunks pouted. "I must be as formidable as you." "No, I shall surpass you." His excitement was palpable, despite the slight furrow of his brow that soon relaxed. "Surpass me? Don't jest. At full throttle, I could pin you to the ground with a mere spit. Do you truly believe that?" Cell was taken aback, pondering whether he had inadvertently nurtured such ambition in young Trunks. "I'm still young. I'm only 12. No, 13 now. I have many years ahead of me to surpass you." Trunks, fatigued, lay back on the ground, his eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. "Very well, then. Go ahead and try." "After I try, well, never mind." Cell shook his head, gazing at the diminutive Trunks without uttering another word. Chapter 7. Research Earth. West City. In a secluded warehouse belonging to Capsule Corporation, dim light flickered, casting a soft glow upon Bulma, her blue hair framing a furrowed brow as she scribbled notes on paper. Engrossed in her high-intensity work, she was driven by a deep-seated ambition, meticulously analyzing the operational structure of the machine and the selection of energy materials. When immersed in serious work, she often lost track of time, even neglecting the need to eat. For nearly an entire day, she toiled, amalgamating years of knowledge and conjecture to construct a flawless time machine. After what seemed an eternity, the faint light illuminated Bulma's weathered face, the lines around her eyes clearly visible, and her gaze filled with exhaustion yet glimmering with a hint of hope. Done. The design of the time machine was successfully completed. Now, the focus shifted to sourcing materials and construction. Bulma smiled with delight as she glanced at the black cloth that concealed the materials she had previously prepared based on her hypotheses. Suddenly, an incongruous sound broke the silence. Her stomach grumbled. Has so much time passed already?" Bulma glanced at the time on her wrist, feeling a bit embarrassed as she rubbed her flat stomach. From the lining of her lab coat, she retrieved a small box and opened it with a snap. Inside lay nearly 20 meticulously arranged capsules, containing many of her previous research tools and some rare materials, including remnants of time machine components and various flying apparatuses. Bulma carefully detached one of the capsules marked with a 25, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a sight unfolded before her eyes. A towering pile of instant noodles and an assortment of water boilers stored within a large container. With practiced ease, Bulma prepared a bucket of noodles and sat down to enjoy her meal, her gaze wandering to the horizon where the sunset had long vanished, leaving only a faint reddish glow flickering on the edge of the skyline. Thus, accompanied by this picturesque scene, she savored her noodles, finding a unique flavor in the experience. Upon finishing her bowl, she slurped up the last of the broth. Propping her arms on her head, she found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about her joyful past and the adventures shared with her companions. In her reverie, her mind drifted to androids 17 and 18, and a surge of frustration and anger coursed through her, leaving her uneasy and anxious. What about Trunks? Bulma turned her head, glanced around, opened the door, and surveyed her surroundings, hesitant to call out loudly, before returning to the warehouse. Where could Trunks be? Logically, he should have returned by now. Just as Bulma was consumed by worry, a sudden spatial shift brought two figures into her view. Whoosh! It was Trunks and Cell. Bulma's face contorted in shock, her heart racing as she instinctively recoiled. Once she recognized them, she composed herself and remarked, "Trunks, you startled me. Your hair has grown so long, and your clothes. You seem to have bulked up considerably." Gazing at Trunks' tattered attire, his towering stature, and the muscles that were now prominently displayed, Bulma found herself momentarily mesmerized, completely oblivious to Cell's presence. "Mom, it's been ages," Trunks exclaimed with a grin, showcasing his pearly white teeth. "It's been ages? You left just this morning. Come over here and explain yourself," Bulma responded, furrowing her brow. I spent some time in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Supreme Kai's place. Mom, you won't believe how incredible it is. 1 year in there only equates to a single day outside," Trunks said excitedly, attempting to embrace Bulma, but she pushed him away with a dismissive gesture. "Ahem, Trunks, even if it's remarkable, don't you ever wash?" Bulma pinched her nose with one hand, pointing at him with the other, her face clearly expressing her disdain. "Washing? It's too much hassle. Every time I wash, it feels like I have to do it again shortly after, so I decided to just wait and wash everything at once later," Trunks replied nonchalantly. Trunks, with wide eyes and a slightly wrinkled nose, took a whiff of himself and remarked, "I think it's quite all right. Uncle Cell also says this is the scent of a man, a part of a man's growth." "Uncle Cell?" Bulma finally reacted, glancing at the cold-faced Cell beside Trunks with a frown. "Didn't you leave to deal with the androids? Tomorrow. We agreed that tomorrow would be tomorrow. And it's quite late now, so let me rest a bit here. Considering how well I've taught your son, you should go prepare dinner." Cell waved his hand dismissively. Although he did not require food, it did not mean he could not eat. He had assumed Trunks was surviving on meager rations suited for the apocalypse, only to discover that he feasted on lavish meats. It dawned on him that this fellow was indeed a young master, and even in the end of days, his situation was not the same. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was Trunks who had prepared meals for him. Now, he too yearned for a taste of sumptuous food. Just as the thought of cooking arose, Trunks' stomach began to rumble melodiously. "Ha ha," Trunks chuckled, rubbing his belly in embarrassment. "Right, Mom, why don't you go cook? I'm starving." "Oh, okay," Bulma responded. Her eyes darted between the two, unable to fathom how their relationship had grown so amicable. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and returned to the kitchen. Moments later, Bulma placed a copious amount of meat on the dining table, causing both Cell and Trunks to swallow instinctively. Especially Cell, despite his lack of need for sustenance. He couldn't help but feel envious at the sight. After all, he had never indulged like this in reality. "Come on, don't be shy, dig in." "Trunks, do you want to wash up first?" Bulma frowned. "What did you say?" Trunks, with a large piece of meat stuffed in his mouth, mumbled incoherently. "Never mind." Bulma sighed. Exasperated, she glanced at Cell, noticing his appetite was no less voracious than Trunks. Their arms moved in a blur as they devoured the food, swiftly annihilating the entire feast. I'm full," Trunks exclaimed contentedly, patting his round belly. "I'm done too," Cell said, pulling out a napkin to delicately wipe his mouth. Though his body showed no signs of satiation, he felt as if he could still devour another 3 cows. Mrs. Bulma, has there been any progress with the time machine? Cell inquired. Bulma nodded. Of course, just look at who I am. We're only lacking energy and assembly now. Excellent. Then I shall take a short rest, Cell replied, casually turning to find a room and reclining on the large bed. As if, we have to wash the dishes after dinner. Where do you think you're going? Hurry and run. Indeed, under Bulma's guidance, Trunks diligently engaged in washing the dishes and subsequently indulged in a fragrant bath. Following Bulma's request, he then trimmed his hair and donned a fresh outfit before arriving at Cell's doorstep. Chapter 8. Resolution. Knock, knock. Come in. Trunks gently pushed open the door to Cell's chamber, bringing with him a selection of sweet delicacies. Upon entering, he observed that the elder Cell appeared somewhat unsatisfied after his meal. There he was, reclining on the bed with his back against the pillow, one leg crossed over the other, his body occasionally trembling in a peculiar manner. What's the matter? Cell cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, reveling in his relaxation time. During this period, he wished to think of nothing, simply enjoying the moment, especially since tomorrow was a significant day. Had it not been for the early hour, he would have likely drifted off to sleep already. Although this body did not require slumber, he retained some of his previous habits. Previously, he either lacked time or was engaged in meditation. Moreover, Cell squeezed the plush mattress beneath him, appreciating the comfort that such an environment provided for rest. Were it not for the inoperable phone at that moment, he would have borrowed one to watch videos, as this lifestyle could indeed become rather monotonous. I see that you seem a bit peckish, Uncle Cell, Trunks said softly. Oh, these are the desserts and water I prepared for you. You're quite considerate, Cell replied, sitting up and picking at a small cake, savoring each bite while scrutinizing the young boy before him. After all, aside from Gohan and his mother, he was one of the few who showed him kindness. Trunks, seated nearby, felt a pang of sadness as he reminisced about Gohan. By the way, after we deal with androids 17 and 18 tomorrow, could you accompany me to pay respects to Gohan? Uft. The water Cell had just sipped erupted from his mouth. What did you say? Pay respects to son Gohan? Cell inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yes. Is there a problem? Trunks responded, bewildered. And no, nothing at all. Cell hastily wiped his mouth and explained. I still believe it would be better to head straight to New Namek after resolving the androids to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan. What do you think? That does seem reasonable, Trunks mused, scratching his forehead and breaking into a silly laugh. Once tomorrow passes, the world will be peaceful again, free from destroyers. How wonderful. Cell turned his face away, tapping his head thoughtfully, secretly pondering that it would be best for Trunks to remain unaware of his consumption of Gohan's remains. After all, given Trunks' intellect, he might not grasp the situation fully and could very well attempt to confront him in the dead of night. Phew. Thankfully, that was behind him. Cell wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Let us wait until tomorrow, then. You should head back now. All right, Uncle, Trunks replied, slowly retreating and gently closing the door behind him. Creak. Sheru let out a long sigh, indulging himself by consuming all the little cakes and desserts in one go, contentedly licking the cream that lingered on his fingers. After finishing the water in the teapot on the table, he reclined back with a sense of satisfaction. This way of life was rather agreeable. Lying on his bed, Sheru gazed at the ceiling, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, much like Trunks. He too was curious about how much his complete form could enhance his current power level. After all, he was already quite formidable. The increase in strength should not be overly perceptible to him. Lost in thought, he began to drift off to sleep, counting sheep. 1 android, 2 androids, 3 androids. 4 androids. The night was serene. The silvery moonlight spilled over the ground, appearing like a delicate veil in the air, a subtly enticing sight. Yet Sheru slipped out. Realizing that counting sheep did little to lull him into slumber, he decided it was better to take a stroll instead. Rising higher and higher, he ascended until he reached the outer layer of the Earth's atmosphere. From this vantage point, Sheru surveyed the deep blue planet below, his slit pupils gradually widening. It was truly beautiful. Even after a prolonged gaze, a slight dizziness ensued. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth and brilliance, illuminating the heavens. A resounding clap echoed in Sheru's ears. Ah, who is it? An android? In a moment, Trunks, who had been drooling and scratching in a stupor, abruptly flipped over, assuming a serious demeanor. Right, an android. What time is it? The sun is already up, and you're still asleep? Uncle Sheru? What time is it? About 10 o'clock, why? Waking up early? Cheru's tail swayed incessantly, the tip glimmering like a needle. This reminded Trunks of some rather unpleasant memories. Reflecting on the days spent being pricked by that large needle in the hyperbolic time chamber, he thought, what a joy indeed. Who could fathom the sensation of being pierced daily by such a sizable instrument? Although it wasn't severely harmful, it was quite painful. Wait, Uncle Cheru, get up immediately. Trunks waved his hands anxiously, a forced smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He quickly got dressed, donned his sword, and rushed through his morning routine, barely having eaten anything before Cheru pulled him out. Meanwhile, Bulma was preoccupied with tinkering with the time machine, having little time to concern herself with their affairs. Whoosh! The two soared through the sky, weaving through the clouds, gazing down at the ground. The landscape was a patchwork of ruin, with dilapidated buildings, gaping holes, and rivers overflowing. The world appeared utterly devastated. Of course, to Cheru, this was of little consequence, but Trunks felt a surge of indignation. Even the hunger from skipping breakfast dissipating in the face of the scene below. Uncle Cheru, do you know their location? Trunks asked, puzzled. How could we possibly detect those two, given that they emit no energy? Cheru turned his gaze towards Trunks, pointing upwards with his small hand. Do you see that? It is a miniature robot created by Dr. Gero. It will relay the intelligence it gathers to the computer, which in turn will transmit it to my mind. They were currently situated in a town located 589, 645 units away, though the name of this town was rather peculiar. Is that so? Trunks narrowed his eyes slightly, his attention fixated on the direction indicated by Cheru. His gaze pierced through the void, landing upon a small bee that closely followed them. Oh, it truly is a robot, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as the prospect of witnessing a moving robot stirred exhilaration within him. For any boy, the sight of a functioning robot was a thrilling experience. As for the town, designated as Town 79, it seemed to have another name, known as Effort Town. What an unusual name. Cheru shook his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He simply could not comprehend the connection between 79 and effort. Trunks felt equally bewildered but did not dwell on it for long. He was acutely aware of the urgency of their situation and the necessity of seizing any vital clues. Hurry up. It appears they are about to depart. Cheru's expression grew sharp as he flickered rapidly, darting away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Trunks' sight. Wait for me. Without hesitation, Trunks pursued him, his speed equally astonishing. He soared through the air like a blazing meteor, breaking free from the confines of the atmosphere and racing towards the horizon. Chapter 9. Effort Town in the distance. Effort Town was engulfed in chaos. The sound of continuous explosions reverberated, the violent force of the blasts flattening and destroying numerous buildings. Run for your lives. Mom, where are you? Get out of the way, you're going to get us killed. The end of the world is upon us. I shall not live any longer. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the masses, as some sought to capitalize on the disorder, robbing the vulnerable of their food and resources. In that moment, the multifaceted nature of humanity was laid bare before the two in the sky. TCH. Humanity continues to behave this way, regardless of how many they kill. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Number 17. Your morbid sense of humor is quite tiresome. My sense of humor? What is so amusing about killing? By the way, number 18. Are you still in search of your ideal human? No longer. After finally encountering a quality specimen, the first thing they do is insult me? They tell me to die, failing to recognize my beauty at all. Number 18 lowered her head, brushing her silky golden hair aside, her eyes ablaze with fury. Oh, now that is truly amusing, number 17 remarked playfully as he descended swiftly to the ground. Let us make it a game, shall we? Whoever claims the most lives wins. All right. At the thought of killing, a glimmer flickered in number 18's azure eyes. Killing is indeed enjoyable, it's quite cathartic. With a thud, the two landed. Standing in place with his arms crossed, number 18 silently observed number 17's performance. He had a penchant for extinguishing human lives in a manner reminiscent of their own kind. Yet, in every contest, she emerged victorious. After all, a single energy sphere could annihilate numerous humans, while number 17's method was far too sluggish. To the casual observer, number 17 appeared as a strikingly handsome youth. His long hair cascading elegantly, and his azure eyes resembling exquisite blue agates. His raven locks were parted down the middle, complementing his black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the crimson satin insignia of the double or military. His arms were adorned with white cuffs, and around his neck was a vibrant orange scarf. He donned blue jeans, a handgun holstered at his waist, and his feet were clad in ordinary athletic shoes paired with soul-green socks, exuding a distinct cowboy aesthetic. Behind him, number 18, with her golden, softly luminous short hair, had a slightly shorter hairstyle than number 17. She wore a sleeveless denim jacket over a black long-sleeved shirt, the cuffs tastefully decorated with black and white stripes. Her figure was subtly accentuated by a short denim skirt, revealing her smooth, delicate skin that shimmered with a pearly glow under the sunlight. She completed her ensemble with a pair of brown knee-high boots. With a hearty laugh, number 17 retrieved the handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, continually pulling the trigger. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed, and the unique, pungent scent of gunpowder wafted from the muzzle. His aim was remarkably precise. After all, there were ample humans to practice upon, and each shot signified the demise of several lives. How delightful! Come, let us play again. Number 18's dark eyeliner, combined with her manic grin, rendered her a demon in the eyes of those fleeing. Suddenly, a resounding metallic clash rang out, causing number 17 to slightly tilt his head. Startled, he glanced upward to see a burly man aiming a large sniper rifle at him, smoke still curling from the barrel. Damn this synthetic being, is its skin truly that thick? I can't penetrate it? Fujino Shu was perturbed, lowering his head to fire another round. Bang, bang, bang. Number 17 did not flinch. Instead, he reveled in the display of his might and the gradual despair etched on the faces of the humans. Shell casings ejected one after another, and soon enough, the barrel began to heat up, glowing ominously. Is it finished already? Number 17 wore a foolish expression, feigning ignorance as he raised his handgun. Having fired so many rounds, surely one more is reasonable. Run, hurry. Fujino Hikari's face was a mask of anxiety and regret, abandoning his gun in favor of seeking refuge within the building. How dull. This is losing its charm. Number 17's countenance revealed a hint of disappointment as he retracted his handgun, and with a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot forth. Boom. The entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar, glass shattered, debris raining down, and plumes of thick black smoke billowing into the air. Bang. As stones of various sizes cascaded to the ground, they stirred up clouds of dust. Android 17, feeling a sense of ennui, was about to take flight elsewhere when suddenly, two figures appeared. One of them swiftly unleashed a punch, propelling Android 17 into the recently collapsed building. A resounding explosion erupted, creating a massive crater. Trunks? And who was that? Android 18, taken aback, lowered her arms from their crossed position, ready to move, only to be struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon her. Android 18 felt an immense weight pressing down, causing her to crouch as the ground beneath her began to sink. With a thunderous crash, the pressure intensified, flooding her body like a tidal wave, as if a colossal hand was firmly restraining her. Her initial surprise morphed into sheer terror, rendering her unable to lift her head. The ground continued to give way, while Trunks observed her coldly, his expression devoid of emotion, applying a singular, tremendous force upon her. Android 18's beautiful visage contorted under the strain, her posture shifting from a crouch to a prone position. Her denim jacket and black shirt could no longer withstand the oppressive force, exploding apart, revealing her alabaster skin and the purple garment beneath. Her cries of despair echoed, resounding throughout the area. With a thunderous roar, Android 17 emerged from the rubble, and upon witnessing Android 18's plight, fury coursed through his veins. Trunks, you seek death. Clenching his hands into energy spheres, he unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Trunks. The air crackled with explosions and billowing smoke, yet Android 17 remained vigilant. He swiftly maneuvered to Trunks' front, intent on rescuing Android 18, only to find Trunks completely unscathed. Nanny, how could he be unharmed? Trunks, his eyes narrowed, said nothing. He swiftly lifted his foot, vanishing from sight, and unleashed a fierce punch enveloped in golden energy toward Android 17's abdomen, the air erupting with sound. Bang! The force of the blow struck him, indenting his body, the impact reverberating through him, shredding his clothing and piercing the distance. Android 17's gaze became vacant, his eyes rolling back as he knelt, clutching his abdomen, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the ground. Trunks regarded him with indifference, raising his foot. Bang! The sole of his shoe came crashing down on Android 17's head. Shifting side to side, the ground fractured, erupting into a pit, with countless cracks sprawling outward. Chapter 10. The complete ultimate android cell. Trunks, feeling unsatisfied, tossed both individuals into the same pit, relentlessly applying pressure until they lost consciousness. Humph, you actually fainted. If not for Uncle Cell's need to absorb you, I would relish the opportunity to obliterate your heads one by one. Clad in a black tank top, Trunks' muscular physique resembled that of a coiled dragon, epitomizing the image of a dashing man. Sheru observed from above, marveling at how effortlessly Trunks resolved the battle. He mused, had Goku been present, the confrontation would have surely lasted much longer. Shaking his head, Sheru swiftly appeared beside Trunks, his gaze intensely fixed on the two fallen androids. With a flick of his tongue, he licked his lips, and his vertically slit pupils gleamed with a cold light. He tilted his head towards Trunks, instructing him to step aside, as the ensuing spectacle might be quite overwhelming. Understood, Uncle Sheru, Trunks replied, leaping back with anticipation. Recalling Sheru's prior assertions that after absorbing androids 17 and 18, both his strength and form would undergo substantial transformation. Moreover, it was rumored that he would become quite handsome. Despite Sheru's kindness, it was undeniable that his appearance was far from conventionally attractive, more akin to a monstrous visage, particularly with that lengthy tail trailing behind him. With a deep exhale, Sheru expelled a cloud of murky air, the tip of his tail expanding dramatically, capable of enveloping both androids. He swiftly coiled his tail around them, and before they could react, he consumed them whole. Sheru's eyes gleamed as his body began to emanate a radiant white light, the energy within him surging outward, enveloping him in a brilliant white aura, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Oh!" Sheru exclaimed, his form increasingly illuminated, cocooned in a radiant sphere. Boom! At that moment, the heavens transformed, clouds converging ominously, and powerful winds swept across the earth. Buzz! As time gradually passed, the white light morphed into a vibrant green, illuminating the surroundings in a verdant hue. Thunder rumbled ominously within the clouds, flashes of lightning streaking down to the ground, cleaving the earth apart. The sea began to churn, forming whirlpools that drew in the water. An immense energy surged outward, rippling from the earth and extending into the cosmos. Crack! The surface of the green sphere was marred by fissures, and from a distance, Trunks gasped in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the energy had surpassed his wildest imaginings. It was extraordinarily powerful. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, startled by the tremors, looked outside to witness a towering green beam piercing the sky, saturating the atmosphere in emerald hues. Waves of white energy surged forth, and the fierce winds frightened her into retreating indoors, hastily securing the door as she resumed her work on the time machine. In Effort Town, the beam ascended, the white energy forming a vortex around it. The green sphere ruptured, revealing a figure cloaked in green, crackling with electricity, the air buzzing with energy as the space around him began to warp and distort. Whoosh! Sheru exhaled slowly, his entire form enveloped in a radiant green light that gradually dissipated to reveal his true self. His previously unappealing exterior underwent a remarkable transformation. While green remained the predominant hue, his hands, neck, and visage exhibited a striking white tone, with the rest of his body adorned in shades of green and black. From his chest to his tail, his entire physique was cloaked in black, reminiscent of a mysterious and stylish nocturnal garment. This dark enveloping did not render him monotonous or oppressive. Rather, it enhanced his three-dimensionality and depth, elevating the harmony of his form to an apex of perfection. His face, chiseled as if sculpted by the finest artisans, boasted sharp lines and clear contours, exuding a unique charm. Behind him, a pair of black mechanical wings, akin to those of an insect, unfurled, their joints adorned with a deep purple hue that imparted an air of enigmatic allure. Around his cheeks, a meticulous application of purple paint seemed to have been rendered, encircled by a vibrant yellow shell, creating a striking contrast of colors. Most captivating were his slightly rosy eyes, which shone with a clarity as profound as the stars twinkling in the night sky. Sheru lowered his head, surveying his newly perfected physique. The enhancement of his bodily functions was not as profound as he had envisioned. Instead, this form was merely more immaculate, with his breath controlled to the point of almost complete retention. His essence was locked within, achieving a unified state of body and spirit. In terms of intensity, his breath was not significantly stronger than before, likely still a far cry from the Super Saiyan transformation of Sun Wukong, let alone the ascended form. Nevertheless, Sheru considered this transformation formidable enough. Even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would likely be unable to defeat him swiftly. In a protracted battle, Sheru held the advantage. For the time being, he had little fear unless faced with entities of Majin Buu's caliber or greater. If he truly found himself outmatched, he could simply retreat without shame. Sheru lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his fists slicing through the air, creating a whistling sound. Uncle Sheru, you look incredibly handsome now. Your essence has multiplied significantly. You truly are different, exclaimed Trunks, who leaped over, brimming with excitement. Is that so? Call me brother. I still appear quite youthful, Sheru replied, caressing the contours of his face, a smile gracing his lips. Wow, even your voice has become melodious. That's impressive. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration for Sheru's transformation, which far surpassed any cosmetic alteration. Haha, it's nothing much, Sheru responded nonchalantly. Trunks, I'm heading to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Will you accompany me? Of course. But what does Uncle Sheru intend to do there? Trunks scratched his head in confusion, pondering the purpose of visiting a place devoid of androids. Let us go, and I'll explain as we walk. Sheru began to ascend, casting a glance back at Trunks. All right, Trunks nodded, following Sheru as they headed north. In the air, Sheru inquired, Trunks, do you know how Super Saiyans come to be? The power of anger transformed me into a Super Saiyan, did it not? Trunks glanced at Cell, speaking uncertainly. Indeed, that is correct. However, it is predicated upon having a sufficient quantity of S cells and achieving a power level that surpasses 3 million to qualify for the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The reason I am heading to Dr. Gero's laboratory is to have the supercomputer inject an ample supply of S cells or forcibly activate and catalyze the S cells that reside within me. Along the journey, Cell divulged all the knowledge he possessed to Trunks, who nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with admiration. Uncle Cell knows so much. Chapter 11, Dr. Gero's laboratory. Trunks soared beside Cell, his mind swirling with thoughts. He felt as if Cell had been sent by the heavens to save this world. With remarkable strength, kindness, and intellect, he resembled a living encyclopedia, readily solving any inquiries Trunks had regarding combat or physical prowess. Previously, Trunks had considered Cell's only flaw to be his somewhat unappealing appearance, but now that was no longer a concern. Uncle Cell had become incredibly handsome. Cell turned to Trunks. What are you thinking? Why do you keep smiling foolishly? Do you remember everything I've said on this journey? Cell found it peculiar that since his transformation into his perfect form, Trunks' gaze often seemed to drift towards him, seemingly lost in thought. You're not even listening to what I teach. Uncle Cell, I'm listening. Trunks suddenly realized, chuckling awkwardly. You mentioned that the S cells are the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Only with a sufficient amount of S cells can one meet the conditions for transformation. And a power level of at least 3 million is also necessary, correct? Trunks blinked, gazing intently at Cell. At least you absorbed some of that. However, your wandering eyes suggest your mind was elsewhere, contemplating who knows what. As a punishment, I shall draw some blood from you shortly, Cell said, half-jokingly. Yet his words bore a kernel of truth. He indeed intended to extract Trunks' blood for the supercomputer to analyze the S cells. After all, they were the only two beings on Earth possessing S cells, and Trunks' supply was undoubtedly far greater than Cell's. Would he draw from himself? That would be absurd. Suddenly, Cell cast a chilling glance at Trunks, his purple eyes glinting with an otherworldly light, as if he had glimpsed a rare gem. Oh, Trunks shivered, his speech faltering as he quietly asked, will you be using a needle? Is there no alternative? What are you suggesting? If not a needle, what would I use? My tail? Cell smirked, extending his tail to brush against Trunks' skin. That won't be necessary, Uncle Cell. Trunks hurriedly pushed his tail away, reasoning that if necessary, he could simply cut his skin. After all, it was merely a matter of blood, and there was no need for a needle. I understand your words. Are you afraid of needles? Cell inquired, leaning closer to Trunks and fixing his gaze intently on his eyes. A little. Trunks gestured with his hand. Well, it matters not. I only require a small amount of blood, Cell replied. Now let's proceed. All right. Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief. With a soft thud, they landed, and Cell surveyed the desolate ground, spotting an opening that led to Dr. Gero's laboratory. "Is this the place, Uncle Cell?" Trunks asked, curiously scanning the surroundings. "Indeed. This is it," Cell affirmed with a nod, as Cell gazed at the imposing steel door adorned with 2 capital RS and a red bow. He reflected on the fact that this was indeed Dr. Gero's research facility, albeit he had never entered it himself. During that time, he had remained in the underground lab, only emerging after his metamorphosis. Cell lightly tapped the door with his finger. With a swift motion, the door shattered into numerous small fragments, cascading to the ground. "Come along, Trunks," Cell beckoned. "Yes, Uncle Cell." Trunks nodded, stepping forward with measured pace, though he felt a twinge of astonishment. Logically, he could have broken the door himself. But achieving such precision and power control as Cell had demonstrated was another matter entirely. Uncle Cell is truly formidable. Trunks silently clenched his fists, his yearning for strength intensifying. In the shadows, Cell began to explore, and with a crack, the laboratory's power system activated, causing the bulbs to flicker to life with a bright glow. "Incredible," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide as he beheld the array of experimental equipment, much of which he had never encountered in his own family's lab. However, the floor was cluttered with a multitude of documents, manuscripts, and notes, creating a chaotic scene. Moreover, a strong, unpleasant odor permeated the air. Cell advanced towards 2 nutrient chambers labeled 17 and 18. Upon seeing this, he instinctively rubbed his abdomen, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Trunks rummaged through the scattered papers on the floor, seemingly intrigued. "What are you doing, Trunks?" Cell turned to find Trunks collecting what appeared to be refuse, his expression darkening slightly. I'm not picking up garbage. I'm just checking to see if there's anything useful for Mom, considering Dr. Gero's research is quite advanced." Trunks felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he indeed resembled a scavenger, having even sifted through the contents of a trash bin. "Wait, what's this?" "Uncle Cell, look, I found your name on this." Trunks unearthed a stack of documents from a locked box, inscribed with the name Cell. "My name?" Cell mused, surprised, as he approached to grasp the papers. "Look at this. The evolutionary path of the ultimate android, Cell? Dr. Gero created this?" Cell eagerly sifted through the information, uncovering valuable insights. It appeared that absorbing androids 17 and 18 was merely the initial step in his evolution. The documents revealed that Dr. Gero had concealed a supercomputer on the 3rd underground level, housing androids 13, 14, and 15, all integral to Cell's evolutionary process. The notes concluded abruptly, leaving only a faint glimpse of his own name. "What is this, Uncle Cell? Is it of great use to you?" Trunks inquired excitedly, observing the corners of Cell's mouth lifting, certain that he had significantly aided him. "Indeed, Trunks, you have been immensely helpful. Take this information and the research equipment back with you in a capsule. Who knows what might prove beneficial." Cell, licking his lips, regarded Trunks with keen eyes. But I didn't bring a capsule," Trunks admitted sheepishly, scratching his head, his tone deflated. "Then it shall have to wait. Come alone next time," Cell dismissed, examining the documents, considering them a source of inspiration. His gaze wandered deeper into the chamber, where he spotted a grand nutrient pod embedded in the wall, connected by large tubes supplying power. Beside it lay tattered garments and skeletal remains, presumably those of Dr. Gero. Cell paid no heed, crushing the skull beneath his foot, and scrutinized the pod labeled number 16. Chapter 12, Supplements number 16. The term nutrient was misleading. This pod should be referred to as a hibernation chamber. Cell's eyes fell upon the bionic humanoid within, featuring a robust visage, hair of a striking red tufted only at the center, with a bald expanse on either side. Clad in green armor over a black bodysuit, it lay with eyes tightly shut, ensconced in slumber. Activating the hibernation pod would awaken it. "Uncle Cell, should we eliminate him?" Trunks' expression turned cold as he regarded the dormant android. "Elimination is indeed necessary, but not at this moment. Moreover, this is not an android, it is a robot." Cell chuckled, continuing, "And if that robot harbors any malevolence, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Its techniques are rather intriguing." "A robot?" Trunks' interest piqued, as he pressed close to the pod's wall to peer inside. "This is a bionic robot created by Dr. Gero, modeled after his deceased son, possessing strength surpassing that of androids 17 and 18. However, a flaw in the design resulted in an exceedingly docile nature, leading Dr. Gero to deem it a failure, leaving it unopened until now. As Cell provided commentary, his tone abruptly turned icy. But his docility has no bearing on me. He will likely never awaken. Cell glanced at the location of the robot's heart, where a vast eternal energy core, larger than those of androids 17 and 18, resided, which he deemed essential to absorb. "Ah, such a handsome robot," Trunks exclaimed, smacking his lips, which only amused Cell. "Ha ha ha. Trunks, your mood shifts so swiftly. You were the one who wanted to destroy him. Yet now you lament his fate. What is your conflict?" Cell's lips twitched as he regarded Trunks. "No, I initially thought he was also an android. But if he is a robot, then that's unnecessary. Besides, you mentioned his gentle disposition, Uncle Cell," Trunks replied. "Ah, well, in the future, Mrs. Bulma can create a few for you. Just take all the data back with you. Once Bulma finishes her time machine, it wouldn't be impossible to construct a few robots," Cell responded slowly, his fingers continuously inputting lines of code on the nearby computer. "That sounds great. This is wonderful," Trunks exclaimed with palpable excitement, though he looked at Cell's actions with some confusion. "Uncle Cell, what are you doing?" "I'm inputting commands to ensure he sleeps eternally, never to awaken. However, it will be a bit troublesome to take him back. You'll be responsible for bringing him and those materials with you." "Oh, certainly," Trunks replied, resolutely complying with the order. "All right, let us descend," Cell declared, halting his actions and moving to a section of the floor, pushing it aside to reveal a passageway. Trunks followed closely behind him as they descended. Bouncing down, lights flickered to life, welcoming him back as the supercomputer activated. Cell gazed at the familiar laboratory with a complex mix of emotions, realizing this might be his final visit. Approaching the supercomputer, he entered another line of code before retrieving a vessel and moving to Trunks' side. "Time for a blood donation. Roll up your sleeve." "No needles required," Cell said, pausing momentarily to glance at Trunks. "Ha." Trunks awkwardly scratched his head. Cell's fingertips, sharp as blades, gently grazed Trunks' arm. In an instant, a slender cut appeared, revealing tender pink flesh beneath. However, the blood seemed unaware of the incident. After a moment of hesitation, it surged forth like a torrent unleashed, gushing out in a cascade. The crimson liquid poured down like a waterfall into the vessel held by Cell. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, a large question mark seemingly appearing on his forehead as he gazed incredulously at the scene before him, his attention fixated on Cell. Cell, however, maintained a stoic expression, calmly explaining, "Do not worry, it was merely a minor nick to an artery. The bleeding will cease shortly. Relax, take a deep breath, and everything will be all right." "Is that so?" Trunks' voice trembled slightly. Despite his efforts to convince himself of Cell's reassurances, his complexion grew increasingly pale, devoid of color. "All right," Cell suddenly declared, and with a flick of his two fingers, a white light brushed across Trunks' skin, instantly healing the wound. "Wow, Uncle Cell, you can do that?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Minor injuries are manageable, but anything more severe is beyond my capabilities," Cell replied nonchalantly. As he approached the supercomputer with a vessel filled with blood, he extracted a sample and placed it into a test tube, subsequently inserting it into the computer. Beep beep beep. The computer whirred to life, commencing its analysis of the blood's components, seeking the S cells that stored abundant energy. "Trunks, why don't you take a seat for a moment?" Cell remarked, observing Trunks' pale visage and unsteady form, as if he were on the brink of collapsing. Cough cough. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Uncle Cell. I'm truly fine." Trunks hastily waved his hand, assuring Cell of his well-being. "Very well. That's a relief," Cell replied, turning his attention back to the blood sample, meticulously extracting it bit by bit to store it securely in test tubes. These precious samples stemmed from Trunks' selfless donation and must not be wasted in the slightest. Beep 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 beep. A series of urgent electronic sounds filled the air. "Oh, has the result come in already?" Cell's gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen, his excitement barely contained. The display revealed data generated from the fusion of his own metrics with the formidable power inherent in the blood. "Ah, so that's it. There exists a substantial quantity of S cells within me already. Could this be attributed to Gohan?" Cell muttered to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then commanded the computer to produce 2 vials of S cell enhancement serum. These serums would utilize the collected blood as raw material, augmented with special substances for their concoction. Naturally, this process would require some time to complete. Cell was in no rush, Time was in ample supply. After entering a command, numerous micro-robots materialized in his vicinity, commencing their tasks under the guidance of the supercomputer. Meanwhile, Cell appeared quite at ease. Now that there's nothing pressing, let us take a stroll, he suggested to Trunks, popping a capsule into his mouth. This will aid in restoring your vitality. It's one of the few medicines left by Dr. Gero. He paused momentarily. Though I am uncertain if it has expired, you may give it a try. Chapter 13. Underground Level 2 through the persistent exploration of Sheru. The entrance to the second underground level was finally discovered. Let us proceed, Trunks, Sheru remarked, casting a glance at him. It appears that the medicine has proven effective, as you look considerably better now. Is that so? I too have that impression, Trunks replied with a nod. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the dark passage. Drip, drop. Water steadily fell, indicating that this was indeed an excavated cavern. It seems that way, Sheru acknowledged. But I am now quite curious about what will transpire when I achieve my second evolution. At that time, Uncle Sheru will undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Trunks exclaimed. That is a given. Sheru's gaze shifted to Trunks, playfully delivering a light slap to his head. Uncle Sheru, you mustn't do that. Trunks protested, rubbing his forehead, a look of indignation on his face. Enough of this. Let us continue, young one. Sheru's eyes glimmered with a purple light, revealing the entirety of the cavern ahead. At the far end of the pitch-black tunnel stood a metallic door, identical to the one above, between two large, white capital RS adorned with a red bow. The emblem of the Red Ribbon Army was unmistakable. Uncle Sheru, please slow down. I can hardly see. Trunks fumbled in the darkness, disoriented and aimlessly turning in circles. Sheru, somewhat irritated, raised his left hand slightly, summoning a golden energy sphere that ascended, illuminating the area. I see it now, Uncle Sheru, Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his eyes wide with wonder as he stared at Sheru. Trunks, Sheru sighed, has the blood draw affected your wits? Uncle Sheru, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience, he added, turning away to proceed towards the metallic door, leaving Trunks momentarily stunned. No, Uncle Sheru, my mind is intact. What are you talking about? Trunks followed closely behind, scratching his head in confusion. Silence. You are becoming rather bothersome. Sheru frowned, regretting his decision to bring Trunks along. He was uncertain whether it was the blood draw or the medication that had caused this peculiar condition. It seemed that Trunks was suffering from some residual effects. Oh, very well, Trunks replied, taken aback, covering his mouth with his hand, falling silent. We have arrived, Sheru announced, gazing at the imposing door and gesturing slightly. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a tremendous force, accompanied by a surge of energy, enveloped the area, a faint light flickering. Boom! The entire door shattered into fragments, disintegrating into dust and vanishing from sight. Wow! Impressive! Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he covered his mouth in awe. Sheru remained silent, observing the switch on the wall as he activated it. Click! Beep! 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 A surge of electronic sounds resonated, and a series of lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing the entirety of the underground level 2 before the two individuals. Trunks glanced at Cell, his lips barely moving, his gaze imbued with a hint of pity. Go on. Speak. Who could possibly outshine you? Cell waved dismissively, nonchalant in demeanor, as he turned his attention to the 3 nutrient pods ahead and the central supercomputer, which was still operational, pulsating with vibrant colors. The environment appeared rather rudimentary, with only 3 large nutrient pods and several long, dark tubes connecting to the supercomputer visible. There wasn't even a single table in sight. Creaking softly, Cell approached the 3 nutrient pods, observing the labels marked 13, 14, and 15. Trunks lifted his gaze to inspect each one, concluding, one is black, one is white, and one is a hefty man. Aside from the bespectacled black individual, the others seemed quite formidable. Trunks had shed his earlier anger towards the androids, having mentally categorized them as mere supplements for Uncle Cell. Ultimately, the result would be their consumption. What was there to be upset about? Your assessment is rather astute, Cell remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his lips twitching. Indeed. Trunks, stop. You're puffing up just from that. Come here and help me activate them. I can hardly contain myself. Cell's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixed his intense gaze on the eternal energy cores located at the chests of the 3 individuals. He had discerned their body structures, These androids were of a fusion type. Absorbing all three could lead to exponential growth in power, unlike the minimal enhancement gained from consuming androids 17 and 18. Understood. Trunks nodded, pressing the activation buttons on the three nutrient pods in succession. A low hum filled the air as the pods powered on, emitting light and releasing a plume of white mist. The doors opened simultaneously, and the three beings awakened, their eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Before they could react, Cell sprang into action. He positioned himself before Android 14, expanding his tail to envelop him completely. Whimpering sounds emanated from within, and the body trembled violently. However, Cell offered no respite, swiftly absorbing him into his own being. He then seized the other two androids, grasping one in each hand. A powerful suction emanated from his palms, voraciously drawing the flesh and blood from both individuals, before he sealed the process with his tail in one swift motion. Exhilarating. A smile crept across Cell's face as he felt the surge of power within him escalating, a raw and unbridled force. With the addition of these three, it was as if he had absorbed the energy of 5 eternal energy cores. Moreover, the unique resonance created by their powers intertwined with his own, continuously nurturing his physical form. The power surged relentlessly, a golden aura emanating uncontrollably, revealing an overwhelming presence. Threads of golden arcs intertwined, crackling and flashing as they struck the ground. Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment, leaping back as he felt the might of this force. A fierce wind howled around him. Fortunately, they were deep underground, and the materials used here were of the highest quality. Otherwise, this place would have crumbled in an instant. Yet even so, fissures began to appear throughout the laboratory, threatening to splinter apart. Realizing this, Trunks' eyes widened further. There were still many valuable items left behind. If the place collapsed, those useful things would vanish forever. His robotic companion also began to drift away from him. Gritting his teeth, Trunks transformed with a thunderous roar into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair and azure eyes radiating power as his aura expanded, creating a barrier to shield the area. The wind of his aura morphed into blades, continually thrusting outward, the energy swirling violently. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier was relentlessly assaulted, a web of cracks spreading in all directions. It was on the verge of collapsing. Uncle Cell thrived on chaos. Trunks exhaled sharply, his energy surging, his muscles swelling, his stature rising as they rippled like a coiling dragon, the golden flames swirling around him, illuminating the entire space. The third stage of Super Saiyan, a transformation that sacrificed speed for enhanced strength and energy, was a formidable yet flawed evolution. Chapter 14, Evolution Again. The third stage of Super Saiyan 1 is an astonishing transformation state achieved by forsaking speed to maximize aura and strength. At this moment, the aura expands at an astonishing rate, reaching unprecedented heights, nearly rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2, though it only approached that level. In this form, Trunks' abilities were significantly affected: stamina, power, speed, agility, physique, and aura, all unable to compare with Super Saiyan 2. However, facing the formidable adversary, Uncle Cell, Trunks had no choice but to rely on this transformation to hold on. He exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing a powerful energy to form a solid barrier, struggling to withstand the terrifying aura radiating from Cell. Each moment was laden with overwhelming pressure, and Trunks felt his body on the brink of collapse. Yet he gritted his teeth in determination. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the space before him. Clenching his jaw tightly, an indomitable will shone in his gaze as he fixated on Cell's gradually diminishing aura, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Can I truly reach this realm? Trunks murmured, lowering his head in quiet contemplation. At last, I have completed my second evolution. With a radiant smile, Shara meticulously examined his newly acquired physique. The sound of crackling energy reminiscent of frying beans reverberating around him, while tendrils of emerald lightning danced in the air. Within his being now resided 5 eternal energy cores. Crack! Sharu clenched his fist, producing a series of sharp pops from his bones, as power surged within him, an indescribable energy enhancing his physical form. Although his exterior appeared unchanged, the magnitude of his strength and aura had escalated exponentially. Previously, he may not have deemed himself worthy, but now he was unequivocally certain that he had reached the realm of Super Saiyan 3. at least matching the formidable strength exhibited by Sun Wukong in his battle against Majin Buu, if not surpassing it in some aspects. Sheru gazed at his palm, unable to contain his elation, bursting into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the entire research facility. After a considerable time, his laughter gradually subsided. Turning his gaze towards Trunks, he noticed blood trickling from the latter's mouth. In a flurry, he appeared beside him, grasping his arm and releasing a stream of energy that swirled within Trunks. Upon sensing that it was merely a minor injury, Sheru exhaled a sigh of relief. Trunks, this is indeed my fault. I was a bit too eager. With a flicker of his eyes, Sheru channeled some of his energy into Trunks' body. Zzz. The energy flowed incessantly, improving Trunks' complexion. Phew. It's all right, Uncle Sheru. You've become incredibly powerful all of a sudden. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you, Trunks muttered, lowering his head and avoiding Sheru's gaze. Entirely neglecting his injury, consumed by the fear of lagging behind Sheru's formidable progress. Sheru paused, taken aback by Trunks' concern. Not realizing that his own ascent in strength would cause such anxiety for Trunks, he burst into laughter. Trunks, we are distinct beings. I was inherently strong from birth. Moreover, my training does not surpass yours by much. This is merely the evolution of my artificial being. Saiyans can certainly evolve too. Have you not noticed that your strength has increased compared to before? Is that so? Trunks replied with curiosity, scrutinizing the energy within him. After a moment, a smile broke across his face. My power has indeed grown. But why is that? He inquired with intrigue. Sheru explained, in every battle, when a Saiyan's body reaches its limits or survives a near-death experience, their latent potential is awakened. This is the reason why Saiyans grow stronger as they fight. You, being a Saiyan, will experience this as well. Then, if that's the case, Uncle Sheru, you should also be affected, considering you possess Saiyan cells within you, Trunks said quietly, shaking his head. Ah, it seems the pain was not in vain. Your little mind is working again, Sheru remarked, his eyes sparkling with amusement, half-jokingly. Indeed, within me resides the cells of Frisia's lineage, endowing me with formidable potential. Furthermore, by allowing my tail to absorb their life energy, it is only logical that their cells would persist within me, granting me access to their abilities. As I clenched my fists, I continued. The cells I currently possess are remnants from long ago, originating from your father and his companions. Were it not for my diligent training, I would scarcely be able to wield their techniques effectively. I am proficient in techniques such as the solar flare, afterimage technique, Kamehameha, special beam cannon, and the flash of light, among others. Wow, Uncle Cell is truly remarkable, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, yet a shadow of melancholy lingered. Does this mean I will never surpass Uncle Cell? Precisely. Cell nodded affirmatively. Your aim should be to surpass the you of yesterday, not me. I intend to reach far beyond, even transcending the divine to attain the pinnacle. If you can merely glimpse my back, that will be quite an achievement, Trunks. Do not dwell on this matter. I am already stronger than 90% of beings in the universe. It is time for you to forge your own path, and I shall assist you. Cell gazed tenderly at Trunks, who was profoundly moved. With unwavering resolve, Trunks tightened his fists and declared, then henceforth, I shall be Uncle Cell's most steadfast support, the strongest sidekick. That sentiment holds true. I will certainly strive to be the strongest, the best in the universe. Indeed, I believe. Trunks turned to Cell, his tone resolute. Very well, let us depart from this place. There is no further purpose in lingering here. Upon our return, we must procure some blank capsules and gather these items for transport. In this unique period, these materials are invaluable resources. Understood, Trunks replied, nodding in agreement. Cell executed the instant transmission technique, transporting both himself and Trunks back to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Thereafter, Cell could recline comfortably in bed, contemplating the direction of his next evolution. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Trunks bore the burden of all the arduous tasks, needing to return alone to retrieve blank capsules, field notes, various equipment, and even the 2 supercomputers, packing them all for transport back to the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 15. Preparation. Naturally, the most crucial element remained the android number 16, for his core housed an eternal energy furnace far greater than any other. If the technology within him could be deciphered, it would pave the way for mass production. The mere thought of producing more of myself caused a smile to creep across Cell's face. Future endeavors could transform the counting of sheep into a matter of counting energy furnaces. Once mass production commenced, he envisioned requiring 3 energy furnaces daily, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Ha 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 ha, how splendid. Cell laughed heartily, growing ever more exhilarated. At Dr. Gero's laboratory, the round, fiery sun hung high above, radiating scorching rays that baked the earth. The sound of footsteps echoed. Trunks emerged from the research facility, weariness etched across his visage. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming. He could scarcely fathom the extent of the disarray, not to mention the delicate equipment that demanded meticulous care. As he gazed upon the myriad of small capsules in his grasp, he carefully stowed them away into a box, placing it tenderly within the inner folds of his attire. A look of contentment graced his face, accompanied by a profound gratitude towards his mentor, Cell. Never had he anticipated that androids 17 and 18 would prove so manageable. It was Cell who had endowed him with strength and ultimately vanquished the androids. A smile unfurled at the corners of Trunks' mouth, his laughter resonating louder, reverberating through the air and startling the distant birds. Suddenly, his mirth was abruptly silenced, giving way to a heart-wrenching sob. He continued to smile, yet the sounds emanating from his lips were those of anguish, tears cascading down his cheeks and mingling with the bitterness of his experiences. What is happening to me? He pondered, wiping his tears with his sleeve, only to find the flow intensifying, saturating the fabric. With a deep breath, Trunks sought to temper his tumultuous emotions, releasing a primal roar into the heavens. Oh! A thunderous clap echoed, dark clouds enveloping the sky, obscuring the scorching sun, plunging the world into darkness. The air crackled with energy as lightning danced through the clouds like a formidable dragon, fierce and untamed. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck perilously close to Trunks, scorching the earth and creating a charred crater. Ah! Trunks clenched his fists, his body bending as his azure eyes shimmered with golden light. An overwhelming energy radiating from him, enveloping him in a golden aura. Behind him, the golden glow intensified, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Trunks erupted in a blaze of golden energy, a tempest forming around him, lifting debris from the ground, only to be pulverized by the sheer force of his presence. The earth beneath him was stripped away, revealing a vast circle. Hissing and crackling, blue arcs of electricity surged from within him, a manifestation of his unleashed energy. His hair stood on end, enveloped in arcs of electricity, crackling and flashing, his pupils vanishing, the once blue, purplish hue of his hair transforming into a brilliant gold. Just as he neared the zenith of his power, Trunks' pupils suddenly reappeared, and the immense energy that had surged within him dissipated instantaneously, causing him to collapse to the ground. Breathless, sweat streamed down his forehead, his face contorted in a fierce expression, veins throbbing on his brow. He had reached his limit. But it had lasted but a fleeting moment. A gentle breeze stirred the sky, dispersing the clouds and revealing once more the sun, radiating its intense warmth. Light returned to the world. What had just transpired? Did I possess such formidable power within me? Trunks gazed curiously at his hands, disbelief etched across his face. In mere seconds, his energy had multiplied exponentially. It felt akin to transcending to a new realm beyond that of a Super Saiyan. Was this the result of the serum injected by Uncle Cell? Trunks retrieved from behind him the half-filled vial of crimson liquid, shimmering with a golden hue. A sight to behold. Could such a fraction yield this level of power? What if I were to inject the entirety? He fixated intently on the vial, his throat tightening with anticipation, ultimately unable to resist the urge to administer the remaining portion. Clang! Trunks pressed against his tail, and a long needle emerged, glinting silver in the sunlight. The sight of it left him momentarily dizzy, a sensation he found hard to bear. Couldn't Uncle Cell have opted for a more palatable method? The previous injection had nearly sent him into unconsciousness. This one seemed far more daunting. Trunks swallowed hard, positioning the needle above a vein, closing his eyes, his hand trembling as he prepared to pierce. At that moment, a flash of movement caught his attention, and a figure seized his arm. A familiar voice broke through. Huh? Trunks, don't worry, I can assist you, but why are you aiming for an artery? It was Cell, who had rushed over upon sensing the immense energy unique to Trunks, eager to discover what had transpired. To his astonishment, he beheld Trunks in a fleeting transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Though brief, it was undeniably genuine. However, The subsequent scene elicited laughter. Trunks, clearly apprehensive of needles, had failed to realize he was about to inject himself directly into an artery. Thankfully, Cell had arrived just in time. Observing Trunks with a bemused expression, Cell chuckled. If you're afraid of needles, just admit it. There's no shame in that. Ha. Uncle Cell, don't laugh at me. Trunks' face flushed crimson, wisps of steam rising from his forehead. Cell patted his shoulder reassuringly. At this stage, a half dose is sufficient. There's no need for the entire vial. I'll gladly share my portion with you, as I have plenty of S cells within me. What you must focus on now is mastering the transformation into Super Saiyan as a standard state. The fleeting nature of your Super Saiyan 2 form is indicative of your training not being sufficiently rigorous. This is primarily a matter of your own effort, rather than the serum. Cell's gaze softened, his violet eyes exuding a certain charm that inspired trust. Super Saiyan 2? Trunks latched onto the key point, a hint of confusion evident. I'll explain that later. Let us move on for now. Are we all set? Yes. Trunks nodded affirmatively. Very well then. As Sheru ascended slowly into the sky, Trunks followed closely behind. Casting one final glance at the research facility, Sheru unleashed an energy orb, vanishing with Trunks in an instant. A thunderous explosion echoed as the crimson sphere struck the research center, leaving a massive fiery semicircle on the ground, sweeping through the air and raising clouds of dust. A thick fog erupted, enveloping the atmosphere and forming a mushroom cloud. The orb gradually dissipated, revealing the research facility reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 16, Knowledge Suddenly. Two figures appeared before Bulma. What happened, Trunks? Are you hurt? Bulma exclaimed, halting her work and rushing to Trunks, anxiously searching for injuries. I'm fine, Mom. There are others here too. Trunks replied, his face flushed, pointing towards Sheru beside him. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear that. Sheru, is it really you? I just saw you a moment ago, but you've transformed so dramatically and look quite handsome now, Bulma remarked, blinking her sparkling eyes in confusion. Wait, was that tremor caused by you too? Have you completed your evolution? Bulma inquired cautiously, her voice trembling with apprehension. After all, Sheru's evolution implied that androids 17 and 18 had been eliminated. Indeed, how do you find my perfected form? Isn't it splendid? Sheru smiled, extending his palm to display his newly attained physique, exuding confidence and satisfaction. Rest assured, androids 17 and 18 have long been suddenly. Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion, dove into Trunks' embrace, interrupting Sheru. Moments later, the sound of her sobs filled the air. Finally, the androids have been vanquished. Sheru, taken aback by such a display, shrugged slightly and exchanged glances with Trunks, a crooked smile forming on his lips. The two remained silent, the lab resonating with Bulma's muffled cries. After a brief moment, Bulma gently wiped her tears and pulled away from Trunks. Now, we only need to resurrect that program, right? Her voice still quavered, but Trunks understood her concern and nodded. Yes, Mom, we just need to locate the new Namek, and Earth will return to its former glory. His gaze was resolute, fists clenched instinctively as he cast a glance at Sheru. Sheru, noticing the tension, quickly interjected, Indeed, Madam, locating the new Namek should be quite straightforward. It must still reside within this galaxy, making it convenient to search. Oh, by the way, Trunks, quickly show Bulma the items you retrieved from Dr. Gero, Sheru said, patting Trunks on the shoulder, urging him to produce the capsule. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Trunks, struck by inspiration, retrieved the capsules from the inner lining of his clothing, pressed them one by one, and cast them into the open space. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke tinged with yellow materialized. As the mist dissipated, a vast collection of paper documents was neatly arranged in towering stacks, accompanied by an array of disordered equipment and two massive supercomputers. Most notably, there stood the remarkable android number 16, a precious legacy bequeathed to the world by the late Dr. Gero. Undoubtedly, the most significant of all was Cell, the ultimate artificial being, having diverged from the original narrative into a distinct entity. As Bulma beheld the imposing supercomputers and the chaotic assortment of experimental apparatus, her initial melancholic sentiments vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Is all of this truly the work of Dr. Gero? She inquired, her brow furrowing in bewilderment as she approached to examine the invaluable equipment and the two supercomputers. Indeed, it stood to reason that Cell, being Dr. Gero's progeny, would inherit all of this. Speaking softly to herself, Bulma's fingers roamed over the various instruments. What fortuitous luck. The majority of this equipment is functional. But what is this? An android? She queried, pointing at number 16's stasis pod. That is a robot. I would like you to explore this technology, madam, and see if it can be improved. Ideally, we could replicate the 2 eternal energy cores embedded within its chest for mass production. Indeed, number 16 possesses 2 eternal energy cores, a fact later discovered by Cell. Though one of them is considerably smaller, serving as a secondary energy source for meticulous calculations. Eternal energy cores? Is there truly such a thing as eternal energy? Bulma mused, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the figure within the stasis pod. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she rummaged through the documents until she uncovered the design blueprints for constructing the eternal energy cores. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. Had he applied this technology towards the preservation of world peace, the world would have been a very different place. What a pity. After scrutinizing the blueprints, she clicked her tongue in contemplation. So, this could indeed be mass-produced. With some enhancements, I might even be able to create a time machine powered by eternal energy, eliminating any concerns regarding energy consumption. Furthermore, upon reviewing number 16's design blueprints, she mused that the construction would not be arduous. In fact, she could produce an upgraded version. In that case, the entire company could manufacture such robots to ensure our security. Bulma envisioned a future filled with such innovations, and a proud smile crept across her face. Is that so? That would be absolutely splendid. Thank you, madam, Cell responded, his expression radiating satisfaction as he envisioned a future filled with the comforts provided by 3 energy cores, a life of abundance, perhaps even beyond that. Upon considering this, Shalu remarked, Mrs. Bulma, you must still have a network for disseminating survivor information. Please announce the news of the android's defeat, and it would be splendid to include my name as well. No problem at all. We indeed possess such a network. I will announce it immediately, and, in turn, celebrate your status as a great hero, Bulma replied, her enthusiasm palpable as she hurried into a small dark room. Sitting before her computer, she began to type rapidly, broadcasting this exhilarating news across the globe. Joyous announcement. Androids number 17 and 18 have been vanquished by the heroic Shalu, the new savior of humanity. As soon as Bulma posted the update, a flurry of message boxes appeared. Is this true? The androids have been defeated? After all these years, I had almost resigned myself to fate. It must be a hoax. The androids are so powerful that even armies and artillery cannot subdue them. How could Shalu possibly achieve this? Perhaps it is indeed true. There was a relentless uproar in my vicinity, and some even claimed to have heard the anguished cries of the androids. Is it genuine? If so, then Shalu truly is humanity's savior. It is indeed true. I am from a small town, and today the androids intended to annihilate us. But I witnessed 2 flying beings defeat them. In that instant, everyone across the globe who glimpsed this news widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and wonder. Yet, as more individuals shared the news, they found themselves compelled to believe this exhilarating announcement. Those 2 demonic androids had finally been vanquished. On the most prominent pop-up, myriad photos of Shalu erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. Some images depicted him triumphantly trampling over androids number 17 and 18, while others showcased the moment he sent them flying with a single punch. Even more astonishing, an entire collection of heroic illustrations featuring Shalu seemed to materialize in an instant. Some assertions were astonishing. Individuals claimed that Shalu possessed innate divine strength, but was cursed in a cruel twist of fate, transforming him from an ordinary human into his current form. However, this very transformation bestowed upon him unparalleled power. Rumors circulated that he could walk from birth, and during his arrival, the skies displayed extraordinary phenomena, with flowers cascading from the heavens and golden springs erupting from the earth. He was nothing short of a celestial being incarnate, sent to rescue this world. Ultimately, regardless of the truth, one thought resonated in the minds of the masses. Shalu had defeated the androids and saved the entire world. He was undeniably the great hero of this realm, the savior of contemporary society. It is finally resolved. I was apprehensive that people would doubt the news I posted. I even contemplated hiring some online supporters to bolster my claim, yet it turned out to be so effortless, Bulma mused, her lips curling into a smile as she gazed at the screen before her. Though she had not anticipated such an outcome, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Bulma stretched her limbs and let out a contented yawn, reclining against the lounge chair. She felt an overwhelming sense of ease, knowing she would no longer live in fear. The days of incessant worry were a thing of the past. Trunks, Cell, come and take a look. The news travels so swiftly online, it brings back memories. She called out excitedly towards the doorway. Yet, there was no response. What is going on? Where is everyone? Bulma furrowed her brow tightly, as if pressed by an invisible force. She opened her mouth to shout again when her peripheral vision caught sight of a tattered piece of paper on the table. The paper was slightly yellowed, and the writing appeared somewhat distorted, as if hastily scrawled. How to describe it? It felt akin to a critical examination where one's answer sheet lay riddled with blank spaces, while the proctor coldly announced that only 5 minutes remained. The tension, urgency, and helplessness surged within her, rendering her nearly breathless. Consequently, the hastily pinned letters began to swirl chaotically across the page, resembling a frantic dance. Bulma stepped closer, flattening the paper, squinting as she struggled to decipher the text. It read, "Mom, Trunks and I are going to train." Very. The message abruptly ended there. But Bulma's astute mind quickly filled in the blanks, concluding it likely meant they would return shortly. That boy, she thought, shaking her head, with Cell accompanying him. She reassured herself that no significant trouble would ensue. With nothing pressing at hand, she decided to delve into the study of the robot still dormant in its capsule and the so-called eternal energy core within. Globally, an increasing number of survivors emerged from sewers, hidden bases, shattered homes, remote mountains, and even from submarines beneath distant islands. They greedily inhaled the air, as if the absence of androids had rendered the atmosphere sweet and fragrant. Each face bore a unique expression, some anxious, others exhilarated, and some slowly calming from prior anger. As if nothing had ever transpired, their hearts felt hollow, devoid of joy. Gazing upon the ravaged city, with relatives and friends departing one after another, it seemed that after the fleeting moments of happiness, true joy had become elusive. In one subterranean base, crowds surged, revealing what resembled a series of semicircular mounds. The people donned matching uniforms, adorned with the familiar red bow emblem paired with a white backdrop featuring the double R. This marked the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, which, after suffering attacks from the androids, had ingeniously relocated their base underground, clinging to their aspiration to dominate the world, a desire, however, that remained utterly unattainable. The central hub of the base, due to its subterranean location, was constructed in a rather rudimentary fashion, a mere small platform illuminated by flickering lights. Atop this platform was a vast pane of glass, through which two peculiar figures could be distinctly observed, a dwarf and a towering individual. Amusingly, despite the scarcity of resources during this time, the dwarf was impeccably attired in a burgundy suit, clutching a goblet that, contrary to expectations, contained not the anticipated red wine, but rather nearly overflowing clear water. His attire appeared somewhat incongruous, as he donned a meticulously tailored, high-quality burgundy suit, yet around his neck hung a dazzling, heavy gold chain that starkly contrasted with the formal elegance of his ensemble. His hands were adorned with an array of rings, each encrusted with sapphires, rubies, diamonds, and other precious stones, shimmering brilliantly, as if to flaunt his wealth and status. Additionally, a resplendent gold watch graced his wrist, its hands glinting with a captivating radiance, seemingly reminding onlookers of the value of time. Curiously, however, he held a cigar in his other hand, merely toying with it without igniting it. His diminutive stature was complemented by a slicked-back hairstyle, and his somewhat weathered visage conveyed an air of mature composure, particularly emphasized by his signature handlebar mustache, which seemed to symbolize his identity. Undoubtedly, this individual was Ma Zeta, the biological son of the once notorious Red Marshal, who had evaded complete eradication. In terms of appearance and height, the resemblance indeed suggested a father-son relationship. You claim to have found Dr. Gero's grandson, but what of it? Behold this. Ma Zeta pivoted his computer around, revealing a name that had circulated widely on the internet, Sheru. He is the one who eliminated androids 17 and 18, and shares the name with the failed project of Dr. Gero, the ultimate android, Sheru. Moreover, judging by this design blueprint, this Sheru is indeed the very same. The towering assistant across from him calmly adjusted his lofty hairstyle and readjusted his glasses, responding, "This does bear some resemblance. However, isn't it possible that Dr. Jero merely devised this design in pursuit of exorbitant research funding? Let us set aside that discussion for now and focus on my discovery, Ma Zeta continued. Doctor, Jero had a brilliant genius of a grandson. Though he has seemingly vanished, most of his plans and designs remain preserved on his work computer. Thus, we can indeed realize the so-called android project. We merely lack a true implementer of his vision, do we not? And Dr. Jero's grandson, Hyde, is the talent I have procured for the organization. Chapter 19. Hyde. This chapter does not reference the comic, but rather the film. Please bear with it. I have enticed him with a substantial research budget, and he has consented to assist us in resurrecting the artificial human project. Most importantly, we aim to create the ultimate artificial being, another cell. What a peculiar notion. A substantial research budget? Do such things still entice anyone in this day and age? Mazetta gestured, and the assistant promptly understood, bending to help him trim a cigar, subsequently igniting it with a lighter. Mazetta took a puff and exhaled slowly, stating that he would provide all the materials and resources he needed, as long as he could recreate another cell, a formidable one, stronger than any other. A glimmer of greed flickered in Mazetta's eyes as he gazed at the photograph and comments of Cell on the computer, taking another drag. By the way, how did you discover this Hyde's abilities? We have searched for years without finding any talent. Mazetta sipped from his glass of pure water, displaying sheer ecstasy as if it were an elixir of the gods. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied that when he found Heidi, he was already accompanied by two artificial beings. According to him, that inheritance was spent on acquiring resources, and now he survives by combating illegal activities and eradicating evil. Combating illegal activities and eradicating evil? Mazetta paused momentarily, instinctively taking another puff. Oh, in simpler terms, it seems that in his eyes, those he perceives as wicked are subject to robbery. No, rather, he aids in their eradication while conveniently acquiring some resources. This Heidi is indeed intriguing. When can he come to meet me? Tomorrow. The scorching sun relentlessly poured its light and heat upon the earth, scorching the ground. While numerous individuals ventured out in search of resources, sweat cascading down their backs. Phew, it is indeed sweltering today. Fortunately, my battle suit is equipped with a temperature control system. A short, plump figure, with large eyes heavily lined with makeup, walked down the street. He donned a purple battle suit of his own design, adorned with yellow gloves and a yellow belt, his slick hair glistening brightly under the sun. Don't you agree? Gamma 2? 1? Heidi exclaimed, staring at a building ahead. Of course, Doctor. Your words can never be wrong. Self-proclaimed Doctor. Indeed. 1 echoed in agreement. The two rudimentary artificial beings beside him nodded in unison, clad in matching uniforms of different colors. A sinister smile crept across Hyde's lips as he beheld his creations. Gamma 1 and 2, feeling an immense sense of joy. Although they were merely constructed from simple materials and equipment, falling short of his vision of an invincible superhero, they were still quite impressive. However, the energy source remains a significant challenge. Contemplating this, Heidi furrowed his brow slightly, lifting his gaze toward the building ahead. The Universal Capsule Company, the enterprise of the wealthiest individual. Phone 1. Hyde remarked to his wrist. In no time, a yellow section of his wrist stood upright like an antenna, and a small robot resembling a wasp materialized on his wrist. Indeed, Cell frequently frequented this place, and the affluent Mrs. Bulma, a true hero, a magnificent hero. He resolved the issues posed by androids 17 and 18. The only discomfort I feel is the absence of the remnants. Otherwise, my Gamma series could have enhanced its combat capabilities. Hyde shook his head. He understood that Cell was a bioengineered being that evolved by absorbing androids 17 and 18. My grandfather committed numerous evils, yet in the end, he accomplished a commendable deed. Hyde's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dispatched Phone 1 once more and strode into the Universal Capsule Company. This time, he sought employment. Previously, he hesitated to apply as he preferred not to work under others. However, the circumstances had shifted. Working at the residence of the heroic Cell was not disgraceful. Moreover, this place teemed with resources, and coupled with the funds and equipment acquired from the Red Ribbon Army, he could better realize his research, couldn't he? Without delay, Hyde instructed Gamma 2 to carry him, and they swiftly arrived at the expansive warehouse where Bulma resided. With a confident stride, Hyde first adjusted his attire, then reminded Gamma 1 and 2 to be courteous, instructing them to bow upon meeting Mrs. Bulma. Understood. Okay. Both Gammas nodded simultaneously. Excellent. Hade tidied his hairstyle and knocked on a side door of the warehouse. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, I am here to apply for a job. I do not require a salary, merely access to some materials and equipment. Hade furrowed his brow and reiterated, I am highly capable. I am a super genius. I can create androids? Hade murmured softly, uncertainty lacing his voice. Click. The door swung open, revealing a narrow gap. You claim you can create androids, do you? Help me take a look at this blueprint first. Bulma thrust a large roll of blueprints directly into Dr. Hade's hands. Huh, a child? Surely you jest. Bulma scrutinized Hade's youthful visage with curiosity, preparing to close the door and return to her research when her peripheral vision caught sight of the two somewhat rudimentary androids behind him. You built those? You are also a genius? I constructed them, but madam, you are mistaken. I am not just a genius. I am a super genius. Hade grinned proudly and slightly bowed. The Gamma duo exchanged glances and similarly bent in a bow. Please allow me to join your research. I am certain I can be of assistance. As he spoke, Hade hesitated momentarily but pressed on. Dr. Gero is my grandfather. Naturally, I am even more of a genius than he is, given sufficient materials and equipment. Creating androids is quite feasible. Dr. Gero? You are the grandson of Dr. Gero? Bulma furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to close the door. However, my relationship with him is tenuous at best. He was absent at my birth, and my parents never held him in high regard. Nonetheless, that does not preclude me from being a remarkable genius. Gamma. Yes. Understood. Huh. Fighting injustice, eradicating evil, the Gamma duo. And I, Dr. Hade. The two Gammas struck what they deemed a heroic pose, confidently grinning at Bulma, with Hade crouched in the center, arms outspread. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Bulma mused, placing a hand on her forehead. She had confirmed that this youth was not a villain, merely somewhat eccentric, and the androids he fashioned shared this peculiar trait. Very well. It seems I cannot prevent this. Do come in. Bulma glanced at the Gamma duo, realizing that even the weakest android would pose a challenge for her. With Trunks and Cell-off training, what alternative did she have? Chapter 20, The Divine Realm. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Cell lay quietly on the spacious, plush bed, his eyes shut as if in slumber. Before him, Trunks had brought a small stool and gently settled upon it, his gaze intently fixed on Cell. Uncle Cell, please continue. I am truly eager to learn about the Super Saiyans. Trunks's voice brimmed with yearning and anticipation. Cell slightly turned, abruptly uttering a seemingly unrelated remark. Do not worry. We can remain here for quite some time. As for your mother, there is no need for concern, at least for a considerable duration outside. You are both safe. Trunks was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a statement from Cell. His brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired. Isn't it stipulated that one can only stay here for 2 days in a lifetime? We previously spent nearly a year here. Logically, we should only have a little over a year left. Cell opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of mystery. He softly replied, rules are not immutable. Sometimes, miracles occur at the most unexpected moments. This world is brimming with countless possibilities, and our situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Trunks blinked, striving to comprehend Cell's words, a wave of inexplicable tension and excitement washing over him. Could it be that Cell possessed a unique method or plan to extend their stay in this enigmatic place? Cell's gaze grew profound and distant, as if peering through the fabric of time to glimpse secrets unknown. He spoke slowly. The power of a Super Saiyan is boundless, yet to truly master it, one must endure numerous trials and tribulations. During this journey, time is not the sole limiting factor. With determination, courage, and wisdom, one can transcend the ordinary and create their own miracles. As Trunks listened to Cell's words, a surge of fervor welled up within him. He silently resolved to make the most of this precious time to explore the mysteries of the Super Saiyan and enhance his strength. Rules cannot be altered by oneself. Thus, one must learn to become a rule changer. Only then can one achieve great accomplishments. Follow me. Cell rose slowly, stretching slightly, and walked toward the expanse of blank space outside. Trunks watched Cell's series of movements, momentarily bewildered, his mind clouded with confusion. He had merely sought to inquire about the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet the conversation had veered toward the usage of the hyperbolic time chamber. Never mind, I will address it later, Trunks thought, shaking his head as he followed closely behind Cell, descending the steps toward the white space. This time was different from the last. He descended without the previous awkwardness. Proceeding with ease, Cell paused at a distance from the house, turning to Trunks and asking, "Do you know where this place is?" "What place?" Trunks furrowed his brow at the unexpected question. "Is this an alternate dimension?" He replied uncertainly. "Indeed, it is an alternate dimension. Since it is a dimension, it can be broken. In essence, any space can be shattered. It is merely a matter of power. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even the universe can be fractured in an instant. Thus, if you have the capability to break through this alternate space, you can move freely within it, just like this." With that, Cell suddenly began to gather energy. Golden flames surged from his body, coalescing into his right hand, igniting it in a brilliant hue of gold. With arcs of golden electricity swirling around, a formidable aura erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Cell's eyes narrowed sharply, a glimmer of gold emerging as his right arm expanded, and he swiftly unleashed a punch. Bang! Crack! Cell's fist struck the air, yet it resonated as if glass were shattering. The cracks spread rapidly, and Cell slowly withdrew his right hand, gazing quietly at the fragmented space before him. "Impressive, truly. You are remarkable, Uncle Cell," Trunks exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Although he understood what Cell was doing, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly awestruck. The very fabric of space had been shattered, an unimaginable feat. Boom. A vortex blossomed, the space ahead completely rupturing to form a large opening. Cell tilted slightly, allowing Trunks to glimpse the scene within. "What is this? The grand hall outside?" Trunks pondered, uncertain, as he looked up at Cell. "Indeed. This is the celestial temple of the outside world. I have forcibly breached the barrier between this realm and the external one. I shall grant you time. Whenever you achieve this step, we shall venture forth together." Sheru, with half-closed eyes, fixed his gaze upon Trunks. The Super Saiyan can generally be categorized into 3 stages, and you are but a hair's breadth away from the ultimate full power. Once you continue your training to the point of mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan at will, you shall attain full power. At that juncture, you must commence the pursuit of the Super Saiyan's limits, reaching the stage of Super Saiyan 2. This transformation is not arduous. Simply endeavor to attempt it, and when you are capable of fully unleashing the energy of a Super Saiyan, you shall succeed. As for the transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2, I can assure you there exist Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, albeit they are exceedingly challenging. You must awaken the Saiyan blood that resides within you. What? Do you have any doubts? Sheru inquired, observing the furrowed brow of Trunks. "Uncle Sheru, at what stage can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks pondered deeply before speaking. "Huh, what a curious question to pose to me." Sheru replied with a playful smirk. "Because, Uncle Sheru, you have stated that there are Saiyan cells within you. Thus you should also be able to transform into a form of Super Saiyan. Indeed, I possess them. However, I have yet to attempt it, as numerous matters have occupied my time. Now that you mention it, I am intrigued to give it a try." Sheru glanced at his hands. Logically, the S cells within him should suffice. Why not give it a shot? 50 times the power, paired with my unique, perfect physique. Perhaps I would commence at full Super Saiyan power. After all, I am Sheru, the most potent individual in the current Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 21, The Super Android? As Sheru contemplated further, his restless heart grew increasingly agitated. He lightly pressed his feet against the ground, allowing his body to levitate. With his legs crossed in midair, he commanded, "Trunks, stay back. I am about to attempt the transformation into a Super Saiyan, or rather, a Super Android." A smile graced Sheru's lips as he shot a warning glance at Trunks, who nodded obediently and soared into the distance. "Let me attempt this." Sheru's eyes gleamed with a hint of purple light before he shut them tightly, entering a meditative state. From afar, Trunks observed his uncle's peculiar behavior with a sense of intrigue. Shouldn't the transformation into a Super Saiyan be triggered by immense rage to unleash the latent power within? Yet, Uncle Sheru appeared serene, submerged in meditation. How could this be? Nevertheless, he resolved to trust that Sheru would not err. Trunks furrowed his brow, which deepened further moments later. Boom! A formidable aura emanated from Cell, exuding an overwhelming pressure that filled the air with a dissonant, jarring sound. The recently frozen ground shattered completely, vanishing into the ether. Has Uncle Cell begun to exert his power? Trunks thought, his eyes gleaming with intensity, brow furrowed, palms slightly damp with perspiration, and his heart racing furiously. He appeared exceedingly tense, as if he were the one attempting to transform rather than Cell. Yet, if Cell were to witness his demeanor, it would surely provoke a sharp, mocking comment. Damn it, you look as though I am facing my demise. Such words would inevitably spill forth. After all, this was not a perilous experiment. Even a failure would not spell disaster. Cell, immersed in concentration, suddenly found himself enveloped by a golden radiance that consumed his entire being. A tempest of brutality and rage, akin to a maelstrom of ferocious energy, surged through him. This recalled memories of his past life, abandonment by his parents, bullying by children in the orphanage, and mistreatment by a company manager in his adulthood. Good deeds were overshadowed, forcibly appropriated, while his failures were thrust upon him, leaving him blameless. All the instances of anger and resentment, from the past to the present, reverberated within his mind like a relentless echo. In an instant, the golden light swelled, and Cell unleashed a thunderous roar. Damn you! A series of shock waves erupted outward, detonating in the air, as immense energy surged forth, mingled with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire hyperbolic time chamber. The space trembled ominously, as if on the verge of collapse, with the very ground beneath Cell fracturing inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling in every direction. Cell released his entire aura in one explosive torrent. This power is overwhelming. Trunks gazed in stunned disbelief at Cell, who had risen into the air, continuously bellowing as the cracks expanded outward. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Trunks clutched his chest, feeling his heart pound violently, his legs trembling involuntarily in response to the immense aura. Sweat drenched his back, soaking his shirt. What? Trunks' pupils constricted as waves of energy transformed into powerful blades of wind, relentlessly striking toward him. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden hair shimmering, azure eyes ablaze. Surrounded by a fiery golden aura, he drew his sword with determination and swung fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. As the wind blades detonated, Trunks, with a grave expression, observed the relentless assault, unable to contain his frustration. What is this madness? Why do they only target me? Is Uncle Cell doing this on purpose? Trunks relaxed his body and mind, exhaling a breath of stale air. A resplendent golden light surged from his hand, enveloping the blade in a shimmering aura, where at its tip a delicate glimmer of gold emerged, continuously pulsating with radiant particles. Ah, the fruits of my training have finally manifested. Trunks beamed at the golden glow adorning his sword, elated that he had finally achieved this feat after numerous failures, doubting whether he would succeed this time as well. The techniques imparted by Uncle Cell had finally yielded some progress. As he observed the approaching wind blade, confidence surged within him. He positioned the sword horizontally before him, adopting a defensive stance. Clang! The moment the wind blade made contact with the blade, it was cleaved in half, dissipating into a gentle breeze, leaving only the sound of the impact echoing in the air. Huh! Truly formidable. Trunks gazed at his sword, a smirk unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Yet, upon catching sight of Cell, that smile vanished. Is Uncle Cell still a Super Saiyan? Why does his aura seem increasingly terrifying and continue to rise? A furious roar erupted from Cell's lips, and a golden flame erupted skyward, shattering the surrounding space and revealing the majestic exterior of the divine temple. The golden aura surged from his feet, dyeing his green form into a resplendent golden hue, resembling a gilded statue. His wings lifted slightly, arcs of golden electricity crackling and flashing, striking towards the outer divine temple. Boom! The divine temple erupted with several gaping holes as Cell's suddenly opened eyes revealed a glimmer of gold within his formerly violet irises, creating an alluring spectacle. It was as if he had awakened to a profound realization, sensing the immense power coursing through his body, momentarily taken aback. With a slight curl of his fingers, the overwhelming aura vanished instantaneously, the golden flames receding back into his being, while arcs of electricity surged into him. Phew! Cell exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated. Yet the echoes of brutal anger reverberated within his mind. He surveyed his radiant form, shimmering with golden brilliance, radiating dazzling light. Well, this transformation is rather impressive. However, wasn't I just engaged in a fight with the manager? It was quite exhilarating. How did I suddenly succeed in transforming? Cell furrowed his brow, realizing his transformation differed from others. Nevertheless, that sensation was rather pleasant. His frown eased, and the violent emotions swirling in his mind dissipated. Sensing Trunks' aura, he took a slight step forward, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind Trunks. Swish! A faint light rippled, the sword's edge aimed directly at Cell's head. Huh! Cell's gaze fixed upon the direction of the sword, and that surge of brutal emotion returned. Although to him, the movement appeared as slow as a snail. It was no reason for Trunks to dare strike him. With a light flick of his fingers, Cell shifted the sword away, and suddenly delivered a resounding slap to Trunks' face, instantly causing it to swell. What was that? Trunks exclaimed, opening his eyes to find his sword had slipped from his grasp. Upon seeing Cell's face, he instinctively covered his reddened cheek with his right hand, a look of embarrassment crossing his features as his lips twitched. Uncle Cell, do you believe I didn't notice you? Chapter 22, Super Saiyan 2 Hee. Cell's gaze was indifferent, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Trunks with a mocking glint in his eyes. Do I appear to you as a fool? In a swift motion, Cell delivered another sharp slap, this time to Trunks' left cheek, emphasizing symmetry in his assault. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the space, leaving Trunks cradling his left cheek, feeling utterly despondent. Woo-woo, Uncle Cell, please listen. I thought it was a wind blade. Your presence was so overwhelming that I couldn't discern it, right? Trunks' face was now swollen like that of a rotund individual, both sides equally inflamed, his words slurring as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Cell stroked his chin, appearing to ponder seriously. Wow, Uncle Cell, you look so handsome. Is this golden hue a sign that the Super Saiyan android has succeeded? Trunks quickly attempted to shift the conversation, noticing the transformation in Cell's appearance. Handsome? Cell replied flatly, although it was phrased as a question. His tone and expression conveyed a sense of affirmation. Absolutely. So handsome. I've never seen anyone so striking. Trunks nodded vigorously, the speed of his agreement creating an illusion of afterimages. Is that so? Ha ha ha. It seems you possess quite the discerning eye, Trunks, Cell remarked, teleporting with Trunks to the hall of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Cell's spirits lifted, the remnants of his earlier ruthlessness dissipating. With a swift motion, Cell placed a hand gently on Trunks' shoulder. Oh! Trunks shivered involuntarily from head to toe, his initial instinct to escape thwarted by Cell's grip. Uncle Cell? Is there something else? If not, I wish to train, Trunks said, retracting his neck and gesturing downward. How could there not be? I just remembered the best way for you to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Cell replied with a hint of mischief. Really? Trunks' eyes widened as he caught the mischievous glint in Cell's gaze. No worries, it's best to train steadily. Don't worry, I will assist you in solidifying your strength, Cell reassured, cracking his neck and lowering his energy to match Trunks. Clenching his fists, he declared, Come, let me see whether the Super Android or the Super Saiyan reigns supreme. Whoosh! As Sharu grasped Trunks' shoulder with a sudden yank, his body collided with a force akin to an iron mountain, sending Trunks hurtling backward. Ah, Uncle Sharu, are you serious? Trunks stabilized himself mid-air, gazing at Sharu below with a pained expression. Yet, his body remained obedient. With a swift motion of his right arm, his sword materialized in his grasp, and he lowered himself, positioning the blade horizontally before him. His left hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, sweeping across the blade, releasing a stream of golden light that surged into the sword. A soft hum resonated. The gossamer golden radiance flickered, showcasing a fierce edge. Trunks, observing the blade, smiled with pride and remarked, Uncle Sharu, you have underestimated me. In the presence of a similar aura, I possess a formidable weapon. Oh, achieving this stage is indeed commendable. But mine is greater. Sharu raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. He had not anticipated Trunks' profound understanding of the sword combined with his energy. Nevertheless, it was merely a fleeting astonishment. Exhaling a breath of murky air, which shimmered with a golden hue, Sharu grasped the essence, gradually forming it into an energy blade. Come on. Let us see who is superior. With a simultaneous roar, both charged toward one another, the clash of blade and sword creating a shower of golden particles. Trunks' eyes narrowed sharply, his right arm swelling as veins bulged on his forehead, forcefully striking downward. Sharu retaliated upward, and at the moment their weapons collided, Trunks' sword penetrated the energy blade. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Sharu scoffed coldly, the once ethereal energy blade solidifying once more, striking fiercely toward Trunks' chest, disregarding the sword's radiant assault. With a sudden flash, the blade pierced through, unleashing a crimson spray of blood. Meanwhile, Trunks' sword continued its relentless descent towards Sheru. The clash of energies sparked as it grazed Sheru's chest armor. But in the next instant, it cleaved through, revealing the grayish-brown flesh beneath. Both retreated simultaneously. Trunks, instead of surveying the long wound adorning his chest, cast a worried glance at Sheru. "Uncle Sheru? This?" Trunks looked at him with an apologetic expression. "Huh. You don't think you inflicted a significant injury on me, do you?" Sheru furrowed his brow as the grayish flesh began to weave together, ultimately restoring itself to its original state. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving a clear afterimage behind, and with a light step in the air, he thrust his right fist forward with great force. Not good, Trunks thought, raising his sword to defend, but in a mere moment, he was sent flying backward, a cry of agony escaping his lips. Humph. Sheru concentrated his hands, unleashing a direct wave of energy. A wave of golden energy surged forth, engulfing Trunks. His anguished cries echoed as he crashed to the ground, his clothing charred and his body emanating tendrils of black smoke. With a slow, deliberate flight, Cell hovered above, casting a condescending gaze upon Trunks. "Trunks," he began, his tone dripping with disdain, "your fighting spirit has clearly waned. Has the annihilation of androids 17 and 18 extinguished your resolve as a warrior? Did I not mention that our battle within the hyperbolic time chamber was one of sheer ferocity? How can you still harbor concerns for your foes? You must summon the determination to vanquish me. Think of your father, your uncles, and your brother Gohan. Even if they were resurrected, stronger adversaries would inevitably arise in the future, leading to their demise once more. Are you content with this fate? Will you remain the helpless child, merely a spectator?" Cell's voice crescendoed, an intangible pressure radiating from him, his golden aura growing ever more blinding. "Trunks, Gohan, you are both worthless, particularly you, Gohan, who fell so easily." Suddenly, the voice of Android 17 pierced the air, and Cell's visage morphed into that of 17. Trunks' eyes blazed crimson, an inferno of rage igniting within him. "Silence! Silence! Damn you, Android!" A flash of crimson light flickered in Trunks' mind. His aura surged, golden arcs of energy swirling around him as his pupils vanished, his hair standing on end, and a golden flame erupting skyward. A whirlwind burst forth from within him, causing the already unstable space around them to crackle and hum. Trunks abruptly lifted his gaze, focusing on Android 17. His eyes narrowed, and he declared, "Perish." Chapter 23. Transformation Revisited. Trunks raised his head, his once blue eyes now radiating a brilliant gold, revealing the verdant irises within, veins pulsing with intensity. 17. He glared at 17 with lethal intent, an unmistakable aura of pressure emanating from him as white steam exhaled from his lips. Trunks bent forward, placing his left hand on the ground while gripping his sword with his right, hoisting it onto his back. "Ah, here we go again," Cell mused, his gaze penetrating as he observed the disoriented Trunks below. Sensing an overwhelming power that far exceeded his own, Cell's body began to tremble, not from fear, but from exhilaration, the thrill of facing a formidable adversary. However, he resolved not to amplify his own energy, instead striving to expel any distractions within him to maintain the unstable full-power state of the artificial being. A smirk played on Cell's lips as he sank slightly, striking a combat stance in midair, his fingers beckoning Trunks. "Come, meet your demise. Prepare to die," Trunks roared, his feet pounding the ground as his form vanished in an instant. Impressive speed. Sheru's pupils dilated as he conjured an energy orb with his right hand, striking behind him without a backward glance. He was acutely aware that the patterns of combat in Dragon Ball dictated that every disappearance would inevitably lead to an appearance behind. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, striking Trunks squarely, yet it bore no fruit. Trunks, with half-closed eyes, swung his long sword fiercely, a flicker of golden light emanating from the blade, aimed directly at Sheru's head. Uffed. The sword pierced flesh, severing Sheru's head from his body. In midair, one could still glimpse the terror etched on Sheru's face, albeit wearing the visage of Android 17. "Huh." Trunks let out a low, furious roar, sheathing his sword as his hands began to form intricate seals in the air. Swish, 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 swish. Shadows of his hands danced, creating a tempestuous sound. When the seals were complete, his right hand transformed into a palm, a golden energy coalescing within, radiating immense power, crackling with a sizzling sound, shimmering with golden light. Arcs of electricity swirling, popping, and flashing. Farewell. No, never to be seen again. Trunks' voice, devoid of emotion, echoed as the energy in his palm surged forth with tremendous force. Bang! The golden light instantaneously engulfed Android 17's head, scorching half of his body before surging into the distance. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, smoke billowing, the very fabric of space trembling. Ha! Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, his eyes laced with crimson veins, presenting a particularly terrifying visage. Thud! The remnants of half a corpse fell to the ground, exuding thick black smoke, rendering it incomprehensible. Still a body? Then I shall reduce you to ashes. Trunks' eyes narrowed sharply, his body bending slightly backward, hands clasped behind him. Boom! A purple aura erupted from his being, fiercely ablaze, the void around him buzzing incessantly. Canon of the heavens. Trunks unleashed his hands, a wave of purple energy accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity, crashing down upon the earth. Bang! The black smoke dissipated in an instant, that half-corpse consumed utterly, vanishing within the tremendous purple energy wave, leaving not even a trace of ash. Now it is truly gone. Trunks, teetering on the edge of madness, laughed uproariously, his head tilted back in delirium. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive green orb floated in the air behind him, which, within moments, transformed back into Android 17. Android 17 tapped his head lightly, then stretched lazily, yawning. Nanny? Trunks, of course, heard it as well, his body twisting in disbelief towards the source. One step. Android 17 advanced a single step. An indescribable wave of terrifying pressure radiating from him, crashing down upon Trunks with ferocity. Trunks plummeted to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, akin to an invisible hand firmly pinning his body down. His gaze shifted, revealing a hint of unwillingness intermingled with a trace of fear. Step 2. Number 17 stood before him, lightly tapping his back. Thud! Bang! A tremendous force surged into Trunks' body, producing a thunderous sound. A wretched scream erupted from Trunks' lips, his bloodshot eyes painting a truly tragic picture. Enough of this, Trunks. Cell said in a calm tone, reverting to his true form. He delicately pointed a finger towards Trunks' neck. Crack! In an instant, Trunks' pupils vanished, and his head drooped limply towards the ground. Done. Now his Super Saiyan 2 transformation is complete, albeit through a rather grim process. Cell remarked, smacking his lips as he surveyed the bloodstains surrounding him. He slowly dragged Trunks' body towards the building in the rear, the originally pristine ground now tainted with a crimson hue. A month passed. Cell lay half-lidded on a large bed, observing Trunks as he trained, concerned about the proximity to the building and the potential for an explosion. He had moved the bed below. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough to withstand tenfold gravity without yielding. Watching Trunks as he practiced his swordsmanship, Cell shouted, "Too slow, too slow. Speed up." Responding to his words, Trunks, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, quickened the pace of his movements. The sword whistled through the air, dancing in his hands with ferocity, thrusts upward, slashes downward, sweeping horizontally. He executed a myriad of techniques almost effortlessly. Cell's lips curled into a smile as he observed Trunks' accelerating movements. This young warrior was progressing at an astonishing rate. In just a month, he had fully mastered Super Saiyan 2 and was attempting a transformation akin to his supercharged state, although he had yet to succeed. However, this was a testament to his dedication, as Cell had not instructed him in this regard. During this period, Cell had imparted all he knew about the Super Saiyan transformations, the various experiences of the Saiyans, and everything related to the Super Saiyans. He wished for Trunks to forge his own path, rather than merely emulating the route of Super Saiyan 3. After all, while that transformation surpassed Super Saiyan 2 in speed, power, aura, and defense, its sustainability was severely lacking, inflicting great harm on the body and depleting stamina excessively. Moreover, Cell recalled that in the future timeline depicted in the anime, Trunks had indeed mastered a transformation, not Super Saiyan 3, but one that achieved the power and speed of that form. Of course, he also intended to explore Super Saiyan 4, though not at this moment. Cell's gaze wandered, and he lightly tapped his armor, reflecting on his own mastery of the transformation into Android 1. Perhaps, in due time, he would experiment with 2, 100-fold. Sheru's eyes were gently closed, his face reflecting contentment. Chapter 24. The Genius. In the city of Shidu, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, little blue figures buzzed around, chattering incessantly like they were conversing with themselves. Hey, boss, that short fellow and those two shoddy androids really made it in, huh? Didn't Father order that no outsiders are allowed in this place? One little blue figure, just emerging from underground, wore a puzzled expression, clutching an unknown object while munching on it. He appeared rather foolish, stuffing his mouth with morsels. Close your mouth, number 6. Hasn't Father transmitted any memories to you? All you do is eat. Another remarked. That chubby one is also a scientist, and with Bulma, one responsible for energy creation and the other for crafting bodies. It's a formidable alliance. Truly a good thing. I don't care. With so many memories, who has time to review them? It's better to enjoy good food. Number 6 exclaimed, as he devoured a yellowish-brown solid in one go, satisfaction evident on his face as he patted his little belly. Boss, are you eating? Should I fetch more? No. Thank you. I do not require sustenance, replied number 1, known as the boss, hovering above with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, suppressing the urge to lash out. Number 6, if you eat any more waste, I'll take it upon myself to eliminate you on Father's behalf. What do you all think? Agreed, said number 2. Boss is mighty. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore, chimed in number 3. Sounds good, exclaimed number 4. I think number 6 is tarnishing the reputation of our Sheru squad. He must be eradicated. I support this, declared number 5. Boss, I won't eat anymore, I promise. Please don't tell Father. I'll work harder, I really will. Number 6 pleaded, disheartened by the support for his demise, hastily wiping the remnants of the yellow-brown substance from his hands. Suit yourself, number 1 murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Everyone, report your status. Nothing to report in the east. Nothing in the west. All clear in the south. Same for the north. And underground, too. Enough of the reports. I already know, number 1 replied, lifting his head slightly, his body coiling in midair, eyes narrowed. Among the 6 little figures, he alone was green, bearing a striking resemblance to Sheru, virtually a miniature replica. These beings were prepared in advance by Sheru before approaching the room of spirit and time to prevent any unforeseen incidents involving Bulma, thus forming the Sheru squad. Except for number 1, all the little Sherus possessed half of the true Sheru's combat power, with the strongest among them, number 1, boasting 70% of Sheru's strength. It could be said that aside from Majin Buu, he was the most formidable being on Earth. With their assistance in safeguarding Bulma, Sheru felt an immense sense of relief. Inside the expansive warehouse, Bulma exclaimed, Wow, Hade, you truly are brilliant. Please, come and assist me from now on. You've alleviated a significant burden for me. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the swiftly deciphered computer data, her left hand playfully patting Hade's shoulder. You are a genius. Hade, upon hearing Bulma's praise, scratched his head modestly and added, However, madam, you are slightly mistaken. I am not merely a genius. I am a super genius. He raised his short neck proudly. All right. You are a super genius, Bulma replied with a glance at Hade, thinking to herself how children relish compliments. Now, Mrs. Bulma, I have resolved all these issues. Could you show me the blueprints for the Eternal Energy Furnace? Hade gazed eagerly at the plans beside Bulma. Oh, certainly. You wish to upgrade your 2 android companions, correct? I can assist with that. Upon inspecting the 2 subpar creations beside Hade, Bulma handed over the blueprints. No need. I can manage on my own, Hade replied, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he took the schematics. With this, his Gamma series would no longer suffer from energy shortages, paving the way for infinite power. With this thought, Hade retrieved 2 capsules from his pocket and tossed them onto the vacant ground. Bang! A loud noise accompanied by a cloud of smoke engulfed the area, revealing the true nature of what lay within. A multitude of experimental apparatus and an abundance of materials, including food, water, and even several small robots, emerged. Wow! How do you possess such an array of materials? Bulma gasped, covering her mouth and nose in astonishment. Her own equipment paled in comparison, much of it having been destroyed, leaving only a fraction behind. Without Trunks and Sheru relocating Dr. Gero's belongings, she would have been unable to pursue her research on these robots. However, with Dr. Hade bringing his own technology, the need for further research was rendered unnecessary. He could transform inorganic materials, even non-human entities, into androids, a new breed of artificial beings. Their functionality and practicality ensured that these creations would obey their master's commands without fail, eliminating the possibility of rebellious scenarios akin to those of androids 17 and 18. In the realm of androids, Haid proved to be a genius surpassing her own, as he aptly claimed, a super genius. Oh, these materials? A portion is mine. But the vast majority were cunningly acquired from a group known as the Red Ribbon Army. It was indeed the organization my grandfather once joined. I deceived them into believing I wished to partake in their endeavors to study artificial beings. To my surprise, that fool handed over the materials to me without hesitation. Hyde let out a chilling smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Remarkably, the Red Ribbon Army has not been entirely eradicated. They truly exhibit resilience. Bulma expressed her astonishment. After all these years, remnants still linger beyond Dr. Gero? No matter. I recall they are your adversaries, correct? Once I employ the materials they provided, along with the eternal energy furnace to enhance Gamma, I shall eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Such threats to society must be eradicated, Hyde remarked, glancing at Gamma. Indeed, Doctor, my number 2 and number 1 will surely annihilate those villains. Number 2 chimed in cheerfully, draping an arm around number 1's shoulder. Chapter 25, Eternal Energy, is that so? You are indeed formidable. Bulma's lips twitched slightly as she gave a thumbs up towards Hyde. That is a given. One should not overlook my identity. Hyde's cheeks flushed, and he leaned closer to the various apparatuses ahead. Well then, Mrs. Bulma, I shall not disturb your work any longer. I must proceed to modify Gamma. With a wave of his hand, Hyde turned away and approached the equipment, retrieving a white lab coat from seemingly nowhere and draping it over himself. After placing Gamma into a specialized container, he began calibrating the machinery. Oh, I too must get busy. The time machine requires some assembly, followed by data input for thoroughness. Bulma exhaled a deep breath and turned towards a room behind her to commence her work on the time machine. To her left stood a nearly assembled time machine. Given the abundance of materials and equipment, coupled with her adept skills, most of the construction was complete. What remained were decisions regarding energy sources and some assembly adjustments. Bulma furrowed her brow as her hands danced rapidly over the keyboard, inputting numerous command codes. To her right lay the disassembled number 16, reduced to mere casing. With the eternal energy furnace and several crucial components removed, she had already connected the substantial eternal energy furnace to the time machine, aspiring to create a time machine powered by eternal energy, allowing her to traverse any era without the concern of energy consumption. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. That night, humanity had come to realize the demise of the androids number 17 and number 18. Across major cities, statues of Cell were erected, revered to an extreme degree, and a significant portion of daily life gradually returned to normalcy, at least. Many electrical systems had been restored. From the lofty heights, a dazzling array of lights illuminated the landscape, where even the most dilapidated houses glimmered with warmth. Survivors ventured onto the streets, no longer burdened by the fear of enemy attacks. Many people set up stalls, selling their goods amidst the vibrant atmosphere. At last, it is complete. The calibration of the time machine. Bulma gazed contentedly at her creation, stretching her limbs with a slight yawn and tapping her arms. It had indeed been exhausting, toiling day and night, yet she had accomplished it, the eternal energy version of the time machine. She pondered what exactly Cell intended to do with it. The very purpose of its creation was to resolve issues surrounding the androids, who had been vanquished. Now, what purpose did this serve? A hint of confusion crossed Bulma's mind as she reclined in her spinning chair, her thoughts wandering. What about Trunks and the others? How long were they planning to train? With Earth at peace, they still sought to grow stronger. She found herself baffled by the thoughts of those Saiyans. If they were to train for another year or two, who would keep her company? That little brat? Bulma paused, then rose slowly to her feet, turning off the lights and closing the door before heading towards Dr. Hito's lab, where he was working on the androids. Mrs. Bulma, good evening. It has been a while since I last saw you. Hito's eyes sparkled as he looked at Bulma, his arms opening slightly to reveal his latest achievement. Tada! Inside this nutrient pod resides the new Gamma. In approximately 3 months, they will awaken from within, and by that time, my research on the eternal energy furnace will also be complete. Once they are equipped with the energy source, it will be nothing short of perfection. Their power shall reach an incredible magnitude, akin to that of androids 17 and 18. each capable of defeating their opponents with a single blow. Hito animatedly gestured around Bulma, hoping to elicit further praise from her. Ah, what is this? Bulma regarded the gamma within the nutrient pod with an indifferent expression, but her gaze was soon captivated by another, larger pod. Within it, a small sphere, resembling a bean, was submerged in a green liquid, with white bubbles continuously rising to envelop it. Which one? Hito turned to follow Bulma's line of sight towards the pod. Oh, this one. It is a treasure I have crafted over the past 3 days. Despite my irritation at having to base it on Dr. Jero's research. This is the pro version of the superhero cell, an embodiment of my intellect. I have infused my own ideas into it, utilizing my new techniques for creating androids. However, as it is a biologically growing android, its development will be somewhat slow, taking roughly 6 months. The only dissatisfaction I have lies in the limitations of the equipment and materials. Currently, I can only produce the Shero Pro version, but once I have sufficient materials, I will be able to create the Promax version. At that point, I shall be the strongest in the universe. Hyde raised an eyebrow with pride, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes slightly. Oh, is this what Shero looked like as a child? Bulma pressed against the outer wall, her eyes wide as she stared at the small sphere within, which pulsated and contracted rhythmically. Can it surpass the current Shero? Bulma inquired, her tone tinged with doubt. I'm not entirely sure. Logically, a bioengineered being like Shero should only need to absorb life essence and energy to strengthen. According to what you mentioned, madam, if he engages in training and practice, his data will undoubtedly change, but it remains uncertain. Hyde shrugged, tapping the exterior of the nutrient chamber. Nonetheless, I still have faith in my creation. While it may not match the current Shero, its combat capabilities will not lag too far behind. 3 years passed. In the divine realm, within the room of spirit and time. Who keeps nagging behind me? Shero snapped out of his meditative state, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Feeling the surge of power within him, a subtle smile graced his lips. 3 years ago, in his normal state, he should have possessed nearly the strength of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 battling Majin Buu from the original story. In his transformation into a super android, his power multiplied 50-fold, reaching an extraordinary level, likely comparable to that of a Super Saiyan god. Now, he had mastered the transformation into Super Android 2, and his base power had significantly surpassed that of 3 years prior, undoubtedly exceeding that of a Super Saiyan god. Shero estimated that by the time he completed Super Android 3, he would reach the stage of Super Saiyan Blue. After all, with a 400-fold enhancement. Even if he could not match it precisely, the difference would not be insurmountable. Of course, these were merely his conjectures. Actual combat remained uncertain, as he had not yet engaged in a real battle. Super Android 3 is nearly complete. It should only take a few more days. I sense an opportunity. Shero spoke softly, lowering his head to gaze at his hands, tightening his grip slightly. With his body mastering the control of energy and achieving balance between spirit and form. The transformation into Super Android 3 should not result in excessive fatigue or inability to focus energy. Sigh. But how should I approach Super Android 4? I lack that furry tail. Should I wish for one from the dragon? Chapter 26. The exit. So, how will I achieve Super Android 4? I can't just create another tail for myself. Shero pondered, a hint of frustration on his face as he embraced himself, fingers lightly stroking his chin. While contemplating various possibilities, he felt an unusual pressure. This aura made his skin tingle with its intensity. Is that Trunks? With a hint of curiosity, Shero lifted his gaze towards the distance. Before him stood Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his eyes tightly shut and his long sword firmly grasped in hand. A delicate white luminescence danced along the blade, emanating a fierce aura. His golden hair, flowing gracefully in the air over the past 3 years, was rustled by a gust of wind, causing his garments to flutter. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize, and with each breath Trunks took, the intensity of the sword's aura grew more formidable. Buzz! A resounding sword cry echoed throughout the space. And in an instant, the white luminescence swelled and spiraled around Trunks, forming a vortex that enveloped him. With a sudden burst, Trunks opened his eyes, revealing 2 piercing glimmers. His muscles tensed, and his legs expanded with power, his aura surging to its zenith. Break! Trunks uttered softly as he thrust his sword forward. A remarkable blade of light shot forth, striking the dimensional barrier. Bang! In that moment, a small rift appeared in the space. a blinding white light radiating outward as if glass had shattered, with cracks spreading like a spider's web through the air. Wow. Impressive. Sheru's eyes brightened with admiration as he observed the scene. The might of this sword technique was formidable, capable of breaching the dimensional barrier in an instant. Yet, it was merely a small opening, likely insufficient for even a single individual to pass through, let alone two. Trunks, with a sudden effort, prepared to strike upward. But at that moment, the white luminescence abruptly dissipated. He halted mid-motion, the energy draining from him. Gasping, Trunks fell to his knees, sweat streaming down his face. Resembling a shell of exhaustion, his Super Saiyan transformation faltering as his golden hair reverted to its original hue. In a swift motion, Sheru stepped beside Trunks, his hands shimmering with golden light, striking Trunks with force. Puff! The golden light enveloped Trunks, replenishing his body with a substantial surge of energy. Wow! Uncle Sheru, have you completed your training? Have you grown significantly stronger? Trunks exclaimed joyfully, feeling the resurgence of strength within him. Not too shabby. Just at the level of the universe's finest. Sheru replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, why has your growth stagnated over these 3 years? Logically, you should have become much stronger. Sheru furrowed his brow, fixing his violet gaze intently upon Trunks. It's because I have been inspired by you, Uncle Sheru, and have devoted nearly all my time to mastering swordsmanship, thus neglecting my energy training. Trunks chuckled, scratching his head and lowering his gaze. What inspiration did I provide you? I was unaware. A large red question mark appeared above Sheru's head as he firmly grasped Trunks' shoulders, exclaiming loudly, Uncle Shalu, did you not tell me that those celestial beings fly with their swords, and that sword immortals can kill invisibly with immense power? You mentioned that a sword cultivator must possess a sword heart and a sword intent to truly embody the strength of swordsmanship. I find the world you've painted, Uncle Shalu, to be quite enchanting. Trunks grew increasingly animated as he spoke, breaking free from Shalu's grasp and demonstrating sword flight, sword techniques, and the manifestation of sword energy in a nearby clearing. Shalu was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Wait, you actually made it happen just because I mentioned it? The corners of Shalu's mouth twitched as he inquired, Trunks, how did you come to understand all this? Could you enlighten me? Of course. Trunks paused his swordplay and began to explain. First, sword flight is quite simple. One merely needs to master the control of their breath, allowing the sword to adhere closely beneath their feet to achieve flight. I find this move to be the most striking. Swordsmanship is not challenging either. Its principle is similar to the breath control you taught me before. It involves channeling a portion of one's energy into the sword and then manipulating it. At this juncture, I employ the technique I learned to condense energy into a sword, compressing it to form a blade of unparalleled sharpness. I've spent considerable time pondering those techniques, and I simply create them in the most impressive way possible. What do you think, Uncle Shalu? Do you understand? Trunks blinked his azure eyes and spoke brightly. Yes. I comprehend, more or less. Ha. Trunks, you truly are a genius, Shalu exclaimed, throwing his head back in boisterous laughter, the sound reverberating around them as his body trembled with mirth. It seemed he would need to regale Trunks with tales of fantastical novels and the techniques therein more often. This young lad's capacity to merge imagination with practical application was astonishing. He had conjured such an array of techniques in a mere 3 years through mere imagination and description. This thought brought to mind the scenes from the original work, where Goten and Trunks transformed into Gotenks. Surely those techniques were conceived by these two young rascals as well, filled with peculiar and whimsical wonders. Especially that technique capable of summoning spirits, which bore remarkable power, each spirit possessing its own consciousness, truly extraordinary. As Shalu pondered, he gave Trunks a hearty pat on the shoulder. Trunks, enthused, exclaimed, Am I a genius? Uncle Shalu has finally praised me. Indeed, you are a genius. However, I believe it is time for us to depart. Lingering here too long may not be wise. But didn't you say, Uncle Shalu, that if I cannot shatter space, I cannot leave? What use is the little I just shattered? Trunks stared at Shalu with wide, questioning eyes. Smack! Sheru delivered a sharp slap to Trunks' head, admonishing him sternly, You must learn to adapt and apply your skills flexibly. I can impart some energy to you. After all, you are already 16 years old, considering the time here. You need to think like an adult. If necessary, I could even remove your tail. It's your choice. Or you may opt for both. Chapter 27, Departure. Forget it. I won't remove it now. What if I damage it? Cheru mused, lightly tapping his forehead. He gathered a sphere of potent energy in his hand, then swiftly thrust it into Trunks' body. Buzz. The energy enveloped Trunks swiftly, revitalizing his parched physique. Moments later, the golden aura surrounding him faded, and Trunks' eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as he gracefully wielded his sword, feeling an incredible surge of power within him that surpassed his previous strength. Uncle Cheru, is this how I can leave? Trunks inquired, gazing at his hands and the sword he held, seemingly engaging in a dialogue with himself. Cheru glanced at the gleam in Trunks' eyes and nodded slightly, choosing not to speak. I understand. This technique can be even stronger. Uncle Cheru stepped back. Trunks proclaimed, his confidence soaring as the sword emitted a resonant cry, and his demeanor transformed dramatically. Cheru tilted his head and took a step back, observing Trunks' personal display from a distance. Whether he succeeded depended on his inner conviction. If he believed he could, then he would. Cheru crossed his arms, contemplating the swirling white energy around Trunks. Is he merging his energy with another system? No. It's merely an advanced method of energy manipulation. If Trunks can do it, then I certainly can as well. Cheru furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Trunks' form. Taking a deep breath, Trunks exhaled a cloud of turbid air and began to circulate his energy within, enhancing it. Suddenly, an immense surge of power erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption, overwhelming in its might. A dazzling golden flame shot skyward, enveloping him entirely. His once purple hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue, and his previously sapphire blue eyes shifted to a vivid emerald, radiating an exhilarating brilliance. As the energy continued to flow, waves of intense force erupted forth, creating a fierce whirlwind that whipped around him. The wind grew increasingly tempestuous, billowing his golden locks and garments, producing a resounding rustle. Simultaneously, arcs of blue electricity flickered around him, crackling audibly, as if ethereal dragons danced amid the flashes of light. However, at that moment, the white whirlwind that had been swirling around him vanished without a trace, replaced by a more transparent gas that silently permeated the sword's blade. Simultaneously, the incessantly swirling blue arcs of electricity seemed to be drawn towards the sword, converging upon it. In an instant, even the blazing golden flames disappeared without a shadow. Along with this disappearance, the immense pressure and oppressive aura surrounding Trunks dissipated. Cell squinted his eyes, observing the scene, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Buzz. The sound of the sword resonated, and the vibrant green in Trunks' eyes faded, transforming into a lustrous white jade-like hue, exuding an unprecedented aura. He now resembled a drawn sword, a sharp essence emanating towards Cell, leaving him astonished. Trunks exclaimed, his eyes glowing brighter, as he gripped the hilt of the sword and thrust it forward with great force. Whoosh! It was as if time slowed. The entire space fell into a profound silence, and a beam of sword light surged forth, piercing into the void ahead. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by the shattering of glass. As the space before Trunks violently fragmented, creating a hole the size of a basketball that began to heal slowly. Not enough. Trunks clenched his teeth, a fierce expression crossing his face, his aura skyrocketing once more. Grasping the hilt with both hands, an unending gale swirled around him, his muscles bulging, veins protruding, and the white light on the sword intensified as he struck down towards the mending rupture. Rumble. The long sword's white light extended dramatically, descending with an unmatched force, aimed at the fractured void. Crack, crack, crack. The entire expanse before him shattered, no longer just a small hole, but a vast area split open, with countless fissures spreading and slowly collapsing. Bang! The white light erupted brilliantly, unleashing an unparalleled wave of energy. Clap, clap, clap. Well done, Trunks. You're only a step away from this realm. I look forward to witnessing you break through the space entirely on your own strength next time. Cell approached, applauding while observing the sweat-drenched Trunks, patting him on the back. You've done remarkably well this time. Is that so? Trunks squinted one eye, gasping for breath. Sweat trickling down his forehead, some even entering his eyes and mouth. The salty taste made him smack his lips. Uncle Cell, it seems this isn't the time for chit-chat. Let us head out first. Otherwise, the space I painstakingly broke through will heal again. Trunks stood up, pointing towards the exit, speaking loudly. Is this so? There's no rush. We can take our time. After all, I'm here. However, Cher's expression suddenly turned serious as he grasped Trunks' arm tightly and activated his instant transmission ability, causing the two to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At the moment of their disappearance, the ruptured portal began to rapidly constrict until it vanished completely, restoring the entire space to its original state. In the warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma had long since grown accustomed to this environment and had no intention of relocating. Moreover, the presence of the time machine necessitated her continued presence here for certain adjustments. Although the time machine had been constructed, there remained several calibration tasks to undertake, and staying here proved to be more convenient. Additionally, she required Hade's expertise to elucidate some matters concerning the androids, though she was reluctant to admit it. Hade had indeed reached an extraordinary level of proficiency in the creation of androids, far beyond her own capabilities in this particular domain. To call him a super genius would not be an exaggeration. Sighing softly, Bulma lamented, this era truly belongs to the youth. As I age, my mind keeps pace. But my body does not. She caressed her face, now lined with wrinkles, her fingers trembling slightly as she reflected on the relentless passage of time. Well, I suppose I should return to work. I'm just one step away. Instantly regaining her focus, Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard, connecting several lines of code to Android 16's head. Her current task was to restore 16's mobility. After all, she had thoroughly analyzed his data and now merely needed to modify his command code, changing the directive to kill into a mandate to cherish humanity, love the Earth, and protect her company and Trunks. After all, with Sheru's immense power, such precautions might be unnecessary, and it was likely that upon revival, Vegeta would scoff at such trivialities. This directive is to kill Goku? Let's see if I can amend this. Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiar name, her mind momentarily clouded. Just as she completed the modifications and prepared to assemble and activate Android 16, she felt an unusual gust of wind behind her. Curiously turning her head, her previously expressionless gaze now sparkled with excitement. Trunks? Is that really you, all grown up? She exclaimed. Look at those impressive muscles and that hair. My Trunks has truly transformed into a formidable man. Bulma's sparkling eyes widened in surprise as she playfully poked at Trunks' muscular arm, giving it a gentle knock. Mom, there's someone else here. Trunks blushed, lowering his head, feeling a bit shy as he glanced at Sheru beside him, casting a tentative look. Upon encountering the emotionless visage of Cell as he gazed ahead, he exhaled slowly. Trunks, you haven't spent a full 3 years in that hyperbolic time chamber with Cell, have you? You've changed so much, transformed into quite the handsome young man, Bulma remarked, her tone laced with both uncertainty and affirmation. Indeed, madam. Those 3 years have rendered Trunks and me stronger than anyone else in this universe, Cell interjected, his tone brimming with confidence. Is that so? I would assume as much. However, your hair could use a trim, Trunks. Later, your mother will give you a haircut. A shorter style would suit you better, Bulma said, rubbing her hands together with delight at the sight of her dashing son. Oh, by the way, Cell, the time machine is nearly complete. And I've upgraded it by integrating the Eternal Energy Core from Android 16. Theoretically, this time machine can now facilitate an infinite number of time travels, Bulma suddenly whispered, as if struck by a thought. Oh, is that so? What a delightful surprise. I had anticipated a longer wait, Cell responded, his previously calm eyes now shimmering with intrigue. He lowered his arms, which had been crossed in front of him. Would you like to see it? You can take a look first. The operating instructions are on the computer in that room. I'll give Trunks a haircut and change his clothes. This outfit is in tatters. Leaving him with just a tank top, Bulma murmured, pointing toward the large black door at the back, indicating to Cell, before leading Trunks back to her room. Understood. You may go about your tasks, Cell replied. Oh, by the way, I initially intended for the time machine to be yellow. But I reconsidered and decided that green would suit you better, so I changed it. I hope you like it, Cell. With that, Bulma closed the door, leaving only the sound of it shutting behind her. Is that so? I truly appreciate it, Cell said with a genuine smile, then pushed open the door. What greeted him was the familiar design he had envisioned, now adorned in green, matching his own attire. Bulma truly had a thoughtful disposition. A grin spread across Cell's face as he approached and gently caressed this pinnacle of technological advancement in the Dragon Ball universe, surpassing even the divine time rings that could not traverse the continuum of time at will. Bulma was indeed remarkable. Cell's gaze was captivated by the perfection of the time machine, for according to Bulma, he could use it to traverse various timelines, pursuing all that he desired, even venturing into the realms depicted in the theatrical films. For him, this place was no longer merely a spectator's realm. It had transformed into a reality where the wish-granting dragon and the sovereign who governed all truly existed. Since the time machine had been completed ahead of schedule, it was time to revise the plans. The first order of business would be to seek the Dragon Balls of Namek. That wish could no longer wait. His thirst for power was insatiable. Soon, Shara memorized the operating methods of the computer before him, and with a sense of satisfaction, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. As he turned to return to his designated quarters for a brief respite, he unexpectedly encountered an individual who should not have been present. "Is that Dr. Hade?" Shara squinted, placing a finger to his ear, and whispered, "Shara Squad. Number 1, why did you not report this intelligence?" "Father, I thought you would want to see it upon your return, so I didn't think to report." Suddenly, a miniature version of Sharu appeared before him, standing on the ground, its diminutive form barely reaching half of Sharu's height, wide-eyed and feigning cuteness, blinking innocently. All right, who are you trying to impress with that act? Off you go. I have serious matters to attend to." As Sharu regarded the adorable antics of Number 1, the impulse to swat him away vanished in an instant. Gesturing for Number 1 to leave, he proceeded towards Dr. Hade. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly. Sharu moved swiftly, soon arriving in Hade's vicinity. Number 1, relieved that his father had not chastised him, wore a triumphant expression and vanished from sight. "You must be Dr. Hade," Sharu declared, standing a short distance away, arms crossed. Speaking in a measured tone, though his voice was soft, he ensured that the figure before him could hear. After all, this individual was adorned with noise-canceling headphones. What was that? Who was calling me? Dr. Hade removed his headphones, halting his eating, and stood to face the source of the sound. "Ah, is that the hero Sharu?" Hade's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had encountered his idol, casting aside his headphones. "Is this real? Could it be an illusion from too much experimentation? I haven't seen you in days, and now I've finally caught you." He rubbed his eyes, a mix of exhilaration and disbelief washing over his features. In his fervor, he momentarily forgot that his initial motivation for this job stemmed from the surveillance of Sharu's last appearance in the area, which had led him to take this position. Even the scheme to deceive the Red Ribbon Army was a ploy to ingratiate himself with individuals like Bulma. After all, they were considered adversaries of the Red Ribbon Army. Such actions not only garnered goodwill, but also provided access to valuable research equipment and materials. What could be more advantageous? "Hero?" Shara shook his head and responded. "What makes me a hero? Care to enlighten me?" He lowered his arms and stepped closer, scrutinizing Hade, confirming that this was indeed the individual he recognized from the later arcs of Dragon Ball Super. He had created 2 gamma androids of extraordinary strength, capable of achieving Super Saiyan Blue levels when fully powered, despite the considerable energy expenditure involved. What concerns him the most is the so-called Cell Max, whose formidable power is strikingly evident in the narrative. If Dr. Hito were to perfect the aspect of controlling his brain, one can only imagine the extent of his strength. A flicker of desire ignited within Cell, and he suddenly sensed something, directing his gaze towards the immense container beside him. Oh! His pupils dilated as he focused on the small, retracting sphere at the center. "Are you unaware? Because you vanquished androids 17 and 18. You are now universally celebrated as the hero Cell." Dr. Hito exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, his toes tapping against the ground, fingers intertwined, appearing somewhat fidgety, completely oblivious to the change in Cell's expression. "Is that so? That sort of thing, never mind. Let me ask you, what is this? What are you creating?" Cell's eyes were fixed intently on the sphere within the container, pointing at it with a hint of eagerness in his voice. Dr. Hito, momentarily taken aback by Cell's knowledge of his name, faltered. "Ah, this." Dr. Hito's face clouded with concern. Could it be that the hero Cell would be angered upon seeing my intention to create another version of him? "It's all right, just tell me. I won't be upset." Cell reassured him, observing Dr. Hito's anxious, yet slightly awkward demeanor. Their eyes met briefly, and Cell slightly adjusted his fervent emotions. "This is my creation, the Cell Pro version." Dr. Hito hesitated, muttering softly, as if embarrassed, while fiddling with the headphones he had just discarded. "Cell Pro version? Not Max?" Cell was momentarily taken aback. The name seemed to differ slightly from what he had known. "Huh, idol. How did you know I was going to create Cell Max? However, You are slightly mistaken. My true objective is not Max, but rather the Pro Max Ultimate Cell. He shall be my magnum opus Pro Max? That sounds promising. Cell nodded eagerly, inquiring, how long will it take to create this? He grasped Dr. Hito's shoulders, his face nearly touching Hito's. Well, this Dr. Hito's face flushed, stammering as he searched for words, glancing left and right at the ground. Cell seemed to realize something, creating a slight distance from Dr. Hito, clearing his throat before gently asking again, may I inquire, Dr. Hito, how long until this creation is successfully developed? Cell's demeanor turned serious. His very essence, his being, was igniting his nerves, whispering to him of his desire to consume the small sphere before him. It is noteworthy that he had never felt such an overpowering urge to devour when he encountered androids 17 and 18. Yet, upon first glimpsing the cell embryo, his eyes seemed magnetically drawn, and his body felt ensnared. Suddenly, he recalled the draft left by Dr. Gero, which ominously stated that the final evolution would consist solely of his own name. Could it be referring to another cell? Thus, is the ultimate evolution merely the act of devouring another self? The more Cell pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for it could elucidate the intense feeling of consumption he experienced within. Hyde gazed at the gentle demeanor of Cell before him, feeling as though he had savored an exquisite piece of limited edition chocolate cake, his heart swelling with sweetness. Then, as if resolute, Hyde inhaled sharply and declared loudly, if you have any requests, Idol, I can fulfill them 3 months in advance, but I would require just a drop of your blood. He illustrated this by bringing his thumb and forefinger together, leaving only a slight gap, as if to signify just a little. 3 months, just a drop of blood. Is it? Cell snapped back to reality, scanning the vicinity of the lab before retrieving an enormous vessel from below. He then transformed his right hand into a pointed blade, conjuring a small energy sword, which he used to create an incision, from which a copious amount of fresh blood began to flow forth. Observing this, Cell furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though the blood was flowing too slowly. In a decisive move, he sliced open his entire left hand, squeezing out all the blood within, tightening the severed limb, and in an instant, a vast quantity of blood gushed forth until the container was brimming. Only then did he turn to Hyde and inquire, how is that? Is it sufficient? If not, I can certainly produce more. As I understand that you scientists often hesitate to ask for materials, allow me to provide you with extra. Cell pivoted, blood splattered across his face. Yet he regarded Hyde with a benevolent expression. No, truly, I only require a tiny amount, Hyde exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the blood and the sacrifice made by his idol, deeply moved. Initially, I only need a substantial quantity of mixed cells. The cultivation process is swift, and my research indicates that cells' growth will accelerate. My request for blood is merely to obtain the cells within. This excessive amount is unnecessary. Cell explained, his voice diminishing as he appeared to contemplate something. Thus, the once joyous expression on Cell's face became momentarily frozen, gradually dissipating, and his gaze toward Hyde transformed, imbued with a different emotion. Is that so? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Cell's countenance shifted back to a genial one as he spoke slowly. I misspoke earlier. This blood is indeed essential. Without it, Cell Pro cannot possibly grow. Hyde forced a smile, hastily adding, I see now. I knew my efforts would yield results. The next steps are up to you. Cell joyfully patted Hyde on the shoulder, his form vanishing in an instant as he returned to his quarters. For the time being, he wished to avoid Hyde, seeking a moment of tranquility. Chapter 30, A Dull Day. I forgot to ask how you knew my name, Idol. How thrilling. I was so excited that I neglected to take a commemorative photo, Hyde murmured, perplexed as he scratched his head, reflecting on the words he had just uttered. Why does it feel as though I have suddenly frozen in the presence of my idol, unable to utter a single coherent sentence? Moreover, why must I hasten the production of the Shara Pro version? Hyde furrowed his brow, endeavoring to recollect the conversation he had just engaged in, seeking to extract some clues from it. As he murmured to himself, he delved into his computer, searching for information regarding Sheru. After an extensive search, he finally unearthed some insights within Dr. Gero's exposition on Sheru and the research report concerning its evolutionary process. Could it truly be so? The findings aligned closely with my earlier conjectures. Dr. Gero's creation of Sheru achieves evolution through the consumption of other beings. Thus, could its ultimate evolutionary form entail the consumption of its very essence? Hyde's gaze deepened, as if he had pierced through to the core of Sheru's nature. To devour another Sheru would allow the myriad complex bloodlines within to amalgamate, thereby forging a wholly unique lineage, pioneering an entirely new species. In light of this, my role represents a significant advantage for the idol. A sudden epiphany illuminated Hyde's mind, as if he had grasped a profound understanding. Should he successfully create the Sheru Pro, it would signify that Sheru would consume itself, thereby achieving the pinnacle of evolution. In other words, he would be the pivotal catalyst in this evolutionary process. This is nothing short of divine orchestration. With this revelation, I, Hyde, shall devote my utmost efforts, employing every optimal resource to further refine this endeavor. A sinister smile crept upon Hyde's face as he activated a specialized apparatus and unhesitatingly poured an entire bowl of fresh blood into it. He then injected this blood into the nutrient chamber, meticulously targeting the circular embryo of Sheru. Gurgle, accompanied by a low, resonant sound. The liquid within the nutrient chamber began to churn violently, countless bubbles surging forth and bursting. The once quiet circular embryo suddenly contracted sharply, as though being squeezed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the powerful attraction generated by this contraction drew the freshly injected blood into the embryo with unimpeded ease. Thud, thud, thud. Following this, a thunderous heartbeat resonated through the air. The circular embryo began to fissure from the center, and a peculiar figure, reminiscent of a human yet distinctly different, emerged. This figure expanded at an astonishing rate, reaching the size of the nutrient chamber in mere moments. By heavens, what could possibly be contained within the idol's blood? How could my Sheru Pro be maturing at such an extraordinary pace? It appears that thus far, a certain mutual attraction exists between these two Sherus, with their consumption leading to monumental transformations. Heidi pressed closely against the petri dish, intently observing the transformations of Cell Pro, his eyes widening in astonishment. He gently adjusted his short hair, beginning to scan the current data of Cell Pro, preparing to transfer it to the computer for further study. The rhythmic clattering of keys echoed as Hyde's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Remarkable. The blood contained an immense reservoir of energy, not only replenishing the cells required by Cell Pro, but also supplying all the energy necessary for its growth. There was no longer a need for me to provide energy. It was merely a matter of waiting for the development of its organs and tissues for Cell Pro to reach completion. Hyde's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt an urge to slice Cell for further investigation, for according to the data derived from Dr. Jero's research, Cell should not possess such formidable power and energy. The energy embedded within that blood was indeed vast beyond description. Presently, it seemed that a week's time would suffice, perhaps even leaving some spare moments. In Cell's chamber. Upon returning, he first extended his arms before reclining on the plush, expansive bed. His expression was a mix of exhilaration and a hint of melancholy. Was his next evolution to consume himself? Dr. Jero's intellect was quite extraordinary. A slight smile crept onto Cell's lips as he raised an eyebrow. Yet, he felt an unsettling emptiness within. Perhaps too much blood had been infused, for now, he experienced a slight dizziness. Cell propped himself up on the bed. One hand pressed against his forehead, sensing a general malaise. Resigned, he settled into a lotus position, entering a meditative state to restore his bodily equilibrium, striving to find comfort. Thoughts raced through his mind. If he could just wait another 3 months, he would achieve the ultimate evolution. After consuming Cell Pro, he pondered what transformations his body would undergo. Surely, it would not significantly enhance his strength or aura. Rather, it was likely to bring his physical capabilities to a state of true perfection. Soon, Cell calibrated the balance between body and spirit, and the sense of weakness gradually dissipated, restoring him to his former vigor. The once dim violet of his eyes now shimmered with vibrant brilliance. How exhausting. Cell wiped the perspiration from his brow and rose, determined to seek out Trunks. After all, idleness was unproductive. It would be far more beneficial to venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, to fulfill his innermost desires and revive the fallen. If only he had some Senza beans, they would be rather convenient. Alas, Cammy was nowhere to be found, and it was uncertain whether he had perished or simply vanished. Cell's face betrayed a hint of regret as he knocked on Bulma's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, are you still preoccupied with your haircut? I have matters to discuss with Trunks. Sheru's violet eyes shimmered with anticipation as he awaited the arrival of the future Z warriors. After all, Many of those individuals were familiar to him. Among them, he was particularly eager to witness how Krillin managed to breathe without a nose. Chuckling softly, Shara shook his head, dismissing such frivolous thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Trunks with his classic hairstyle. For a fleeting moment, Shara was momentarily entranced. The resemblance was uncanny. The blue denim jacket, black cargo pants, and yellow combat boots all evoked nostalgic memories for Shara. He mumbled softly to himself, barely audible. "What do you mean, same?" Trunks furrowed his brow, catching a faint whisper from Shara. "What do you mean by that?" "I could say you're acting foolish." Shara scoffed, rolling his eyes before playfully slapping Trunks on the forehead. "By the way, are you still searching for the Dragon Balls? If you're free, accompany me to New Namek." "Of course I'm searching. I have time now. How about we head there right away, Uncle Shara?" Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing as if the world around him blurred for a moment before returning to focus. "Let us go then." Shara waved his hand dismissively, glancing inside to see Bulma resting on a recliner, her eyes closed in slumber. "Tired, I see," he mused, slowly stepping forward. He inadvertently spotted the room housing the time machine. After careful consideration, he decided it was prudent to keep such an item accessible at all times. With deliberate steps, he entered the room, transformed the time machine back into a capsule, and handed it to Trunks. "What is this?" Trunks inquired, examining the unfamiliar model closely. However, he quickly set it aside, prioritizing the search for the Dragon Balls, deeming everything else secondary. "Let us step outside. I need to gather a few people," Shara remarked casually, placing his hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. High above the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Number 1 sensed a shift and turned to glance behind him. In the next moment, Shara and Trunks materialized before him. "Father, did you summon me for something?" Number 1 tilted his head, his large eyes filled with curiosity. "Why is he coming to see me now?" "Ah, no, wow, Uncle Shara. You've had a child. Why didn't you tell me?" "How adorable," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. He was taken aback, never imagining that Uncle Shara, a synthetic being, could have a child. "Wait a minute, Uncle Shara. You can have children? Alone?" Trunks appeared somewhat disoriented. Can men really bear children now? Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Cell struck Trunks across the face, the sound reverberating loudly. "Do not interject and refrain from asking questions." Cell warned Trunks with a piercing glance. Trunks, now cupping his swollen cheeks with both hands, nodded submissively, resembling a quail, his earlier curiosity completely extinguished. Observing this scene, Number 1's lips twitched slightly as he recalled his own experience of receiving a similar slap. "Ouch, just thinking about it was painful. Now let us focus. Call your comrades over. We are embarking on a journey to New Namek. We shall leave this place unattended for now," Cell remarked, casting a glance at the Capsule Corporation below. "On second thought, you alone shall accompany me. It is best for the others to remain here," he added after a moment's contemplation. "Come, Trunks, rest your shoulder upon mine. We are ready to depart," Cell said, his tone slightly irritated as he observed Trunks still rubbing his cheek. "Oh, all right," Trunks exclaimed, hastily complying, eager to avoid further punishment, and quickly draped his arm over Cell's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from their previous location. Trunks was already aware of the direction to New Namek and could easily navigate there. As for Number 1, he was capable of the same technique and did not need to follow. New Namek. The environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the now destroyed Namek, with a verdant sky, green lakes, and even the inhabitants exuding a green hue. It was indeed a planet awash in lush greenery. Today, it was about to welcome two beings adorned in green. In the largest tribe of the Namekians, the venerable elder Muley was joyfully playing with two children. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized behind him. Muley paused momentarily, his expression shifting as if sensing an anomaly, his previous smile brightening further. He whirled around suddenly, his tone warm. "Mr. Goku, you have come," but before he could finish, confusion and wariness clouded his features as he beheld the 3 unfamiliar figures before him. "Who are you? How did you arrive on our planet? And why do you bear the essence of Mr. Goku?" Muley's demeanor turned serious as he questioned them, his voice raised, while he gently set the 2 Namekian children down, positioning them protectively behind him. The Namekians working nearby, as well as those inside the dwelling, heard Muley's call and hurried out, surrounding the 3 intruders. The trio in question consisted of Cell, Number 1, and Trunks. Number 1 showed little interest in Muley's loud exclamation. Yet a glimmer of disdain and mockery flickered in his eyes upon seeing the multitude of Namekians blocking their path. Trunks, on the other hand, wore a troubled expression, his cheeks sagging, appearing both dejected and helpless. His hands gesticulated continuously as he endeavored to elucidate something to the surrounding Namekians. In stark contrast, Cell exuded an air of calmness, his face devoid of any discernible expression. He gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, for at that moment, Trunks, overwhelmed with confusion, began to ramble incoherently. Subsequently, Cell turned to face Muley, speaking in a tone that was both gentle and resolute. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed elder. The 3 of us hail from Earth. Cell's voice was resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the venue, ensuring that every individual present could distinctly hear his words. Earth, elder. They claim to originate from Earth, exclaimed one Namekian. It was Earth that once saved our Namekian people. Indeed, just look at them. They do not appear to be malevolent. The crowd of Namekians buzzed with discussion, scrutinizing the 3 strangers and nodding in approval. Certainly, the trio possessed striking appearances, not at all resembling villains. Earth, do you have any evidence? And what is this aura surrounding you? Muley pondered for a moment before inquiring. Ignoring the questions, Cell stated matter-of-factly, I have come to resurrect Goku and the souls of those who perished on Earth. Your saviors. Do you not care? Boom. His declaration unleashed a tremendous wave of astonishment. Mr. Goku is dead? Is that true? He was a formidable warrior who even vanquished the tyrant Frieza. How could he have fallen so easily? Wait, are you saying Mr. Goku has passed away? How could this be? Elder Muley's eyes widened, his arms trembling slightly, filled with disbelief. In his view, Goku was in his prime, immensely powerful. How could he have met his end so prematurely? The assembly buzzed with speculation, though a few youthful Namekians appeared perplexed, their expressions clouded with confusion as they glanced around. Mr. Goku has died? What of Gohan? Has Gohan perished as well? A noticeably youthful voice emerged from the side, belonging to a moderately tall Namekian. His face etched with concern, hands clasped together, speaking softly, yet Cell could still hear him. Ahem. Cell cleared his throat, spreading his arms downward to quell the murmurs of the crowd. Beside him, Trunks quivered at the mention of Gohan, fixating intently on the young Namekian who had just spoken. Silence. Elder Muley's gaze revealed a hint of sorrow, but he stepped forward to restore order. Soon, the once chattering tribe fell silent. Let the guest from Earth speak freely. Do not hold back. Elder Muley implored, his countenance grim. Cell nodded and began recounting the events that had transpired on Earth following the Frieza incident. From the very beginning, Frieza and his father, King Cold, were vanquished by the formidable son Goku upon their arrival on Earth. Following this, Goku tragically succumbed to a sudden and severe heart ailment. Soon after, the androids, number 17 and number 18, emerged, wreaking havoc upon humanity and laying waste to cities. One by one, the warriors of Earth fell, including Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta, until only the sons of Vegeta and Goku, Trunks and Gohan, remained to fight side by side. However, Gohan too met his demise at the hands of the androids, leaving Trunks to stand alone. Ultimately, it was Cell, who had trained Trunks to reach an extraordinary state, who triumphed over the androids, thereby saving the world. With a sigh of relief, Cell exhaled slowly, remarking on the extensive tale he had just recounted. So there you have it. I trust one have made myself clear. Might I borrow your Dragon Balls? Cell gently patted the emotionally stirred Trunks, speaking in a soothing tone. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, wiped away his tears and regained his composure. Meanwhile, the young Namekian, visibly affected, reacted with realization. Indeed, he is dandy. Cell cast a glance at the weeping Namekian, who appeared diminutive in comparison, reflecting on the tumultuous experiences of Earth over the years. Ah, it seems your planet has undergone quite the ordeal. Ahem, you may borrow the Dragon Balls without concern. Over the years, we have learned from past lessons and have upgraded the Dragon Balls multiple times. Palunga's power has significantly increased. Even if Mr. Goku's passing was due to natural causes, he can be revived, albeit at a substantial cost to Palunga's energy, necessitating a 2-year rest. Mori, with a wry smile, addressed the trio, noting his newfound ability to revive multiple individuals simultaneously. He then turned to the elders, signaling them to retrieve the Dragon Balls from their respective tribes. The Namekian tribes had established themselves in close proximity, making the task rather convenient. Trunks, you must embody the spirit of a man. Your brother Gohan will soon return. Why are you weeping? Cell looked down at Trunks, who barely reached his chest, with a hint of exasperation. Woo-woo. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Trunks wiped his tears, only to have them flow more abundantly, dampening his clothing. Enough of the tears. Keep crying, and I shall reprimand you. Number 1 fluttered above Trunks, landing on his shoulder and playfully tugging at his ear. Behold my ear technique. Huh. Ouch. You little rascal. Trunks exclaimed, ready to admonish Number 1. Only to find him hiding behind Uncle Cell, making faces at him, leaving Trunks at a loss for how to respond. All right. You two are mere children. Cease your clamor. Look, that little imp is already in tears because of you. With a furrowed brow, Cell pointed at Dandy ahead and casually tossed Number 1 from his shoulder, a hint of amusement in his tone. Is that not the Namekian from earlier? Trunks pondered momentarily before striding towards him. Meanwhile, Number 1 puffed up his cheeks, glaring at his father with wide eyes, seated on the ground in a fit of frustration. Oh dear, it has been quite a while since I last struck you, hasn't it? Cell smacked his lips, his right hand poised to rise, only to witness Number 1 springing up instantly, adopting a well-behaved stance at attention. Cell, albeit reluctantly, grappled with the decision to refrain from striking him, but ultimately, with a clenched jaw, he resolved to deliver a slap to Number 1 and imparted a piece of wisdom. Strike the body, yet it is my heart that suffers. Meanwhile, Trunks approached Dandy gradually and, standing at a respectful distance, inquired, Do you know Gohan? What? Dandy's eyes sparkled with tears as he turned to Trunks. You are Trunks, aren't you? The son of Mr. Vegeta? You bear a striking resemblance to him. I do know Gohan. He is both my savior and childhood companion. Dandy replied warmly. Is that so? Could you share your story with me? Trunks' demeanor softened upon learning of Dandy's connection to Gohan. Certainly. Dandy beamed, reminiscing about those cherished memories, a smile gracing his lips despite the tears in his eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dandy, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Trunks. I am Trunks. Greetings to you, Dandy. Soon, the two began exchanging tales of Gohan's adventures on Earth and Namek, laughter and joy accompanying their conversation, especially knowing that Gohan would soon be revived, alleviating their sorrow. Well, Cell, feeling somewhat bored, began to survey the unique artistic aesthetics of the Namekians. Oh wait, a thought struck Cell suddenly, and he strode decisively towards Trunks, seizing him by the collar and dragging him towards Elder Guru. Wow, Uncle Cell, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. Trunks flailed about, being pulled along the ground by Cell. Elder, if I recall correctly, this type of Namekian possesses the ability to help others unlock their potential, correct? Yes, Mr. Cell, but no, not me. It is this lad. Cell hastily waved his hands, pointing at the bewildered Trunks. Me? Trunks, equally astonished, indicated himself. What potential do I possess? Are you jesting? As he freed himself from Cell's grasp, Trunks stumbled to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. So my slow progress is due to a lack of unlocked potential? His gaze flickered between Cell and Elder Guru. Mr. Shalu, do you not require assistance? The Grand Elder Muley inquired, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he instinctively clasped his hands behind his back. I fear you may lack the capability at this moment. Thus, I only ask that you assist this young lad, even if just marginally. Shalu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a brief moment before responding. My current power level is nearly unparalleled in the universe. Therefore, I do not seek your aid in unlocking my potential. His demeanor remained composed, as if stating an undeniable truth, which indeed it was. Unmatched warrior of the universe, is it? Very well. A glimmer of astonishment danced in Muley's eyes, yet he said little more. Observing Trunks' somewhat naive expression, he resignedly placed his hand upon the boy's head. Let me assess this young one's potential. Muley's gaze intensified, and a radiant white light surged forth, instantly enveloping Trunks' being. What is happening? Trunks stood rigid, watching the elderly figure before him with a concentrated expression, wary of making any sudden movements. Oh, what remarkable potential. The Saiyans are truly extraordinary. A flicker of golden light shone within Muley's eyes, his previously stooped posture straightening, exuding a newfound authority. Muley's lips parted, and his right arm swelled dramatically as a stream of golden energy coursed into Trunks' body. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted from within Trunks, infusing every fiber of his being. Ah! Muley gasped in shock, the powerful surge of energy propelling him away, hurtling towards a distant mountain. At that moment, under Shalu's command, Number 1 sprang into action, his footsteps light as he vanished and reappeared, deftly catching the startled Muley before swiftly returning to Shalu's side, leaving Muley perched upon the mountain. With a flick of his wrist, Shalu snapped his fingers, conjuring a verdant energy dome that formed a semicircular barrier, expelling all extraneous onlookers and retaining only the 3 of them. The energy within surged uncontrollably, multiple currents of power battering against the walls of the energy shield, resonating with a thunderous clamor. What is this? The continuous flow of power surging within me feels exhilarating. Trunks marveled at his own hands, inadvertently transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, the ground beneath him caved in, the grass vanishing under an invisible force, as golden flames erupted from his feet, sending his hair soaring upwards, each strand standing on end. He became enveloped in gold, his once violet hair and blue eyes shifting to golden locks and azure irises. Golden arcs of electricity began to rise slowly, swirling around Trunks in a dazzling display of power, crackling and flashing with intensity, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. As the potential within him ignited, waves of white energy spiraled around him, gradually coalescing into his own distinctive strength. Trunks gradually closed his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, allowing his shoulders to drop as he relaxed both body and mind. Bolts of electricity coursed into his being, and the golden lights swiftly vanished, ushering him into a fleeting state of equilibrium between spirit and body. This was, in fact, the most suitable form for prolonged combat that Cell had imparted to him. By harnessing the formidable ability to control his energy, he could significantly minimize physical exhaustion and regulate his power. Having reached this state, Trunks abruptly opened his eyes wide, clenched his fists, and directed a strike towards Cell. With a resounding thud, an invisible force accompanied by a howling wind surged forth. In response, Cell nonchalantly waved his hand, dispersing the pressure of the punch with ease, and chuckled, "What's this, Trunks? The moment your strength increases, you think of attacking me? Look around, see what you've done." Trunks swiftly turned his gaze to his surroundings, noting the devastation he had wrought upon the ground. The once chattering Namekians now stood outside the energy barrier, their faces etched with panic as they observed him. "Oh no!" Trunks exclaimed, having grown accustomed to the passage of time within the hyperbolic time chamber. He hastily reverted from his transformed state, scratching his head in embarrassment, and approached Cell with a lowered gaze, his cheeks flushed. "Where is the elder? Why is he absent?" "Look, up at the sky," Cell remarked, a mischievous glint in his eye as he pointed skyward, seemingly delighted at Trunks' predicament. Trunks followed his gaze, lifting his head to the sky, where he beheld the elder, Muley, descending slowly with a distressed expression, muttering incoherently under his breath. "Ah, my sincerest apologies, elder." Trunks' face reddened further as he bent forward in a deep bow, offering a trio of apologies. "Cough, cough. It's quite all right," Muley replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Your potential is truly astounding. I have merely unlocked about 1/3 of it. The rest is beyond my capability." Muley regarded Trunks with one eye narrowed and the other wide, still reeling from the overwhelming energy emanating from him. Were it not for his determination to remain upright, his legs would have surely faltered. Haha, Muley forced a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Mr. Cell, Mr. Trunks, I must apologize, but I'm feeling rather fatigued and need to take a moment to rest. Please excuse me." With that, Muley turned and made his way toward the nearby dwelling. Cell, in turn, cooperatively retracted the energy barrier. Fortunately, the house remained unscathed, which was indeed a small blessing amidst the chaos. As the barrier lowered, the Namekians, initially drawn by curiosity, began to disperse. Some resumed their work, while others opted to return home, leaving only a few behind. At that moment, the elders of the tribe hurried back, their expressions a mix of concern and urgency. Expressions of terror adorned their faces as they hastily gathered the Dragon Balls in their hands and trotted into the elder's chamber. "Here's another one." Dandy approached, cradling a 1-star Dragon Ball larger than his own head, placing it beside the others. With that, all 7 Dragon Balls were assembled. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth as if the Dragon Balls had resonated with one another. However, this brilliance was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind the impression of an illusion. Chapter 34, Arise, Shenron. Did the Dragon Balls just shine for a moment? Trunks pondered, standing to the side, feeling as though he had been momentarily pierced by a golden light emanating from the ground. His inquiry went unanswered by the indifferent Cell and Number 1, who chose to disregard his naive question. Only Dandy, with a calm smile, patiently responded, Trunks. That was merely the resonance produced by the gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls. Everyone witnessed it, so there was no need to voice it. Haha, is that so? Trunks chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he cast a sidelong glance at Cell. Observing his unperturbed demeanor and unwavering gaze fixed upon the Dragon Balls, which allowed him to exhale with relief. Dandy, summon Purunga now, Cell commanded, his expression turning serious as he uncrossed his arms and addressed Dandy. Very well, Mr. Cell, I will do so. Dandy's smile faded, his countenance becoming grave as he lowered his hands towards the 7 large, round Dragon Balls, murmuring incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. Arise, Shenron. As he uttered the final syllable, his hands rose skyward. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted an exceptionally bright golden light, accompanied by an extraordinary surge of energy that erupted. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as a colossal beam of light shot into the heavens, transforming the once verdant sky into an inky blackness, illuminating the space entirely. Golden arcs of electricity crackled, swirling around the Dragon Balls, while the clouds above resonated, with golden thunder rolling within them, erupting in a cacophony of sound. Crackle! The beam of light gradually solidified, morphing into a towering, imposing yet somewhat grotesque green lizard dragon. Ah, Purunga. Below, Cell's eyes gleamed with intensity, staring in awe at the formidable and bizarre dragon suspended above. This was indeed the first dragon he had encountered in the Dragon Ball realm. Although it possessed far greater power than the dragon on Earth, its appearance left much to be desired. It seemed even more unsightly than depicted in the anime. With its crooked, mismatched scales for antenna-like spikes atop its head, fish-like fins on its back, and a pancake-shaped face. The visual impact was striking, but it lacked the awe-inspiring allure he had anticipated. The only thing that might exude an overwhelming sense of authority is the robust musculature of his entire being, resembling that of a coiled dragon, emanating a hint of the divine dragon's pressure. A resonating hum echoed as Purunga descended, his crimson eyes shimmering with a flicker of brilliance. With his mouth slightly agape, he spoke in the language of the Namekians. Warrior who has summoned me, articulate your desires. I can grant you 3 wishes. Purunga's voice rolled forth like thunder, deafening and profound. Beside him, Trunks stood in a state of astonishment, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, his arms trembling slightly. Incredible. So magnificent. Trunks's eyes sparkled with excitement, his exhilaration palpable. He had never imagined the divine dragon would possess such a formidable presence, characterized by bulging biceps and triceps, impressive horns, and a colossal physique. Yet, there seemed to be a language barrier. Dandy turned his head towards Cell and slowly inquired, Mr. Cell, what is your first wish? Clenching his fists slightly, beads of cold sweat trickled down Dandy's face as his gaze swept over Cell's countenance. He felt a mix of joy and anxiety. For fulfilling this wish would mean Gohan's revival, along with the return of Mr. Goku and their comrades. Revive all those who perished at the hands of androids 17 and 18, as well as Mr. Goku, Cell replied, bowing his head, his lips parting to speak. Understood. Dandy exhaled slowly, raising his eyes to the sky where Purunga hovered, reiterating Cell's wish, albeit translated into the Namekian tongue, after the words had left his lips. A moment passed, yet Purunga remained unresponsive. Cell furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience as he glanced at Dandy. What's wrong? Is Purunga unable to grant this wish? I'm not certain. This is unprecedented. Let me inquire. Dandy's face betrayed a flicker of panic, cold sweat cascading down as he hurriedly asked. Mr. Goku passed away of natural causes. Are you certain you wish to revive him? This time, Purunga responded, his grand voice resonating through the air. Without waiting for Cell's reply, Dandy continued earnestly. Yes, Purunga, please revive Mr. Goku. His tone was exceedingly serious, his eyes filled with determination. Understood. I shall fulfill your wish. Purunga nodded, his crimson light intensifying as a peculiar energy surged forth, creating ripples in the void that spread into the distance. Your wish has been granted. What is your next desire? Dandy turned to speak, but Cell stepped forward, his expression revealing a glimmer of anticipation. My second wish is for my draconic bloodline to reach its pinnacle. And my third wish is to possess the utmost ability to create Dragon Balls. Gasps of astonishment erupted from two individuals present, Trunks and Dandy. Uncle Cell, your wishes are simply magnificent. Trunks exclaimed, his fists pumping in the air, exhilaration etched across his face. Dandy displayed a visage of astonishment and disbelief. Mr. Sheru, do you possess the bloodline of the dragon race as well? It was unfathomable to Dandy that Mr. Sheru could have such lineage. The dragon bloodline was exceedingly rare. Even among the Namekian tribes, how could it be bestowed upon an outsider? The circumstances are rather convoluted, but I shall explain later. For now, please fulfill my wish. Sheru's tone was firm and laced with a hint of menace, causing Dandy to nearly burst into tears. Yet, despite the intimidation, Dandy unhesitatingly relayed Sheru's two wishes to Barunga. A crimson glow ignited in Barunga's eyes, and golden arcs of electricity surged forth, swiftly penetrating Sheru's body. Until we meet again, Barunga nodded, his form gradually becoming ethereal, transforming from a towering figure into a stream of golden light. Simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls began to levitate slowly, eventually dispersing into 7 radiant streams, each hastening towards a different direction. Almost concurrently, Number 1 took action. He swiftly transformed into a super android, radiating a dazzling golden light. In an instant, he stepped forward, only to vanish completely from sight. Trunks, standing nearby, observed this spectacle in a state of stunned disbelief. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. The unfolding scenario was beyond his imagination and comprehension. He was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power of Sheru's son, whose speed was astonishingly swift, leaving no trace behind. As time slipped by, a mere 7 seconds elapsed. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Number 1 materialized in the air like a specter. Behind him, 7 enormous stones appeared, encircling him in an eerie manner before gently descending to the ground. Incredible! Dandy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, mouth agape, and small fists clenched tightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. However, at that moment, no one noticed Sheru, who stood still, emanating a golden red glow as if he were channeling a formidable power. Chapter 35. Sheru. After the wish, the air buzzed with energy as golden arcs of electricity continually coursed into Sheru's body, a red aura flaring around him, revealing his burgeoning power. Thunder rumbled ominously as the once clear sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. The golden arcs twisted and coiled, releasing an astonishing current that struck the ground, creating massive craters. What is happening? The majestic arrival of the dragon surpasses even the earlier spectacle. How striking is Uncle Cell? Trunks shifted his gaze, taking Dandy by the hand, retreating several miles to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, Number 1 stood guard around Cell, not leaving his side for a moment, enveloped in a protective barrier that shielded both of them. With a resounding crash, it seemed that the golden arc of energy awakened Cell's hidden might, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the ground to sink, the surrounding grass vanishing in an instant. Cell's pupils gradually faded, overwhelmed by a torrent of knowledge flooding into his mind, burying him in enlightenment. Is this the art of Dragon Ball creation? In all, Cell gazed at the surrounding golden light, which transformed into scrolls that filled his consciousness, revealing various methods for crafting Dragon Balls, alongside the wondrous abilities of those with dragon bloodlines. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Cell extended his right hand toward the shimmering gold, and as he touched it, a strange hum resonated. The golden light dispersed like a flowing river, all converging into his body, penetrating the horn-like protrusions atop his head. What is this? A healing technique? Cell patted his head, sensing the peculiar alterations within his body and mind, before glancing at the seemingly endless golden light in the distance, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then all these powers belong to the Namekian dragon clan. With a wish granted, they are now all mine. Splendid. I never anticipated that the method for creating Dragon Balls would bestow such abundant gifts upon me. What a splendid acquisition. Cell blinked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he relished this turn of events. Next, he must master all these abilities and techniques. Yet capturing them one by one is too slow. He commanded, "Bring them all to me." With a thunderous shout, Cell spread his arms and legs wide, his mouth agape as he forcefully expelled energy, inhaling deeply toward the golden light. Boom. The golden light transformed into particles, swirling into Cell's mouth, forming a tempest of gold. With delight illuminating his features, he opened his mouth wider, consuming all the golden light into his being. The golden radiance flickered incessantly, and within Cell, he assimilated an unfathomable array of abilities. The golden glow intensified, ultimately enveloping him entirely, forming a colossal golden egg. In the outside world, golden lightning crackled across the sky, reverberating with thunderous roars, intertwining to gradually form a golden thunder dragon, fierce and fearsome, glimmering with brilliance as it soared through the clouds. Isn't this magnificent? Dandy, look at that dragon. It's even more splendid than the previous divine dragon. Trunks exclaimed with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his feet, tugging at Dandy's collar in joy, swaying him from side to side. Indeed, there exists the bloodline of dragons. Dandy appeared utterly dazed, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground alongside Trunks. However, Dandy seemed unresponsive, fixated on the external world where the being known as Cell was transforming into a golden egg, his gaze unwavering. Dandy. Trunks observed Dandy's state, and the excitement in his eyes gradually faded as they both stared at the immense golden egg at the center. Creak. The door to the elders' resting chamber swung open. The 7 elders, including Muley, emerged in unison, their expressions grave as they regarded the thunderous dragon phenomenon above and the golden egg below, exuding a potent dragon bloodline. The Grand Elder. This individual also possesses our dragon lineage and has become even more formidable thanks to the divine power of Palunga, remarked the second elder, leaning on a cane, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand. I have witnessed it. It seems that the bloodline within him originally belonged to that individual from Earth. The one referred to as Piccolo, the Namekian, the Grand Elder replied, his face drawn, revealing a hint of astonishment as he beheld the spectacle. Now, let us remain composed and observe in silence. What on earth is my father up to? Why do I feel the blood within me boiling more fervently? Number 1 pondered, his wide eyes fixated on the golden egg, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Rumble. The dragon in the sky seemed to have gathered all the thunder, unleashing a furious roar directed at the golden egg below before diving down at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the green barrier formed by Number 1 and struck the golden egg where Cell resided. Bang! Number 1 was taken aback, leaping backward. Crack! Tendrils of electricity crawled from top to bottom, tearing the golden egg apart. As the shattering sounds echoed, a pristine white hand shot forth, breaking free from the shell, and the figure emerged. Huff! My mind is now overwhelmed. Cell exhaled a cloud of stale air, his previously closed eyes gradually opening to reveal a golden radiance. His once black pupils transformed into gold, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the image of the thunderous dragon that had circled in the sky, etched within his golden irises. The golden pupil, set against a violet cornea, appeared truly captivating. Cell gazed upwards as if sensing something, his right hand slowly rising. Golden arcs of electricity crawling up his arm to his palm, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Buzz. In the Grand Elder's chamber, several shattered orange-yellow fragments seemed to resonate, bursting through the walls and swiftly flying towards Cell. What is that? Material for creating Dragon Balls? Muley, the Grand Elder, squinted as he observed the golden lights escaping from his chamber. It appeared to be the very materials used for crafting Dragon Balls. Whoosh! The fragments, moving with great speed, soon hovered at the palm of Cell's right hand. Unfazed, Cell's golden arcs of electricity expanded further, drawing near to the fragments. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the fragments in Shala's palm gradually fractured into 7 evenly sized pieces. His eyes flickered slightly as a distant mountain crumbled, with boulders flying haphazardly and smoke billowing into the air. With a snap of his fingers, the space trembled, sending ripples cascading outward. The entire mountain shimmered with golden light before instantaneously disintegrating into 7 equally sized stones, each as large as a house. At that moment, with a wave of his right hand, the 7 fragments plunged straight into the stones, slowly melding into their essence. Chapter 36, Shala's own Dragon Ball. Buzz. The fragments seemed to penetrate a flowing stream, layers of waves spiraling around them. In an instant, the 7 pieces entirely vanished into the massive stones. Shala gently stepped forward, inhaling deeply, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Imagine possessing a Dragon Ball that could grant one's wishes. Would it keep one awake at night, tossing and turning in anticipation? Shalu was exhilarated beyond measure. He took a slight step forward and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the 7 colossal stones. His fervent gaze remained unwavering, as golden light surged around him, and he raised his hands, forcefully bringing them together in prayer. Clap! The sound of his palms colliding resonated as he chanted a complex incantation that danced in his mind, not in the language of the cosmos, nor the dialect of Namek, but in the ancient tongue of the dragon clan. This was the language created by the dragon god Salama, specifically for the crafting of Dragon Balls. Legend has it that anyone who utters this incantation would be watched over by the dragon god Salama from the void. Soon, Shalu completed the intricate and tongue-twisting incantation, retreating to observe the 7 mighty stones from a distance. Roar! A thunderous roar akin to that of a majestic dragon surged towards Shalu, while simultaneously, an ethereal apparition materialized in the void, a magnificent golden dragon with 5 claws. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head that of a camel, its eyes akin to those of a rabbit, its neck like a serpent, its belly resembling a mythical beast, its scales akin to fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws resembling those of a tiger, and its ears reminiscent of a cow. This was a quintessential Chinese dragon, with a visage somewhat akin to the legendary dragons of Earth, though differing in claw count, color, whiskers, and size. Roar! A ferocious bellow erupted from its mouth, its might imposing and fierce. Dondi, the 7 elders of Namek, along with all those who bore even a trace of dragon blood within them, beheld and heard the overwhelming roar of this apparition. They felt the blood within them boil, their vision filled with the image of the golden dragon. Their bodies weighed down as their legs weakened. Thud! Thud! The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed, with even the elders of Namek succumbing, save for the eldest, Muley, who struggled to remain upright, his face a mask of difficulty as he gripped the protrusions of the dwelling, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Could this truly be the pressure exerted by a being of the supreme dragon lineage? It was indeed formidable. After a few seconds of resistance, Muley too collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with reverence, his body aglow with golden light, echoing the majestic apparition of the golden dragon before him. The entire Namekian tribe, comprising over 20 bloodline descendants of the dragon clan, fell to their knees, emanating a golden radiance. Dandy! Trunks glanced up at the sky, then cast a look behind him, observing the Namekian elders who were all kneeling in astonishment. Is this the essence of the dragon bloodline? Trunks murmured to himself. He had indeed heard the 2 wishes expressed by Uncle Sheru, and it was evident that they were in the process of creating the Dragon Balls. The elders' act of kneeling must surely be a consequence of the supreme dragon bloodline. Trunks' eyes widened in surprise, his azure gaze momentarily ceasing its movement as it fixated upon Sheru, or perhaps on the colossal stone radiating a gentle golden shimmer. Sheru stared intently at the golden dragon, his thoughts drifting until he noticed its claws, 5, rather than 4. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Am I destined to become a sovereign? Sheru's body stiffened. If memory served him correctly, true dragon forms should possess 4 claws or fewer. He was now the first 5-clawed dragon. The size of his current Dragon Ball was only surpassed by that of the Super Dragon. Sheru narrowed his eyes as the ethereal image of the golden dragon abruptly vanished, transforming into golden particles that dispersed toward the 7 colossal stones. With a flourish, the stones began to radiate an orange-yellow hue, and a constellation of 7 stars appeared at their center. The Dragon Ball, uniquely belonging to Sheru, had been forged. Ha! Ha ha ha! Superb! Sheru exclaimed, laughing heartily, his arms outstretched as if to embrace something. Above the earth, the vastness of the cosmic expanse was illuminated by countless twinkling stars. The scorching sun of the solar system radiated intense light and heat, bestowing brightness upon the earth. Amidst this celestial backdrop, a strangely shaped spaceship materialized above the planet, its surface seemingly adorned with an ink-painted diagonal M. Within the confines of the spacecraft, 2 figures strolled through the expansive corridor. Dapura, do you possess confidence in our venture to Earth? Bafidi inquired, his hands clasped behind him, a hint of concern etched upon his face. He, Bafidi, had discovered many years ago that the fiend Bu was concealed on this planet, but due to various circumstances, he had delayed his pursuit for an extended period. Recently, however, he had sensed 2 formidable energy signatures emanating from Earth, potent enough to incite worry about whether his warriors could prevail. Fear not, my lord Bafidi. With me, Dapura, the Demon Realm's king, No adversary poses a challenge. Depura replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Humph. If you regard all as trivial, can you truly contend with the fiend Bu? Bafity retorted, feeling an unexpected surge of anger at Depura's arrogant tone and demeanor. Bu? The fellow in question seems to possess nothing but a hollow reputation, akin to that of the Supreme Kai, who is nothing but a disgrace. What significance does conquering planets hold? Depura, fiercely competitive, retorted with indignation. Very well. I hope you can maintain such a brazen demeanor in the presence of Majin Bu, replied Babidi, growing increasingly infuriated by Depura's disparagement of Majin Bu's standing in his mind. However, he felt powerless. After all, Depura was indeed his most formidable subordinate at present, and he could not impose too many demands upon him. Humph. Let us proceed to Earth then, Babidi declared, striding into the lounge and collapsing onto the plush sofa, grumbling as he issued his commands. Depura smiled faintly and exited the room. With a decisive click, the door closed behind him. Instantly, Depura straightened his posture, his expression devoid of emotion as he made his way to the cockpit. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship's engines ignited, propelling it swiftly through Earth's atmosphere, its crimson exterior resembling a shooting star, dazzling and beautiful. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, a diminutive blue figure perched atop a grand tree opened his eyes. Everyone, except number 6, follow me. Number 2 announced, his violet eyes gleaming. Number 6 retorted, on what grounds? You, with your peculiar penchant for fecal delicacies, are hardly deserving of this. Number 2 calmly assessed the situation as the others emerged, nodding slowly in agreement. You may act as the vanguard. Off you go. Number 2 instructed, observing the defiant expression on number 6's face as he approached, clutching a lump of yellowish-brown substance. Really? So you're in agreement then? Number 6 asked, taking a hearty bite of the delectable morsel. Indeed, you have my consent. Go forth. Chapter 37. Depura and Babidi watching number 6 savor his meal. Number 2 felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and hastily gestured for him to leave. TCH. You have no understanding of true delicacies. This is a culinary masterpiece. It may smell foul, but it tastes divine, number 6 scoffed, casting disdainful glances at the others. A single glance was enough. The moment they beheld him, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they all recoiled a step, extending their arms to signal number 6 to halt his approach. Do you truly find me so repugnant? Number 6 asked, noticing the disdain in their gazes and their retreat. Feeling an overwhelming sense of hurt, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Number 2 scratched his head, casting a puzzled look at number 3, who turned to number 4, who in turn looked at number 5, and they all exchanged knowing nods. In unison, they declared, indeed, we find you utterly distasteful. Their voices rang out, powerful and resolute. Very well. Once I achieve glory, I shall summon my father to vindicate me, number 6 proclaimed, his eyes wide with determination as he consumed the last remnants of his meal, a white aura flaring around him as he propelled himself backward in a surge of anger. Isn't this a bit excessive, number 2? Number 5 chuckled sheepishly, plopping down on the ground and tracing small circles with his finger. Indeed, number 2. It seems we are not particularly kind towards number 6, number 4 murmured, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. Yes, that is true, number 3 said, folding his arms and mimicking an unknown figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tilted his head. Number 2 stood rooted in place. Taken aback by the complaints of his once cohesive companions, his body momentarily stiffening, and his pupils widening as he slowly retreated a step, a sudden smirk crossed his face, as though a thought had struck him. So, do you eat excrement, number 5? Huh, who would eat such a thing? Number 5 stumbled to his feet, his corpulent form, with a slightly protruding belly, making him the stoutest among the brothers. What do you mean, number 2? Such filth is not even to be touched, number 5 exclaimed. His expression flustered as he watched numbers 4 and 3 gradually distance themselves from him, waving his hands in protest. You're merely afraid that number 6 will inform our father. Rest assured, I guarantee our father will not hold us accountable, number 2 declared confidently, striding over to pat number 5 on the shoulder. Is that truly the case? Number 4 questioned, skepticism evident in his wide eyes, doubtful of number 2's words. Of course. You must know that the eldest is also quite vexed by number 6. Knowing this, what is there to fear? Number 2 turned to lock eyes with number 4. Indeed. So, does number 3 have any objections? Number 2 inquired, observing number 3's crossed arms and shaking head, feeling an unsettling discontent within. I will heed the eldest's wishes. Very well, let us set forth. Number 2 nodded with satisfaction, signaling for everyone to steady his shoulders. After all, among the entire Shala squad, only he and number 1 had mastered the art of instantaneous movement, a valuable skill for evasion and pursuit. In a flash, the figures vanished from their location. A gentle breeze rustled through, scattering a few green leaves from the trees, which fluttered down to the ground in a delicate dance. Not far from the city of Shidu, a spaceship descended slowly, landing amidst the ruins. With a soft hiss, the hatch opened, and a throng of minions swiftly emerged, followed by Depula. Clad in a blue battle robe and draped in a flowing white cloak, his crimson skin shimmered. His elongated face bore a comically absurd beard, and 2 short horns jutted from his forehead. His yellow-brown eyes revealed a cold-blooded indifference. From the front, his hair resembled a thin layer of black, closely cropped to his scalp, forming a sinistrum shape. He was none other than Depula, the king of the demon realm. Step, step, step. Beside him, Huai stood respectfully. Slowly speaking, my lord, is this truly Earth? The gravity is so light, and the cities appear so dilapidated. Huai gazed in bewilderment at the desolate ruins before him, his yellow eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it was an eyesore. Depura nodded slightly and began to ascend slowly, a crimson glow intensifying in his eyes. Let it be obliterated. Whoosh. 2 beams of red light shot forth from Depura's eyes, hurtling towards the ruins ahead. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the entire ruined city was instantly reduced to rubble. A massive mushroom cloud rose majestically, dispersing into the heavens. Bang! An invisible wave of energy swept through, stirring layers of dust and piercing the smoke. Depura surveyed his handiwork, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The city lay flattened, a barren expanse of yellow earth and charred remnants before him. This shall serve as my first greeting to the Earthlings. Depura chuckled as he returned to the deck of his ship. Huai, you may commence the invasion of Earth with these soldiers. Yes. An evil grin spread across Huai's face as he beckoned with his right hand, preparing to depart. Just then, a glob of brownish, viscous substance inexplicably flew in and struck Huai's gaping mouth. Initially taken aback, Huai soon realized the foul substance was now in intimate contact with his tongue, an unbearable stench invading his senses and surging straight to his brain. Ah, what is this? Why does it smell so vile? Huai instantly donned a mask of agony as the putrid odor assaulted him, overwhelming his senses and causing him to collapse to the ground, frantically trying to remove it. Depura observed this scene, his muscles tensing as his gaze darted around nervously. Where did this substance come from? He had barely caught a glimpse. Depura, sensing danger, levitated slowly, scanning his surroundings. Who dares to challenge me? Do not resort to such petty tricks. Whoosh. A dark, rod-like object hurtled towards him at high speed. Depura, his eyes narrowing, swiftly extended his left hand to intercept the dark projectile. Just as he intended to mock such audacity, the moment the object touched his palm, it exploded, showering Depura with filth. Wow, what is this? Depura recoiled at the overwhelming stench that enveloped him, staining his once pristine cloak. Holding back his disgust, he leaned in for a closer look. Good grief, is this not excrement? Who in the world would wield such a weapon? Depura, now covered in the foul substance, felt his fury reach its zenith. Whoosh! A radiant crimson light erupted from him, instantly eradicating the filth and replacing his garments. Who dares? Step forth. Depura's eyes blazed with crimson fury, a purple aura flickering ominously around him. It is I, of course. A youthful boy's voice rang out from behind Depura. Upon turning his head, he found himself face to face with number 6, who was still indulging in his meal. What? You refuse my offer of a warm bite and insist on wasting food. Number 6 gazed down at Dapla from a height, his eyes brimming with a crimson intent to kill. Chapter 38. I shall end you. The two stood in stark opposition. After finishing the viscous substance in his hand, Number 6 wiped his mouth and queried, What is the matter? Has my gift inspired any unwelcome thoughts in you? His eyes glazed over, a surge of purple radiance illuminating his gaze as he regarded Dapla with unabashed arrogance, utterly dismissing him. A gift? Are you referring to that filth as a gift? Dapla's ire grew with each word. You relish in excrement, hence it must be a fine delicacy. Is that your twisted logic? With a slight grip of his wrist, A long blade materialized, and a formidable aura enveloped him, his expression darkening as he proclaimed, "You ought to descend into hell." With that, he swung his right arm fiercely, the air seeming to rend apart, unleashing a howling rush directed straight toward number 6's throat. Clang! Two pristine fingers firmly clasped the blade, and to Dapla's astonishment, number 6 effortlessly withdrew the weapon, crumpling it in his grasp. "You should perish," number 6 retorted coldly, entirely shedding his earlier playful demeanor. A subtle flick of his fingers summoned an overwhelming pressure that crashed down upon Dapla. Thud! Dapla's face fell in shock as he felt an uncanny energy compressing his entire being, his body beginning to contort under the strain. How can this be? I lack the strength to resist. Regret washed over Dapla for setting foot on Earth. He felt as though he might be crushed to death by this immense weight, leaving no trace of his existence. That colossal pressure felt like a gigantic hand, constricting him and nearly robbing him of breath. "Great One, I acknowledge my folly. Spare my life." Dapla's eyes widened in desperation, his arms and legs reduced to mere mush, leaving only his torso and head intact. "Oh, spare you?" Number 6 produced another morsel of warm substance from seemingly nowhere and held it near Dapla's lips, whispering, "If you consume this delectable treat, I shall set you free." How does that sound? With a playful smirk, he placed his hand near Dapla's mouth, awaiting the reaction of a ruler from the demon realm. Would he choose dignity or mere survival? Although he had no intention of truly allowing him to live. Suddenly, a burst of red energy erupted from the ground, and number 6 glanced over as it detonated. Boom! Smoke billowed forth, revealing Bafity standing firm, accompanied by the grimy Pwai and Yego. As the haze dissipated, number 6 did not cast his gaze upon them, but instead raised his head indifferently to the sky. There, for figures resembling him appeared aloft, arms crossed, as if watching a grand performance. "Ah, so we've been discovered. Number 5, your stealth skills leave much to be desired." Number 4 jested, playfully pinching number 5's plump belly. "What now? Spectating is permissible, yet claiming my achievements is out of the question. Indeed, our purpose here is to observe. Is there any doubt?" I share the same sentiment. The 6th figure, upon encountering his companions, received their verbal affirmations, accompanied by nods of agreement. Turning to his side, he noticed Dapra, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the 4 figures soaring above. Could there truly be 4 others of such formidable prowess? The 6th figure shook his head, the viscous substance in his grasp abruptly vanishing. Observing Dapra's despondent expression, his own mood soured, and he lost interest in the game. "There are many stronger than us. This is of little consequence. Ah, you shall serve as my sustenance." Before Dapra could react, the 6th figure curled his fingers sharply, forcefully grasping Dapra's skull, as a sharp protrusion emerged from his palm, piercing into Dapra's cranium. In but a moment, Dapra was absorbed, leaving only his blue battle robe and fluttering cloak behind. This sensation is rather delightful, and I have gained some new abilities. Let me see." Whoosh! An armor suddenly enveloped the 6th figure, fitting him perfectly, as he grasped a long spear in his right hand. "It appears quite satisfactory." "Haha." The 6th figure playfully fiddled with his armor, laughing joyfully like a mischievous child. On the deck of the spacecraft, Bafity trembled, his legs quaking uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Gripping Edge tightly, he hoarsely commanded, "Everyone, attack with all your might, swiftly." Gasping for breath, Bafity chanted a series of incantations, and his figure abruptly vanished. Upon hearing Bafity's orders, all present were engulfed in a crimson haze, charging madly towards the 6th figure above. "Kill!" The synchronized battle cry elicited an eerie smile reminiscent of a child's glee on the 6th figure's face once more. "Look, the 6th is eager to play again. Are we to remain idle?" The 4th figure yawned, resting his hand upon the rotund belly of the 5th. "No. We must seize the first kill. Did you not see the enemy leader fleeing? Let us capture him." The 2nd figure, observing the playful 6th, chose not to interfere. Sensing Bafity's aura, he led the others in a swift escape through teleportation. On a desolate island, Bafity suddenly materialized, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Damn it, had I known. I wouldn't have come to Earth. It is utterly terrifying. I suspect that Earth has been overrun by another faction, filled with monsters. The Demon King, Dapra, could not withstand even a single blow. I must flee to a safer distance." Bafity braced himself, wiping the sweat off his brow, preparing to escape further away. Whoosh! In the high skies, the four figures reappeared, surveying the area before spotting Bafity. Hey, are you all right? The fourth figure greeted politely. Oh my, they've already come after me. Bafity exclaimed in panic, reciting another incantation as his form vanished once more. Oh, is this a game now? Number 2 was somewhat taken aback. Instead of hastily pursuing, he communicated a thought to Number 1. However, it seemed the signal was inadequate, for he received no response from Number 1. Well, it appears I am the leader now. I shall play as I please. Number 2 laughed heartily, leading the trio in a sudden dash to catch up. Bafity ran, and they followed. The chase continued until they reached Antarctica, where Bafity, nearly out of breath, waved his hands in surrender. I yield. I can no longer continue this game. Bafity collapsed onto the icy surface, gasping for air. Is this it? How dull. Number 4 smacked his lips. Number 3, it's your turn. Deal with him. Why? Isn't he surrendering? Number 3 squinted, speaking slowly, his arms crossed, displaying a mixture of joy and sorrow. Indeed, Brother 4. He has surrendered. Should we not show mercy to captives? Number 5 rubbed his ample belly and murmured. Huh, mercy? What say you, Number 2? Number 4 scoffed and turned to Number 2, eager for his opinion. Well, let us show mercy first, then execute. A minute of mercy is still mercy. Number 2 pondered for a moment before offering his response. Haha, you are quite clever. Number 4 patted Number 2's shoulder, satisfied with his answer. Chapter 39. Show mercy to captives? Number 2. No, Brother 2. Haha. Our personalities truly resonate. In the future, I, Brother 4, will certainly handle matters for you splendidly, unlike Brother 3, who acts like a saint, perpetually pretending. Number 4 shot a fierce glare at Number 3, then, pleased, pinched Number 5's belly and soared towards the exhausted Bafity, who lay below like a dead dog, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation. As they debated, Bafity caught sight of something through the ice that filled him with immense joy. Surely, I am not mistaken. Ha! Fate has not forsaken me. Bafity's heart swelled with delight, his face shadowed, and his eyes cast a furtive glance at the small quartet above, as murderous intent surged within him. Number 3 furrowed his brow, his half-closed eyes gleaming with a purple light. Why does this person, in such a state, emanate an even greater aura of menace? Could there be some hidden strategy? Yet, what could he possibly do now? Number 3 could not fathom, lowering his crossed arms, sensing that something was about to transpire. Brother 4, you little. Number 3 was just about to speak, when, crack, the ice beneath Bafity suddenly shattered. A web of cracks spreading outward, collapsing like a spider's web. What? A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Number 4's rebellious gaze as he turned to Number 3, completely dismissing Bafity as merely struggling in his final moments. I have a feeling something is about to emerge. Perhaps it's Majin Buu. Number 3's expression darkened. Although they possessed 50% of their father's power, that was merely a fraction of what he once wielded. At that time, my father had only just begun to touch upon the extraordinary power of Super Saiyan 3, and with merely 50% of their strength, they found themselves utterly helpless against the formidable Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Are you afraid, Number 3? He is merely a little puppet, after all. We possess our own trump cards. Trump cards? Number 2 was taken aback. From whence would they summon such hidden strengths? So, shall we eliminate Bafity now, or allow Majin Buu to emerge? Let us deliberate. Number 2's eyes shimmered with a purple glow, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Let us vote. I shall cast my vote first. Majin Buu. Haha. As expected of you, Brother 2. I too shall choose the same. What say you, Number 5? Number 4 patted Number 5's belly, speaking with a hint of insinuation. I also agree with Brother 4. Number 5 stammered, his expression slightly altered. Excellent. Do you see that, Number 3? That makes 3 votes. Your opinion has become irrelevant. Let us defer our decision for now. Number 4 placed his hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. By the way, does Majin Buu even hold any value against Father? Number 2 pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted as the ice beneath them shattered, revealing Bafity, brimming with confidence, holding aloft a pink, shell-like object, the nature of which was uncertain. Ha! You little imps are finished. Although this isn't Majin Buu at full power, he is still beyond your capabilities. Bafity levitated the seal egg of Majin Buu into the air, biting his right finger to draw blood, which he smeared upon the egg's surface while chanting incomprehensible incantations. Boom. The sky gradually darkened. Thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The crackling currents ignited a sense of exhilaration within the four young warriors. The Saiyan blood coursing through their veins boiling with anticipation. Ha ha ha. Brother 2 truly has summoned Majin Buu. We've hit the jackpot. Let us not fear. If we cannot prevail, we shall simply flee. Number 4 laughed heartily, observing the shifting environment with unbridled excitement, completely devoid of fear. Even if they could not match the power, their spirit must not wane. What is there to fear? Did you not hear? He is not at his peak. Merely a chubby puppet, an easy feat. Number 2's lips curled into a confident smile, his aura steadily rising, the golden flames swirling around him, his gaze piercing. Well then, let us proceed. Number 3 squinted, his eyes widening as his own golden aura surged forth, matching Number 2's intensity. Shall I merely observe? Number 5 chuckled amiably. Stepping backward. It matters not. Do as you wish. Very well. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 formed a line, their auras soaring, golden flames reaching toward the sky. Their battle spirit reaching its zenith. Huh, you think to intimidate me with this? Babidi hastened his chanting. Buzz. A beam of golden light erupted forth, the shell split open, releasing a cloud of pink mist. Majin Buu? Where is my Majin Buu? Bafidi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body weakened, and his legs trembled incessantly. Surely, it could not be that the seal had endured for too long, resulting in a natural demise. What then was the purpose of my arduous journey to Earth? Bafidi's face turned ashen, and he could no longer support his body, collapsing downward, bereft of the will to live. They've arrived. The 3 little ones sprang into action simultaneously, their 6 hands extending in unison as 3 golden energy orbs coalesced from their grasp. Delicate arcs of golden electricity danced around, while the very fabric of space seemed to lament, emitting a crackling sound. Buzz. The 3 energy spheres violently merged, forming an immensely powerful energy orb. A sight that seemed inconceivable given the diminutive stature of the 3. Together, they propelled the orb skyward, striking the ever-expanding pink mist above. The pink mist rapidly coalesced, instantaneously transforming into a corpulent pink figure, Majin Buu. At that moment, Buu's eyes widened, sensing a hint of threat emanating from the colossal energy orb. With a fierce motion, Buu extended his arms downward, raising his wrists forcefully, hurling the orb skyward. Boom. The formidable energy orb shattered the dark clouds, surging forth into the cosmos. Bafidi, who had been pallid and lifeless, witnessed this scene as if he had been resurrected, his eyes widening with joy. The 3 little ones gasped for breath, their excitement growing palpable. It appeared that Majin Buu, even in a diminished state, retained formidable strength beyond their capacity to confront. Number 2 blinked and glanced at Number 4 on his left, saying, Hey, old 4, it seems the trump card you mentioned is about to be deployed. That behemoth even surpasses Number 5 in size and appears quite irate. As he spoke, Buu strained to widen his eyes, white steam erupting from the pores atop his head. His face contorted in a frown. Oh, it seems he is indeed angered. But Brother 2, I hope you won't strike me. The trump card I referred to is our fusion, utilizing the Metamorpho's fusion technique. It is quite simple, merely a few gestures. Number 4 discreetly glanced at Number 2, gauging his reaction. Fusion, huh? Observing Number 2's indifference, he demonstrated the movements once more before declaring, I'm off to find Number 5. Goodbye. Number 3, embarrassed by the shameless display, felt a flush creep upon his face and hurriedly scurried away to hide behind Number 5. Is this truly your so-called trump card? Number 2 raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching slightly. Chapter 40. Is this truly your so-called trump card? Number 2 felt a pang of despair at this mortifying action, which evoked memories left by his father. Indeed, this motion does not seem too bad. Number 4 scratched his head, chuckling as he continued, Brother 2, what is there to fear? This is but a singular occasion, and after our transformation, we shall undoubtedly be powerful enough to effortlessly pummel that fat fool. So, just this once. Number 2 pondered for a moment, uncertainty clouding his expression. Just this once. At that moment, we could emulate our fathers and enhance our combat prowess. Couldn't we? Number 4 chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a hissing sound of steam pierced through their conversation. In the distance, the demon Buu, who had been watching them with mirth, appeared particularly incensed. He had been trapped in that wretched shell for so long, and just as he emerged, he was assaulted. The force of the energy blast was not insignificant. Even now, his yellow gloves remained charred. Whoosh! A purple energy sphere hurtled towards them, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, catching both number 4 and number 2 off guard. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated as it neared them, enveloping the surroundings in a cacophony of sound. Strands of purple lightning flickered vividly amidst the dispersing smoke, and 2 anguished cries echoed, stirring number 3 and number 5 spirits, prompting them to rush to assist. Well done, Demon Bu. Truly magnificent. Far superior to that worthless Debura. Buffety danced with joy, his excitement evident even in his raised eyebrows. Suddenly, number 3 seemed to discern something from a distance. Stepping forward from behind number 5, he crossed his arms and squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the clownish Buffety. "Heh, just kidding, just kidding." Buffety, clearly sensing the murderous intent in number 3's gaze, shrank his neck slightly and muttered softly. As the smoke gradually cleared, 2 green energy shields came into view, followed by the youthful voice of a boy tinged with anger emerging from within. "Demon Bu, damn you. No, wait, you motherless wretch. Is this an ambush? Ambushing is my specialty. Have you paid the licensing fee?" Number 4's irate exclamations rang out. Upon hearing this, the Demon Bu tilted his head, wearing an expression of confusion, his small eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. "I knew it." Number 3 smiled at number 4, who was shielded by 2 layers of protection, then turned his gaze towards number 5. "5, go and eliminate that annoying Buffety. This task is entrusted to you," he proclaimed with an authoritative tone. "Why must it be me? I refuse." Number 5 pouted, turning his face away in defiance. If you refuse, I'll inform 6th and tell him you, 5th, have a fondness for his culinary delights." Number 3 spoke slowly, exuding an air of control. How could you be like this? I can't believe you're treating your own brother this way." Number 5 clutched his chest in disbelief. "Hurry up." Number 3 frowned, a flicker of purple light glinting. "Fine." Number 5, though reluctant, stepped lightly, his form suddenly appearing beside Buffety. In the latter's incredulous gaze, number 5 effortlessly removed his head. "You ambushed me." Buffety's severed head exclaimed in terror. Not dead, even after losing your head. Truly remarkable. Allow me to kindly send you to your final rest." The 5th figure's eyes shimmered as a translucent energy sphere emerged from his palm, within which numerous small golden energy blades swirled. He gently thrust it forward, enveloping Buffety's entire head. In an instant, the sphere expanded, completely engulfing Buffety's head and torso. With a resounding bang, Buffety was reduced to a mere pulp, mixed with blood, exploding violently and staining the icy surface a crimson hue. The scene shifted. Majin Bu ceased to ponder the meanings of life and death. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his lips as he vanished in an instant. With a sudden surge, Bu's right arm ballooned, delivering a rapid punch that shattered the air with a sound akin to an explosion aimed at the fragrant 4th. Simultaneously, the 4th and 2nd figures reacted, conjuring numerous energy shields before them. One by one, they were obliterated by Bu, turning into a cascade of green light. Meanwhile, the contemplative 5th charged forward, unleashing a torrent of energy blades that rained down upon Majin Bu, slicing him into pink mush. The 2nd and 4th figures, quick to respond, joined hands to form a powerful energy cannon, incinerating the mass into ashes that scattered across the battlefield. Quickly fused together, the imposing 5th declared, positioning himself before them. "I can hold him off for a while. But remember, when 6th returns, inform him that 3rd loves to share delicacies." The 5th held a grudge, and when threatened by 3rd, he vowed to repay the debt. "Absolutely. Old 5th, for your earlier assistance, 4th and 2nd will certainly testify on your behalf. Won't you, 2nd? 4th remarked, seeking to escalate the situation further. "Of course. But enough chatter. 4th, let us fuse." 3rd interjected, aware of their conversation. As the last remnants of ashes burned in the sky, Majin Bu's figure materialized, his gaze filled with malice, purple energy swirling around him, radiating a powerful aura that caused the very earth to tremble. "I am enraged," Majin Bu declared, steam billowing from his head as he vanished from sight. The 5th, observing the disappearance, grew increasingly tense. With a sweeping motion, he summoned numerous small energy blades that encircled him, forming a perfect protective barrier that blended offense and defense. Suddenly, Majin Buu reappeared behind the fifth, launching a vicious kick aimed at his groin. However, the swirling energy blades swiftly severed Buu's right leg, and more blades surged forth, reducing him to a mere pulp once again. Majin Buu suddenly broke into a peculiar smile, and in an instant, his severed right leg regenerated. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow beneath number 5, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! 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 Number 5 was propelled straight into the icy depths. Majin Buu erupted into laughter. Just then, a brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings, and a tall figure emerged from within. With skin of deep azure, a strikingly handsome face bearing a hint of menace, and eyes that once glimmered with a violet hue now blazing with crimson. He was the fusion of number 2 and number 4. Henceforth, he shall be known as number 8. If Cell were to make a wish, I wonder what the three of you would suggest. Chapter 41. Fusion. The emergence of number 8. How do I look? Is it not striking? Number 8 struck a pose he deemed impressive, glancing at number 3 behind him. Well, can I really say otherwise? Aside from the color, you all bear an uncanny resemblance to father. To claim otherwise would be a betrayal of my conscience. Huh. Number 3 paused, his lips twitching slightly. Damn it, if I say he is not handsome, doesn't he that imply father is lacking? How could I dare to utter such a thing? The retort number 3 had prepared vanished upon meeting the gaze of the so-called number 8. Ha ha ha. I knew it. It seems my appearance is indeed exceptional. Even number 3, who rarely speaks, can acknowledge this. Number 8 produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere, admiring his own visage with great satisfaction. However, Majin Buu was far from pleased. His fury towards these individuals reached a boiling point, steam billowing from the holes in his head. I want you all dead. Majin Buu struggled to open his eyes, the murderous intent swelling within them. His face contorted with rage. His aura surged, a purple flame swirling around him, entwined with white steam, enveloping his form. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, lightning crackling. Hey, must you be so loud? Can you not show a modicum of courtesy? Did your mother not teach you any manners? Number 8 put away the mirror, looking displeased at the mass of white steam. With a swift motion of his right arm, a golden beam shot skyward, and in an instant, the ominous clouds and their accompanying thunder vanished entirely. Slap. I forgot, you have no mother. Number 8 gazed at the azure sky, feeling quite uplifted. Taking a deep breath, he curled his fingers slightly, and an extraordinary force encased the mass of steam, binding Majin Buu and drawing him closer. Buzz. The white steam dissipated completely, leaving behind a grotesque-faced Majin Buu, struggling in place. I will kill you. Majin Buu glared with his tiny, green pea-like eyes, fixated on number 8. If a gaze could kill, number 8 would have perished 1,000 times over. Bang! The icy ground shattered, and a rotund figure emerged with great difficulty, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although his eyes were half closed, a surge of anger and hostility erupted violently within him. Golden light flickering throughout his body as if to transform him into a being of liquid gold. Number 3's half-closed eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that number 5 is on the verge of becoming a super-synthetic being? Number 3 murmured, his demeanor somewhat dazed as he slowly lowered his arms. No, it should not be considered as such. Perhaps it could be classified as half. Number 3 shook his head, gazing at the faint glimmer of golden light surrounding number 5. After all, they had yet to undergo rigorous training and cultivation, making complete mastery of this power quite challenging. Nonetheless, it was astonishing that the least remarkable among them, number 5, had managed to reach this level. Was it rage? Number 3 slowly regained his composure, half closing his eyes once more, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Oh, number 5, you. Number 8, with a hint of excitement, had yet to finish his sentence. In an instant, number 5 appeared beside him, his voice notably more assertive than usual. Number 8, was it? I just heard that, but could this individual serve as a means for me to vent my frustrations? Number 5 raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, a thin smile forming at the corners of his mouth, adding an unsettling aura to his tone and presence. Oh, that is acceptable. Number 8 nodded, not concerned about whether number 5 could handle it. He simply released the restraints on Majin Buu and swiftly retreated. Although uncertain of number 5's intentions, brothers ought to understand one another, even if it meant facing death. After all, they could always have their father resurrect them afterward. Number 8 watched the two with eager anticipation. Hey, it seems fitting. Both are portly figures, a battle of the hefty, quite delightful. Number 8 nodded in agreement. The scene shifted. Number 5 stood opposite Majin Buu, both exuding formidable energy. Die. Majin Buu, nearly frenzied, unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by overwhelming force. The speed was astonishing. Number 5 barely had time to react before being struck and sent flying back into the pit from whence he came. I'm coming. Majin Buu, now serious, swung his hands repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of purple energy spheres that fell like shooting stars into the pit. Boom. Explosions echoed frequently, the ground trembling as the icy surface fractured and ultimately erupted, releasing torrents of water. Huffing with pride, Majin Buu surveyed his handiwork, hands on his hips, and made a face at number 8. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu shook his head, dramatically sticking out his tongue. Number 8 and number 3 exchanged glances. This is quite embarrassing. No, you lack the ability to act so grandiose. I thought you were going to unleash a formidable move, but this is all there is? Number 8 scratched his head awkwardly, sensing number 5's faint energy, preparing to seek retribution. Number 8 steeled his expression, slowly sweeping his hands through the air. Buzz. Golden. Minuscule energy orbs gradually coalesced into bullets, each with a pronounced tip. With a flick of his wrist, number 8 unleashed a barrage, sending all the bullets hurtling towards the creature known as Majin Buu. The air crackled with the sound of projectiles slicing through the atmosphere. In an instant, the once playful Majin Buu found himself riddled with numerous bullet holes. How troublesome. Number 8 shrugged dismissively, his body sinking as his feet lightly touched the ground, vanishing in a heartbeat. The next moment, he appeared abruptly before Majin Buu, deftly grasping a tuft of his hair with his left hand, while his right fist unleashed a flurry of strikes. The air erupted with the sound of impact, waves of white energy surging forth, accompanied by the resounding thuds of flesh meeting flesh. The cycle of striking and rebounding continued, akin to a relentless reincarnation. 20 minutes elapsed. Growing weary of the sun hanging high in the sky, number 8 finally ceased his onslaught. He carelessly tossed Majin Buu's limp form onto a patch of ice, momentarily disregarding him. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the figures of number 5 and number 3 had vanished. What business could the two have with number 6? And what was that unsettling aura? Number 8 furrowed his brow, losing interest in the grotesque mass of flesh that was once Majin Buu. With a firm kick, he nudged the pink, lifeless heap. Duong. It bounced without a reaction. It couldn't simply be dead, could it? Curiosity piqued. Number 8 leaned closer to inspect, convinced that Majin Buu should not have perished so easily. Just as he was about to depart in his boredom, the grotesque mass stirred, the viscous pink substance suddenly springing upwards, lunging at number 8. He turned in confusion, noticing, in that brief moment, that the sun had vanished. Buzz. A massive clump of the sticky pink substance enveloped them, swallowing him whole. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of the Others. Huffing. Number 6 inhaled deeply, as though he sought to draw in every particle of air surrounding him. His eyes were partially closed, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his gaze as he slightly spread his arms, summoning an array of weapons from the void, hundreds, if not thousands, of various armaments shimmering with a lethal glow, all aimed at the figures below. A low hum resonated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Huai stood at the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fervor and murderous intent. He bellowed, "Kill," as he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, launching them like cannon fire towards number 6 above. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in rapid succession, deafeningly loud. A thick, acrid smoke billowed forth, swiftly engulfing number 6. Yet, remarkably, he stood unscathed at the very center of the ominous cloud. Before him, several blades and spears floated in midair, forming an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly deflected Pui's energy blast. These weapons shimmered with an otherworldly glow, brimming with seemingly infinite power. Pathetic, scoffed number 6. With his hands clasped behind his back and a cold smirk curling his lips, he began to rise slowly into the air. The array of weapons behind him rotated gently in sync with his ascent. Die. His eyes narrowed slightly, murderous intent surging. He lowered his right arm just a fraction, and in an instant, every single weapon plunged downward like a storm of divine judgment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blades, spears, staves, countless weapons rained down, instantly impaling the lowly soldiers below and slamming into the earth with devastating force. Screams of agony filled the air. Number 6 remained expressionless, merely tilting the corner of his mouth in faint amusement. Yego, go, kill him. Pui shrieked, his eyes bloodshot as he cowered beneath Yego's massive frame. His gaze flickering nervously. Faced with a life or death command from an ancient incantation, Pui chose survival, and strangely, felt not a shred of pain or hesitation in his head. Arg, kill. Yego roared, though dozens of swords and spears were already embedded deep in his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet he charged forward through the agony. TCH. Insects. Number 6 sneered, watching the desperate duo close in. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He twitched his fingers slightly. Enough. This is boring. His eyes turned icy and indifferent. With a casual flick of his finger downward, he tapped the air lightly. A ripple spread through the void, as if a single drop had fallen into a still lake. The very fabric of space trembled. Thud. A dull, heavy sound echoed. The two grotesque figures froze instantly. Their eyes widened in utter shock and disbelief, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Dark red fluid began oozing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, quickly staining the ground beneath them crimson. Number 6's previous strike had already pulverized their internal organs. What stood before him now were mere empty shells, lifeless long before their minds could register death, thanks to the sheer speed of his attack. Without another glance, Number 6 hurled a small energy sphere from his right hand. Boom. In a flash of light, the two corpses vanished. Not even ash remained. TCH. Boring, he muttered, stretching lazily. Only Dabura's worth a real fight. He turned to leave. But just then, the sky above suddenly filled with auspicious clouds. A brilliant golden light flashed, momentarily blinding him. What is this? Number 6 looked up, puzzled. Never seen anything like it. This is Earth. An old, hoarse voice, strangely familiar, cut through the air, causing Number 6 to falter for a split second. He turned. Standing there was a frail elder with snow-white hair and a face as pale as parchment. Deep wrinkles etched his skin like maps of time itself. His long white beard cascaded like a waterfall around his thin lips, radiating ancient sorrow. On his head sat an oval-shaped black hat, completing an image both dignified and hauntingly worn by centuries. Upon closer inspection of his attire, he donned a sleek black jacket, exuding an air of competence and poise. Beneath the jacket, he was enveloped in a yellow-striped inner garment that imbued him with an enigmatic allure. His lower half was adorned with fitted black trousers, enhancing his overall vitality. A meticulous gaze upon his palms might reveal a concealed dark crimson device, glimmering softly. Perched atop his head was a hat, unmistakably adorned with the emblematic white double R and a red bow. The insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. He was none other than Dr. Gero. It appeared that the upgraded Palunga had resurrected Dr. Gero from the depths of hell and instantaneously transported him to Earth. The question arose, had others also arrived on this planet? Dr. Gero, is that truly you? Number 6 inquired. His tone laced with surprise as he pointed uncertainly at the elderly figure. Why has my father brought this ancient relic back to life? A sense of familiarity washed over Number 6 as he beheld the white-haired elder. After all, if one were to trace lineage, this old man was indeed his grandfather. A fact he was reluctant to acknowledge. Shaking his head in disbelief, Number 6 pondered the situation. Dr. Gero, initially astonished by his newfound surroundings on Earth, turned his gaze towards the blue-clad Number 6, revealing a look of confusion. Who are you? A Number 6's mind raced as he contemplated whether to reveal his familial ties to the elderly scientist when Dr. Gero interjected excitedly. You are Cell? You must be Cell. Dr. Gero's enthusiasm surged. He recalled an abandoned project wherein he had designed a form of Cell, albeit with some discrepancies in color and size. Why are you so diminutive? Was your nourishment insufficient? Dr. Gero frowned, delving into memories of his previous research. Cell, yes, I am Cell. Number 6 quickly shook his head, adopting a pitiful demeanor. You see, I was born malnourished and emerged prematurely from incubation, resulting in my current appearance. Moreover, I am aware that Android 17 and 18 ruthlessly killed you. Thus, in my quest for vengeance, I harnessed the essence of human life on Earth as a power source, ultimately ambushing the androids and achieving my perfect form before utilizing the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. As Number 6 spun this tale, Tears streamed down his cheeks, nearly convincing Dr. Gero of his fabricated narrative. No, you are not Cell. I am certain of it. Dr. Gero quickly distanced himself, shaking his head. Cell's demeanor would not align with yours, and your previous statements were deceitful. With a blink, Dr. Gero's cognitive apparatus discerned that the majority of what this individual had uttered was likely false. However, you too must be an android, correct? Has someone taken over my experiments? Dr. Gero retreated further, his mind racing with recollections of past events. TCH. So I've been uncovered. Number 6 wiped the tears from his face, a cunning smile creeping across his lips, radiating an aura of malevolence. Indeed, I find myself ill-suited for deception. However, it has truly taken me by surprise that you, old fool, have returned to life, remarked Number 6. Yet, I seem to have spoken no falsehood. I am indeed a creation of Cell. Moreover, it is you who brought me into existence, and the artificial beings, Numbers 17 and 18, are undoubtedly gone. He shook his head. Suddenly, he sensed 3 formidable presences nearby. So it is. Since you are an artificial being, it is time for you to perish. A figure swiftly darted through the sky and arrived beside Number 6. With golden, flowing hair and a resolute visage radiating confidence, adorned in his timeless battle attire, stood none other than Vegeta, the perennial second of the Dragon Ball world. At that moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, enveloped in golden lightning. A smug expression gracing his face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He raised his thumb towards himself and declared, though I do not know how I was resurrected, you loathsome androids must be defeated by me, the Prince of Science, Vegeta. No, now I am Super Vegeta? Chapter 43, Super Vegeta? After all, I too am now Super Vegeta. Vegeta boasted, gazing at the 2 androids below, slowly articulating his words. Super Vegeta, is it? Dr. Gero shook his head, reflecting on the events that transpired during my absence. Damned 17 and 18. Dr. Gero's expression darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. He now regretted activating the 2 permanent energy androids without properly calibrating their personalities, which led to their malevolent natures wanting to eliminate even their creator. Oh, what is this? Are you too frightened to move, little brat? Just moments ago, I heard you claim to have annihilated androids 17 and 18. Allow me to test your strength. Vegeta's azure eyes sparkled with golden light as he instantly appeared before Dr. Gero, delivering a powerful knife-hand strike. How could this be? Terror filled Dr. Gero's eyes. Am I to die again mere moments after my resurrection? Just as hope was bestowed upon me, must I now face death? As Dr. Gero's mind raced, contemplating a remedy, a figure swifter than Vegeta reached his side and kicked the arrogant prince away. Bang! The sheer force propelled the unsuspecting Vegeta into a distant mountain, creating a crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Bah! What a shameless wretch! Bullying an old man is hardly an accomplishment. You claimed you would test my strength, yet you merely prey upon the elderly. Number 6 proclaimed with righteous indignation, shielding Dr. Gero behind him, and with a hint of concern asked, Doctor, are you unharmed? Did Vegeta cause you any injury? Gazing into the earnest eyes of Number 6, Dr. Gero found himself momentarily frozen in place. What is this? Why is he treating me with such kindness? It feels rather unfamiliar. The last person who treated me this well was Number 17. Adjusting his hat and swallowing hard, Dr. Gero inquired, what exactly are you? Why do you assist me? Why? Number 6 reiterated the question, shaking his head, with hands clasped together and eyes slightly narrowed. Resembling a wise monk, he spoke slowly, because I am inherently good. I cannot abide the shedding of blood. Good? Dr. Gero glanced at the bloodied ground and scattered weapons, then looked back at this peculiar individual, on the verge of believing him. Ah, damnable artificial creature. A sudden roar interrupted the conversation of the benevolent being. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, radiated a formidable presence, his body pulsating with rising fury. Step aside, Doctor. Let me handle this. Number 6 pushed Dr. Gero aside, signaling him to retreat, then fixed a piercing gaze upon Vegeta, a hint of mockery evident. What's the matter, Prince? Are you angry? If you're upset, come at me. A Saiyan prince unable to defeat a mere lower-class warrior. How do you even bear to exist in this world? Number 6 unleashed his taunt, comparing him to Goku. Nanny? What did you say? I cannot surpass Kakarot. Vegeta's complexion flushed crimson, his aura threatening to erupt, while Number 6 maintained a nonchalant demeanor, adding fuel to the fire. Oh dear, I haven't even mentioned names yet. Why do you bring him up? Could it be that you, too, feel inferior to Goku? With a serious tone, number 6 continued. Shut up. Shut up. Aya. Vegeta's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage, his fury palpable, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Golden arcs of energy crackled around him as the planet trembled beneath the intensity of his presence. I will tear that foul mouth of yours apart. In an instant, Vegeta lunged at number 6, his right fist swelling with tremendous power, aimed directly at number 6's head. Seeing this, number 6's lips curled into a slight smirk as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted, waves of white energy surged outward, powerful forces radiating into the atmosphere. A flicker of doubt crossed Vegeta's mind as he swiftly moved, realizing his initial strike had been ineffective and preparing for another assault. Wow, so strong. Number 6 pulled back, shaking out his right hand, which had gone numb from the sheer force of the impact. Surprised by the might of Vegeta in his enraged state, he realized he could no longer conceal his own strength. Taking the initiative, number 6 launched himself towards Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches, descending upon him like a torrent of mercury. Vegeta's visage was clouded with discontent, yet he managed to withstand every blow. The sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the heavens, as waves of white energy surged forth, igniting two tempests that clashed violently. Such tremendous fighting prowess. Dr. Gero marveled from the sidelines, his eyes widened in awe. This was the combat strength he had longed for. This power surpassed that of androids 17 and 18 by leaps and bounds, reaching a level of utter domination. Have humans truly become this formidable? Dr. Gero pondered, gazing at his own hands, questioning whether this old man could still forge even more powerful warriors to contend with such opponents. He stood frozen in contemplation. Bang, bang, bang. The battle continued unabated nearby, and Vegeta grew increasingly astonished. His years in the depths of hell had not been in vain. He had trained relentlessly. How could this young brat possess strength equal to his own? A flaw. Number 6 gaze sharpened as he caught a fleeting moment of Vegeta's distraction. He seized the opportunity, his body sinking low before delivering a vicious uppercut that struck Vegeta's chin. Oh no! Vegeta's pupils dilated in alarm. He was too late to defend against such swiftness. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on his jaw, disrupting his thoughts. Number 6 unleashed his full force, exclaiming, "Ha!" He clasped his hands together, bending slightly, his arms bulging as he aimed a downward strike at Vegeta's head. Bang! Vegeta's form plummeted to the ground like an arrow released from its bow, creating a vast crater. Smoke billowed and dispersed into the air. What an exhilarating sensation. This is what battle truly feels like. Number 6 wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze shifting downwards to the massive pit, lost in thought. He then lowered his body, clasped his hands tightly to the right side, forming a flower-like shape as he began to gather energy. Buzz. Soon, a brilliant azure energy surged forth, and number 6 revealed a hint of mischief. Thrusting his hands downward towards the prone Vegeta. "Behold my Kamehameha," he shouted, accompanied by a downward blast of blue energy. The sheer force of the energy trembled the air, nearly causing Dr. Gero's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Damn it! Vegeta knelt on the ground, struggling to lift his body, his right arm draped over his left, his expression weary. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, his pupils constricting in shock. He hastily unleashed a wave of energy to intercept. Bang! The two energy waves collided instantaneously, their immense power surging and crackling with intensity. Vegeta gritted his teeth as the ground beneath him crumbled, giving way. "I can barely hold on." Dr. Gero observed from the sidelines, offering a candid assessment. Chapter 44. Look, isn't this quite a spectacle? Indeed, I can scarcely endure. A youthful voice echoed from behind Dr. Gero. Who? Dr. Gero felt a cold sweat drench his collar as he instinctively recoiled, his pupils narrowing in alarm. To his astonishment, he beheld two figures, strikingly similar to the one who had just introduced himself as Cell, albeit one stout and the other slender, with the rotund one appearing rather peculiar. "You mustn't tell me that you are also Cell," Dr. Gero stammered, retreating further while his mind raced. How could it be that upon his resurrection, he was confronted with such unimaginable entities? Was he truly so endearing that they flocked to him, this elderly man? Was that what number 6 had implied? Number 3. arms crossed and eyes half closed, observed as number 6 conversed nearby. Dr. Jero, spare us your lengthy discourse for a moment. Do you believe you possess any value? Or perhaps a purpose as a living being? Number 3 interjected softly, interrupting Dr. Jero's impending response. Value? Purpose? Life? Dr. Jero's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the inquiry. The atmosphere around him felt increasingly unsettling. He sensed a chill in the air, and to his dismay, his augmented body began to tremble. The individuals before him hardly exuded benevolence. I can create life, conduct research, and engage in numerous scientific endeavors, Dr. Jero insisted, flailing his arms in an attempt to demonstrate his worth, only to be interrupted once more, this time by number 5. Well, allow me to pose a question. You mentioned in your notes the concept of Cell's ultimate evolution. Pray tell, what does ultimate evolution entail? Number 5 inquired. Ultimate evolution? Let me think. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Dr. Jero admitted, swallowing hard as he glanced at number 6. Ultimate evolution is merely an idea of mine, suggesting that after Cell undergoes the second phase of evolution, a fundamental transformation occurs. That is, he must assimilate another being with an identical genetic composition, essentially another cell. This would facilitate the true evolution of life, enabling his bloodline to attain a genuine evolutionary state. At that juncture, his complex lineage would unify, allowing him to truly embody a created life form. Prior to this, even if he absorbed others and acquired their abilities, he could not manifest them perfectly. However, afterward, those abilities would be expressed flawlessly and with enhanced strength. As Dr. Jero grew increasingly animated, reflecting on Cell, his most formidable creation, number 3 and number 5 exchanged glances, both chuckling. Is that all? I expected something more profound, they remarked. Very well, we have discerned your value. You may now rest in peace, number 3 declared, raising an arm to conjure a blade of wind pressure that swiftly bisected Dr. Jero. Even in that instant, his face retained the excitement of his previous discourse, oblivious to the grim reality of his demise. He had never anticipated that his brief revival would culminate in such an untimely end. How utterly vexing. Number 3 furrowed his brow slightly, raising one hand slowly to gather a wave of energy, which swiftly obliterated the remnants, leaving only a few wisps of ash drifting in the air. Brother 3, why do you think Father wishes to resurrect Dr. Jero? This old man is quite bothersome. Number 5 remarked, an unusual expression of disdain crossing his face. How should I know? It doesn't concern me much. It was Vegeta who eliminated him. Number 3 replied with a sidelong glance at the still struggling Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips. Is it truly so? What exactly are we doing here at number 6's place? Are we merely witnesses to the birth of Super Saiyan Vegeta? This is rather tedious, isn't it? Moreover, I haven't sensed number 8's presence since earlier. It's as if he has vanished. Shouldn't we return to check? Relax. I have a premonition that Father will return soon, and by then, Majin Buu will be easily dealt with. For now, let us simply enjoy the spectacle, number 3 replied, shaking his head dismissively and focusing on the clash between number 6 and Vegeta. Buzzing with formidable energy, Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground as his lower body nearly sank into the earth. In a fit of defiance, he unleashed a furious roar. Just as he believed he was on the brink of death, number 6 halted his assault, retracting his energy and observing him silently. However, to Vegeta's eyes, it seemed as if number 6 was mocking him. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, number 6 vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Vegeta and delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. The transformation into Super Saiyan was forcibly undone, his golden hair reverting to black, and the fierce aura around him dissipated entirely. To be a Super Saiyan, one must possess the resolve to do so. Lying still is all that is required. Number 6 remarked, watching as Vegeta's once menacing visage gradually softened, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He felt a twinge of sympathy. Being the prince of the Saiyans was no easy feat. After a moment of contemplation, number 6 decided against forcibly feeding Vegeta the delectable morsels he had been saving. With a swift rush, 2 figures descended, number 3 and number 5. What brings you two here? Weren't you supposed to capture the fleeing Babidi? Number 6 inquired, puzzled. Babidi was dispatched by number 5, but Majin Buu managed to escape. However, only Buu's energy remains. There's no trace of number 8, which may suggest he has been absorbed. Number 3 shrugged, playfully pinching number 5's belly in response. Wait, has father introduced us to more brothers? Who is number 8? Number 6 asked, scratching his head in confusion, suppressing the urge to eat. Oh, he asked the fusion of brother 2 and brother 4, self-identifying as number 8. Number 5 quickly provided the answer, extending a small hand. Thus, number 8 has indeed been absorbed. Number 6 blinked, questioning. Isn't he coming here now? Just wait and see, number 3 said, sensing something and swiftly turning his head. And there will be some new friends arriving too. As the 6th sensed the situation, he detected several formidable auras converging towards their location. What on earth have you two done? Why is everyone flocking here? He questioned, biting back. It can't possibly be just us. It's clearly the clash of your and Vegeta's energies that has attracted them, the 3rd retorted, turning to point at the 6th's nose before gesturing towards the approaching Majin Buu. You are currently the strongest among us. You should take the lead. Indeed, indeed. The 5th chimed in, clearly shaken by the immense shadow cast by Majin Buu. Suddenly, a vibrant display lit up the sky. Several streaks of white light flashed across. Lingering above. Is everyone here? The 3rd mused, his gaze darkening as he lowered his arms from their crossed position to look upward. In the sky, one figure appeared from one direction, while a group emerged from another. Hey, 3rd, what if I take on the bulk of those foes while you handle just one? The 6th suggested with a mischievous grin as he patted the 3rd's shoulder. That one be necessary. It appears that the 8th has indeed been absorbed by Majin Buu. We should surrender, or perhaps we should call the boss to bring our father here. None of us stand a chance. The 3rd's expression darkened as he felt the unmasked energy of Majin Buu, cold sweat trickling down his back. Gohan, look, is that Vegeta? A bald-headed figure in the crowd suddenly shouted, eyes glinting as he pointed to the 3 standing on the ground. Yes, Uncle Krillin, but our greater concern lies here. Gohan replied, his gaze fixated on the right, where a pink figure emanated a power he had never sensed even from his father, an overwhelming force. What a predicament. What should we do? Gohan turned his head towards his father, who appeared astonished, gazing at his own hands while muttering to himself. Remarkable. Truly overwhelming. This energy is so intense that my body trembles in fear. Goku exclaimed, excitement evident on his face despite the words he spoke. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his eyes narrowing as they fixated on Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu had undergone a significant transformation, shedding his previous corpulence. His muscles were taut, his physique well-defined, and the appendages resembling antennae had elongated down to his feet. He was adorned with an exoskeletal armor akin to the 8th, clinging to his chest and shoulders, while a pair of pink wings sprouted from his back. His figure was elongated and firm, radiating an aura of terror. His visage resembled that of Cell, a grotesque version of the pink creature. Humph. Majin Buu scoffed, turning to lock eyes with Goku, an overwhelming sense of pressure washing over them in an instant. We should flee. Krillin's face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Without a backward glance, he sprinted away into the distance. Uncle Krillin. Under immense pressure, Sun Wukong spoke in a low voice. In an instant, everyone present felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy, their pupils dilating in anticipation. Adopting a stance ready for battle. Gohan, let him go. Such power here would only be a burden to us, Piccolo said through clenched teeth. Moreover, it is only the few of us who have come. We merely sought to witness the clash of energies between Vegeta and his opponent. Many have not joined us. Have they? And it is only natural that Krillin, having just been resurrected, would wish to avoid death once more. Piccolo continued, addressing Gohan once more. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan replied, his gaze shifting to the formidable Majin Buu, feeling the malevolent, yet powerful aura emanating from him, swallowing hard. On planet Namek, the clouds above rumbled incessantly, streaks of golden lightning dancing across the sky. Cell stood suspended in the void, his eyes wide as he basked in the beauty of the Dragon Balls. He then raised his hands, his expression turning serious, and spoke in the ancient tongue. Come forth, dragon, grant my wish. As his words echoed, Cell looked eagerly at the Dragon Balls, each the size of a house, his heart filled with joy. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 7 Dragon Balls flickered, resonating in unison, releasing an astonishing brightness that illuminated the entire planet. A colossal beam of light surged into the sky, the golden lightning crackling and booming. The 7 Dragon Balls began to ascend slowly, swirling, as the towering golden beam transformed into a magnificent dragon, swirling amidst the clouds, eventually revealing a gigantic golden dragon head. Its eyes glowing red as they fixated on Cell. If anyone were to be near the outer space of planet Namek at that moment, they would surely be struck with terror, for a colossal golden dragon, larger than several planets, had suddenly appeared, its immense head now directed at planet Namek. Master Cell, I can grant you 3 wishes. The golden dragon proclaimed, its voice resonating like thunder, heard only by Cell himself. How magnificent! This is the true dragon, Trunks exclaimed, bouncing in excitement, vigorously shaking Dandy's arm. However, Dandy stood transfixed, his eyes wide. Though he had risen to his feet, he remained fixated on the golden dragon above. Utterly speechless. Standing nearby, Number 1 crossed his arms, his expression indifferent as he raised his head, seemingly uninterested in the spectacle. With a sigh, Cell exhaled a breath of tension, gazing at the golden dragon with fervent emotion, and softly declared, "My first wish is to possess the omniscient abilities akin to Zuno's. This should be a simple task." The dragon nodded slowly, its eyes glowing red, casting a scarlet hue across the sky, as arcs of golden energy shot forth from its eyes, striking Cell's body. "Your wish has been granted," the dragon announced. It seems nothing has changed," Cell mused. Sheru gazed at his hands, his eyes filled with perplexity. Could this be a passive ability? He clenched his fists, golden light emanating from his eyes as he slowly closed them. Suddenly, fleeting images flashed before him, culminating in a vision of Earth, showcasing its history from ancient times to the present. He witnessed the arrival of Bafidi and Depura, the battles on Planet 6, and more. A sigh escaped him. Indeed, this ability is passive. Whatever I contemplate, all related knowledge surges into my mind. Sheru curiously rubbed his head, and then articulated his next wish. I wish to acquire all soul-related abilities in the universe. The golden dragon remained silent, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, and Sheru sensed a transformation within him, gaining comprehensive mastery over these powers in an instant. State your third wish, the golden dragon urged. I wish to possess the ability to appear anywhere in the universe instantaneously, Sheru declared with a solemn tone. This wish poses some difficulty. Yet I can still grant it, the dragon replied, its eyes flashing red once more. Very well, you may depart. Sheru felt a myriad of complex powers within him and nodded in satisfaction. Until we meet again. With a whoosh, the golden dragon began to dissipate, leaving behind a cascade of golden particles, while its majestic form vanished from the cosmos, and the 7 Dragon Balls came to a halt, gently descending. This marked the first advantage of Sheru's Dragon Balls. Wishes could be made without waiting again, and the Dragon Balls would not flee. The second benefit was that he alone could wield them, as they needed to be carried with him. And summoning the Dragon Balls required speaking in the dialect of his homeland. Suddenly, the sky burst into brilliance, the dark clouds dispersing rapidly. With a wave of his hand, Sheru summoned all the Dragon Balls into his alternate space. This ability to wish for Dragon Balls was one of the many powers bestowed upon him by Purunga, the Namekian dragon. Moreover, he had acquired numerous peculiar abilities. In an instant, Sheru teleported to Trunks and his companions, who were soon joined by the elders who had been frozen in place. Mr. Sheru, no. Chief, you are now the leader of the Namekian clan, Elder Muley said respectfully. Bowing slightly, the remaining Namekians echoed in reverence, bending to address him as Chief. Chief, Sheru thought, somewhat bewildered. How did a simple wish elevate him to the status of the leader of the Namekian people? Could it be related to the bloodline of the Dragon Clan? Indeed. Muley responded, observing Sheru's puzzled expression. Our Namekian tradition dictates that anyone whose Dragon Ball bloodline can summon the 5-clawed golden dragon is deemed the chief. Regardless of how you achieve this, we must honor you as our leader. Muley nodded, speaking earnestly. Is that so? Sheru furrowed his brow. However, you need not remain with us. Muley gazed at the furrowed brow of Sheru, repeatedly gesturing with his hands. Ah, splendid. My tasks are thus accomplished. A minor issue has arisen on Earth. I must return to assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Sheru exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. Farewell, Chief. Muley addressed all the Namekians. Farewell, Chief. They echoed. Sheru nodded affirmatively, preparing to depart with a few companions when he sensed something amiss with Number 1. Number 1 suddenly frowned. A faint voice emerged. A communication between brothers, facilitating long-distance exchanges with ease. Boss, please respond. We require assistance. We require assistance. Number 2 and 4 have foolishly fed Majin Buu. His current strength is beyond our capacity to handle. Urge Father to return swiftly, or Earth is doomed. Father, we must leave at once. Earth is indeed in peril. Majin Buu has consumed number 2 and 4. A rare look of anxiety crossed number 1's face. What? Trouble brews once again on Earth? Trunks hastily pushed through Dondi and approached the two. There's no time to lose. We must depart. Upon hearing this, Sheru's expression turned grave. He nodded, grasping the shoulders of the two, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Chaos shall ensue. Muley observed their departing figures, shaking his head with a troubled countenance. On Earth, Majin Buu, having absorbed number 8, also inherited his arrogant demeanor, spotting Goku's unwavering gaze. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he stepped forward. Whoosh! His form instantly materialized before Goku. So swift. There's no time to react. All around, the onlookers' pupils constricted, their faces pallid with dread. Hee. Majin Buu grinned malevolently. We must flee, Goku exclaimed, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Too late. Majin Buu's expression hardened as he unleashed a barrage of punches, the force of which surged violently, striking Gohan and Piccolo squarely in the abdomen. Thud. Ugh. Their pupils vanished in an instant, their bodies careening through the air. Gohan. Piccolo. Damn it. Goku's expression darkened, his muscles taut with rage, the fury within him erupting forth. Huh. Goku shouted in anger, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 3, when a colossal hand clamped over his mouth, stifling his voice. In that moment, Majin Buu pressed Goku's head downwards, plummeting rapidly. Boom. The ground erupted into a massive crater, with Goku, still in his normal state, losing consciousness. Teetering on the brink of death, smoke billowed around, and debris scattered, spreading in all directions. Ah, how delightful. Majin Buu's violet eyes glinted as he regarded the trio of brothers. What should we do? Those others were obliterated. We are next. Number 6 jumped up, shaking number 3 anxiously. Hush, do not rush. Now we can only delay. Theoretically, the integration technique of the metamoxin should take 30 minutes. And now there are perhaps only 10 minutes left. A brief delay will suffice, calmly analyzed number 3, his gaze fixed intently on number 6. No. Why are you looking at me, third brother? It's rather unsettling, number 6 shivered. Utilize your absurd technique to distract him. It should buy us about 10 minutes. Suggested number 3. Is that even feasible? Number 6 stood frozen, glancing between number 3 and number 5. It is indeed possible. Go for it, number 6. I have faith in you. Encouraged number 5. All right, then I shall proceed. With a deep breath, number 6 closed his eyes, exhaling a cloud of murky air before levitating into the air, his hands making a sudden gesture. Boom. A deluge of filth, seemingly from nowhere, descended upon number 6, enveloping the sky in a noxious stench. Sniff sniff. Sun Wukong's nostrils twitched, his mind jolted awake by the foul odor, his pupils regaining their color. Cough cough cough. What is this? Sun Wukong grimaced in distress. The floating Majin Buu, witnessing this scene, was similarly horrified and sought to flee. However, number 6's ultimate technique struck first, as the sky filled with the grotesque filth, cascading and rushing towards Majin Buu. Surely not. Majin Buu's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he stared at the approaching deluge in panic. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In an instant, a surge emanated from his head, and a bolt of purple lightning shot forth, creating a stalemate in the air. The purple lightning gradually transformed the filth into dark chocolate, plummeting to the ground in clumps. Beads of cold sweat streamed down Majin Buu's face, filled with terror. He had narrowly escaped being engulfed by the mound of filth. Gazing at the fallen chocolate, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After today, he would likely never wish to eat chocolate again. How revolting. Sizzling. The two figures in the sky remained locked in a standoff. Piccolo lay still on a mountaintop, while Gohan struggled to rise, witnessing the astonishing scene before him. However, upon inhaling the overwhelming stench, his previously resilient body collapsed, his complexion turning a shade of purple as he succumbed to the odor. Third brother. Does this count as killing 1,000 enemies while harming ourselves by 800? Number 5 and number 3, donning gas masks they procured from who knows where, covered their heads. It is indeed somewhat detrimental, but it matters not. We shall maneuver behind the enemy. Number 3 patted number 5's abdomen and soared to appear behind Majin Buu. Shall we proceed together? Indeed. Number 5 nodded, and both suddenly unleashed their full energy. Boom. A golden aura gradually ascended, a powerful force erupting forth, energy pulsating outward. Unleash our strongest attack. Number 3 bellowed. Then positioned his right hand with the index and middle fingers together on his forehead, blue arcs of electricity flickering into existence. Excellent. Upon hearing the words, Number 5 nodded solemnly, extending both hands as an array of energy slashes materialized in the air, filling half the sky. The crackling sound intensified as Number 3's aura grew stronger, arcs of electricity radiating outward. Now, with a mighty roar, Number 3 unleashed his power, his right hand thrust forward. Spirals of red and yellow energy waves intertwined rapidly, surging toward the fiendish Majin Buu. Demonic annihilation cannon. Full spectrum energy slash. Boom. Simultaneously, both Number 3 and Number 5 unleashed their most formidable techniques. Number 5's full spectrum energy slash struck first, delivering a barrage of energy slashes that tore into Majin Buu's form with unrelenting force. Thud. Countless golden streams erupted, crashing against Majin Buu and exploding into a shower of radiant particles. Buzz. At that moment, Number 3's demonic annihilation cannon followed suit. A spiral of red and yellow energy entwined with blue arcs, aimed directly at Majin Buu's head. Bang! An explosion resonated, shrouding the area in smoke. A flicker of excitement danced in Number 3's eyes as he witnessed his demonic annihilation cannon penetrate Majin Buu's skull before detonating. Surely, the strange tendrils that had been casting that bizarre magic would be rendered inactive for a time. Indeed, the once vibrant purple thunder that had clashed with Number 6's vast excrement mountain vanished in an instant, burying Majin Buu beneath the debris. Cough, cough, let us go. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Number 3 urgently grasped Number 5's hand, urging them to flee the scene. Boom. The massive excrement mountain surged, crashing Majin Buu's body into the ground and releasing a foul stench. Number 6, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Numbers 3 and 5, comprehension dawned. He raised a thumb in approval. Then, Number 6 expelled a breath of stale air, inhaling deeply, consuming the surrounding oxygen. His cheeks puffed out, eyes wide with intensity. With a slight parting of his lips, a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, the pale orange fire growing fiercer with distance, as if the air itself were being scorched. Emitting a charred odor. Boom. The orange-yellow flames engulfed the entire excrement mountain in an instant, causing the rancid smell to permeate the air, leaving Numbers 3 and 5 alarmed. Tightening their gas masks. Crackle. Glub. In the moments of combustion, viscous areas bubbled up, hissing where the flames made contact, quickly drying and solidifying. Clap. Clap. The sound of applause echoed from behind as Number 3 squinted down at the excrement mountain, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Impressive, Number 6. Indeed. Your contributions have been monumental. With a retching sound, Number 3 waved his hands dismissively. Meanwhile, Number 6, upon sensing the moment was right, retracted the fiery ability he had learned from Dapla and turned to the two individuals clad in gas masks. He posed a rather provocative question. Is it truly that foul? Does it not smell delightful? Initially displaying a look of bewilderment, Number 6 inhaled deeply, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment, leaving Numbers 3 and 5 momentarily stunned. Is Majin Buu still inside? Queried Number 5, adjusting his mask with a hint of perplexity. He should be in there. Wouldn't you agree, Number 6? Number 3 interjected, continuing to inquire. Indeed, he is indeed within, yet I can't shake the feeling that this is futile. Once we genuinely provoke Majin Buu, we shall be in dire straits. Number 6 remarked, though his countenance betrayed a nonchalant demeanor as he shrugged. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, are you all right? From a distance, Krillin, who had not ventured far, endured the vile stench, dragging the three towards a concealed location for safety. Oh, and what of Vegeta? A fleeting hesitation crossed Krillin's face as he glanced in Vegeta's direction, too close to the trio of blue terrors. The origins of these beings were shrouded in mystery. From afar, he had witnessed a technique belonging to Vegeta, the Keyblade, executed with such proficiency that it overshadowed his own attempts, of which he could only manage a few in a short span. The sheer volume of Keyblades unleashed was something he deemed unattainable in his lifetime. Furthermore, another individual had employed Piccolo's technique, the special beam cannon. Although he had not seen it firsthand, based on Goku's previous descriptions, it was unmistakably the special beam cannon. Curse it, these bizarre occurrences are relentless. First, the individuals who had perished inexplicably resurrected, then the confrontation with those blue horrors, and now a formidable pink entity has emerged. One that even Goku cannot best. Why does Earth seem to be a magnet for turmoil? It feels as if the entire universe revolves around this planet, with foes traversing space to wage war and plunder. Krillin's mind was now a chaotic whirlpool, the initial joy of resurrection dissipating entirely as he observed the three blue figures in the sky engaged in discussion, then glanced at Vegeta. A trace of hesitation flitted across his face, yet with a firm resolve, he prepared to advance. Suddenly, the previously solidified mound of excrement emitted an unusual sound. Drawing the brothers' attention, Majin Buu was about to emerge. The trio immediately assumed a combat stance, their expressions grave as they gazed down at the mound. With a resounding crash, the entire mound shattered explosively, and a pink figure slowly ascended. Majin Buu appeared, his eyes darkened, and his face contorted with a menacing grimace. "Ah, damn you! You shall perish." Upon the arrival of the trio of brothers, the originally violet eyes of Majin Buu instantly transformed into a deep crimson. A formidable aura erupted forth, the purple flames soaring skyward, as an immense energy pulsated outward, stirring relentless gales. Thunderous roars echoed. The sky swiftly darkened with dense clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning, as pink bolts danced within the tumultuous atmosphere, producing a cacophony of thunder. The aura surrounding Majin Buu continued to escalate, the very void seeming on the verge of collapse, emitting a sound akin to cracking glass. Bang! A bolt of pink lightning struck Majin Buu with ferocity, accompanied by thunderclaps. Threads of purple arcs circled around him, a staggering force rising from the ground, causing the earth to fracture and the floating stones to shatter. The resounding crack of breaking glass reverberated as the space surrounding Majin Buu suddenly fractured, a web of fissures sprawling in all directions. With his entire being aglow in purple light, electricity crackling around him, he exhaled a breath of foul air, his form suddenly erupting into motion, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Oh no, the energy shields. Number 3 was the first to notice, raising his hands as countless energy shields materialized in the space around them, designed to fend off Majin Buu's assault. Numbers 6 and 5 quickly followed suit, their expressions grave, hands lifted in unison as a dense cluster of energy shields enveloped them. With a commanding shout, Number 5 summoned a golden radiance that enveloped his lower body, his entire being aflame with golden energy, shimmering brilliantly. The energy shield seemed to glimmer with a touch of gold. Whoosh! Majin Buu suddenly materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. His right arm raised with great force, striking out with a thunderous impact, the air howling in response. Bang! A resounding boom echoed. After enduring for merely 0.01 seconds, the outermost energy shields began to shatter one by one, as Majin Buu sneered, fixing his gaze upon the trio. Chapter 47. The appearance of Cell with a derisive chuckle. Majin Buu exerted his right arm, arcs of electricity swirling around him, unleashing a powerful punch that erupted forth. Boom! The transparent force of his punch shattered all the energy shields that stood in his way. Oh no! The three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. They never anticipated that the energy shields they had jointly created would disintegrate before him like mere paper glass, crumbling at the slightest touch. Farewell, worthless beings. A smirk graced Majin Buu's lips, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes at their reaction. He slightly retracted his right fist, fingers splayed, revealing a shimmering purple energy sphere. Bang! Instantly, a robust wave of purple energy surged forth. Thunderous roars resounded as a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, spreading rapidly. The trash has finally perished. Did you call for your mother? Go ahead, call. Amidst the smoke, a warm voice emerged, polite yet cheeky, inquiring about the mothers of those present. The smile on the face of Majin Buu abruptly ceased. He was no longer the being he once was. He had comprehended the meaning behind those disparaging words. With a gentle breeze, a swirling mist dissipated, revealing a towering figure. Observing the faint interest on Majin Buu's face, a smirk appeared on the lips of Cell. Remarkably, the number 3, number 5, and number 6 clones bear a striking resemblance to me. albeit lacking in finesse. Cell remarked, shaking his head as he glanced back. Father! The trio exclaimed in unison. Cell? A rare hint of panic flickered across Majin Buu's face as he took a few steps back. Clapping his hands, Cell playfully commented. That last move of yours did sting a bit. Look, my hand is all blackened. He extended his left hand, revealing a once pristine palm, now marred by soot. Father, where's the boss? Number 6, the most exuberant of the group, inquired. Down there, of course. Go see Trunks and his father. Cell gestured towards the pit where Vegeta lay. And what of you, number 6? Once this charade concludes, I trust Trunks will have a word with you. It is rather unbecoming to bully others. Rest assured, father. Starting today, we too shall embark on our training. I refuse to believe he can surpass me. Number 6 declared, arms crossed with a proud expression. Wait, what is that foul odor? Cell suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant stench, hastily covering his nose. Following the source of the odor, he beheld a grotesque pile of filth, his lips twitching in distaste. Ugh, let this abomination vanish. With a wave of his arm, a golden light illuminated the surroundings. Like a radiant pillar, swiftly erasing that blighted area from existence. With a thunderous crash, the entire mound of filth disappeared, along with several meters of soil beneath it. A gust of wind swept through, cleansing the atmosphere, and the air became significantly fresher. Wow, Father, you're incredible, Number 6 exclaimed. A look of regret and sorrow in his eyes, filled with nostalgia. Finally, it can be removed. Indeed. Number 3 and Number 5 exchanged glances and promptly discarded their gas masks, inhaling the pristine air deeply. Refreshing. The inhabitants of that realm, save for Number 6, displayed expressions of relief. Cell merely smiled, addressing the slightly fearful Majin Buu. What is the matter? Still wish to play? I shall oblige. With a snap of his fingers, the sound resonated, and a powerful energy barrier expanded outward, isolating the trio while leaving only Majin Buu and himself. Gently landing, Cell gazed at his hands, murmuring, "Let me experiment with this supplementary magic. Flame, ice," he began, his mouth opening to unleash his powers. In an instant, the fabric of space twisted. A torrent of golden flames engulfing half of the realm, the temperature soaring abruptly as wisps of steam ascended from the ground. The demon Buu, beholding this spectacle, attempted to escape through instant transmission, only to find his ability inexplicably faltering. A chilling gust, seemingly conjured from nowhere, swept through, instantly freezing everything in its path, transforming the other half of the space into a realm of ice and snow, with delicate snowflakes descending from the heavens. Not bad. It appears that the potency of my magic is indeed determined by the strength of the energy. Cell's eyes brightened as a sudden realization struck him, addressing the demon Buu. Allow me to show you something amusing. With that, Cell exhaled a breath of murky air, his gaze sharpening with utmost seriousness. As he stepped lightly and brought his hands together in fervent concentration, he raised his gaze, invoking a wood-based spell, Cell's version of the Thousand Hands. A comical transformation. With a thunderous roar, colossal trees erupted from the ground, their vines and branches towering impressively, instantaneously populating the previously desolate landscape. A magnificent wooden statue slowly took shape, its likeness mirroring that of Cell himself. Boom. The enormous trees continued to grow, morphing into a multitude of massive hands, forming concentric circles of formidable arms, exuding an overwhelming presence. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Cell proclaimed, standing atop the creation, hands raised, his gaze commanding, directed at the floating demon Buu above. Damn it! Buu, clearly incensed, began to gather energy, his aura reaching its zenith. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around him as he extended his hand, conjuring a small energy sphere that swelled larger and larger until it resembled a miniature asteroid, a purple energy orb radiating immense pressure that crushed the ground beneath, causing it to fracture and release waves of white energy. Huh. Witnessing this, Cell's once playful demeanor faded, his expression turning grave. He concentrated, channeling his energy to manipulate the clash of ice and fire. With a resounding thud, the purple energy orb swiftly engulfed the oncoming forces, creating ripples before expanding dramatically. Goodness, this thing is incredibly powerful, Cell muttered in disbelief, instantly transforming into the super android Cell. Boom. A radiant golden light erupted as a soft glow ascended from beneath him, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever it touched, green morphed into a resplendent gold, and his once purple irises shimmered with a hint of azure. The golden flames swirled and rose, his aura intensifying as the massive statue beneath him began to expand, the ground crumbling beneath his feet. Perish, Bu declared, slowly lowering his hands. The colossal energy orb plummeted downward, and Cell, feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, exuded confidence. What once seemed unattainable now appeared effortless. Arise. With a relaxed demeanor, Cell deftly commanded a colossal statue of himself, tenfold larger than before, to strike with fervor. In an instant, countless enormous hands surged forth, accompanied by a howling gust, stabilizing the massive energy sphere. How utterly mundane. I've transformed, and yet this is all you can muster? Is this truly your limit, Majin Bu? Cell bellowed, unleashing his full power. Immediately, the hands began to swell, with innumerable trees stretching out, entwining the energy sphere imbued with a destructive aura, as if drawing nourishment to root themselves there. Boom. In an instant, a hand formed of wood enveloped the entire energy ball, absorbing it at an astonishing velocity. The oppressive weight on the ground dissipated, and Cell, reveling in the power coursing through him, wore a satisfied expression, even letting out a belch of contentment. He materialized before Majin Bu, placing a hand on his shoulder, and spoke slowly, "My little one, it is time to return what is owed." No sooner had he spoken than a burst of golden light erupted from Cell's hand, penetrating Majin Bu's form and violently extracting the two small beings that had just materialized. He then flung them towards his little brother. "Now you are mine," Cell declared with a cold smirk, gazing at Majin Bu, whose eyes were filled with terror. With a hum, as flickers of light danced around, Cell reached toward Majin Bu's head, extracting his soul. This was one of the secret techniques he had mastered. Without hesitation, he consumed it, chewing to enhance and nourish his own spirit. "Ah, delightful." Cell laughed heartily, sensing his soul growing stronger, his mind eclipsing his physical form. The fatigue from his extensive knowledge and abilities dissipated in an instant, leaving him exhilarated, as if his spirit had just undergone a luxurious spa treatment. "Now, it is time for the body," he murmured, unleashing a powerful pull that drew the pink form entirely into himself. Chapter 48. Cell's Transformation. A surge of energy erupted from Cell's hands, instantly enveloping Majin Bu's body. At this stage, he had mastered control over every part of his form, no longer requiring his tail for absorption. With a twist of his neck, audible cracks echoed, and he clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He was quite covetous of Majin Bu's abilities. Suddenly, a deep thudding emanated from within him, as pink smoke began to swirl and envelop his figure. Cell narrowed his eyes, meticulously sensing the gifts Majin Bu bestowed upon him. A whirlwind materialized without warning, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. Pink lightning, like a serpentine dragon, danced amidst the clouds. The sky crackled with lightning, an eerie aura radiating outward. The protective energy barrier suddenly vanished. What is the situation? Are those two rascals unharmed? Number 3, maintaining his aloof demeanor, crossed his arms and squinted slightly, murmuring, "They're fine, just fainted. They'll awaken shortly. I must say, they're rather foolish, having assimilated such formidable power, yet still being absorbed. Just like in the original tale with Gotenks." Number 6 picked at his nose and promptly consumed the remnants. There was little choice. His stock had been purified by his father, leaving him to rely on self-sustenance. Indeed, Brother 4 has always possessed this temperament, and Brother 2 is quite similar. If the two were to merge again, the dual-wave warriors, if they aren't reckless, they wouldn't be true to themselves. Number 5 chuckled, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. However, speaking of which, is father absorbing Majin Bu? Number 5 rubbed his small belly, voice laced with curiosity. "Precisely," a youthful voice echoed from behind. "Big brother." The trio blinked in astonishment. Number 1 approached leisurely, followed closely by Trunks, who cautiously yet joyfully trailed behind with Vegeta. It seemed that father intended to fully integrate Majin Bu into his being. This would grant him an extraordinary regenerative capability akin to immortality. The wondrous magic capable of altering the structure of matter, coupled with an enhanced learning ability, would render Father's absorption increasingly effortless. One could assert that, aside from the god of destruction and angels, Father had become nearly invincible within this universe. A smile slowly crept across Number 1's face. His joy increased with Father's growing strength. Indeed. Just so. I believe once Father absorbs that Cell Pro and achieves his ultimate evolution, completing the unification of bloodlines. The immense potential combined with Cell Pro's power could compel even Beerus to reveal a fraction of his true strength in battle. Number 6 remarked excitedly, his gaze fixed intently on what appeared to be an egg composed of pink mist. I'm not certain, Number 1 replied, shaking his head. That Beerus fellow has patched himself up quite extensively. Who knows what his limits are? It's hard to say, but at the very least, reaching the level of Black Frisia could likely elicit some of his genuine combat prowess. After all, he effortlessly knocked out Goku and Vegeta, who had transformed into perfect Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery forms, respectively. Their strength has reached an indescribable level. What are Beerus and the God of Destruction? Are they truly formidable? Trunks inquired with a hint of curiosity. Beerus is the God of Destruction, exceedingly powerful. At this point, Father pales in comparison. Akin to the vast gulf between the moon and mere dust. Father is the dust, Number 1 replied, somewhat resigned, taking the time to enlighten this inquisitive child. After all, he had posed numerous questions along the way, inquiring about the number of siblings, their ages, and even the manner of their birth. Oh, by the way, over there are your companions. Aren't you going to see them? Suddenly, Number 1 had a thought and pointed to a distant area, gesturing for Trunks to look. What? Trunks followed the direction of the finger, but saw nothing, only sensing a faint aura. What is this? Trunks furrowed his brows, concentrating intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. As if struck by a realization, tears began to flow down his cheeks, dropping onto the ground. Gohan. It's Gohan's energy, albeit very faint. Trunks' eyes sparkled with hope. He gently placed Vegeta down, asking a few individuals to take care of him, before instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring swiftly into the distance. A golden streak vanishing into the sky. Boss, look, he is so excited he even abandoned Dad. Number 6 remarked, still picking his nose, his voice muffled. Don't mind it. It seems Father is about to emerge. Number 1 cast a glance at the fallen Vegeta before locking his gaze on the pink egg ahead. His expression sharp. Suddenly, the pink egg began to crack, and a figure emerged, surrounded by arcs of pink energy that crackled and flickered. Boom. A bolt of pink lightning struck from the sky, aimed directly at Cell. Bang. With a single blow, a layer of pink shell around Cell shattered, revealing his true form. He retained his predominantly green appearance, but now surrounded by swirling pink light, his stature seemingly compressed from over 2 meters to about 1.9. With little else to distinguish him, Cell exhaled sharply, his mouth slightly agape, releasing a deep breath as his eyes fluttered open, transforming from purple to pink, emanating an eerie glow. Boom. An overwhelming aura instantly erupted from him, radiating a terrifying pressure that shattered mountains and trembled the planet. Damn, we're finished. Number 6 quickly activated an energy shield, and the others followed suit, a pale green barrier enveloping Vegeta. Bang. A wave of pressure slammed against the energy shield. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed as cracks spread across the shield formed by their combined efforts. Just hold on for a few more seconds. Number 1 gritted his teeth, glancing at the fallen Vegeta, urging them on. Boom. The ominous aura surrounding Cell suddenly receded, the terrifying pressure dissipating. Zzz. Amidst the swirling pink arcs, Cell looked down at his hands, flexing them. A smile crept across his face. My power has increased slightly, and this body feels different. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Cell's eyes. His spirit and body had once again achieved a perfect balance, an unprecedented sensation enveloping him. He gazed at his pristine white fingers, lifted his head, and aimed at a distant mountain, where a bolt of azure lightning coalesced before erupting forth. Whoosh! The purple thunder surged forth in an instant, enveloping the entire mountain with astonishing swiftness. Bang! A cloud of white smoke billowed, resembling the sound of an explosion. In a heartbeat, the towering peak transformed into a magnificent golden statue belonging to Cell, crafted entirely from pure gold, the essence of an entire mountain's worth of gold. Hey, am I not fabulously wealthy now? Cell raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face, as if in amusement. Chapter 49. After the crisis, surely. I must be the richest person alive. Cell mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Something feels amiss. Yes, the glittering sensation. With a smile, he abruptly lifted a hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that swept away the clouds overhead, allowing blinding light to cascade down upon the golden mountain statue. Buzz! The light struck the statue, and the dazzling golden radiance instantly illuminated the surroundings, reflecting in Cell's eyes like a miniature sun. Phew! I nearly thought I was going to perish just now, Number 6 sighed, plopping down on the ground as the terror in his eyes gradually dissipated. That formidable pressure was merely a display of power, almost overwhelming the energy barrier they had conjured together. Not too shabby, eh? Aren't you the one who claims to fear nothing? Number 3 inquired calmly. Come on, that's not the same. Majin Buu isn't even worthy to shine my father's shoes. I was just joking, and you took it seriously. Do you actually wish for my demise? Number 6 sprang to his feet, squinting as if to poke Number 3's nose. Get away from me. I'm quite content as is. Number 3 retreated, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands with a look of disdain. Agreed. Indeed. Numbers 1 and 5 raised their hands in unison, expressing their admiration for Number 6's earlier remark, though they mused it would be even better if it were acted upon. Humph. It's merely a hobby of mine. Look at your vile faces. Number 6 flicked his eyelid dismissively, conveying his refusal to engage in such a life-wasting endeavor. Reserving restraint for collective situations. Quite well. Cell observed from a distance, instantly materializing behind them, finding their quarrel amusing, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Father. The group turned their heads in unison, hastily addressing him. All right, let's get back to business. Cell nodded, glancing at the fallen individuals with a hint of exasperation, realizing he still needed to assist with their healing. Never mind, I'll just attend to Vegeta and the others. After all, these two little rascals deserve a proper punishment. Cell's tone remained light as he slowly extended a hand towards Vegeta. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Circles of red ripples emanated from his hand, enveloping Vegeta in a stream of healing energy from head to toe. He better now. Let us move. Cell spoke softly, as if to affirm Cell's words. Vegeta soon awakened, but they had already departed. What just happened to me? Vegeta gradually opened his eyes, the pain and fatigue in his body vanishing in an instant, as an abundant surge of energy flowed within him, fortifying his physique anew. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust from the ground and lifting the tattered remnants of his attire. What is happening? Vegeta stood up, bewildered, feeling the tumultuous power within him, while glancing at his surroundings in confusion. Right, what about that little brat? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression turned fierce. Teeth clenched as he sensed the energy around him. That direction. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his aura pulsating vigorously, golden flames blazing, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Humph. That damn brat. With a cold snort, Vegeta propelled himself towards the direction of Cell and the others, his feet crashing into the ground, creating a massive pit that continuously collapsed downward. Damn it, and I don't even have any sins of beans. What will Goku and the others do? Krillin furrowed his brow. Trunks, are you sure that green figure named Cell is the one who will revive us? Of course. Uncle Cell is quite remarkable. He can do just about anything, and he might come to help Gohan and the others soon, Trunks replied, glancing at Gohan, who was writhing in pain on the ground. Is that so? Krillin questioned skeptically. He looked up at Trunks, who claimed to be Vegeta's son. The robust figure, taller stature, and handsome face bore little resemblance to Vegeta. Were it not for his purple-blue hair and recent transformation into a Super Saiyan, Krillin would find it hard to believe. However, it seemed undeniable that this character named Cell was indeed formidable. Whoosh! Just as they were conversing, Cell arrived with his 4 formidable offspring. What a robust offspring, Krillin remarked, noting that the second and fourth had been forcibly awakened by Cell, given a task to transport a statue he had transformed into the Capsule Corporation, and were already in motion, leaving only the 4 formidable offspring present. Cell? Krillin exclaimed, startled, then inquired. Huh, Uncle Cell, you've arrived. Trunks' earlier worries dissipated instantly, his face breaking into a crescent-shaped smile. Yes, I've come. Cell gently ruffled Trunks' hair, then turned his attention to the 3 on the ground, entirely disregarding Krillin. Feeling isolated, Krillin awkwardly stood by, observing the group's interactions. Trunks, would you like your brother Gohan's arm to grow back? Cell's gaze fixed on Gohan's severed left arm, his eyes flickering as he suddenly posed the question. Of course I would. Trunks' smile brightened even more, though he still inquired. But Uncle Cell, when did you acquire such abilities? Oh, You are unaware that the bio-android, a gift from the dragon of the Namekians, has granted me a wish, and all I received were enhanced versions. Therefore, my recovery abilities are remarkably potent now. Cell shrugged, as if this were a trivial matter to him. However, Cell's tone shifted abruptly, a playful smile creeping onto his face. Come now, Trunks, call me brother and let me hear it. Last time in the hyperbolic time chamber, you were rather unruly. Ah, Uncle, please don't. Trunks' face flushed as he waved his hands in protest. Well, all right then, Cell Uncle or Cell Brother. Trunks blinked, seemingly in a dilemma. Ha ha ha. You might as well stick with Uncle from now on, Trunks. You are quite amusing. Cell laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the banter, as teasing Trunks had become a delightful part of his daily routine. Very well, I shall assist them in recovering. Cell nodded to himself, as crimson ripples emanated from his hands, enveloping the three individuals. In an instant, the abrasions and expressions of pain vanished from their faces. Furthermore, Gohan and Goku's tails began to grow back gradually, while Gohan's left arm returned to its original state, indistinguishable from natural growth. All right, now, as Cell was about to converse with Trunks, a gruff voice thundered from above, filled with fury. Brat, get down here, you wretch. Chapter 50. What's the matter? The group raised their heads, only to see a furious Vegeta barreling towards them with a fierce countenance. Vegeta, somewhat irked, paused for a moment as he surveyed the group below. Kakarot? Piccolo, is that really Gohan? But why are there so many of that little brat? Are they a series of androids? Vegeta, astonished, shivered as he sensed the increasingly ominous aura in the atmosphere. Who is it? Vegeta felt a presence unlike any he had experienced before, and his gaze shifted towards Cell. Upon locking eyes with Cell, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged within him. The cold, pink gaze felt akin to staring death in the face, reminiscent of the time he was slain by an android. What's the matter? Cell spoke indifferently, his smile fading as he floated to align himself with Vegeta. His aura began to radiate, pressing down upon Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta's expression transformed, as if faced with a formidable opponent. A sense of despair and terror flickered in his eyes, and his Super Saiyan transformation dissipated, reverting to his normal state. This sensation is eerily familiar. Vegeta trembled involuntarily, cold sweat soaking his back as beads of moisture formed on his forehead, his body instinctively retreating. Who are you? Are you also an android? Vegeta swallowed nervously. Me? My name is Cell. Indeed, I am the artificial being created by Dr. Gero. Observing Vegeta's rare demeanor, I slightly shrugged and spoke. Of course, I am not your enemy. I was the one who dealt with androids 17 and 18. And it was I who personally journeyed to Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect you and your companions. I gestured towards the unconscious figures on the ground. Moreover, I have taken care of your son. Leaning slightly to the right, I allowed Vegeta to clearly see Trunks' face. Trunks. At the thought of this, Vegeta's emotions became somewhat complex, a fleeting glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. Vegeta's body abruptly ceased its trembling as he beheld Trunks, whose purple-blue hair hung low. His cheeks subtly flushed. He occasionally met Vegeta's gaze for a brief moment before quickly averting his eyes. Meanwhile, I stood with my arms crossed, a smile gracing my face as I watched this scene unfold. It reminded me of the moment in the original story when Trunks revealed his true identity to Goku. Was he, too, feeling a hint of shyness? Is that really you, Trunks? Vegeta repeated, dismissing any thoughts of the little rascal, and promptly approached Trunks. It's Dad. Trunks lifted his head and earnestly declared. Have you and Bulma been training well over the years? No, I mean, have you been training diligently? The words Vegeta intended to express shifted unexpectedly. Yes, I have been training hard. I've become quite strong now. A spark of light flickered in Trunks' eyes as he exclaimed. These past years, Gohan and Uncle Cell have been teaching me. I have grown much stronger. Although I still have a way to go before I can truly be considered a formidable warrior. As he spoke, Trunks cast a glance at me, raising his voice. A way to go? I lightly tapped my arm with my finger, chuckling without uttering a word. Let it be a way to go, as long as the child is happy. Is that so? Vegeta suddenly grinned wickedly, exclaiming, then let me test you. In an instant, he sank his body low, his right hand clenched tightly, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Trunks' abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated, sending ripples of energy surging outward. Trunks, placing his hands against the spot where Vegeta intended to strike, smiled confidently. Don't underestimate me. Boom. In an instant, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His aura erupted violently, a powerful energy bursting forth, creating shockwaves that reverberated around him. Golden flames surged upward from his feet, enveloping his entire form in a radiant gold. With golden hair and azure eyes, blue arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling and flashing, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Huh. Vegeta's face registered shock, his body leaning back. But that astonishment quickly morphed into genuine laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are the son of Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans. Excellent. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, standing defiantly against his opponent. Suddenly, Trunks closed his eyes, and the golden aura enveloping him vanished, with arcs of electricity retreating into his body. This allowed for a more efficient utilization of energy, reducing physical exertion and energy dissipation. Since his father was so eager to fight, they would proceed to that location. Trunks lifted his gaze to meet Vegeta's eyes. Recalling his Uncle Cell's assessment of his father, a proud man, yearning for power yet deeply valuing his family. To earn his recognition, one must first demonstrate strength. Let us move quickly. Vegeta shot forward, soaring toward an open area. Well then, Uncle Cell, I'm off. Trunks nodded at Cell and took off in pursuit of Vegeta. Strangely enough, I feel an urge to personally confront Vegeta, Cell remarked, scratching his head in bewilderment, before landing gracefully, opting not to intervene. You all should be waking up now, he murmured. Shortly after, the three stirred, accompanied by a muffled groan, gradually opening their eyes. What is this? How did I end up here? Where's Uncle Krillin? They murmured, slowly rising to their feet. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, are you all alright? Krillin sprinted over, his face beaming with joy, completely shedding his previous look of distress. Ah, Krillin, what has happened to us? I recall being knocked out by a pink monster. Goku scratched his head, his expression filled with confusion. Indeed, Uncle Krillin, who are these people? Gohan asked, bewildered, glancing at Cell and his companions, who appeared to be molded from the same likeness. Cell, the androids created by Dr. Gero, they are my, sons, Cell interjected, reiterating his statement. Dr. Gero? Androids? Gohan's eyes sharpened upon hearing these crucial details, and his expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively assumed a fighting stance. No, Gohan. Cell is a good person. He helped us revive, deal with androids 17 and 18, and even treated you. Krillin hurriedly explained, waving his hands in protest. Cell was not only their benefactor, but his formidable power was well beyond their capability to confront. How could they treat him in such a manner? Chapter 51, Father and Son Dynamics. Is that so? I truly apologize for the misunderstanding, haha. Gohan's expression brightened, and he instinctively scratched his head with his right hand. Indeed, Cell nodded slightly, crossing his arms, indicating that he was unfazed by the situation. I am truly sorry. Thank you once again, Gohan said politely, bowing alongside Goku. Observing this, Piccolo also relaxed his stance, albeit hesitantly, merely bending slightly in acknowledgement. It's nothing. Reviving you is merely a wish of Trunks. I simply wish to assist him, so do not overthink it, remarked Cell with a faint smile. Trunks? He must be doing quite well now. Son Gohan initially appeared taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into a radiant smile, his eyes glimmering as if lost in nostalgia. Indeed. By the way, your left hand is a gift he left you. Cell nodded and continued. Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. My left hand has grown back, and I have a tail as well? Son Gohan mused, glancing left and right, prompting Son Wukong's curiosity. Ah, Gohan, my tail has grown back too, look, exclaimed Son Wukong, lifting his backside towards Son Gohan's face. Father, that is rather impolite. Son Gohan feigned indignation as he spoke. Ah, my apologies. Haha. Son Wukong scratched his head, but suddenly his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Son Wukong's eyes sharpened, his brow furrowing, and his right hand instinctively formed a sword-like gesture at his forehead as he began to sense something. Vegeta and another presence similar to his. Son Wukong said with a calm tone, turning to Cell with a smile. Mr. Cell, the next time you visit the Capsule Corporation, I shall treat you to some delightful food. Chi-Chi's cooking is exquisite. However, I must attend to a matter now. Before Cell could respond, Son Wukong vanished in an instant, appearing in the distance. Mr. Cell, Son Gohan began to speak. It's fine. You two should attend to your affairs. There's no need to linger here, Cell replied slowly, waving his hand dismissively. Then, as my father suggested, you must visit the Capsule Corporation next time. Son Gohan smiled. Very well. Cell nodded in agreement. Now then, Krillin, Piccolo, let us depart to find father. Son Gohan proclaimed with determination. All right. With that, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin soared into the air, heading towards the horizon. Moments later, once they had departed, Cell gazed upward and spoke softly. Does the supreme deity of the universe prefer to lurk in the shadows and spy? On a desolate island, devoid of life, Vegeta and Trunks stood opposed to one another. Trunks, I am astounded that you have reached this level. However, there remains a gap between us. Come, use your full strength and hold nothing back. Vegeta's lips curled into a grin. Ever since witnessing Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan 2 he had painstakingly mastered, he hadn't stopped smiling. His son's potential exceeded his expectations, likely placing him just behind Vegeta himself. All right, Trunks shouted, slightly lowering his body as he assumed a battle stance. In an instant, Vegeta launched the first attack, his right foot pressing against the ground as he charged swiftly towards Trunks. Huh! Vegeta shouted, extending his arms slightly as he aimed to test Trunks' abilities. Bang! Trunks grasped Vegeta's hands, their fingers interlocked in a firm grip, each unleashing an immense surge of power. With a resounding roar, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in, forming a semicircular depression that continued to expand, while the surrounding earth fractured, sending a web of cracks sprawling in all directions. Vegeta exerted all his strength, his golden aura soaring into the sky, crackling with arcs of electricity that flickered and erupted with thunderous sounds. In contrast, Trunks merely transformed his hair into a radiant golden hue, revealing no trace of his energy, yet emanating an overwhelming presence, a fierce force imbued with tremendous impact. Ah, Trunks, you have reached such heights, Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed and veins bulging, struggling to speak. To become stronger, I have not wasted my training over the years. Give it to me, Trunks shouted, his eyes shimmering with golden light as his muscles swelled, effortlessly tossing Vegeta to the ground. With a deafening crash, the earth shattered beneath them, fissures appearing as the ground near the sea collapsed. Vegeta, in disbelief, found himself buried in the ground. Gasping for breath, Trunks retreated, creating distance as he panted heavily. After a moment's contemplation, he unsheathed the sword from his back, recalling his father's words, "Give it your all." With a thunderous eruption, a wave of energy surged forth, causing the ground around them to collapse as stones of varying sizes floated upward, only to be reduced to dust. Vegeta's eyes gleamed crimson, steam rising from his body, fueled by anger at being surpassed by his son, pushing him beyond his limits into a critical state. In an instant, Vegeta exploded with fury, his feet pounding the ground as he charged at Trunks. His right fist, enveloped in a layer of golden flames, surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. So fast, Trunks' expression turned grave, white energy rippling around him as a sharp, piercing sound resonated, transforming him into a relentless, sharp sword, his momentum unwavering. As Trunks beheld the approaching fist, he thrust his sword forward with determination. The two forces collided with an earth-shattering impact, causing the ground to tremble and erupt under the strain of their clash. Shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping into the distance. A flash of white light suddenly appeared on Trunks' sword, causing Vegeta to gasp in astonishment. With a swift motion, the sword unleashed a brilliant beam, slicing through the golden aura enveloping Vegeta's fist, leaving only a thin line of blood in its wake. Vegeta staggered back, retreating as his body instinctively jumped away. Vegeta lowered his head, gazing at his right fist, its white glove torn, a shallow gash oozing droplets of blood. Trunks, have you truly reached this level? Vegeta murmured silently, lost in contemplation of his hand. He realized that the next move would likely determine the outcome of their battle. Chapter 52. A stroke of sword chi, is this truly my limit? Vegeta whispered, his fists clenched tightly, a flicker of reluctance evident in his demeanor. No, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a grin spread across Vegeta's face, his eyes shimmering with a newfound light. I still have one more move. I shall not yield. With a thunderous cry, Vegeta surged his energy to its zenith. Golden flames erupting skyward, arcs of electricity crackling around him as the ground trembled beneath his feet, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Boom! Vegeta's face contorted with ferocity. veins bulging on his forehead, his hands pressed tightly together, arcs of metallic electricity dancing between them. Observing this, Trunks raised an eyebrow, sensing numerous vulnerabilities in his father, who appeared to be gathering strength for a powerful attack, a state that typically inhibited movement. Yet, Trunks furrowed his brow, while his body yearned to act. His conscience whispered that such a course might be unjust. Well then, he sighed, if father demands full effort, I shall oblige. Uncle Cell can heal any wounds. Trunks exhaled a deep breath, grounding himself, hands gripping the hilt of his sword, positioned before him, his eyes slowly closing. Buzz! A resounding note of the sword echoed through the air. In an instant, Trunks was enveloped by a torrent of white energy, tendrils of light emanating from his being, gradually adorning the blade of his sword. The sword's resonance grew louder, and Trunks' aura transformed, akin to a razor-sharp blade. Breathe, breathe. Trunks entered a heightened state of awareness. A radiant white light emanating from him, illuminating the entire island. Buzzing. As Trunks slowly opened his eyes, the sword began to vibrate in excitement. The once azure depths of his eyes now shimmered with streaks of white light, the brilliance of the sword's glow intensifying, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Vegeta, naturally, noticed the shift in his opponent, his expression hardening as he concentrated even more intensely on gathering his energy. Zzz. A golden energy sphere pulsated with an aura of annihilation. Encircled by golden arcs of electricity, its volatile energy surging outward. Behold my ultimate flash. Vegeta's eyes widened in determination as he thrust his hands forward. A beam of golden light bursting forth, expanding into a radiant column of energy, hurtling towards Trunks with ferocity. Buzzing. Trunks' sword trembled even more violently. And as he witnessed Vegeta's ultimate flash advancing towards him, a slight smile crept onto Trunks' lips. With both hands gripping the long sword, he subtly thrust it forward against the oncoming energy beam. Bang! Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, forming a blade of compressed energy emanating from Trunks' sword, slicing through the air with a fierce edge. Bang! The two forces ultimately collided, and in the face of Vegeta's ultimate flash, Trunks' blade of energy appeared insignificantly small. Huh! Vegeta felt a surge of resistance and intensified his energy output. This was truly his final move, after which he would be utterly spent. After all, conceding defeat to his own son was not an act befitting the prince of all Saiyans. Bang! The golden beam suddenly expanded, shattering the ground beneath and creating a vast, elongated chasm. Stunned, the white blade of energy suddenly radiated a sharp aura, its tip gleaming as it fiercely plunged into the golden beam as if to cleave it in two. Huh! Trunks let out a thunderous roar, his body surging with power, muscles bulging, and his form towering as he became exceedingly robust. Amidst the golden light, his hair instantly transformed into a spiky, hedgehog-like style. This was the culmination of his 3 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, having unlocked Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that prioritized sheer power. Like the third stage of Super Saiyan, it significantly enhanced strength at the expense of speed, a development he had not even shared with Uncle Cell. Of course, there had been little opportunity to do so, as Uncle Cell had been focused on his training, indulging in what he referred to as meditation. Huh! Trunks' eyes widened in determination. Under his increased energy output, the blade of energy surprisingly diminished further, yet the light at its tip blazed with intensity. It seemed as though the very fabric of reality had turned white. In an instant, it cleaved through Vegeta's ultimate flash, racing towards his father's face with astonishing speed. However, under Trunks' command, the energy blade exploded rather than targeting his father's head directly. After all, this was not a battle. His opponent was not an enemy, but his own father, and there was another reason. He could not simply hover before his father's face, for as Uncle Cell had said, it would be a devastating blow to the pride of such a father. Boom! The white light detonated, a deafening roar resonating as a brilliant explosion illuminated the scene. The entire island began to tremble violently, enveloped in swirling smoke, the explosion cleaving away half of it, leaving only remnants behind. Certainly, had Cell been present, he would have remarked that the island had gotten off lightly, only losing half, and ought to be grateful to Trunks. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared, catching the fallen Vegeta in midair and instantly flashing before Trunks. Hey, Trunks, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Goku said with a slight grin, turning to address him. Ah, Mr. Goku. Trunks suddenly regained his senses, his transformation reverting as he sheathed his sword. With a swift motion, 3 trails of white energy descended from the sky, revealing their forms: Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. Trunks, you have become significantly more powerful than before, Gohan remarked with a smile, his eyes radiating a sense of joy and reassurance. Gohan, Trunks exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace him, his hands tenderly brushing over Gohan's previously severed left arm, tears welling in his eyes. It's all right now. It's all in the past, Gohan replied gently, brushing back Trunks' hair with a soft touch, fully aware of Trunks' gesture. Haha, Uncle Cell was indeed formidable. One would hardly believe he was artificially created. Trunks chuckled through his tears, loosening his hold on Gohan, wiping his eyes before meeting Gohan's gaze. At that moment, Trunks had nearly reached the same height as Gohan, no longer needing to look up. Isn't it just that I've been away for a short while? How have you grown into such a young man? Gohan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The hyperbolic time chamber. I suspect he must have been there. Piccolo mused, arms crossed, gazing at the touching scene, lost in thought. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head, honestly forgetting about the place or perhaps unaware of its significance. Wait, didn't you mention it, Gohan? Trunks inquired, a look of confusion on his face. No. When did I ever say that? I've never been there myself. Gohan blinked in surprise, indicating his lack of knowledge. Oh well, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. The important thing is that we are all back together. The androids 17 and 18 have been defeated, and peace has returned to the world, Krillin interjected, waving his hand to shift the focus. Indeed. But what about Vegeta? Should we take him to Mr. Cell for treatment? Goku suddenly interjected, frowning deeply, concerned that Vegeta might need immediate attention given his current weakened state. Although he also harbored the desire to spar with Trunks, Vegeta's well-being was equally paramount. Holding the unconscious Vegeta in his arms, Goku lamented the unfortunate fate of his friend, who had fallen twice in one day, the latter incident being at the hands of his own son. Yes, Father Trunks paused, momentarily caught off guard, the joy of seeing Gohan having momentarily overshadowed this concern. Chapter 53. The King of Worlds. Then, I shall take my father to Mr. Cell. Trunks declared promptly, accepting his father from Goku's embrace. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's chest was marred with charred patches and a shallow scar on his armor. That was the result of Trunks' own energy, and had he not detonated it, his father might have faced an even graver fate. Trunks, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he held Vegeta in his arms, swallowed hard. He resolved that next time he engaged in combat with his father, he would not heed his father's words, especially when urged to unleash his full power. It was far too perilous. Should we use instant transmission? It would expedite our journey, Goku suggested nonchalantly. All right. Trunks nodded in agreement. Gohan, you should go find Chi-Chi and the others. It's sufficient for just the two of us to remain here, Goku stated, gazing at Gohan. Understood, father, Gohan replied, casting a glance at Trunks before exchanging a few words with Piccolo and Krillin and then departing. Well, I shall take my leave as well, Goku. I'm off to find Master Roshi and rest for a while, Krillin chuckled, waving goodbye as he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. I too shall take my leave, Piccolo nodded, then swiftly vanished into thin air. Very well, let us set forth, Goku declared, bringing his fingers together. With his index and middle fingers pressed against his forehead, as he attuned himself to the unique and formidable energy of Cell. He then placed his left hand upon Trunks' shoulder. Understood, Mr. Goku, Trunks responded, his eyes gleaming with determination as he nodded. In an instant, both figures vanished, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and sand. Cell narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could not perceive their energy, he was certain someone was observing from the clouds. With no detectable energy and an affinity for spying, he surmised that it must be the playful and inexperienced Supreme Kai, Asin, along with his attendant, Jebet. After all, divine energy is imperceptible to ordinary beings unless one possesses a similar divine essence through diligent study. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The sky remained utterly serene, with a gentle breeze caressing the atmosphere. The remaining members, numbers 1, 3, 5, and 6, wore expressions of grave concern. They had absolute faith in their father's words, believing that if he said it, it must be true. Number 5, uncharacteristically displeased, floated in midair, extending his right hand slightly forward. Instantly, The sky was filled with an array of small energy blades, the aura swirling as the clouds dispersed. Soon, two figures emerged, clad in peculiar attire, adorned with earrings. Their hairstyles and skin tones markedly different from those of Earthlings. They were indeed the Supreme Kai, Asin, and his attendant, Jebet. Upon witnessing the real-life Supreme Kai, Cell nearly burst into laughter. The shaved sides with a strip of white hair down the middle appeared quite amusing, especially given his current expression, which was a forced mask of calm. Ahem. Cell cleared his throat, gesturing for number 5 to retract his attack. With a hum, number 5 lowered his hand, gradually descending to the ground, wearing a disgruntled expression. With a swift descent, the two figures landed, only to hear Jebet exclaim loudly, You all know this is the Supreme Kai, and yet you display such rudeness. He is the most esteemed deity in the entire universe. Jebet's face flushed as his hoarse voice rang out. Oh, the most esteemed, you say? As Sheru gently descended. A playful expression adorned his face as he regarded the Supreme Kai, Ashen. He spoke, So esteemed Supreme Kai, have you mastered the creation techniques that every Supreme Kai is expected to know? Initially maintaining a facade of composure, Ashen suddenly faltered, his expression darkening. He could hardly confess to being the least talented among them, having barely scratched the surface of such knowledge. Mr. Sheru, I am grateful for your extermination of Majin Buu, Ashen replied, sidestepping the inquiry, his posture slightly bowing. Supreme Kai? Jebet exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the most revered Supreme Kai would bow to a mere mortal, even if that mortal had vanquished Majin Buu. His eyes widened as he noticed Ashen's hands pulling him back, understanding the unspoken command. Resigned yet obedient, he too bent in reverence. Sheru, shaking his head and crossing his arms over his chest, accepted their bows, for he deemed himself worthy of such honors. In light of my significant assistance, I require your gratitude. Sheru's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. Gratitude? Ashen paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Of course. What form of gratitude do you seek? Jebet scoffed, turning his face away in silence. Unperturbed, Sheru continued, I desire the sacred sword from your Supreme Kai realm, known as the Supreme Kai sword. What say you? The Supreme Kai sword? Ashen and Jebet exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by how this mortal was aware of such sacred matters. Yet, not overthinking it, Ashen patted Jebet's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. Very well, although I am uncertain how you came by this knowledge. Since you are aware of the Supreme Kai sword's existence, you must also know that it has never been drawn since its inception. Indeed. But that merely reflects your inadequacies as Supreme Kais, not the fault of others, Sheru dismissed with a wave of his hand, unconcerned. Understood. Ashen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stifling Jebet's rising ire, and spoke again. Then please, Mr. Sheru, follow us. No need for that. Sheru suddenly recalled a whimsical thought and grinned. Seizing the 4 small beings one by one, he proclaimed, to the sacred land, and vanished from sight. With a whoosh, he and the 4 little ones disappeared. What did the Supreme Kai just say? To the sacred land? Jebet's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands flailing. Indeed. I believe I heard correctly. It seems this mortal named Sheru possesses remarkable power, one I have never encountered before, Ashen remarked, shaking his head slowly. Let us return to the sacred land. Very well. Jebet nodded, a flash of green light illuminating their figures as they too vanished from the scene. Whoosh. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, a sacred place, Salu and his companions suddenly materialized, gazing in awe at this so-called sanctuary. Wow, Father, this place is magnificent, exclaimed one. Indeed, I concur, came the enthusiastic agreement from the others. The 4 little ones sprang to their feet, circling around, enveloped by lush greenery, towering trees, and a sky tinged with a soft pink hue, where numerous celestial bodies could be glimpsed. If you wish to play, feel free to explore, after all. There is no one here. Salu chuckled heartily, marveling at the prowess of his own dragon, which enabled instantaneous travel without the need for coordinates. Merely a thought was sufficient. He mused that the Supreme Kai, Asin and Jebet, must be wearing expressions of disbelief at this moment. With a smile, Salu gestured for the 4 little ones to enjoy themselves, and they vanished in an instant, including the first one. Still children at heart, forever playful, Salu shook his head. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized around Salu. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as familiar faces, Trunks and Goku, along with a visibly injured Vegeta. In a flash, Trunks and Goku blinked and found themselves transported to the Supreme Kai realm alongside Salu. "Uncle Salu," Trunks exclaimed, shaking his head, his eyes sparkling, a smile spreading across his face. "It's good to see you again. But where exactly are we? It feels different from Earth," he noted, scratching his head in confusion. "This is the Supreme Kai realm, the sanctum of the Supreme Kai, the most revered deity in our universe," Salu explained, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. "Did you follow my energy?" he inquired, his lovely pink eyes blinking as he raised his hands, contemplating how his unrestrained aura had been captured by Goku's instant transmission. Salu's gaze shifted to Vegeta, noting his weakened energy and numerous wounds. He then glanced at Trunks, realizing the truth. "It seems my years of training Trunks were not in vain. The father-son dynamic is unmistakable. Trunks has emerged victorious." "Uncle Salu, my father," Trunks began, his brow furrowed, about to articulate his thoughts when a burst of green light suddenly flared, revealing two figures. "So, we truly are in the sacred realm." Jebet's gravelly voice resonated. But as his gaze fell upon Trunks and Goku, he gasped in astonishment. "Where did you two come from?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, feet planted firmly, hands trembling uncontrollably in disbelief. "Why is it that these mere mortals can so effortlessly ascend to the sacred realm of the Kaishin, while I have endured great hardships to reach this place?" Jebet was somewhat astonished, with a hint of anger simmering within him. "Jebet," the Kaishin Asin seemed unfazed by this. His voice amplified as he furrowed his brow, displaying some dissatisfaction. "These must be Mr. Cell's friends. Welcome to the Kaishin realm." The Kaishin Asin revealed his signature smile and gestured slightly. "Kaishin, is it permissible for these mortals to enter the holy realm?" Jebet paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure and inquiring. To this, the Kaishin Asin merely shook his head and refrained from responding. With measured steps, Cell approached Trunks, his eyes narrowed, signaling him to place Vegeta on the ground. Soon, Trunks complied, gently laying Vegeta down. Observing this, Cell raised his right hand, releasing waves of red and yellow energy that cascaded over Vegeta. The healing energy swiftly enveloped Vegeta, mending his injuries. The scratches on his face, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the gashes on his chest vanished at an astonishingly visible rate. Coughing, Vegeta suddenly awakened, initially displaying a fierce expression. But soon realizing his defeat, he sprang up, murmuring to himself, "I actually lost to Trunks. I lost to Trunks." His face contorted momentarily before gradually returning to normal as he surveyed his surroundings. "Cell, you healed me?" Vegeta furrowed his brow as he slowly rose. Before Cell could respond, Vegeta continued, "Don't think that just because you healed me, I'll be grateful." Feeling the surging energy within him, a flicker of joy crossed his face. He then took a few steps back, distancing himself from the others, and let out a cold snort, crossing his arms as he surveyed the environment. "Haha, Uncle Cell." Trunks chuckled awkwardly at the sight, scratching his head. "It's nothing," Cell replied, shaking his head, choosing not to engage with the proud Saiyan prince, but rather turning his attention to the Kaishin duo. "Kaishin, where is my reward, or rather, my Kaishin sword?" "Lead the way," Cell spoke softly, regarding the unreliable pair before him. "The Kaishin sword, you say? Follow me." The Kaishin Asin floated into the air, gesturing for Cell to follow, and then soared into the distance. Cell nodded silently, rising to accompany him while subtly suppressing his energy. The three soon vanished into the horizon, leaving the remaining individuals behind. "Hey, Kakarot, what is this place, and what exactly is the Kaishin sword?" Vegeta inquired as he approached, addressing Goku. Are you asking me, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, pointed to himself, his once piercing gaze now transformed into a delightful innocence. Never mind, Trunks, please go ahead." Vegeta suppressed his inner confusion as he gazed at his son, who was even more robust than he, a smile unconsciously curving his lips, unbeknownst to him. "Ah, father. According to Uncle Shalu, this is the abode of the most esteemed deity in the universe, the realm of the Supreme Kai. However, I am unfamiliar with what the Supreme Kai sword is." Trunks paused for a moment before earnestly responding to this inquiry. "The most esteemed deity in the universe? The Supreme Kai? What utter nonsense." Vegeta scoffed, secretly cursing. Nevertheless, the environment here was indeed quite suitable for habitation. If it were to be sold, it would fetch a handsome price. Vegeta gazed into the distance, his expression becoming increasingly absent as he reminisced about the past, his fists unconsciously clenching tightly. Suddenly, a fuzzy object swayed into his line of sight, and following it, he turned his gaze to the back of Sun Wukong, which revealed a tail, an unmistakable symbol of Saiyan heritage. A tail? Where did you get that? Vegeta blinked in surprise, releasing his hands and hastily inquiring. He had never seen Kakarot with a tail before, and considering his myriad peculiarities, Vegeta felt a twinge of unease and suspicion. A tail? Sun Wukong was momentarily startled, swinging his tail back and forth before turning his backside towards Vegeta, questioning, "What about the tail? I don't even know why it appeared. It seems to have just manifested after a nap." Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Bang! Vegeta, in a fit of rage, swung his fist and struck Sun Wukong on the forehead, instantly raising a swollen bump. "Ah, Vegeta, what are you doing? Ouch, that really hurts," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching his head with an expression of innocent indignation. "Why did you hit me? That really hurts, you know." Tears welled up in his eyes. "Humph, has no one taught you manners? Presenting your backside to me is simply revolting." Vegeta scowled, his right hand extending, seemingly intent on delivering another lesson. "Oh, by the way, I believe I understand Uncle Shalu's intentions." Observing the comedic exchange between the two, Trunks glanced at the tail behind Sun Wukong, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him, recalling what Uncle Shalu had mentioned earlier, his eyes brightening with understanding. Chapter 54, the so-called Super Saiyan for what? Vegeta queried, perplexed, directing a scrutinizing gaze towards Trunks, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Simultaneously, though silent, Sun Wukong also fixated on Trunks, eager to hear his insights. Based on my conjecture, Uncle Shalu intentionally reactivated Mr. Wukong's and Brother Gohan's tails in preparation for the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As Trunks spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, casting an envious glance at the tail behind Sun Wukong. Why did I not insist that Uncle Sharu create one for me when I saw it? Moreover, it looks so striking with that tail trailing behind. Trunks cast a furtive glance at the fluffy appendage. It certainly adds to the allure. I recall Uncle Sharu mentioning that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, one's tail and body hair would change to a deep crimson hue. How much more impressive that would be. The mere thought exhilarated him. Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta and Goku exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with surprise and delight. Trunks, do you know how to transform? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had always prided himself on achieving Super Saiyan 2 over the years, recognizing the substantial enhancement it provided. Yet hearing about Super Saiyan 4 was astonishing, especially since he had yet to grasp the intricacies of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4? But I can only transform into Super Saiyan 3, Goku remarked, a slight frown adorning his brow. That fellow named Sharu seems to possess an abundance of knowledge. I'm not quite sure either. Kakarot, have you already mastered Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta, evidently irked, strode forward and seized Goku's garment, his words laced with incredulity and resentment. Why is it that he always seems to be a step ahead of me? Vegeta, I just recently learned how to transform. I've only done it once. Goku raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, recalling Vegeta's temperament as he hastily clarified. Yet, as Goku's seemingly modest words reached Vegeta's ears, they only served to amplify his frustration. All right, transform for me now. Let me witness your so-called Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta exhaled a deep breath to steady his emotions, striving to control his anger. But what? Prove it to me, hurry. Vegeta urged, his eyes wide with anticipation. Very well. Goku contemplated for a moment before nodding, signaling the others to step back. With a leap, Trunks and Vegeta retreated to a vantage point. Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. He had also heard Uncle Sharu speak of Super Saiyan 3, although it was said that Sharu was not entirely in favor of pursuing that path, indicating it was suitable for only one individual, though he never specified who that might be. Now, it seemed likely he was referring to Goku. Gasping, Goku exhaled deeply, then inhaled steadily. His muscles tensed, brimming with fury. The energy erupted. Boom. A golden aura surged from his feet, cascading upward, enveloping Goku in a radiant glow. His hair transformed from black to gold, his eyes sparkling azure, and his aura intensified. This is Super Saiyan, Goku murmured, almost as if narrating, as he directed his gaze towards Vegeta and Trunks. Nonsense. How could I be unaware? What I wish to witness is the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his tone brimming with irritation. Haha. Trunks stood awkwardly to the side, offering a hesitant smile while his gaze remained fixed upon Vegeta. Frankly speaking, this father seemed to be a stark contrast to the person described by his mother. Is this a case of love rendering one blind? Trunks found himself perplexed, choosing to divert his attention towards Goku in the arena. Then, Goku paused momentarily as his aura erupted with tremendous force, radiating like a torrential flood, enveloping the surroundings in a powerful wave. A fierce whirlwind surged forth, sweeping across the ground, creating a 5-meter radius of clear space as the grass and earth were pulverized into dust. Boom. Crackle. Blue currents of electricity danced around Goku, the arcs resembling playful sprites. While his hair grew denser, and a tuft of bangs fell over his forehead, his expression turning increasingly fierce and commanding. Super Saiyan 2. And now, it was time for Super Saiyan 3. Goku gradually ascended, his body arched, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Muscles taut as his aura surged forth like a dragon, erupting into the sky. Here it comes. Vegeta's eyes sharpened, keenly focused on the scene, unwilling to miss a single detail. Thunder rumbled. Above, the clouds thickened, converging towards Goku's burgeoning energy, while the ground shattered, stones of various sizes floated weightlessly, only to be reduced to dust by the overwhelming aura. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as Goku's golden aura surged skyward, forming a vortex amidst the white clouds, swirling at the edge of the horizon. With Goku's shout, his aura intensified at an astonishing rate. Goku's body bent slightly, his hair extending outward, eventually reaching the length of his waist and even his legs. Bam! A deafening explosion resonated as a golden light suddenly burst forth, quite astonishing indeed. Crackle! The blue arcs of electricity, now even more densely gathered, danced around him. Looking at his face, Goku's eyebrows had vanished, enhancing his fierce expression. With his cheeks slightly drawn in, eyes icy, and a cascade of golden hair flowing back, his aura erupted, transcending the confines of the universe and surging in all directions. Buzz! Golden flames of energy began to rise steadily, and the tail behind Goku quivered, gradually transforming into a golden hue, revealing itself. This is Super Saiyan 3. Goku spoke coldly, then glanced at his own hands, feeling a sensation even more exhilarating than during his transformation in the other world. Is it due to the tail? Goku's brow furrowed slightly as he displayed his form. Is this truly what Super Saiyan 3 entails? Vegeta trembled with excitement, his arms that had been crossed now falling to his sides, filled with a yearning for the power emanating from Goku. Super Saiyan 3 is simply magnificent. Trunks blinked his little eyes, filled with stars, far more handsome than he had ever imagined. Uncle Cell still wouldn't allow him to learn. Has Goku's energy surged so significantly? Has he transformed into Super Saiyan 3? A subtle smirk graced Cell's lips as he soared alongside the Supreme Kai. Is that you, Mr. Goku? This energy has resonated throughout the entire Supreme Kai realm. Both Supreme Kai Asin and Jebet halted their actions, gazing back in astonishment. They never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Goku possessed such formidable strength. Let us continue our journey, Lord Supreme Kai, Cell remarked without turning back. Well, that makes sense. Supreme Kai Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly resumed his flight forward. Chapter 55. The Supreme Kai Sword. What do you think, Vegeta? Are you satisfied with my transformation? Goku's form vanished in an instant, reappearing before Vegeta with an expression of indifference. He radiated a brilliant yellow light, and the lock of hair on his forehead danced with the stirring winds. Looking towards the clouds above, coupled with the angle of the light, Goku appeared almost divine at that moment. Vegeta stood frozen, unable to move as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku up close. Super Saiyan 3 has reached this level. What then of Super Saiyan 4? How powerful could that be? Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Huff! Goku exhaled a deep breath, instantly reverting from his transformed state, his formidable aura dissipating, hair returning to normal, and eyebrows regrowing. Wow, Mr. Goku, that was incredible. And that transformation is so cool. Trunks suddenly dashed over, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Goku. If you desire, you could achieve it too. Just train diligently and reflect deeply. Though, whether it suits you, I cannot say. Goku replied with a smile, addressing Trunks gently. Kakarot, I shall surpass you. Trunks declared. Tell me about Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta shot a glare at Goku before locking eyes with Trunks and speaking. His fists clenched involuntarily, teeth gritting. All right. Trunks nodded slightly. According to Uncle Cell, one must possess a tail and be exposed to the blood waves of a full moon to transform into a great ape. Furthermore, while maintaining clarity of mind, one can harness the great ape's form to become a Super Saiyan, resulting in the Super Saiyan Great Ape. Finally, condensing the great ape's form back into a human shape yields the Super Saiyan 4. Unfortunately, Uncle Cell is unsure how to revert from ape to human, but it likely pertains to one's willpower, foundational strength, and the S cells within. Trunks concluded his statement, leaving Goku and Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. So, transforming into an ape is all it takes, right? Goku quickly grasped the essence of the matter. As long as he could metamorphose into the great ape and revert back, he would attain the power of Super Saiyan 4. Isn't that so? Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Well, I seem to have a lead now. Super Saiyan 4, indeed. I am determined to achieve it. Vegeta, struck by a sudden epiphany, erupted into hearty laughter. The transformation into a Super Saiyan ape posed no challenge for him. He possessed the conviction that his fighting prowess could reach such heights. The S cells, he mused, must be intricately linked to the golden energy radiating within him. I shall conduct an experiment. First, I need to find Cell to have my tail regenerated. Elated by this thought, Vegeta sensed Cell's presence and unleashed a white aura, soaring into the sky. Haha, I shall be the first to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Goku and Trunks exchanged astonished glances, momentarily frozen in place, as they witnessed the dazzling white aura dissipate around Vegeta. Let us seek Uncle Cell, Trunks exclaimed to Goku, eager for Cell to assist in his own transformation. After all, power was his deepest desire. He felt increasingly distanced from Cell. He needed to grow stronger. All right. Goku focused his gaze, extending his right index finger to his forehead while placing his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Look, that is the Kai sword. We have arrived. King Kai, with a smile, gestured towards the sword resting atop a small stone pillar. Oh, is this it? Cell immediately materialized before the sword. It appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. Cell bent down, tapping it lightly, and remarked, so, it indeed pertains to the old Kai. Huh, don't worry, I'll have you released shortly. As King Kai and Kibito descended, they heard Cell casually announce, just watch how I extract it. Cell, with a gentle grip, summoned a fraction of his true power. With a resounding crack, the stone pillar shattered in multiple places, and the Kai sword was effortlessly clutched in Cell's hand. Swirling in the air with a fierce elegance, the very atmosphere seeming to tear apart. How about that? Quite simple, isn't it? After enjoying the display, Cell rested the sword upon his shoulder and spoke slowly. Impressive. You truly extracted the Kai sword. King Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, though it was hardly surprising. After witnessing Cell's overwhelming victory against Majin Buu, he had come to realize that nothing seemed particularly astonishing in the presence of Cell. Behind him, Jebbet was equally weary of Shalu's incessant prattling. Though his heart was ablaze with shock, he concealed his emotions, refusing to display vulnerability against mockery. Heh, allow me to demonstrate a spell, the transformation of a living being. Shalu, in a rather whimsical mood, gazed at the sword in his hand. With his right hand clenched around the hilt, he flicked the blade with his left middle finger, unleashing a tremendous force that culminated in a resounding snap. The blade shattered. At that moment, Jebbet could no longer suppress his astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body contorted as if to escape the reality before him. His teeth nearly grinding together, trembling uncontrollably. The Kaioshin sword, a revered artifact steeped in millions of years of history, had been so effortlessly obliterated by a mere flick? Could this truly be real? Jebbet exclaimed in shock, feeling as though his very faith had been dismantled and shattered. Calm yourself, Jebbet. Remain composed. In contrast to Jebbet, the Kaioshin, Asin, maintained a semblance of calm, though cold sweat continued to bead upon his brow. He repeatedly muttered to himself, it matters not, it matters not. In comparison to Majin Buu, this is insignificant. Yet, he wrestled with his own turmoil. How can I remain calm? This is a sacred relic. Jebbet turned to gaze at the broken tip of the sword, effortlessly retrieving it from the ground. Oh, has that old coot finally emerged? Shalu observed Jebet's nonchalance as he picked up the blade and quickly scanned the surroundings, spotting a diminutive, disheveled old man approaching with a mirthful expression. Cough, cough, cough. Let the sword be broken. Look at how you still regard it as a treasure. An ancient, raspy voice emerged as the old Kaioshin approached, hands on his hips. He snatched the sword tip from Jebet's grasp and tossed it into a nearby lake, where it vanished without a trace. Haha, I am the true protagonist here. The old Kaioshin grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his face wrinkled like an aged flower. Chapter 56, The Deity. Jebet, already in a foul mood, was further incensed upon witnessing the repulsive old man discard the Kaioshin sword, which he held in such high regard. His eyes bulged in disbelief, veins throbbing on his forehead, his complexion reddening with fury. Crack! Jebet clenched his right fist, the sound of bones colliding echoing as he swiftly struck the old man squarely in the face. Bang! The force of Jebet's wrathful punch sent the old Kaioshin hurtling backward, blood streaming from his nostrils, a tooth knocked loose. Ouch! The old Kaioshin's initial excitement and joy were abruptly extinguished. He had never anticipated an ambush from a mere mortal. He had been too careless to evade. Impressive. Shalu, witnessing this spectacle, expressed a hint of surprise, raising a thumbs up in admiration. Such audacity against a superior must be acknowledged and celebrated. A token of appreciation for you, Jebet. Humph. Where did this lecherous old man come from? How is it that anyone can enter the King of Worlds realm now? A cold snort escaped Jebet. Yet internally, he relished the opportunity to release the pent-up frustration that had been building within him. Satisfied with his own strength, he swiftly sent the old man flying with a single blow. Jebet, who is that? The King of Worlds, Asin, had been lost in thought, his gaze unfocused, when he suddenly witnessed a diminutive figure being propelled away by Jebet's punch, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding events. Humph, my lord, the King of Worlds. That is merely a decrepit old man who dares to toss aside the King of Worlds' sword. A single punch is a light punishment. Just wait and see how I deal with him, Jebet declared, his face flushed with indignation as he rotated his neck, preparing to strike again. At that moment, Sharu, who had been observing the spectacle, interjected with a mocking expression directed at the duo of the King of Worlds. Are you certain you wish to strike him, old chap? This gentleman happens to be the King of Worlds from 15 generations ago, your ancestor, no less. Imagine his plight, having been sealed within the sword for so long, only to be struck down by his own kin. How pitiful, how tragic. Sharu feigned a sympathetic gesture, rubbing his eyes while grinning at the two, who were now utterly bewildered. Jebet, did I mishear? Haha, did I just hear Mr. Sharu say that man is our King of Worlds from 15 generations ago? Asin's countenance froze in disbelief, his neck twisting awkwardly as he regarded Jebet with a look that could devour him whole, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. The King of Worlds from 15 generations prior? Jebet bellowed, the weight of his previous actions crashing down upon him, his heart plummeting with dread, especially upon witnessing Asin's expression that hinted at his own impending doom. Mr. Sharu, please, do not jest. Jebet struggled to force a smile, his face contorted in a grimace. Arms raised defensively. I am not jesting, Sharu replied, his demeanor shifting to one of sincerity as he shook his head. No sooner had the words left his lips than Asin and Jebet vanished from their location, racing at blinding speed to the side of the old King of Worlds, hastily assisting him to his feet. Jebet, now frantic, sought to heal him. Cough, cough. You wretched scoundrel, do you intend to kill me? I survived Lord Beerus only to meet my end at your hands. The old King of Worlds glared at Jebet with fury, gripping his neck as if to wrestle with him, his teeth clenched so tightly that one of his incisors fell out, causing his words to escape with a hissing sound. Ancestor, I was wrong. Please, don't do this. I'm trying to help you. Jebet swore this was the most harrowing moment of his life. One could only imagine the consequences of a subordinate striking down the leader's leader, especially having knocked out a tooth in the process. Beerus? Could it be Lord Beerus who sealed you within that King of Worlds sword? Asin furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Hey, how do you know that? I haven't mentioned it yet. The old Supreme Kai paused momentarily, rising from the ground, his wounds now healed, even his front teeth regrown. He was filled with confusion. First, how could this Jebet, seemingly a mere attendant of the Supreme Kai, dare to strike him? Secondly, the words of Supreme Kai Asin perplexed him. This was conveyed to us by Mr. Cell. Supreme Kai Asin appeared quite anxious, his lower limbs trembling as he pointed towards the rear. Ah, it is the one who released me. The old Supreme Kai clasped his hands behind his back, speaking thoughtfully, his narrow, slitted eyes fixating on Cell, instantly captivated by him. Cell, is this an entirely new entity? The old Supreme Kai seemed intrigued, poised to engage further, when suddenly, his right foot halted mid-stride, as if recalling something. With a sudden burst, the old Supreme Kai leapt into action, swiftly delivering 3 resounding slaps to Jebbet. This is what you get for lacking respect for your elders, he exclaimed, his movements sharp and agile, leaving Jebbet with flushed cheeks. Oh dear, my old back. The old Supreme Kai landed unsteadily, twisting his waist and groaning in pain on the ground. In a flash, Cell appeared before him. Before Jebbet could react, Cell extended his right hand, unleashing a swirling wave of red and yellow energy that enveloped the old Supreme Kai, alleviating his back pain. Well, you are quite impressive, unlike this one, the old Supreme Kai remarked with a trace of a smile, casting a disdainful glance at Jebbet. Jebbet, momentarily dazed, touched his face, feeling the lingering warmth. He had yet to fully comprehend the swiftness of the old Kai's actions, striking quickly and falling just as swiftly. Mr. Cell. Supreme Kai Asin stepped back a few paces, seemingly to diminish his presence. Come here. What kind of Supreme Kai are you? After being sealed for so many years, I was released by a mere human. Such disgrace. The old Supreme Kai seized Supreme Kai Asin's sleeve, pointing an accusing finger at him. Haha. Old Supreme Kai. Asin waved his hand dismissively, offering an awkward smile without retorting. Well, it seems you really know nothing. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, eyes narrowed. But you have assisted this old fellow. If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. He gazed upward at Cell. Fulfilling wishes? That is unnecessary. Cell contemplated the Dragon Balls within his possession, shaking his head. However, he soon spoke again. What I require is for you to teach me the essence of a god. Or perhaps allow me to become a trainee Supreme Kai. I trust you possess the ability to do so. Cell said earnestly. Oh, the essence of a god. A trainee Supreme Kai? What leads you to such a notion? As the words fell, both the Kaioshin Asin and Jebbet appeared somewhat astonished, directing their gazes towards the source. The old Kaioshin, too, was taken aback. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of white light emerged as he scrutinized Cell. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to sense an exceptionally formidable power emanating from Cell. Although it still paled in comparison to that of the despicable Beerus, it was undeniably impressive. If Cell were to acquire the essence of a deity, the old Kaioshin could hardly fathom the heights to which this being could ascend. Perhaps one day, it would not be beyond imagination for him to best Beerus himself. Well, the old Kaioshin mused, somewhat troubled. Ordinarily, he would expect the apprentice Kaioshin to have more decorum. Sensing the old Kaioshin's discomfort, Cell leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "How about I bring you a plethora of intriguing books from Earth?" The keen ears of Kaioshin Asin caught the exchange, and he furrowed his brow in indignation, exclaiming, "Mr. Cell, how could you suggest such a thing? My revered ancestor. Such materials are unnecessary." The old Kaioshin responded with utmost seriousness, "Humph. Even without those books, I can utilize my clairvoyant abilities to behold the beauties of the world." At this, the old Kaioshin displayed a rather lecherous grin, placing his hand above his eyes, widening them with excitement. Thud! Kaioshin Asin and Jebbet collapsed to the ground, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. "Ancestor, what are you saying?" They muttered in a hushed and frantic tone, their faces flushed as they glanced at Cell. "Discs. Discs, exquisite beauties on discs. What do you say? Let us make a deal," Cell continued, nudging the old Kaioshin, his face mirroring an understanding that only men could grasp. The old Kaioshin, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit, pondered for a moment before responding. "Ahem. You have indeed done me a favor, so I shall acquiesce. However, the extent of your learning shall depend solely on your efforts. This is not merely a favor granted because of the discs." The old Kaioshin coughed lightly, clasping his hands behind his back, adopting an air of a sage. "Huh, that is splendid. Rest assured, old sir, I learn swiftly," Cell replied with a sheepish smile. Having just absorbed the remarkable learning capabilities of the universe's most formidable being, Majin Buu, he estimated that, at most, it would take him 6 months, or at least a fortnight, depending on fortune. Furthermore, he possessed a distinct advantage. he could entirely suppress his own aura, preventing it from leaking, which would greatly aid in cultivating the essence of divinity. As for the development and enhancement of his powers, that was a concern for another time, not something to be contemplated in the present. His immediate objective was to master the essence of divinity, to attempt the transformation into Super Android 4, and subsequently to merge the powers of the two systems into one. Progressing step by step, he was confident that he could surpass any being, even the gods themselves. Even the Super Android 5, the self-extremity, the free extremity, and the beast form of Son Gohan. After all, the blood of the latter flows through his veins. Cell chuckled softly. Although these were visions of the future, he felt they were not far off and would soon come to fruition. Very well, confidence is key, murmured the old Supreme Kai, as he produced a pair of earrings from seemingly nowhere. It was the Patara earrings. Patara handed them over, saying, "Wear these, both of them. This will make learning significantly more efficient. If you are confident in your learning abilities, you should grasp it swiftly." The old Supreme Kai smiled as he spoke. Cell gazed at the familiar earrings, momentarily taken aback, and then accepted them, promptly adorning his ears. At that very instant, a white glimmer emerged. A wave of unfamiliar yet potent energy surged within him, radiating authority and strength. Is this the aura of a deity? Cell pondered, pausing as he sensed the anomaly within. His pink eyes flickering before closing tightly, delving into a state of meditation, suspended in the air. Oh, has he begun to comprehend already? So soon? The old Supreme Kai was once again astonished by this mortal, even after absorbing Majin Buu and acquiring formidable learning capabilities. It was unexpected for him to reach this state so quickly. Indeed, the old Supreme Kai discerned that the faint aura emanating from Cell bore traces of Majin Buu. Moments prior, he had used his farsight to observe that Majin Buu had vanished completely, both body and soul. Thus, when combined with the myriad of complex bloodlines within Cell, it was evident that he possessed the ability to absorb others, having consumed Majin Buu. It appeared that this individual had long excelled in the art of meditation, allowing him to enter a meditative state almost instantaneously to perceive the pure divine essence he had deliberately imparted. What remarkable talent this young man possesses. The old Supreme Kai's face lit up with a smile of admiration. The ancestor, he is indeed the Kaishin Asen, also sensed the pure divine aura, noting that the mortal essence surrounding Cell had nearly dissipated. This young man is a genius, and he puts in the effort. The old Supreme Kai shook his head and added, "Yet you, as a Kaishin, are rather inadequate. You too must undergo training." With a grand gesture, a stream of white-green light penetrated Kaishin Asen's forehead, a method for developing the powers of a Kaishin, a reservoir of knowledge refined over millions of years. Upon his emergence, he realized that this self-proclaimed Kaishin was devoid of not only divine power, but also the inherent abilities of a Kaishin. Ha! Kaishin Asen sheepishly scratched his tuft of hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, "I am the latest-born Kaishin. The Grand Kaishin was supposed to teach me, but he was absorbed by Majin Buu." The expression on the face of the old Kaishin grew heavy, and beside him, Jebit also appeared solemn. "Is that so? Well, it is not your fault, but immediately. You must go and practice, quickly." The old Kaishin, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, thought little of the departed gods. What was there to be sorrowful about? Throughout his existence, he had witnessed the passing of countless deities and had long since become accustomed to it. The old Kaishin bellowed, raising his voice to shout in Kaishin Asen's ear. Yes, I shall go at once," replied Kaishin Asen, his demeanor flustered, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face, inwardly reflecting on what it felt like to have a superior. The great Kaishin was far gentler than this. With such thoughts racing, Kaishin Asen swiftly departed, taking Jebit with him to the sanctuary where he would train. Chapter 58. The old Kaishin. Before long, the two had left, leaving only the despondent old Kaishin and the meditating Cell behind. Alas, I wonder how long it will take for this fellow to possess his own divine power. Yet there is an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. The old Kaishin pondered for a moment, then shook his head and retrieved a television from a different dimension. Adjusting the channel, he settled down to watch a young and beautiful maiden gracefully displaying her form, dancing to the rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, he chuckled softly. A look of rapture appeared on the old Kaishin's face, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, swallowed back as he remained entranced. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled. and two figures materialized beside Cell. The old Kaioshin squinted at the sight, promptly switching off his television and retracting it back into the alternate space. After a moment's consideration, he took out a health magazine, holding it with a smile. Ahem, who are you two? The old Kaioshin coughed lightly, addressing the two individuals present. This is my grandpa. You are also a Kaioshin? Ah, Uncle Cell is my brother, or rather uncle? Trunks turned to the elderly figure, whose attire resembled that of the two he had seen earlier. His thoughts momentarily jumbled, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yes, I am the Kaioshin, replied the old Kaioshin, nodding. Oh, Grandpa, I have heard that the Kaioshin is the most powerful deity in the universe. Are you very strong? Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement at this revelation, his feet shifting in anticipation of a spar. The most powerful deity in the universe? Well, from a certain perspective, that appears to be the case. In a manner of speaking, I am indeed quite formidable, the old Kaioshin responded, momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's inquiry. Logically, the god of destruction would be deemed the most powerful deity in the universe, as he and the god of destruction existed on equal footing. Thus, asserting himself as the mightiest deity was not entirely inaccurate. Indeed. So, may I challenge you to a match? Sun Wukong inquired while warming up on the side. No. Why on earth would I wish to fight you? Moreover, my true strength lies not in combat prowess, but in the ability to enhance the potential of others. As for fighting, you may seek out this individual once he awakens, for he is currently my disciple. The old Kai shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his features as he pointed towards the meditating Cell. Isn't it supposed to be about combat strength? Goku's initial enthusiasm swiftly diminished. Mr. Cell was far beyond my current capabilities. I seek powerful allies, yet I am not foolish. Goku, with his hands clasped behind his head, lost interest in the old man and turned his attention to the meditating Cell. Hey, old man, what is Mr. Cell doing? Meditating? Indeed, he is meditating. Which is also a part of training, replied the old Kai, shaking his head as he retrieved a magazine and sat down to read. Isn't staying still for too long going to make one sluggish? I hardly meditate these days. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. Trunks, standing nearby, was about to speak when the old Kai continued. I noticed you arrived using the instant transmission of the yard rats. Logically, you should have practiced that technique as well. Mastering instant transmission is not something that comes easily. Without lifting his gaze from the magazine, the old Kai explained. That seems accurate, but at the time, I was merely trying to learn a new technique. It's all part of training. Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched, his brow unfurrowing as he smiled. Indeed, the yard rat's approach to training is quite profound for mortals. They emphasize the unity of mind and body, allowing one to harness their inner strength to the fullest. Look at you. While the disparity isn't particularly vast, your mind and body are clearly not in harmony, especially compared to that purple-haired lad beside you, who is on the verge of achieving perfect balance. Since your physical strength far exceeds your mental acuity, you must ensure to rest adequately and engage in meditation. Attaining balance between body and mind will only benefit you, the old Kai admonished, suddenly lifting his head and retrieving a more enlightening book from his space, poring over it with wide eyes, unwilling to overlook any detail. Wow, Lord Kai, what you say aligns almost perfectly with what Uncle Cell told me. How impressive. Trunks, upon hearing the old Kai's words, felt a surge of respect for him, realizing that the wisdom he shared mirrored that of Uncle Cell, indicating his considerable expertise. His eyes gleamed with eagerness for guidance in his training. Similar? The old Kai paused his actions, realizing that Cell's equilibrium stemmed from the balance of meditation and physicality. It appeared he had come to this understanding himself. Excellent. This disciple has proven himself worthy, the old Kai mused, casting a satisfied glance at Cell before rising. Now intrigued by the purple-haired youth before him. Suddenly, a streak of white light pierced the sky, descending to reveal the figure of Vegeta. Kakarot, Trunks? You are faster than I am. Humph, I almost forgot about that instant transmission. Vegeta observed the two individuals, momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure, crossing his arms defiantly around his waist with a dismissive snort. Who is this old man? Another Kaishin? Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet chose not to dwell on the matter, directing his focus toward Cell. As he noted Cell's meditative demeanor, an epiphany seemed to dawn upon him, his mind racing with insights. Do you know this person as well? The old Kaioshin regarded Trunks and Goku with an expressionless gaze. This is my father, Trunks stated, gradually lowering his head, feeling the weight of his father's apparent rudeness. Humph. Trunks, what is Cell doing? When will he awaken? I still need him to retrieve my tail. Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Trunks, who shook his head and replied, Father, all I know is that Uncle Cell is meditating. For further inquiries, you should consult Lord Kaioshin. Trunks subtly shifted his body to reveal the old Kaioshin behind him. Well, this Kaioshin is engaged in sensing divine energy and training. Before Vegeta could inquire further, the old Kaioshin interjected. Divine energy? What is that? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with possibilities. The fact that Cell was also studying this indicated its formidable nature. Literally speaking, it is the energy belonging to the divine, attainable solely by deities. Do not harbor any illusions. I will not teach you, as you are not a god. The old Kaioshin discerned Vegeta's thoughts and promptly dispelled them. As for Cell, he is currently an apprentice Kaioshin, thus he is, in essence, a deity. The old Kaioshin continued. Regarding your mention of a tail, I can indeed grant you one, but why should I assist you? We are not acquainted. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, muttering softly. Chapter 59. The tail you can do that? Huh. Truly, you are a Kaioshin. Vegeta chuckled, though a sense of unease lingered in his mind. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly spotted a healthy publication on the ground, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. This could serve as a potential breakthrough. If that fails, I can always return to Earth for the Dragon Balls. Such a simple wish should surely be within the dragon's capabilities. I can provide you with a plethora of such items. What do you say? Can you help me regrow my tail? Vegeta mused, slightly frowning, contemplating that such items must be abundant on Earth. A mere pretense would suffice, and agreeing did not necessarily obligate him to fulfill it. Oh. The old Kaioshin's interest was piqued. His eyelids drooped slightly as he glanced at the aloof Vegeta, surprised to find him to be of like mind. Well, for now, I do not require these items. Moreover, you have arrived late. This individual has already consented to my terms. Would you care to propose an alternative? The old Kaioshin gestured towards the meditating Cell. Nanny? Vegeta stared in bewilderment at Cell's form, astonished to discover that Cell's conditions mirrored his own. Never mind, it's unnecessary. Vegeta pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. I might as well search for the Dragon Balls on Namek and Earth. There is no point in wasting time here. Kakarot, return me to Earth with your instant transmission. Although Vegeta's words sounded like a request, they carried an unmistakable tone of command. That's impossible, Vegeta. We're too far from Earth. I can't sense it at all. Goku frowned, placing his fingers on his forehead to scan the area. He felt nothing. He couldn't even sense any life forms aside from this planet. What? How are we supposed to get back? Are we just going to wait here? You brought me here, so take me back the same way. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, let his hands drop and marched forward to grasp Goku by the collar, his frustration evident. Don't be upset, Vegeta. I didn't intend for this to happen. When I came here, I sensed Cell's energy, and who could have anticipated his overwhelming strength? But now, on Earth, there's no energy comparable to his. I simply can't do anything. Goku chuckled lightly, stepping back a few paces. What about Namek? You can't go there either? Vegeta's eyes widened, his grip tightening. I'll give it a try. Just let go of me. Humph. Vegeta released him with a dismissive flick of his wrist, crossing his arms defiantly as he stepped aside. Where is it? Goku furrowed his brow, forming a sword-like gesture with his right hand pressed against his forehead. After searching for a while and widening his range, he still found nothing. There's no way. I can't locate it. He shook his head in resignation. Damn it. Are we really left with no choice but to wait for Cell to awaken? Vegeta gritted his teeth, disregarding the others as his white aura surged forth, his energy flaring as he soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Vegeta has left. Yes, he just wants to return, Trunks said helplessly. With nothing else to do, he figured he might as well train, especially after hearing that Uncle Cell had become a god. He would undoubtedly become even stronger. The gap between us is widening. How is this ever going to end? Besides, we can't return to Earth now. Waiting for Uncle Cell might not be such a bad idea for some training and self-improvement. Don't worry, if you want to return, I can assist you with instant transmission as well. It's not that difficult, the old Kai chuckled, his raspy voice echoing as he slowly approached. Is that so? Then we are truly grateful, old Kai. A smile blossomed on Trunks' face, his lips curling into a broad grin. However, Trunks suddenly remembered something, and his smile faded as he murmured, Humph. That rude fellow can wait for himself here. I shall not escort him. The Kai is not merely a means of transportation. The old Kai smirked, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head slightly, huffing dismissively. Then it seems this is the only way. Trunks concluded. He certainly misses his mother. The thought of her joy upon meeting her dear friends warms his heart, eliciting an uncontrollable smile. As for his father, he might as well remain here for a while. There is little he can do about it. Truly, how splendid. However, Trunks, shall we first engage in a little spar here? I have witnessed your battle with Vegeta, and you are indeed quite formidable now. Goku chuckled, his face brimming with fighting spirit, gazing keenly at Trunks. With the dilemma of returning home resolved, it is time to address his desire for combat. In truth, when he recently transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, he sensed a looming breakthrough within him. And now he yearns to fight and explore whether he can achieve that evolution through battle. Mr. Goku? Trunks tilted his head but quickly regained his composure. A smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To be honest, he too wishes to clash with Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Well then, old man, I shall leave it to you for a while. We intend to fight in a more distant locale, Goku stated, turning to the old Kai. Certainly, go ahead. I shall rest for a bit, replied the old Kai, exhaling a heavy breath, sitting cross-legged, and retrieving a health book to peruse with great interest. Observing this, Trunks and Goku nodded in unison, their white auras bursting forth as they ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing from sight. Ah, today's youth, the old Kai shook his head, pulling out a tea set and kettle, preparing to brew some tea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a spectrum of colors emanated from Cell, enveloping him with a faint white light flickering within. Oh, has he already refined the remnants of divine power within him so swiftly? The old Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, noting that at this pace, he might master divine power within a few days, and it would be his own. That's remarkably quick. Let us give him a little boost, the old Kai murmured, a white light emerging from his fingertip as he gently prodded it into Cell's mind. This contained all the techniques and abilities that every Supreme Kai should learn, which he imparted entirely to him, including the power of creation. Now it is up to him. The old Kai took a delicate sip of his brewed tea. Uft, what is this? Is it ruined? Chapter 60, The Unlucky Number 6. Humph. I truly wish to sell this place. Vegeta soared high above, gazing at the verdant landscape below, and could not help but express a scoff. Moreover, it appears to be significantly larger than Earth. He has already flown quite a distance. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he sensed the presence of that little brat in this vicinity, along with several similar auras clustered together. Damn it! Why did that fiend Cell bring his little brat along? Just as Vegeta contemplated turning back, a provocative voice called out from behind him. Whoosh! A few individuals swiftly appeared behind Vegeta, quickly dispersing to surround him completely. Well, who might this be? So familiar. It turns out to be the Prince of the Saiyans, Super Vegeta. Haha. The diminutive figure of number 6 emerged, a mocking grin etched upon his face. Oh, number 6, must you speak so harshly? He is Super Vegeta, not Super Vegeta. Ha ha ha. The previously serious number 1 could no longer contain his laughter, erupting in a hearty guffaw. You dare to mock me? Vegeta bellowed, his teeth clenched in fury, as his skin turned crimson and a golden aura burst forth. Blazing fiercely, a powerful energy surged from him, instantly propelling several of them away. At that moment, his sole desire was to annihilate number 6, disregarding the threat posed by Cell. Ah, Super Vegeta is angry, number 6 spat, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. A golden aura rising around him in a display of power, though it was swiftly retracted, vanishing into his being. I'm not interested in him, number 1 remarked, shaking his head as he retreated to hover in the sky, his gaze lowered, observing the unfolding battle in silence. Number 3 followed closely, accompanied by number 5 as they departed. Only number 6 remained, reveling in the spectacle. However, it was evident that his strength had surged significantly. It was uncertain if he could contend with Vegeta. I don't know, number 1 said, arms crossed, speaking slowly. Best if he gets defeated, number 5 blurted out unexpectedly. His usual demeanor transformed. What the? You've changed, number 5. Have you become so violent? Number 1 exclaimed, astonished, lowering his arms, his pupils constricted in disbelief. He sensed a metamorphosis in number 5, something distinctly different from before. Indeed, number 3 concurred after a moment of silence. By the way, wasn't it you who first proposed this, boss? No need to feign surprise, number 5 remarked, exposing number one's clumsy pretense. Heh, I was just playing along with you. Number one replied, regaining his composure. I was thinking the same. How about we set him up? He leaned in, whispering. Also, boss, you were quite far back then. Perhaps you didn't catch it, but number 6 unleashed a foul-smelling technique that was utterly revolting. Even now, it makes me feel nauseous. Number 5 coughed theatrically. Precisely. Number 3 squinted slightly, nodding in agreement. Let us not speak too harshly. It would be unfortunate if father overheard. Let us enjoy the show. Number 1 proposed. And the others nodded in assent. Below, although number 6 spoke with bravado, his body was tense, and his expression grave, showing no signs of underestimating Vegeta. Though only a brief moment had passed, Vegeta had grown stronger yet again. Reluctantly, number 6 acknowledged that his power had now surpassed his own. Vegeta remained in a state of explosive fury, with thick arcs of blue electricity swirling around him, crackling and flashing incessantly, striking the ground and creating deep craters. His energy continued to surge, golden flames reaching skyward, while stones intermittently lifted from the earth, only to disintegrate into fine powder upon their descent. Fortunately, the realm of the Kaioshin was relatively stable. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by a massive explosion. Prepare to perish, Vegeta declared abruptly, his body surging with energy. A golden aura interlaced with threads of blue gliding through the air. A thunderous boom resonated as the ground erupted into a vast pit. Smoke billowing forth and debris scattering like confetti. Cough, cough. Damn it, that was too quick. Number 6 coughed twice and attempted to rise, only to be struck down by a figure crashing down, landing squarely in his abdomen. The impact was deafening, shattering the ground, and causing spiderweb-like fissures to radiate outward. With a sickening gasp, number 6 expelled bile, his pupils constricting. Before he could react, Vegeta seized his head in one hand, fingers tightening around it. Disdain etched across his face. Speak. Why the silence? He sneered, spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Then, growing bored, he clenched his left fist, enveloped in golden flames, and swung it with ferocious force, as if the very air were being shattered by the blow. Boom. Vegeta's fist collided with number 6's skull, obliterating it and splattering blood everywhere, chunks of varying sizes raining down as number 6's body crumpled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Ha ha ha. Dead. What a worthless piece of trash, truly an eyesore. Vegeta erupted into laughter, his aura pulsating with power, swirling around him in a tempestuous display. I warned you. I am Super Vegeta. Do you dare to provoke me? His expression turned cold, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he pointed a thumb at himself, exuding arrogance. No sooner had he spoken, Vegeta tilted his body slightly, his right palm opening to gather a golden energy sphere that radiated brilliance. Boom. A burst of golden energy erupted forth, striking number 6's lifeless form, illuminating the surroundings as the energy surged outward, carving a massive trench, leaving no trace of number 6 behind. Humph. Who shall be next? Vegeta's voice was icy, arms crossed, an imposing presence emanating from him. Boss, is number 6 truly dead? Or has he been brutally slain? Number 5 swallowed hard, filled with excitement. Had his wish finally come true? Take a closer look. Number 6's core is still writhing like that of an olage, number 1 remarked, his expression grim as he pointed downward. Although he often spoke of killing number 6, it was their affair. When had it become the business of outsiders to be so brazen? Number 3 remained silent, eyes closed, knowing that silence was golden. Boom. From the seemingly bottomless trench, a powerful aura surged forth, catching Vegeta off guard. Could it be that the boy he had obliterated, reduced to mere dust, still lived? Was this some cruel jest? Rumbling echoed ominously. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Number 6 emerged, enveloped in a golden aura. His former blue hue vanished without a trace, replaced by a resplendent golden sheen that sparkled brilliantly, showcasing his formidable combat prowess. Ouch, that really hurt, you know? He exclaimed with a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Now it's my turn, right? Chapter 61. Super Saiyan 3 Mr. Goku, are you here? Trunks said with a smile, turning to gaze back at Son Goku. Indeed, Goku replied with a chuckle, surveying the barren expanse devoid of any trees. Likely one of the few desolate areas on this planet without verdant flora. With determined steps, the two opponents faced each other, their eyes alight with fierce combat spirit. the blood of their Saiyan heritage surging within them. Mr. Goku, let's give it our all, Trunks declared, his expression serious. No. I wish to gauge your strength first before unleashing my full power, Goku replied coolly, a slight grin gracing his lips. Very well, watch closely, Trunks shouted, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. A golden flame erupted from his feet, spiraling upward and enveloping him, radiating brilliance with his hair standing on end. Golden locks and cerulean eyes stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Boom. Trunks' aura surged once more, this time crackling with arcs of blue electricity. A sizzling sound resonating as the ground slightly caved under his might, a tempest swirling around him. Huh. Goku's complexion flushed with excitement, recognizing the raw strength emanating from Trunks. But wait, there's more. Aya! Trunks roared as the power surging within him erupted, the golden aura soaring skyward, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons. His form towering as the earth continued to sink beneath him. Puff! The golden radiance flickered, crackling arcs of electricity swirling around Trunks. Exhaling a deep breath, Trunks steadied himself, his chest heaving. This was a relatively balanced state he had achieved within the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, sacrificing speed for enhanced strength. However, this form was less aggressive than the previous one, only slightly diminishing his velocity while significantly amplifying his power. Bang! The golden aura retracted into his body, the arcs of electricity vanishing as Trunks stabilized his energy, drawing his sword from his back and positioning it before him, his stance resolute and eyes sharp. So, Mr. Goku, how do you find my strength? Trunks inquired slowly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now it's my turn, Goku exclaimed, erupting with energy as a golden light surged forth. His aura soaring skyward, hair billowing backward, crackling arcs of gold resembling thunder, his physique slightly hunched, eyebrows vanishing, eyes deepening, and cheeks tightening, exuding a cool demeanor. Behind him, a furry golden tail swayed rhythmically. The Super Saiyan 3 has made its entrance. Let the battle commence. Both of them roared simultaneously, with Trunks launching forth first, causing the ground beneath him to collapse under the force of his speed. His sword danced in his hand as he shouted, block, 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 block. The sound of metal clashing echoed around them. A smirk tugged at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth as he used his fingers to parry, countering the relentless strikes. Huh. Trunks's gaze sharpened, a stream of white light swirling around him, flowing into his sword. A soft hum resonated as the blade's radiance flickered, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Sun Wukong's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. Even he did not dare to casually deflect this attack. He clenched his fists, golden energy swirling around him. With a swift motion, Trunks launched a downward strike. A white sword beam erupted, cutting through the air. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he swiftly moved, evading the strike. Whoosh! The white sword energy surged towards the ground, cleaving it and extending far into the distance, creating a long trench that spread outward. Haha, Mr. Sun Wukong, are you afraid? Trunks raised an eyebrow, his body suddenly contracting as if deflating, his speed intensifying as he thrust his sword towards his opponent. In an instant, a tempest of energy erupted, the white sword light barreling towards Sun Wukong. Swish! Sun Wukong's palm was pierced, blood gushing forth. His eyes narrowed in pain. Yet he swiftly withdrew and vanished, creating distance between them. However, Trunks seemed to possess foresight, twisting his body slightly as he gripped his sword with his right hand, unleashing a wave of golden energy with his left. Puff! Whoosh! Just as Sun Wukong reappeared, a golden energy wave surged forth unexpectedly. Not good. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and with no time to evade, he brought his hands together to shield himself. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, clouds of smoke billowing outward. Ah, this is truly exhausting, Trunks remarked as the white light in his eyes faded and he sheathed his sword. This form consumed too much stamina. Next, he would rely on his fists. With a furrowed brow, Trunks sensed the energy within the smoke and, without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of golden energy spheres that rained down upon the shadow within the haze. Bang! 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 The explosions continued, a massive mushroom cloud rising. Yet Trunks did not cease his assault. Instead, he overlapped his hands, energy surging through him as his muscles swelled, and his form elevated, transforming into a powerful stance. Magic flash! Trunks bellowed, unleashing a colossal wave of golden energy. arcs of electricity crackling as it surged into the smoke. You've grown careless, Trunks. Sun Wukong, battered and breathing heavily, his fists pressed together, struck down with immense force. Bang! A figure plummeted to the ground, creating a vast pit, smoke dispersing in all directions. Phew, that startled me. Well, take this. Sun Wukong felt a surge of heat coursing through him. The blood of a Saiyan was boiling, and he sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Huh. Sun Wukong exhaled a breath of murky air, compressing his body downward, his hands clasped behind him, forming a flower bud shape, as a surge of energy erupted from within, revealing a brilliant azure energy sphere. Kamehameha, here it comes. He bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. The azure energy wave surged forth like a mighty blue dragon, forcefully crashing into the pit with perfect precision. Boom. The ground incessantly caved in, fissures spreading in all directions. Huh. A resounding sword cry echoed, enveloped in a halo of white light, as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Trunks, gripping his long sword tightly in the pit, raised it skyward. The white light intensified, and a beam of sword radiance suddenly surged, rippling with energy. Huh. Observing this, Sun Wukong pressed his hands downward once more, augmenting the already robust azure energy. The tumultuous energy erupted with a deafening roar, pressing downward. Trunks seemed to go berserk, his pupils vanishing, muscles swelling dramatically, as he thrust his sword upward, piercing directly into the azure energy. Thunderous rumblings ensued, a blinding white flash erupted, overwhelming in its intensity, and the terrifying energy wave detonated, causing the ground to fracture instantaneously. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, a beam of light tearing through the heavens, shattering the clouds. Huh. So exhausting. Trunks, holding the shattered remnants of his long sword, collapsed to the ground. Sun Wukong, panting heavily, instantly appeared beside him. The temperature in the pit was exceedingly high. The ground charred black. Hey, not bad, kid, Sun Wukong chuckled, returning to his usual state as he lifted Trunks onto his back, soaring into the distance, disappearing from sight. Chapter 62, One-Sided Battle. Hey, you must have enjoyed beating me just now, right? Now it's my turn. Number 6 grinned. As all the debris in the surrounding ravines lifted into the air, exploding into powder, the ground collapsing as a fierce aura erupted, golden flames roaring, his form shimmering with a gilded glow. Wow, boss. Number 6 has actually become the first among us to complete the transformation into a super android. Number 5. Observing the gleaming, intact, and transformed Number 6, felt a pang of jealousy deep within. Clutching his abdomen, he grinned, clearly displeased. Becoming a super android? Isn't that rather simple? The S cells within you are sufficient. Your combat power is adequate. It merely requires a touch of guidance and fury. Quite elementary, Number 1 remarked, raising an eyebrow. Though somewhat astonished, as the leader, he couldn't let it show, could he? Let me think. This must have been triggered by Vegeta's provocation towards Number 6, combined with Number 6 being decimated to mere fragments, leaving only the core. The Saiyan bloodline within him likely compelled his ascension. So the transformation into a super android occurred quite naturally. Number 1 waved his hand, indicating he was ready to transform at any moment. I don't believe it. Boss, you're just boasting, Number 3 interjected boldly. Count me in. Number 5 shook his head in response. All right, just wait and see. I'll show you all. For now, just observe. The first figure's gaze drifted, eyes fluttering, as he uncertainly spoke. Below what? What are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. This little brat could actually transform? The overwhelming energy radiating from him was even more astonishing than when Super Saiyan 3 Goku had stood before him. If Number 6 could hear Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him. After all, he was originally born from his father, possessing half the power of the original Super Saiyan 3 Goku, which equated to half of that form's strength. Recently, he had absorbed Dubra, which, while not particularly formidable, had nonetheless augmented his power. Now, transformed into a super android and multiplied his strength 50-fold, he had become the second strongest being on this planet. With a deep intake of breath, Number 6 bent slightly, then propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Bang! He launched himself, retracting his aura, and his right fist came crashing down, striking Vegeta squarely in the cheek. Boom! Vegeta's pupils constricted, unable to react in time, as the blow twisted his face and sent him hurtling backward, blood spraying from his mouth, and splattering the ground. Heh, I won't make it easy for you. I'll control my strength just enough to hurt you, Number 6 declared, his azure eyes gleaming with intensity. In an instant, he materialized before Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Whoosh. Number 6 made a sound effect with his mouth, a smile playing at the corners, as he reappeared above the injured Vegeta, whose bloodied mouth only fueled his exhilaration, the Saiyan blood within him surging. With hands clasped together, Number 6 struck downward with ferocity. Thud. Vegeta plummeted like an arrow, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Smoke billowed, the ground already marred by their fierce battle, riddled with holes and cracks. Thud. Number 6 landed, peering into the crater where Vegeta lay, finding it amusing. As he reached for a treat, he realized with disappointment that his stock had been depleted by his father. Hey, stop pretending. I barely exerted any effort. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were out here just to play the victim, he remarked, clicking his tongue. Picking up a shard of stone, he hurled it downwards with incredible speed, empowered by his immense strength. Smack! Vegeta raised his hand and crushed the stone, his face twisted in a fierce snarl. Blood from his cheek and mouth adding a menacing quality to his appearance, resembling a ravenous wolf. Oh, you think you're tough? Come at me, Number 6 teased, making faces at Vegeta. Die. As the golden aura enveloping Vegeta began to rise, it displayed signs of further escalation. His energy surged intensely, and with his right hand seemingly clenched around something, he unleashed a powerful stomp, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. Surrounded by a halo of golden light and accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, he sprang forward, appearing directly in front of Number 6. With a swift motion of his hand, a cloud of dust erupted, striking Number 6's eyes. Damn it, if I can't win, I'll resort to ambush. Number 6 exclaimed, his eyes instantly blinded, and he began to rub them in agony. Humph! Vegeta scoffed coldly, launching a fierce punch imbued with tremendous force that tore through the air. Boom! Number 6 was sent flying backward, hurtling into the distance. With a fierce determination, Vegeta pursued, extending his fingers as waves of golden energy spheres surged forth, bombarding Number 6. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions reverberated as Number 6 was repeatedly blasted away. Dark smoke swirling around him. Vegeta remained vigilant, his expression grave, as he quickly ascended above Number 6, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Number 6 gripped Vegeta's right foot tightly, white energy waves erupting around them, causing the space to tremble. Playing dirty, are we? Number 6 struggled to open his bloodshot eyes, resolutely holding onto Vegeta's foot. Why is this Vegeta so insidious? Resorting to tricks? Suddenly, Number 6's right arm bulged with muscle, propelling him downward. Oh no! Vegeta's pupils constricted, his teeth clenched in a grimace. An idea struck him, and with a smirk, he unleashed an energy sphere from his right foot, aimed directly at Number 6's head. Boom! The explosion provided Vegeta the opportunity to retreat, distancing himself from his opponent. Why is this little brat so troublesome? It's as if he cannot be defeated. His energy levels remain virtually unchanged. Vegeta exhaled a breath of frustration, his complexion darkening as he realized his stamina was dwindling, leaving him with little hope of victory. Suddenly, Number 6 charged forward with incredible speed, throwing a powerful punch at Vegeta. Nanny? Vegeta's pupils shrank in alarm as he hastily retaliated with his own fist. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward from the two combatants, shattering the ground beneath them into dust. Yet, Number 6's strength surpassed Vegeta's, and he was swiftly knocked back. This is dull. Time to finish you off, Number 6 murmured to himself, observing the airborne Vegeta. He brought his hands together, a golden light illuminating as energy spheres began to coalesce around him, shimmering with golden brilliance. Hey, let us see you use your own technique against yourself. Ultimate Flash. Chapter 63. Is Number 6 revolting? Ultimate Flash. Number 6 appeared relaxed, thrusting his hands forward with great vigor, unleashing a formidable wave of golden energy that surged towards Vegeta. The void trembled, the air hummed, and strands of golden electricity danced upward, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Whoa, boss, don't let Number 6 kill Vegeta. That would be quite the spectacle, Number 5 remarked, a hint of disbelief in his tone as he sensed the overwhelming power. Rest assured, it should be fine, Number 3 replied, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, taking in the situation with a measured gaze. Indeed, Number 6 wouldn't dare, Number 1 added, his eyes shimmering with golden light, a faint glow emanating from within. His voice cold and composed. With a resounding impact, the potent golden energy wave exploded forth, shattering the silence and hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Damn it! Is this where it ends for me? Vegeta struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the approaching energy wave, a desperate thirst for power flickering in his gaze. Once hailed as the hope of the Saiyans, born with remarkable prowess and destined to be a high-level warrior, he had now found himself bested by Frieza, Goku, and even the artificially created beings from Earth. Now, he was being mercilessly subdued by the likes of Cell's minions. What part of him had faltered? A glimmer of light flashed, an instant assault. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the energy wave engulfed Vegeta, creating a massive crater, burying him beneath the earth. The surrounding ground collapsed into the abyss, erupting in a colossal mushroom cloud. Haha, you should practice more, Number 6 laughed heartily, gazing mockingly at the enormous pit below. Growing bored, he tilted his head upward and called out, Number 1, come play with me. Let us see how much our powers differ now. With narrowed eyes, Number 6's gaze sharpened, his aura concealed, yet swelling with intensity, his blood coursing with vitality. You wish to challenge me? Number 1's eyes glimmered with an intensity that seemed ready to burst forth. In an instant, he appeared before Number 6, his demeanor calm as he inquired, So, do you wish to be pummeled into a pig's head or a dog's head? His gaze was piercing, reminiscent of how Number 6 regarded Vegeta, provoking a surge of suppressed anger within Number 6. Do you really think you're the boss here? What are you anyway? Just because I call you boss doesn't mean you're one, he retorted, his expression darkening, a smirk creeping at the corners of his mouth as he voiced his frustrations. Feeling a sense of relief afterward. Oh, is that truly how you feel? Number 1 raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. Was Number 6 losing his mind, becoming so unruly? It seemed he would need to discipline him on behalf of his father. Just so you know, you better not cry afterward. Otherwise, it won't just be your face that looks bad, he said, a smile playing on his lips. To speak candidly, witnessing the recent skirmishes among them stirred a certain itch within me. At long last, has it come my turn? Heh, Number 6 scoffed, regarding the scene as one would a mere jester, instantly revealing his aura, which surged with imposing pressure, immediately bearing down upon Number 1. He was eager to discover just how steadfast Number 1's resolve truly was. Goodness! Number 6 dares to provoke the leader. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Number 5 feigned terror, yet his countenance was alight with excitement, his hands unconsciously kneading his slight paunch as he glanced at Number 3 beside him. What do you think? Is this not amusing? Number 5 draped his arm over Number 3's shoulder and inquired. Boring. Number 6 is destined to face defeat multiple times. It appears he is the only one possessing the complete superhuman capabilities, yet the leader never declared he would refrain from engaging. Number 3's lips curled slightly upward. He had sensed the leader's blood boiling and the golden energy surging within. Below them, Number 6 unleashed his overwhelming aura, causing the very air to vibrate with a low hum. Boom! The terrifying pressure descended upon Number 1, and in an instant, the ground beneath him crumbled, collapsing under the weight. Number 1 merely grunted, bending his knees slightly before abruptly lifting his head. Huh! A powerful aura erupted forth, shattering Number 6's pressure. A golden blaze soared upward, a tempest emanating from him, accompanied by waves of white energy radiating outward. Number 1's physique surged, muscles expanding, his body aglow with gold. Exuding an imposing presence, his azure eyes igniting with a brilliant golden radiance, his aura pulsating with intensity, instantly overwhelming Number 6. From the perspective of their energies, it was evident they were not on the same level. No way. How is this possible? You too can transform. Number 6 was rendered speechless, realizing that he ought to have been the foremost contender. His pupils constricted, a jolt of fear coursed through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Cold sweat cascading from his brow, his spine chilled. Had he spoken too soon? If this continued, it seemed Number 1 would not hold back. Number 6 now felt a twinge of regret for his hasty words. Haha, leader, we are brothers after all. Number 6 laughed awkwardly, his eyes darting about, uncertain of his thoughts. Ah, brothers indeed. It is all the more enjoyable to spar. Number 1 nodded, fully understanding. After all, One need not bear responsibility for a brotherly tussle. Number 1 inhaled sharply, the oppressive aura dissipating, the golden flame retracting into his being as he lowered himself, slightly opening his hands. Boom. In the next instant, Number 1 surged forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his right fist coiling with energy, launching a powerful strike toward Number 6 without holding back. Damn, it's over. Number 6's pupils dilated, his mind racing. His body felt utterly immobilized. If struck, he would surely bear bruises. Boom. A single punch unleashed its formidable might, resulting in a deafening explosion of air as the fabric of space itself fractured, sending a multitude of fissures sprawling outward. The form of Number 6 was obliterated from the chest down, a torrent of blood erupting forth, staining the sky a vivid crimson as he was hurled backward, tearing through the atmosphere at an astonishing velocity. Huh. Number 1 grinned widely, madness glinting in his eyes, white vapor swirling around him as he surged forward. At that moment, Number 6 wore an expression of sheer terror. Agony etched across his features as he beheld the remnants of his own body, contorted in a grimace. Just as he began to mend, a shadow loomed overhead. Raising his gaze, he found himself staring into the frenzied azure eyes of Number 1. As Number 6 prepared to flee, a pair of enormous hands swiftly enveloped his head, perfectly aligned. Horror washed over him. Suddenly, an idea struck. He extended his tongue, dripping with saliva, and lashed out wildly at Number 1's palm. Number 1 grunted, sensing something amiss. With a fierce grip, he crushed down, akin to hurling a shot put, driving Number 6's head into the ground. Bang! A streak of golden light plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth and creating a massive crater that stretched for hundreds of meters, displacing untold quantities of soil. Fortunately, this was the realm of the Kaioshin. Otherwise, the ground would have surely been shattered asunder. Number 1 glanced down, and indeed, an unusual sensation surged through him as his right hand began to petrify, swiftly crawling toward his torso. Chapter 64, A Savage Beating. In the distance, Sun Wukong and Trunks, who had just regained consciousness, were aimlessly wandering when they suddenly sensed two colossal energies colliding, exuding an impressive aura. Mr. Wukong? Is that my father's energy? Trunks remarked, fatigue evident in his drooping eyelids, his tone laced with uncertainty. Ah, it's Vegeta's energy. Yet, the other presence is even mightier. It appears to surpass my Super Saiyan 3 by a considerable margin, Sun Wukong replied, excitement radiating from his eyes. A fiery passion igniting within him, a flame known as the will to fight. Only the strong can inspire others to grow stronger. Trunks, why don't you seek out that old man while I investigate over there? Sun Wukong suggested, noting Trunks' less than optimal condition. No, I wish to join you, Mr. Wukong, Trunks insisted, shaking his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. I am eager to witness the battle between my father and his opponent. Sun Wukong paused for a moment before responding. Very well, but keep your distance. Understood, Mr. Wukong. Trunks smiled slightly in agreement. Then let us depart. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Trunks surged forward, their white auras blazing as they raced toward the clash of titans. High above, Number 1 surveyed his right arm, glancing at the petrified section with a cold demeanor. With a powerful pull, he tore his entire right arm away, blood gushing forth and splattering across his face. Bang! Casually discarding the gradually petrifying limb onto the ground. Number 1 clenched his teeth and bellowed, Huh? In an instant, the gray, tentacle-like flesh began to writhe, and a resplendent golden right arm emerged anew. Oh, how intriguing. Could it be the saliva of Dapra? Number 6, are you capable of this as well? It appears that during my absence, you have accomplished quite a feat. Number 1 tightened his right fist, flexed it momentarily, and in the blink of an eye, vanished, reappearing suspended above the pit. His eyes narrowed, head tilted downward, a fierce glimmer igniting within his gaze. He spoke softly. What? Are you not coming out? Your body has healed, has it not? Are you frightened? As his words hung in the air, a gentle breeze stirred, raising clouds of dust, yet the pit below remained unresponsive. Deep underground, Number 6, concealed hundreds of meters beneath the earth, wore an expression of sheer terror, his heart racing as he beheld the newly formed body he had just grown. His countenance twisted into a grimace. Indeed, that last blow had imparted upon him a palpable sense of death's embrace. Number 1 had not held back, striking with full force, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had he not been endowed with such formidable strength, he would have been obliterated by a single punch. This cannot continue. If this persists, I shall be reborn countless times. Number 6 gritted his teeth, racking his brain for a means of escape. Damn it. You think I have no recourse, do you? After calling out for what felt like an eternity, Number 1's menacing expression revealed his frustration, veins bulging, the air around him crackling with intensity. Exhaling a heavy breath, Number 1 murmured to the ground, I hope this realm of the Kai is a bit sturdier. With that, he floated in the void, descending as his hands came together behind him, fingers forming a blossom as energy coalesced. A vibrant azure energy began to manifest between his hands. The azure energy gradually consolidated into a small orb. The energy stabilized, radiating light as an overwhelming force began to rise and expand outward. Kamehameha, here it comes. Number 1 shouted, unleashing his hands, the robust azure energy waves surging forth, causing the space to tremble with a cacophony of cracking sounds. White shockwaves roiling as the powerful energy waves surged into the deep pit. Within the pit, Number 6 sensed a tremendous energy barreling towards him and cursed under his breath. Employing his signature skill to burrow deeper, he spun and twisted erratically downward. Soon, the Kamehameha wave descended upon him, carrying immense pressure that obliterated the pit, the ground heaving, soil erupting, with some fragments vanishing into nothingness. Oh no, boss, I was wrong. Spare me. Number 6 turned to plead, his face etched with despair as he shouted upwards. It was too late. A smirk crept across Number 1's lips as he pressed down with renewed vigor. The azure energy wave swept through, erupting in an explosion. The entire planet seemed to shudder, a colossal mushroom cloud ascending, smoke billowing as a terrifying heat scorched the earth beneath. Number 1 hovered above, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Is this the power of Vegeta? Sun Wukong and Trunks hurriedly made their way, when suddenly, a figure emerged from a pit, none other than Vegeta. Father! Trunks exclaimed, rushing to the ground and shaking Vegeta's body, but to no avail. He remained unconscious. At that moment, Vegeta's complexion was ashen, his upper body exposed, his battle suit reduced to dust, revealing his strong physique. Do not worry, Trunks. Vegeta is merely fainted. His energy has not waned to a critical level, Sun Wukong reassured, furrowing his brow. There was one thing he simply could not comprehend. Why was it that Vegeta was perpetually the one to be beaten, injured, and then treated, in an endless cycle? Ah well, it was best not to dwell on it. Shaking his head, he continued, Trunks, stay here and watch over Vegeta. I shall investigate who is fighting ahead. A glimmer of excitement danced in Sun Wukong's eyes, his body trembling slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, he leaped into the air and vanished, leaving only the pit with Vegeta and Trunks. Could it be those sons of Cell? Trunks murmured to himself, casting another glance at Vegeta, his brow furrowing slightly. Swish! Sun Wukong appeared beside Number 1, his eyes brightening as he greeted politely. I believe I've seen you before. You are Mr. Cell's son, correct? Number 1 turned, somewhat surprised, pondering how it seemed Sun Wukong was everywhere. He had sensed his energy from afar, but hadn't he expected him to arrive directly. What brings you here? Number 1 inquired. I was just bang. Countless golden energy spheres surged through the air, encircling Number 1 as if ready to explode. Oh no. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair flowing, blue eyes shining, as golden aura surged around him, crackling with blue electricity. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, and a tuft of hair fell over his forehead, his power radiating fiercely as he brought his hands together. The sound of an explosion resonating. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, initially meant for Number 1, but inadvertently striking Sun Wukong instead. Chapter 65. Chaos. The explosions echoed continuously, smoke billowing everywhere. Sun Wukong, caught off guard, was struck by an energy sphere emitted by Number 6, sending him flying through the thick black smoke. His golden hair fluttering as immense energy surged around him. Are you all right? Came Number 1's indifferent voice, his gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong. I'm fine. Such minor injuries cannot impede me, Sun Wukong replied, momentarily taken aback by Number 1's unexpected concern for his safety. That's good to hear. You should leave now. I have some personal matters to attend to. If you wish to fight me, please wait a moment. At this moment, the first individual became exceedingly gentle. his tone entirely transformed, imbued with politeness, for after all, they were in the presence of outsiders, and maintaining decorum was fundamental to uphold their father's reputation. No sooner had he spoken than a golden figure suddenly erupted from the pit. It was the sixth individual, now bearing a fierce expression as he approached the first. Initially, the first remained unfazed, swiftly yanking the sixth into the air with a vigorous motion of his right hand. Subsequently, he conveyed a unique telepathic message to the fifth and third individuals, instructing them to escort Sun Wukong away from the scene, as the aftermath of their clash posed a considerable threat to him. However, when the first beheld the sixth puffing up his cheeks, his heart leapt into his throat, and he inwardly cursed, wondering if the sixth could only resort to such unsavory tactics in combat. First filth, then saliva, a rather loathsome approach. To be honest, he harbored little fear of the petrifying ability, but the prospect of saliva was undeniably revolting. The first reacted promptly, unfurling a verdant barrier with his left hand for defense, while his right formed a gesture akin to a pistol. Small energy projectiles were unleashed, hurtling toward the sixth. With a series of splattering sounds, 3 jets of saliva erupted, crashing against the first's barrier, which rapidly began to petrify, inciting a wave of nausea within him. Boom! An explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves that spread and stirred a fierce wind, causing the sixth, at the epicenter of the blast, to plummet swiftly towards the ground. Cursed be it, my ultimate move has failed. The sixth scowled, tumbling through the air, landing with force and springing back up. Boom! The ground crumbled beneath him as he fled the scene, utterly overpowered by the first, leaving him no chance to retaliate. In the sky above, the third and fifth, having received instructions from the first, understood the situation well. With a whoosh, the fifth rose, using his little belly to cushion the rapidly approaching Sun Wukong, bouncing him upwards. Thank you. Sun Wukong tumbled midair, regaining his balance and hovering beside him. No need for thanks. Hee hee. For now, you can only watch from above. You may descend once the boss has dealt with this. The fifth chuckled, his double chin jiggling, his eyes squinting in delight, leaving one to ponder how one could remain so rotund without feasting. Is that so? Very well then. Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at the two who were fixated on him, reverting to his usual form, his expression becoming serious as he looked down at the chase below. Boss, I was wrong. How about I treat you to my most treasured possession? I've cherished it for so long that I hesitated to reveal it. The sixth lamented, softening his tone. Yet, submission was futile. Did he not see the gigantic golden fist and the incessant barrage of energy projectiles? Heh, your words only serve to fuel my desire to strike you. The first replied, his expression darkening, veins throbbing on his forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. However, do not fault me for not giving you an opportunity. I shall now adjust my breath to match yours. Shall we engage in a serious duel? After a brief pause, number 1 continued. Is that true? Number 6, with a perplexed expression, halted and inquired. More genuine than real gold. Upon noticing number 6 had stopped, number 1 chuckled, his right fist clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds, yet his aura had undeniably diminished to align with number 6's level. Why not do this sooner and save ourselves the trouble? Number 6's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, he relaxed his previously tense body and mind. Then let us begin. Number 1's gaze sharpened. A formidable aura emanated from him as his fists tightened slightly, his body lowered, and with a subtle stamp of his foot, he surged forward, arriving before number 6 in the blink of an eye. Humph. You think you can overpower me just because our auras are equal? Dream on. Number 6, unfazed by number 1's sudden appearance, assumed a combat stance, ready to engage in a clash of fists. In an instant, the unexpected occurred. Number 1's figure accelerated dramatically, golden light surging in his eyes, enveloping his fists in a radiant glow, and his aura skyrocketed, appearing almost divine from a distance. What the? Number 6 gasped, his pupils constricting, a tremor coursing through him as he realized he had been deceived. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled thud resounded, and number 6's body erupted, his expression of terror serving as a splendid gift to number 1. In an instant, number 1 unleashed a flurry of strikes akin to the rhythm of Wing Chun, battering number 6's entire form, flesh bursting, blood splattering, leaving no unscathed part of him, each punch from number 1 obliterating his body. In his mind, this was a manifestation of heartfelt sincerity, representing the fervent love of an elder brother. Exhaling a sigh of relief, number 1 relaxed slightly. Seizing what remained of number 6's battered head, a benevolent expression gracing his features, feeling warmth at the sight of number 6. With all that bloodshed, it must certainly feel warm. As an elder brother, let me impart another lesson. Do not place too much trust in the promises of others. In a state of unprecedented contentment, number 1 suddenly recalled something significant and declared, I want you to swear never to associate with filthy things again, such as excrement. Do you understand? Aware that verbal promises hold little weight, he raised his fist, enveloped in golden radiance, above number 6's head, demanding an oath. Understood, I, the mage, shall refrain from such vile encounters. Tears shimmered in number 6's eyes, streaming down his face, his mouth battered, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Woo-woo. Do you comprehend what it feels like for a baby under a year-old to be relentlessly struck by those golden, sandbag-sized fists? He knew indeed. Ah, good child. Recognizing one's faults and correcting them is a virtue beyond compare. Do not weep. It is detrimental to your health. Number 1's expression was one of warmth, his gaze tender, as if genuinely concerned. However, in the eyes of 6, the situation appeared exceedingly dreadful, a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 66. Engage with him first. Enough of the jesting. Rise. The calm voice of 1 resonated, lifting the battered form of 6. He continued, remember this. You may indulge in bravado with Vegeta and the others, but do not dare to play such games with me. I shall annihilate you. 1 slowly clapped his hands, instantly reverting to his usual demeanor, his form shrinking as he gazed down at the pitiful sight of 6, unable to suppress his disdain. For heaven's sake, stop feigning pity before me and recover quickly. Otherwise, I'll deliver another blow. 1's brow furrowed. He could not fathom why seeing 6 always ignited a restless urge within him, an impulse to strike, causing this otherwise polite and civilized child to yearn for coarse language. Alas, it was all 6's fault. With a resigned shake of his head, 1 sighed. Cough, cough, cough. 6's body rapidly mended, countless gray tendrils intertwining, and his form soon returned to its normal state. Boss, I'm better now. 6 managed to force a smile, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. Though his body had healed, the remnants of pain lingered, a sensation he wished never to experience again. Good, follow me. 1 nodded affirmatively. In the sky, Sun Wukong stood astonished, utterly shocked by the courteous demeanor of that seemingly harmless individual who had so fiercely assaulted his own brother. He could scarcely imagine the pain inflicted. Ha 3. Did you see that? 6 got thoroughly beaten. He had it coming. 5 laughed heartily, reveling in the misfortune, his eyes narrowing in delight. Heh, I told you so. 6 was courting disaster. Such an outcome is fitting, 3 remarked with a slight smile, arms crossed over his chest, evidently in high spirits. From now on, we need not live in fear. This troublesome issue is finally resolved. These words fell upon Sun Wukong's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. Was this truly how all brothers behaved? Whoosh. In an instant, 2 figures appeared, one with a sorrowful countenance, 6, and the other with a smile, 1. Their moods were markedly elevated. Sun Wukong, you go ahead and fight him. Don't be deceived by his appearance. He hasn't expended much energy. 1 spoke softly, his tone gentle and demeanor serene, as he lightly nudged 6 forward. Such a disposition from 1 left 6 bewildered, turning back repeatedly with astonishment. He felt slightly disoriented, questioning if the current 1 had been possessed, for how could he have transformed so drastically? Where was the fierce leader he once knew? What are you staring at? Is there something worth watching? 1 slightly turned his head, squinting as he locked eyes with 6. And nothing, 6 stammered, his body trembling slightly, returning a forced smile. Do you wish to fight me? 6 turned, exhaling a deep breath as he regarded Sun Wukong with uncertainty. Ah, indeed, I initially intended to engage him in combat, but I would not mind facing you instead. Are you certain you do not require a moment's respite? Sun Wukong inquired with a puzzled expression, scratching his head as he recalled the pitiful state of number 6. It's quite all right, let us begin. Oh, and please bring Trunks and the others here as well. With that, both descended to the ground and exchanged glances. Ah, Trunks, you say? Number 1's lips curled into a grin as he activated his instant transmission, arriving at the pit where Vegeta resided. At that moment, Trunks was deeply engrossed in meditation, seated cross-legged upon the earth, his countenance serene and untroubled. Oi! Upon witnessing this, Number 1 sported a mischievous smile and swiftly approached Trunks, shouting into his ear. What? What is that? Trunks exclaimed, startled, as he jolted awake and fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hands. Once he recognized number one, he placed a hand upon his chest, his expression turning fierce. What are you doing? Have you finished your fight? Of course. Just dealt with that little rascal of mine. He was far too disobedient. You see, it was Vegeta who was injured by him. So I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson. What do you think? Am I not quite commendable? Number one said, a smile gracing his face, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Then I truly thank you, brother number one. Trunks rolled his eyes, skeptical of the words that fell from his lips, convinced they were mere fabrications. Only someone with a twisted mind would believe his claims. Come now, I speak the truth. However, now it is son Wukong who wishes to fight him. I came to transport you both, but I lack any restorative abilities. So it would be prudent for you to seek out Jebbet. That fellow can tend to Vegeta's wounds. Number one pondered for a moment before speaking. Jebbet? Who might that be? Trunks queried, his brow furrowed in confusion, having never heard the name before. Why, he is the rosy-cheeked fellow beside the Supreme Kai, with long gray hair. Quite fashionable, I must say. Oh, I see. You are not deceiving me this time, are you? Trunks paused, recollecting the tall figure, but still asked with a hint of skepticism, just to be safe. Trust me, I am being sincere. TSK. Number one scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Trunks. Look at you, still so apprehensive. It is high time you improved yourself. Currently, you cannot even compare to that insufferable fellow. Insufferable fellow? Trunks said, perplexed. But before he could respond further, number one had already seized his shoulder and vanished from sight. On the ground, son Wukong and number 6 stood opposite each other, brimming with combat fervor. Oh, the foolish aura of number 1 has receded into the distance. Number 6 raised an eyebrow, his previously somber mood lifting slightly as he stretched lazily. So, are you certain you wish to engage me in battle? I trust you have seen the state Vegeta is in. I do not hold back. A smile danced upon number 6's lips as he spoke arrogantly. Is that so? Wouldn't it be better to unleash your full power? Son Wukong replied, a smirk playing on his lips as the gentle breeze tousled his hair, the fabric of his attire rustling, stirring the dust from the ground into the air. Indeed, how audacious! With a light bite of his 6th tooth, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his body, a vast aura bursting forth. In an instant, a golden light surged from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely, transforming his blue form into a radiant gold as golden flames ascended. The ground beneath him crumbled, a palpable pressure bearing down upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, spared no effort and immediately activated his Super Saiyan 3 mode. Boom! The golden light flickered incessantly, clouds roiling above, his golden hair and azure eyes shining brilliantly. As his long black hair turned to gold, a golden aura enveloped him, soaring skyward with an imposing might. His eyebrows vanished, his eyes accentuated, hair cascading to his waist, with arcs of blue electricity dancing about him, energy surging forth. Behind him, a fluffy brown tail sprouted, now tinged with gold, coiling around his waist, accentuating his power. At this moment, the complete form of Super Saiyan 3 made its grand appearance. Chapter 67, Dual Combat Now. In the presence of the Saiyan source of power, and with the tail intact, Super Saiyan 3 no longer leaked energy, and its consumption was significantly reduced, enhancing its endurance. Mother, you need not worry about time constraints any longer. Son Wukong exhaled, releasing a breath of stale air as the aura within him gradually receded. The golden flames slowly dissipating, arcs of electricity weaving into his body. This method, gleaned from observing their battle, was what he deemed the best way to conserve energy. After all, their transformations resembled that of a Super Saiyan, both drawing in the aura that would otherwise escape. Thus, he resolved to adopt this approach, though challenging. It was evident that Sun Wukong was indeed a prodigy in combat. A pensive expression crossed Sun Wukong's face. It was indeed arduous to contain the powerful aura within. Yet this method would allow him to unleash the full potential of Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Since he could not vent his energy, he would strike. Lowering his body slightly, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, and in a burst of motion, he shot forth like a golden streak of light. Come at me. Number 6 laughed with excitement, determined to redeem himself after a frustrating encounter with number 1. He declared that if he could not best Sun Wukong, he might as well cease to exist. Number 6 moved with equal swiftness, perhaps even faster than Sun Wukong, his right arm swelling with power. Veins bulging on his forehead as he unleashed a mighty punch. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, the ground around them fracturing violently. The air roaring as the force of their blows created shockwaves that rippled outward, shattering rocks and debris. Huh! Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he was sent hurtling through the air, tumbling and carving a long trench into the earth upon landing. Is this strength truly so formidable? Sun Wukong mused, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed his trembling hands, unable to still their irregular quaking. Yet, fear was absent from his heart. This tremor coursed through him, igniting exhilaration. The blood of the Saiyan within him boiled fervently, and his golden tail swayed with vitality, a smile gracing Sun Wukong's features. I can do this. In the battle against Trunks, I had already seized the opportunity. In this confrontation, I am certain I will transcend my limits. Goku clenched his fists and gazed ahead. Number 6 staggered backwards several paces, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Although he had yet to unleash his full power, his strength was formidable enough to repel him. How intriguing. Number 6 licked his pale lips, chuckling softly, as his aura surged once more. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he charged forward again. Goku, witnessing this, felt exhilaration surge within him as he launched his fists. The air resonated with the relentless sound of flesh colliding, the two combatants moving at blinding speeds, striking each other with fists and legs. A dull thud echoed through the atmosphere, causing the very planet to tremble as their power reverberated outward, shattering mountains and fracturing clouds. Waves of white energy surged forth, with arcs of electricity crackling as remnants of their unleashed energy. Throughout the battle, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, yet number 6's expression was far from composed. Goku truly was a child of destiny. Seizing the moment to break through during the fight, his strikes grew increasingly heavy, rapidly narrowing the gap between them. Number 6 gritted his teeth, his expression grave. Huh. As Goku fought on, his eyes sparkled brighter, eventually gleaming with a golden hue, and with a single punch, he sent number 6 flying. Bang! The force of his punch howled through the air, and as number 6 raised both hands in defense, he was propelled backward, crashing through several towering mountains. Damn it! This is utterly unreasonable. Huh. Number 6 ceased to conceal his strength, unafraid of exhausting his energy. A tremendous aura erupted forth. Golden light radiating, his power ascending. He felt akin to a sparring partner, watching his opponent grow stronger while he remained stagnant. The frustration of being bested by number 1 transformed into a wellspring of strength, his aura beginning to rise, a tempest swirling around him. Huh. Number 6 traversed the air with astonishing speed, akin to a golden meteor, consolidating his energy into his fists. In an instant, a flash of gold erupted, the fiery aura enveloping his fists, and he suddenly appeared before Goku, unleashing a devastating right hook. Bang! The air exploded with sound, before the punch even reached him. The wind halted, a powerful force accompanied by a howling gale surged forth, tousling Goku's hair and causing his skin to ripple. This is bad. There's no escaping this. Gritting his teeth, Goku's pupils constricted, a tremor running through him. The surge in combat power was overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Bang! The punch struck Goku squarely in the abdomen, the force cascading forth, crashing through his body and propelling itself into the distant mountains, obliterating them. The air around Goku erupted violently, his form sent flying, blood spewing forth in torrents, saturating his body as he crashed through several mountain ranges, ultimately descending to the ground and carving a lengthy trench. Pooh! Goku's complexion turned pale, the imprint of the punch on his abdomen still vivid, etched deep as though branded. At this moment, his belly twisted in agony, the pain radiating throughout his entire being, his expression contorted in sheer torment as blood spilled from his lips. With deep, labored breaths, Sun Wukong gasped for air, each inhalation a testament to his struggle. He endeavored to rise, only to find a resplendent figure in gold materialize above him, a hand seizing his head and forcing it against the ground as they soared through the air. With each violent thud, 6 maintained a steely demeanor, relentlessly dragging Sun Wukong through the sky, the earth beneath them fracturing and carving a deep chasm that continued to extend forward. In the heights, 5 remarked, 6 is truly ruthless. With such force, how can Sun Wukong possibly retaliate? He absent-mindedly patted his small belly. It's his own doing, is it not? 3 replied with a shake of his head, choosing silence as he glided toward the 2 combatants. 5 followed closely behind. With a resounding crash, after obliterating 10 mountains, 6 finally released his grip, ascending into the sky to hoist Sun Wukong's head high above. At this moment, Wukong's energy had diminished significantly. His expression was a grimace, with narrowed eyes as he desperately attempted to pry away 6's hand. It's over, 6 declared, his gaze sharp as he yanked down, and then flung Sun Wukong as if he were a cannonball, causing him to plummet into the ground and create a vast crater. Not satisfied with this, 6 pressed down further, gathering energy spheres at his waist and unleashing them with abandon upon the already battered ground. Boom. The explosions resonated in rapid succession, a cacophony that echoed as the ground continued to collapse and crack, leaving a landscape marred with gaping holes. Within the crater, Sun Wukong gazed vacantly skyward, his eyes unfocused. He had returned to his normal state, devoid of the energy and stamina to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Lost in the sight of the uniquely beautiful, slightly violet sky. What a magnificent star. So beautiful, Sun Wukong murmured, exhaling softly. From his perspective, a brilliant blue star shimmered faintly above. Chapter 68. The formidable Super Saiyan ape in the distance, Trunks exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why pretend? I thought you might teleport me directly to Jebbet, but you've merely pulled me out of the pit?" It was rare for Trunks to speak in such a manner. He felt a peculiar discomfort whenever he encountered one, compounded by a less than favorable first impression. Thus, he sought to mock him a bit. The years spent with Uncle Cell were not in vain. He had absorbed many humorous quips, usually unused, but today seemed the perfect opportunity to employ them. Cough, cough. You really need to try harder. 1. Is your mind too cluttered with distractions? I'm just saying it's quite dull. 1 rolled his eyes, bemused by what his father had imparted, leading Trunks to indulge in such banter. You knew? Well, of course, you would. You are Uncle Cell's son after all. Trunks initially faltered, then quickly regained his composure, realizing that Uncle Cell must have shared such things with him. With a random, awkward smile, I mused inwardly. How is it that Uncle Cell has sired so many sons, each possessing such distinct and peculiar personalities? I cannot be blamed for this, logically. My father's essence should be present, yet for reasons unknown, it remains elusive. In my quest to find Jebbet, I overlooked the fact that, although he is a servant of the Supreme Kai, he is still a deity, and without that essence, instantaneous movement becomes futile. With a resigned gesture, I continued, for now, we must seek out my father. After all, did you not mention that you just came from him? Let us swiftly traverse this planet. Frankly, the route we took to arrive here was not this one. I noticed that Mr. Goku also arrived via instantaneous movement. Trunks chuckled and waved his hand in a similarly resigned manner, then added, Uncle Cell is currently engrossed in meditation regarding divine energy. It would be unwise to disturb him. Divine energy? So my father's purpose in coming here was this? I nodded in understanding. What a misfortune. I cannot fathom why my father is continually injured during treatment. First, he was knocked unconscious by that wretched number 6. Then he sustained injuries while battling me, and now he is wounded again in combat with number 6. It appears my father is indeed at odds with that number 6. There is little we can do. We enjoy our playful banter as well, I murmured softly. What did you say? Trunks inquired, his eyes wide with confusion. Nothing of consequence. Let us set off. I rose, a golden aura erupting around me, my entire being enveloped in a resplendent golden hue. Perhaps you should remain here and wait for me. I shall seek out Jebbet and bring him back. With that, I shot into the air without a backward glance, my speed so incredible that a faint afterimage lingered in the air. What a peculiar individual, Trunks muttered, gliding to a nearby mountain where he gently set down Vegeta before entering a meditative state. I was right. My strength was indeed insufficient, and I needed to intensify my training. I aimed to reach the level of Super Saiyan that Mr. Goku achieved. I was only a step away from unlocking the potential of Super Saiyan 2 and transcending that barrier to attain a new transformation. It's rather noisy. The old Supreme Kai frowned, stowing away a health magazine into a spatial pocket, then glanced at the meditating cell, murmuring, it won't be long now. His speed has reached an incomprehensible level, and he will likely emerge from meditation soon. The old Supreme Kai gazed at Cell, who was radiating a spectrum of colors, and couldn't help but smile. I had no idea my first disciple would possess such extraordinary talent. I wonder if he can reach or even surpass that hairless cat, Beerus. Humph. Just thinking about that cat puts me in a foul mood. The old Supreme Kai straightened his posture, lifted his gaze to the heavens, hands clasped behind him, and contemplated the beautiful sky, his emotions a complex tapestry. At that moment, number 6 hovered in the high atmosphere, his cold eyes surveying Goku below. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. How beautiful it is, the azure star. Sun Wukong's gaze was entirely captivated by that cerulean orb, and the corners of his bloodied lips involuntarily curled upwards, his spirits soaring high. Suddenly, a dull thumping sound reverberated, echoing the rhythm of a heartbeat. Sun Wukong's fluffy tail began to thrash energetically, his eyes instantly turning crimson. As his heart raced abnormally, his fur began to grow at an unnatural speed. A roar erupted from his lips, a sound akin to a fierce growl. Number 6 furrowed his brow, a sudden realization dawning upon him, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Goodness, he is about to transform into a Saiyan, perhaps even a Super Saiyan. At this moment, number 6's face morphed into a blend of confusion and terror. He had failed to notice the furry tail behind him. Instantly, he looked up, his countenance darkening as he wondered if he had mistaken that star for Earth. Had the events of Dragon Ball GT befallen him? The two observers high above were equally astonished, though they offered no assistance to number 6, continuing to watch from their lofty vantage point. Brother 3, are we truly not going to help number 6? Number 5 inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Wait until he comes to plead for our aid. Much like an author beseeches readers for gifts, if he does not ask, the readers shall not provide. When number 6 seeks our help, it will not be too late. Number 3 replied, arms crossed, imparting a somewhat philosophical perspective that prompted number 5 to nod in agreement. The heartbeat grew louder. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed crimson, his body expanding rapidly, dense black fur erupting forth. His mouth twisted grotesquely as his physique surged, the martial arts uniform he wore swiftly tearing apart, reaching an imposing height of several meters. The transformation into the Saiyan ape was upon him. A surge of primal ferocity erupted, while number 6 surveyed from the skies, biding his time, waiting for Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form to emerge before engaging in battle. He had come to a realization. He too possessed Saiyan blood within him, including the lineage of the strongest, Gohan. He yearned to grow stronger through combat, and the massive, unthinking Saiyan ape would serve as an excellent sparring partner, as it was only fair to reverse roles after having recently trained alongside Sun Wukong. Soon, Sun Wukong's aura began to swell, instinctively enveloping him in a golden, radiant flame that dyed his fur. The formerly flat hair atop his head suddenly spiked up. The Super Saiyan ape had made its entrance. Chapter 69. Battle of the Golden Giant Ape. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Giant Ape, transformed from Sun Wukong, unleashed a wave of savage energy. As he stepped down, the ground shattered beneath him. Upon catching sight of number 6, he unleashed a colossal energy blast. The Golden Giant Ape pounded his chest in exhilaration, a beam of golden energy erupting from his mouth, hurtling towards the suspended figure of number 6. Let me witness your strength. As the 6th figure's gaze sharpened, his silhouette unfurled, and with a swift motion, he brought his hands together. In an instant, a Kamehameha wave surged forth. A brilliant azure energy wave erupted from his palms, colliding with the Golden Giant Ape's projectile. The clash produced a resounding boom, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, scattering azure and golden particles that shattered the ground, forming a pulsating column of light that seemed to connect them in a tug-of-war. Roaring in response to the provocation, the Golden Giant Ape opened its mouth wide, causing the golden beam to swell and launch forth with increased ferocity. Desperate, the 6th figure felt the strain. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheek, splattering against the earth. Veins throbbed on his forehead, a testament to the overwhelming energy output from his opponent. The Golden Giant Ape's projectile swiftly engulfed the diminutive azure beam, barreling towards the beleaguered 6th figure. With gritted teeth, the 6th figure executed a swift maneuver, narrowly evading the onslaught as he landed on the ground, his expression darkening. The golden projectile surged into the mysterious cosmos, gradually vanishing from sight, its destination unknown. In a triumphant declaration, the Golden Giant Ape thumped its chest, echoing with deep resonant sounds. Frustration welled within the 6th figure. He could scarcely believe such speed could accompany such strength. Lowering himself slightly, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and launched himself like a cannonball, the earth shattering beneath him, sending forth a wave of white energy. Ignoring the toll on his energy reserves, he unleashed his full power, golden flames erupting around him, crackling with intensity. Encased in golden energy, his right fist, enveloped in flames, clenched tightly, all his breath coalescing into a single point before transforming into a piercing finger, radiating sharp golden light. This technique, inspired by a past life's animation and infused with the essence of a sword of energy, was his most formidable attack, and he refused to believe it could inflict no damage. As he soared through the air with increasing velocity, the golden giant ape turned its gaze towards him, their eyes locking. With a sudden flash, his glowing fingertip punctured the giant ape's ear, eliciting a spurt of blood. Just as he anticipated a crucial moment, the giant ape swiveled its head, causing his attack to veer off course. The sixth figure, caught off guard, attempted to leap for a second strike, only to be met with the giant ape's colossal right fist crashing down with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. The impact was devoid of any embellishments. Simply a fist brimming with power, shattering the space around the sixth figure. The air tore apart in an explosive eruption, countless fissures spreading outwards as his body shattered under the force, blood spilling freely, as he was propelled violently towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the sixth figure's dazed expression lingered as he plummeted deep into the earth, displacing mounds of soil, blood pooling in his mouth. His body was ravaged, with his right arm severed and sent flying into the unknown. This was not how such speed was portrayed in the animation. Yet, he had indeed breached his defenses. As number 6 returned in a daze, he erupted into hearty laughter, blood oozing profusely from the corners of his mouth. His expression shifted, and as gray-black tendrils entwined around him, his body swiftly began to rejuvenate, restoring itself to full vigor. This time, an overwhelming surge of powerful energy coursed through him, radiating outward and filling him with indescribable pleasure. "I told you, my lineage is indeed of great utility," he proclaimed, wiping the blood from his mouth and raising his fist, his form shimmering with golden light as he burst forth. In the heights above, numbers 3 and 5 gazed down, witnessing the entirety of number 6's brutal ordeal. That golden giant ape is supposed to have a 500-fold amplification, yet it moves with such speed, number 5 remarked, turning to number 3. It is to be expected, however. Sun Wukong has achieved a monumental breakthrough in his foundational combat prowess during this confrontation, making him significantly stronger now. Frankly, I am contemplating whether to assist him in attaining Super Saiyan 4, number 3 mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Why?" number 5 inquired. "Because it was inevitable that my father would arrive at this juncture. Observing Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4 might offer him some assistance in his metamorphosis, albeit marginal. Yet, as a son, any aid I can provide is worthwhile. What shall we do then? There are no allies here, not even Son Gohan." Number 5 gestured helplessly. "There's no need for that. All that is required is for him to regain consciousness. We must strike him back from this frenzied state. Just keep hitting him." Number 3 replied after a moment of contemplation. "Is that really feasible? It strikes me as rather implausible." Number 5 scratched his head, speaking softly. "No worries. Just strike first." Number 3 nodded, though he remained motionless, arms crossed in watchful anticipation. Number 5 understood that number 3 was awaiting number 6's command, shaking his head and falling silent as they both observed the scene below. On the ground, the golden giant ape, exhibiting a remarkably human-like demeanor, gingerly touched its injured cheek. Upon seeing the crimson blood, it once again succumbed to a frenzied rage. Roar! The golden giant ape alternated its feet, pounding the earth with such force that the ground could no longer withstand it, shattering under its weight. With no solid ground beneath it, the creature plummeted into a deep pit, landing on its back. "How foolish," number 6 remarked as he soared from the depths, witnessing the spectacle and smirking in derision. Suspended in midair, he lowered his body, placing his hands on his hips, and began conjuring energy spheres, unleashing them with remarkable speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Boom! Countless energy spheres rained down, causing the ground to collapse continuously, burying the golden giant ape deep beneath the surface. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, accompanied by echoes of primal roars. A dense cloud of black smoke billowed upward, rolling toward the horizon. Panting heavily, number 6 had expended all his energy without reservation. Uncertain of how many strikes he had unleashed, If the golden giant ape remained unscathed, he would surely call for assistance. He felt utterly exhausted. With a deep exhale, number 6 released a cloud of murky breath, gathering energy tightly within his right fist, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Beneath the ground, the colossal golden ape was left dazed and disoriented by the impact. Number 6 energy spheres were aimed precisely at one target, its head, which now bore a charred hue. In that moment, Sun Wukong's consciousness flickered back for a brief second. However, the ferocity soon reclaimed his mind, and the giant ape leapt forth, shattering the rocks beneath it. Amidst the swirling smoke, number 6, suspended in the air, observed the enraged golden ape and stifled a chuckle, acknowledging the amusing sight of the creature now adorned in hues of black and gold. Chapter 70. The three-way battle against the golden ape. The emergence of Super Saiyan for the struggle proved to be quite exhausting, as it began with merely a scratch. Number 6 sighed, clenching his right fist, all the energy within him coalescing for what he deemed the final strike. Should this blow yield no substantial damage, he would have no choice but to retreat. Shaking his head, determination ignited in his gaze. After expelling another breath of murk, he bent slightly, taking a measured step forward. In a magnificent display of golden brilliance, he surged ahead, outshining the golden ape in radiance. His speed escalated to an extraordinary level, and when he reached the golden ape, he unleashed a devastating punch. The colossal creature sensed the formidable power emanating from the bothersome insect and responded in kind, raising its immense right arm to deliver a counterstrike. When their fists collided, it appeared as though number 6's punch was insignificant compared to the golden ape's strength. However, the reality of the impact was far more profound. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as energy surged forth, creating rippling waves of white energy that cascaded outward in all directions. The force of the shockwave resonated throughout the entire realm of the Kai, erupting into a dazzling golden light that illuminated the cosmos. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them buckled, sending shockwaves rippling. Number 6 was propelled backward, bloodied and battered, his right arm in tatters, resembling a projectile as he skidded across the ground, carving a long trench in his wake. The golden ape, however, managed to steady itself after taking a few steps back. Seeing this, number 6 raised his head towards the sky, calling out desperately, "Brother 5, Brother 3, save me. I am utterly outmatched." In an instant, the figures of number 3 and number 5 appeared before him, unwavering in their resolve. "Number 6, why are you performing so poorly?" Number 3 remarked with a smirk. "Are you blind, number 3? He is currently Sun Wukong, a frenzied beast." "What did you say?" Number 3 retorted after being momentarily taken aback. "Brother 3. Number 6 exclaimed, exasperated. "Isn't this just as it should be? First, one must maintain a proper attitude. Without that, nothing will be accomplished," number 3 stated, gesturing for number 5 to speak. "Indeed, number 3 is absolutely correct," number 5 nodded in agreement. "Let it be known that the ultimate recourse would be to obliterate the celestial body above or sever the tail. However, it is preferable to avoid such drastic measures. This is our last resort. We must strive to restore Sun Wukong's consciousness, enabling him to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, thus fully expending his energy to assault his cranium. In terms of endurance, we hold the advantage." Number 3 spoke slowly, casting a sidelong glance at number 6, seemingly awaiting his response. "Not a problem. I trust your judgment." Number 6 waved his hand, unusually refraining from questioning. "Then let us proceed." Number 3 was the first to charge forth, with number 5 closely trailing, followed by number 6. "Huh!" Number 3 bellowed, elevating his energy to its zenith, unleashing a barrage of attacks directed at the left leg of the golden giant ape. Meanwhile, number 5 floated in the air, unleashing a myriad of small energy slashes upon its right leg. A thunderous roar filled the air as the golden giant ape howled in fury, attempting to block the dual onslaught with its arms. However, the two did not adhere to conventional tactics, focusing solely on its legs and the ground beneath it. This relentless assault exasperated the golden giant ape, which retaliated by firing its golden giant cannon. Yet, due to the diminutive size and remarkable speed of number 3 and number 5, the blasts could barely graze them, as they possessed no loose garments to catch the fiery projectiles. The cacophony of explosions reverberated as the ground beneath the golden giant ape began to crumble. The continuous barrage from number 5's energy slashes, targeting a single point, ultimately severed the golden giant ape's right leg, cutting through skin and flesh, resulting in a gory spray of blood. During this interval, number 6 concentrated on gathering energy, shaping it into an arm larger than that of the golden giant ape itself. Drawn back behind him. Haha, witness my titanic force. Number 6 smirked, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, creating craters with each step as he charged toward the head of the golden giant ape, his massive arm trailing behind, the sound roaring as energy surged forth. Roar! The golden giant ape unleashed a furious cry, its crimson eyes glowing ominously, yet it proved futile. Much of its form was ensnared beneath the earth, leaving only its charred head to emit furious roars. Here, allow me to bestow upon you a delightful gift, number 3 murmured, raising his right hand, fingers poised together. As energy coalesced with a sizzling sound, arcs of electricity dancing around him, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. As the golden giant ape had its mouth agape, after a prolonged build-up, number 3 thrust forth, demonic energy-piercing cannon. A spiraling beam of red and yellow intertwined with flickers of golden electricity surged forth, crackling and flashing as it raced toward the giant maw. In the instant before impact, the golden giant ape closed its mouth, absorbing the blow with its skull. With a resounding crash, the beam collided against the giant's cranium, sending shockwaves that splintered the ground beneath. With a forceful roar, number 3 intensified the gathering of energy within, channeling all available power into this singular moment. As the energy surged, the beam thickened and erupted into a brilliant column of light, accompanied by a thunderous explosion and swirling smoke. The golden giant ape let out a mournful cry, toppling backward. Coincidentally, number 6 arrived at its side, dwarfed by the imposing figure of the golden giant ape, gripping a massive iron hammer in its right arm. It delivered a fierce punch, propelled by a rush of air, the impact resonating violently. Bang! The iron fist struck directly at the golden giant ape's head, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. The force of the blow echoed as the golden giant ape's skull was battered, its visage contorting as it was forced down. Whoosh! Following the strike, number 6 swiftly retreated into the air, while number 5 and number 3 appeared behind it, placing their hands on its back. This is your moment, number 6 remarked, sensing the torrent of energy within and the unusual presence behind it. Fear not, I am not of that persuasion. You are the strongest among us. Deliver one final blow to its head, number 3 encouraged with a smile. Go for it, old 6. Number 6, upon hearing this, exhaled deeply and replied with mild resignation. Indeed, if I fail at the last moment, do not blame me. Its form hovered, golden arcs of electricity dancing around it, as a formidable aura began to emanate. Gazing at its own hands, it murmured, such astonishing power. As it spoke, golden light surged from within, its body slightly lowering as it positioned its hands at its right waist, wrists touching to form a flower bud shape. A vibrant blue energy began to flow forth, radiating a dazzling brilliance, while powerful waves of energy rippled around it. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if a dragon of storms were stirring within. Kamehameha. Number 6 opted for its most practiced technique, thrusting both hands forward. Whoosh! A robust blue energy wave erupted, entwined with golden arcs of electricity, roaring forth as it hurtled toward the golden giant ape's head. The unfortunate creature, enduring repeated strikes to its cranium, appeared slightly dazed, its savage demeanor diminishing. Boom! The Kamehameha surged directly toward its head, enveloping it and relentlessly pushing it back, carving a deep and lengthy trench into the ground. As the earth shattered and soil was sent flying, stones reduced to dust. Rumbling. An explosion ensued, smoke billowing in all directions. At that moment, number 6 gasped for breath. Its energy reserves nearly depleted, leaving just enough to sustain its movements. On the verge of collapsing, it was caught by number 5, who braced it with both hands and its belly. In the deep crater, number 3 approached the golden giant ape. Ouch! What has happened to me? My head is pounding. The golden giant ape, or rather, Sun Wukong, clutched its throbbing head in shock. Why has my body grown so large? Sun Wukong endeavored to coalesce his form into a human shape. This state of lucidity, however, could not be sustained for long. He was reminded to embrace an unwavering belief in his potential for growth. Only then could he suppress the ferocious aura within him and ultimately transform into Super Saiyan 4. Is that so? Sun Wukong inquired, his voice imbued with doubt. Indeed, if you wish to grow stronger, you must do so. I must candidly inform you that there are many formidable beings in the universe awaiting your challenge. In the future, numerous malevolent forces will threaten Earth. So you must bolster your strength to vanquish them. First, you must conquer yourself. Number 3 stated with grave seriousness. All right, I shall try, Sun Wukong replied, gently closing his eyes. The words of number 3 resonated within him, igniting the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. His desire for strength intensified, and a faint red glow enveloped his body as he gradually ascended into the air. Observing this, number 3 widened his eyes in astonishment. Realizing the profound connection between belief and transformation, he retreated to a higher altitude, intent on documenting this metamorphosis in its entirety. Within Sun Wukong's consciousness, a crimson haze threatened to engulf him once more. My aspiration for strength cannot be halted here, he bellowed in defiance, his face contorted with effort. Golden light surged forth, dispersing the blood-red aura, transforming his inner landscape from crimson to a serene golden warmth. At that moment, Sun Wukong gasped, inadvertently parting his lips, as a flash of insight surged through his mind. The golden giant ape within him curled into a smaller form, ultimately revealing his own bare self. Boom. Externally, Sun Wukong's body convulsed violently, red light erupting from him. The sky darkened ominously as a crimson thunder dragon swirled within the clouds, its surface interwoven with shimmering gold. Waves of golden energy surged forth. Sun Wukong's colossal figure was shrouded in golden light when the blood-red thunder dragon descended abruptly, striking him. Cracks appeared and then exploded outward, unveiling a silhouette, none other than Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At that juncture, his stature had significantly increased, with arcs of golden electricity leaping around him. His long, raven hair cascaded over his shoulders, 2 strands falling gracefully upon his forehead. His golden eyes were deep and enigmatic, reflecting dark pupils, with a ring of blood red marking around his eyes, reminiscent of a coiling dragon. His muscles were prominently defined, covered with deep pink fur that enveloped his upper body, revealing only his robust chest. A blue wristband encircled his waist, while he wore bright yellow work pants on his lower half, complemented by matching blue ankle wraps and radiant boots. A deep pink, furry tail curled behind him, swaying gently. His entire being radiated a wild, untamed charm, tinged with an alluring edge, as a fierce and brutal aura erupted forth. In this moment, he was the centerpiece of existence, Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong. Good night. Chapter 71, Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, emanating an overwhelming aura as he descended slowly to the ground, where he lightly pressed his right foot. The terrain had been ravaged, reduced to an unrecognizable state, with the ground continuously sinking and collapsing, making his stance on this battered land feel elevated. Number 3 hovered slightly above the gaping pit, gazing upward at the deep pink figure, awestruck. As his violet eyes shimmered with a faint glow, etching that form into his memory, merging it with the iconic silhouette from the anime, Super Saiyan 4. In truth, the battle at this point had already reached its conclusion, lacking any semblance of competition. The others appeared as insignificant as insects before the transformed Son Goku. It could be said that one could simply succumb to fate, as the outcome was all but predictable, uniformly inevitable. Of course, they could have opted for an alternative approach, such as severing the tail or obliterating the star, which would have averted the situation entirely. However, that would preclude witnessing the birth of the Super Saiyan 4, and contemplating such possibilities seemed trivial in comparison. So, was success truly achieved? Number 6 gritted his teeth, steadying himself as he gradually recovered his strength and energy, thanks to number 5's infusion of energy into him, allowing him to function normally. Isn't it only natural to succeed? On the foundation of power and conviction, conquering one's own savagery while retaining one's intellect. That is the essence of Son Goku, number 5 remarked, cradling his small belly as he stepped forward. What exactly does number 3 intend to document? Surely, a father as formidable as he can effortlessly transform into a super android 4. Is there any challenge in that? Number 6 inquired, perplexed. I don't know. Who can decipher number 3's thoughts? Perhaps he simply wishes to marginally enhance the odds of success. After all, he too can achieve the transformation into a super android 4 with some training. For us, that is a relatively simple endeavor, number 5 mused after a moment of reflection. Is this truly Super Saiyan 4? This power exceeds my expectations, Son Goku remarked, casting a glance at number 3, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 4. How does it feel? Number 3 swiftly approached, asking. Remarkable. My entire being is infused with power. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this strength has multiplied by at least tenfold, an endless surge of energy coursing through me, enveloping me in a profound sense of comfort. Son Goku clenched his fists, slowly expressing the monumental power he felt within, which far surpassed his imagination, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His perception, defense, strength, and even speed seemed to have experienced a significant leap, and astonishingly, after such a duration, he felt no trace of fatigue, as if he had not exerted himself at all. Hey, this transformation is indeed formidable. Ah, I can now even perceive the presence of Earth. Sun Wukong, with his eyes gently closed, revealed his crimson eyelids as strands of red radiance emanated from within his being. He sensed several formidable auras on Earth, likely belonging to the offspring of Cell, 2 individuals. Oh, in that case, they are indeed quite formidable. Number 3 nodded. The distance from Earth was considerable, and although the leader possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, he could not return, as he could not sense the existence of Earth. Now, however, Sun Wukong was able to feel it. His perceptive abilities had indeed strengthened significantly. Well, I must sincerely express my gratitude to you all, but I cannot possibly wield such power. Sun Wukong remarked, a smile gracing his face. Soon, number 5 and number 6 arrived, their keen hearing having picked up on the conversation from afar. Take me back to Earth, number 6 declared with resolve. And me as well, we have nothing to do here. It would be better to return and train ourselves, ideally in the room of spirit and time. I won't emerge until I reach the level of Super Android 2, number 5 stated, his words imbued with seriousness. Then I shall accompany you, number 6 replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze towards number 5. I will stay behind. Once my father is finished, I will join you. Number 3 nodded in agreement, fully endorsing their sentiments. Upon returning, he too intended to engage in rigorous training. Very well, grasp my hand, Sun Wukong said softly, extending his left hand while his right fingers formed a sword-like gesture against his forehead. Number 6 and number 5 exchanged a glance before placing their hands into Sun Wukong's palm. Farewell. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot, teleporting back to Earth. Now that they are gone, who shall I seek? Perhaps I should find the leader. Number 3 exhaled a sigh, soaring into the sky and surveying the ground with a touch of resignation. Observing the terrain, riddled with craters, collapses, and ravines, he chuckled, recognizing how their battle had indeed ravaged the landscape. Who would take on such arduous tasks, he wondered. With a smile, a golden aura surged from his feet, enveloping his entire form as he propelled himself towards number 1, tracing a brilliant arc across the sky. This aura feels somewhat familiar. The old Kai stood up, gazing towards the source of the recently felt potent energies, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, dismissing those matters. His attention shifted to Cell, who was now radiating divine energy, having sufficiently absorbed divine power. He should awaken soon. The old Kai cast a glance at Cell, whose body shimmered with multicolored brilliance, reflecting his inner thoughts. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The multicolored radiance enveloping Cell intensified, culminating in a colossal burst of vibrant light that shot skyward. Thunder rumbled as clouds swirled and coalesced above, enveloping Cell in an extraordinary luminescence that obscured his human form. The sky, once illuminated by the brilliance of day, suddenly dimmed, surrendering to darkness, only to revert back, as rain, snow, and hail fell in alternating succession. Ultimately, the light vanished completely, and Cell's form levitated, a fleeting radiance emerging before gradually dissipating, revealing his figure within. He retained his original appearance, albeit with a seemingly diminished physique, appearing somewhat petite. His once pink irises transformed into a blood-red hue, and his eyebrows followed suit, adopting a crimson shade. A golden-red luminescence began to rise from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 72. The aura and power of the divine. The black portions of his chest armor and the exoskeletal wings were tinged with streaks of blood red, and the immense aura he possessed abruptly vanished, replaced by a formidable golden-red radiance that exuded an oppressive pressure. An enigmatic and profound sensation permeated his being, evoking a feeling that was both present in this world, yet simultaneously absent. Yet, within this paradox, there was a sense of tranquility and warmth. Congratulations. It seems you have discovered a semblance of the divine aura's application, the old Supreme Kai remarked, momentarily taken aback. Before gesturing with his hand and raising an eyebrow as he approached, you have merely begun to grasp the use of the divine aura. There remains a considerable distance before you fully master it. Once you achieve complete mastery, you will be able to harness a vast reservoir of your own divine power, which will greatly benefit you. As for the divine power within you at present, to put it plainly, it consists of the divine energy absorbed from the two Supreme Kais by the Majin Buu. You have merely converted it into your own power, not a true embodiment of your own. The old Supreme Kai continued his lengthy exposition, while Cell nodded along, finding much of it unnecessary to comprehend. He felt no pressing need to remember the details. He could understand them whenever he chose. Instead, he directed his full attention inward, focusing on his current state. This condition was the result of infusing the divine aura into his Saiyan bloodline, an experience he found rather peculiar. His combat power had indeed witnessed a significant enhancement, far surpassing that of his transformation into Super Android 3. Yet, it did not appear to be a stable state. He surmised that as he continued to concentrate the divine aura, this form would grow increasingly potent. However, according to the original narrative, the Super Saiyan God transformation offered a fixed increase in battle power, with a multiplicative effect estimated to be tenfold that of Super Saiyan 3, equating to a 4,000 times boost, which was entirely different from his own experience. Intriguing, Cell mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he gently descended to the ground. He began to swiftly punch the air, taking light steps that allowed him to instantaneously appear upon various mountains and riverbanks before returning. His combat power, speed, and agility had all seen remarkable improvement. However, his stamina was merely average. Moreover, as he furrowed his brows and tapped his armor, he recalled glancing at his reflection by the lakeside, where he observed his body had drastically shrunk, rendering him extremely slender. In his eyes, it seemed that his defenses were somewhat lacking. Breathless, I find myself pondering the extent of my current power. According to his conjecture, upon transforming into a Super Android 3, my foundational strength, augmented by a staggering factor of 400, could reach an alarming threshold, perhaps rivaling that of Super Blue. Moreover, my energy consumption is remarkably minimal, practically bordering on infinite stamina. The expenditure is slight, recovery is swift, and my control over my abilities is formidable. Even if my strength does not surpass that of Super Blue, I could outlast him in a battle of attrition. However, having undergone the divine metamorphosis, my current prowess far exceeds anything I have previously experienced, and I believe I could easily overpower that so-called Super Blue. In fact, I may even be stronger. After all, my body has been honed to perfection. Further training would yield little improvement. Nevertheless, my transformation is unique. This extraordinary physique allows me to assume the state of Super Android while still enveloped in divine energy, akin to Super Blue, possessing divine essence. Mastering the containment of this energy, boasting a formidable physique, and having learned the ways of the Super Saiyan, these prerequisites for transformation into Super Blue are all met within me, making the transition effortless. As for the color, it is likely different from theirs, given my current status as a deity, albeit a half-one. With a slow exhalation, I release a cloud of murky breath, returning to my normal state. My aura surges, my body becomes immensely powerful, my eyes revert to a shade of pink, and the golden-red radiance dissipates. I do not intend to experiment here. It seems unnecessary. I shall wait for a secluded place to begin my contemplation. How does it feel to become a god? The old Kaioshin inquires, observing the stunned silence that envelopes me, but refraining from interruption until I regain my composure. Quite remarkable. It feels as though I am capable of anything, I respond slowly. Indeed, it is a sensation of omnipotence. Yet this is merely the initial illusion of divinity. How could one truly be all-powerful? The old Kaioshin shakes his head and continues. Try using the divine power absorbed within you to create something. Casting a sidelong glance at me, he gestures to the ground, instructing, start by conjuring a tree. Is that so? I reflect on the application of divine energy in my mind, channeling the precise amount of divine power within me. With a flourish of my palm, a radiant spectrum of colors emanates, gradually enveloping the earth. In an instant, a sapling inexplicably bursts forth from the soil. As I amplify the divine energy, the sapling swiftly matures into a grand tree, casting shade upon the sunlight above. You actually possess a modicum of talent. Succeeding on your first attempt is a feat far beyond my capabilities at your age. The old Kaioshin's face beams with delight, his mouth agape, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he chuckles heartily. And how many attempts did you require in your first year? I ask, withdrawing my divine energy. Curiosity etched across my features. Ahem, it's not important. Those matters are trivial, he responds awkwardly, clearing his throat and dismissing the subject. How could he confess that he had not succeeded even once during his first year? That would be utterly humiliating. The old man is still alive. He always requires some food. Ahem, to be honest, I am contemplating retirement, allowing you to take my place. As I have grown old, and it is time for me to enjoy a life of leisure. The old Supreme Kai chuckled softly, gently stroking his chin. You still seem quite robust. There is no need to rush. It appeared that Sheru had an epiphany, repeatedly waving his hands. What a jest. You crafty old man. Hoping to relinquish your divine duties to avoid sharing life with Beerus, aren't you? He certainly does not wish to bear the title of a god. He merely desires to partake in a hint of divine essence, and to make use of this apprentice Supreme Kai identity. In truth, he has no intention of assuming that role. Not only is he mentally exhausted every day, but he also craves freedom. No, he will not do it. He chuckled, stating, "It will come soon enough." The old Supreme Kai squinted his eyes, grinning in a rather lecherous manner, seemingly lost in pleasant thoughts. Well then, old Supreme Kai, I still have matters to attend to. I have already grasped these concepts, so I shall return another time. Without waiting for the old Supreme Kai to respond, Sheru vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a gentle breeze and the half-finished words of the old Supreme Kai. Never mind. Young ones can be a bit impetuous. It's nothing to fret about. The old Supreme Kai shook his head and retrieved the television once more, watching those graceful young ladies dance. Chapter 73. The hairless cat. Time flies, and the days pass swiftly. The delightful tour of Supreme Kai's planet has come to an end, making one reminisce as if it were just yesterday. When Sheru disappeared before the old Supreme Kai, he found the lost number 1 and Trunks. At Trunks' insistence, Sheru reluctantly treated Vegeta once more. To be candid, it was not that he held any contempt or disrespect towards him. Rather, he felt it unbecoming for a warrior and now a deity to play the role of a caretaker. Moreover, Vegeta's frequency of injuries was rather alarming. It had only been a few days, and he was already hurt again. Sheru found it tiresome to comment. After healing him, Sheru summoned number 3 to his side. However, upon learning that Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, Sheru's expression remained largely unchanged, while Vegeta exhibited a sudden sense of unease. Subsequently, Vegeta persistently clung to Sheru, insisting on training together. Sheru shrugged, indifferent. Whether 1 or 2 learned, it mattered little to him. Furthermore, upon arriving on Earth, he would occasionally need to stay in Vegeta's house, to which Vegeta readily agreed without hesitation. Finally, Sheru summoned his Dragon Balls, one of which granted the wish to create a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, but with the stipulation that one could not exit unless they reached a certain level of power. Additional features were included, allowing for time adjustments and the availability of meat, emphasizing the importance of quality food and exercise for true well-being. Trunks and Vegeta expressed their agreement, proclaiming the arrangement to be superb. Of course, Vegeta was utterly astonished to discover that Sheru possessed a Dragon Ball of his own. Regarding the remaining 2 wishes, Cell expressed their futility and entrusted them to Trunks. The first wish was to significantly reinforce the Earth's core, thereby rendering the planet more resilient. The second wish aimed to restore the lives of the people, or rather, the cities, to their state prior to the devastation wrought by the androids, including the restoration of resources. Upon hearing this, Goku, having acquired information from an unknown source, rushed to join the others in their training at the hyperbolic time chamber, which is located within the Capsule Corporation. However, Cell declined this proposition, and Vegeta expressed vehement opposition. Trunks, taking Cell's words into account, also conveyed a polite refusal. Consequently, they could only proceed to the time chamber within the Supreme Kai's abode to train alongside Cell's 6 powerful offspring. despite the limitation of only 2 individuals entering at a time, reminiscent of the Majin Buu saga. Ultimately, human life flourished, cities were restored, and the resurrection of humanity was deemed a miraculous event, leading to the establishment of grand statues of Cell in every city. Dr. Hito deemed the original Cell Pro inadequate to match the current hero, Cell, prompting him to embark on enhancements to create a Cell Pro Max, a process that would require an additional 3 months. As for Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, following the restoration of the city and with Mrs. Bulma's assistance, they swiftly completed and upgraded the Eternal Energy Furnace, both achieving a remarkable Ultra Blue standard, unbeknownst to Goku and his companions. The Red Ribbon Army appeared poised to undertake some clandestine experiments once again. However, 3 months passed in a hurried blur. 3 months later, in a space near the edge of the universe, within the realm of destruction, lies Beerus Planet. This planet, shaped like an inverted tetrahedron, is most notably characterized by towering, withered trees that spiral and entwine throughout its entirety, with castle-like structures nestled within their branches. Below, a dense array of smaller trees forms a complete forest. The sky is a vibrant tapestry of colors, more resplendent than the realm of King Kai, eliciting admiration for its beauty. Truly, one must commend the aesthetic sense of the hairless cat in this regard. The corridors are shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination, save for the faintest slivers of external light filtering through. A tall male figure, leaning on a staff, ambles slowly forward, his hair a striking white, standing on end as if lacquered, all strands curving slightly backward. Judging solely by his visage, one could consider him a strikingly handsome man. However, his skin bears a bluish hue, and around his neck rests a halo symbolizing the life and power of angels. He is none other than Whis, the angel of the 7th universe, serving as both mentor and attendant to the god of destruction, Beerus. Lord Beerus, Lord Beerus, Whis exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he entered a room filled with clocks, covering his mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, flames surged, and smoke enveloped the area as the room tilted precariously. On a high sleeping mat lay a languid hairless cat, lazily waving a paw as if the clock's explosion bore no significance to him. Lord Beerus, if my memory serves me correctly, you are the one who set this alarm bomb, aren't you? If you don't get up soon, the bomb will go off. A resounding explosion echoed, followed by a series of detonations as the alarm bomb erupted. All right. Beerus's ears perked up, and he tumbled out of bed, unsteadily making his way towards Whis, rubbing his bleary eyes. Whis, how long have I been asleep this time? Not quite 50 years. To be precise, 39 years, Whis replied, frowning as if repulsed by the odor emanating from Beerus. Lord Beerus, you ought to bathe. You smell quite foul. Before Beerus could respond, Whis waved his staff, and the black magical orb embedded within enveloped them, teleporting them to the bathroom, where Whis waited outside. A splash erupted as Beerus, shedding his tattered nightgown, plunged into the bath, instantly awakening. He submerged his head, blowing bubbles, casting a resentful gaze towards a distant corner. The water temperature is just right, Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, stifling a laugh while covering his mouth and nose. With no other choice, Beerus quickly washed himself and emerged wrapped in a towel. I haven't been sleeping well. 39 years feels like merely a nap. Clearly, my sleep quality has deteriorated. Isn't that the duration you set for yourself, Lord Beerus? Whis replied nonchalantly, stretching languidly. Beerus reclined on the sofa, ignoring Whis's comment. Whis, I dreamed of someone who could rival me, but I've forgotten their name. Something like super. It's vexing. I can't recall. Rolling around on the couch, with his head resting on the cushions, he pondered aloud. Ha. You are overthinking it. Lord Beerus, it is impossible for anyone to surpass you. You must have merely had a nightmare, Whis chuckled softly. Never mind. I shall inquire with the language fish later. It was similar to what they told me before. Beerus scratched his ear and continued. So, Frieza has destroyed planet Vegeta, hasn't he? Indeed. But he was slain by a Saiyan named Goku, Whis said, tapping his staff on the ground, projecting a scene of Goku battling Frieza on Namek and Earth. Nanny, a Saiyan killed Frieza. Beerus's eyes widened as he sprang up from the sofa, the towel around him falling to the floor. Lord Beerus, your towel has fallen, Whis said, turning his head away bashfully, his cheeks flushed. Realizing his exposure, Beerus hastily retrieved the fallen towel and wrapped it around himself again. Is this Saiyan named Goku truly that formidable? And why does he have golden hair? It appears to be a transformation known as Super Saiyan, which significantly amplifies one's combat power. It was through this transformation that he triumphed over Frieza, Weiss remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 74, The Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan. Oh yes. I recall now, my fated adversary is known as the Super Saiyan God. Beerus pondered for a moment before responding. God? Weiss inquired with a hint of confusion, subsequently retracting those images and narrowing his single eye to glance at the black magical crystal ball. After a brief search, he added, Lord Beerus. There exists no entity by the name of Super Saiyan God. Not a trace of such a being can be found throughout the universe. Then where is that Son Goku you just mentioned? Let us pay him a visit. Beerus squinted his eyes, rising to speak. Indeed, on the green planet 877 of 4032, known as Earth, Son Goku resides in a room where the flow of time differs, called the hyperbolic time chamber. A room with a different flow of time? Can humans possess such things? Beerus expressed astonishment, considering that a mere human, a Saiyan, could have access to such an artifact. It was left behind by the deity of Earth, not something belonging to Son Goku himself. Would you like to go? It will take approximately 30 minutes, to be precise. 27 minutes and 11 seconds. Weiss replied with a smile. Well, that's about the length of an episode of an animated series. It truly is quite distant. Beerus mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let us consult the oracle fish first. Weiss prepared food, stating, I am famished. It has been quite some time since I last ate. Understood. Weiss responded, turning to prepare the meal. After changing into his God of Destruction attire, Beerus strode to the balcony and bellowed, Oracle fish. Oracle fish. Come forth. I have matters to discuss with you. As silence enveloped the air, after a brief moment, an unusual fishbowl suddenly crashed down, shattering the balcony railing. Beerus shut his eyes, displaying a look of resignation as he gazed at the dazed, blue fish resembling a loach within the bowl, asking, You mentioned I would encounter an equal rival in 39 years. Is this being called the Super Saiyan God? Beerus regarded the oracle fish with a menacing expression, as if ready to obliterate it should it utter any contrary statement. The oracle fish, bewildered by Beerus's dark demeanor, nodded vigorously in fear, affirming its words. Very well. This matter no longer concerns you. Beerus waved his hand dismissively and slowly entered the living room, having caught a whiff of the delectable aroma, no longer wishing to engage with the foolish fish. Shortly thereafter, after finishing his meal, Beerus seized Weiss, transforming into a golden streak of light that vanished into the vastness of space. Only the solitary oracle fish remained, mumbling to itself. Is it the Super Saiyan God or the Super Android? Perhaps both? It matters not. That miserly food bucket, Beerus, has already departed. The oracle fish shook its head and turned to return to its abode for slumber. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin seemed to sense something. Hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed with concern as he remarked, Lord Beerus has awakened, and it appears he is heading towards Earth. Ancestor, the God of Destruction. Beerus truly exists. I had thought he was merely a legend. In contrast, the Supreme Kai, Asin, appears to be quite pleased, seemingly unfazed by the profound destructive power emanating from Beerus, behaving rather foolishly. Beside him, Jebbet could no longer contain himself and suggested, Should we inform the individuals on Earth? What a splendid idea. Jebbet, let us journey to Earth and behold the legendary God of Destruction, Beerus. Evidently, the Supreme Kai Asin was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and Jebbet, in his own foolishness, seized his hand and vanished to frolic on Earth. This infuriated the old Supreme Kai, lamenting why such delightful occurrences never included him. All he did was consume, lacking even a discerning eye for beauty. Though, in truth, he had no desire to join them, for he wished to avoid encountering that hairless feline, Beerus. Indeed, their intention for visiting Earth was not to deliver a message, but rather to indulge in the culinary delights of the planet. As an apprentice Supreme Kai, Shala led Jebbet to Earth for a leisurely escapade. Unable to refuse, Jebbet accompanied Supreme Kai Asin to Earth, where Bulma warmly welcomed them, showcasing her wealth with an array of delectable dishes that instantly captivated their palates, leaving them enchanted and craving more. By the way, Bulma, rejuvenated by Trunks using the Dragon Balls, now appears as a youthful girl of about 20. This delighted Bulma immensely, for what woman does not cherish beauty? In the heavenly temple, Piccolo floated in the air, arms crossed, and exuding an air of coldness as he engaged in meditation. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted to one of terror as he gazed towards the horizon. Even Bobo's countenance darkened, turning increasingly ominous. The deity Bobo tugged at the Supreme Kai's sleeve, filled with concern. "Do not fear, Bobo. This may not necessarily be a bad omen, right?" Yet, the Supreme Kai's brow was drenched in cold sweat, as he sensed an immense, unfathomable divine power. At the Capsule Corporation, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Shalu stood with arms crossed, his deep pink eyes fixated on the father-son duo engaged in battle, both transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, they were Super Saiyan gods. Shalu had devised a small space where he converted all his divine power into a divine aura, contained within that locale. Having comprehended the divine aura himself, he possessed his own divine power, rendering external sources as mere dross, inferior to his own. Furthermore, these external powers were not one-time use. During critical periods, they could be reabsorbed into his being. Thus, Vegeta and Trunks trained here for about 3 months, adhering to the training methods of Whis from the original tale. Shalu adjusted the flow of time within this space to match that of the outside world, merely because he wished to. Why do I constantly feel a sensation akin to a heart attack? Is something about to transpire? Sheru suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression darkening significantly. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. So, it was true. Beerus had awakened and was coming to Earth. The tension in Sheru's brow eased instantly, a smile gracing his lips. If Beerus was indeed arriving, then the narrative of Dragon Ball Super was finally about to unfold. He could leave everything to Whis. Perhaps he could consider returning to the past. Sheru stroked his chin, lost in thought. It was rather fortuitous. Before his departure, he could engage in a contest with the god of destruction, gauging his strength and exploring just how formidable he truly was. After all, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Chapter 75. Arrival on Earth. North Kai's planet. Upon sensing that familiar power, the North Kai was drenched in cold sweat. His expression a classic portrait of panic. Yet this time he felt the utmost tension. Suddenly, a hoarse, aged voice echoed through the sky. It was the voice of the old Kai. "North Kai, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Lord Beerus should not act too recklessly this time." "Are you certain, Lord Kai?" Lord Beerus's temperament is notoriously unpredictable. His deliberate arrival on Earth, within my jurisdiction, is enough to cause me great alarm. What if, in a fit of pique, he annihilates my entire North Galaxy? I, the North Kai, feel immense pressure. This is not like previous occasions where hope was in sight. Who in the galaxy can stand against the god of destruction, Beerus? Sweat trickled down the North Kai's face as he continuously wiped it with a handkerchief, trying to mask the palpable tension. "Fear not. There is still my disciple on Earth. Based on my understanding of Lord Beerus, he will undoubtedly take an interest in him." As he spoke, a look of relief washed over the old Kai's face. Truly, a master opens the door, but the disciple must walk the path himself. His disciple had been quite impressive. Upon returning home, he had summoned a throng of beautiful dancers to entertain him. The old Kai, having lived for so many years, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Reflecting on that time brought a warm nostalgia to his heart. The old Kai chuckled softly, reminiscing fondly. How unlike that inept progeny who knew nothing, lacking even the slightest understanding of social niceties, such a waste of the title of Kai. In any case, North Kai, do not worry. After all, the worst that could happen is merely death. Relax. If you remain anxious, I could transfer you to my Kai realm. That will not be necessary. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. I can only place my trust in your disciple. Their conversation, brief as it was, soon drew to a close. The North Kai cast a worried glance towards Earth, letting out a faint sigh. He could only hope that Goku, that reckless youth, would refrain from provoking Lord Beerus. Earth. Within the heavenly realm, the deities received the North Kai's directive, learning of the identity of the god of destruction, Beerus. Their anxiety was palpable, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of golden light descended in an instant, revealing 2 figures, Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, his attendant, who had hastily arrived from the realm of deities. "Ah, Whis, is this the so-called heavenly temple on Earth?" Beerus inquired, yawning and surveying the surrounding architecture. "Indeed, Lord Beerus. This is the place. The Saiyan known as Son Goku is currently inside the room of spirit and time, engaged in rigorous training." Whis responded calmly, his voice measured. May I presume that you are the esteemed god of destruction, Lord Beerus? The heavenly god bowed slightly, his demeanor humble, his legs quivering with trepidation. In contrast, Mr. Popo maintained an air of tranquility, merely offering a respectful bow. Whis noticed Mr. Popo and furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar familiarity emanating from him. He promptly withdrew his staff, stepping forward with a slight gesture aimed at Mr. Popo. The assembled deities were taken aback, yet Mr. Popo remained unfazed, instinctively sidestepping Whis's advance with ease. Intriguing. Whis chuckled, returning to Beerus's side, regarding the dark-skinned attendant with admiration. Though he appeared somewhat inexperienced, he indeed exhibited the essence of ultra instinct. Lord Beerus detected the anomaly, his gaze sharpening, the previous languor dissipating. A profound aura of destruction began to emanate from him as he spoke. Whis, is this ultra instinct? And how did you acquire it, young one? Yes, Lord Beerus. It can be considered a rudimentary form, yet it has been honed to an almost instinctual state, akin to a newly born angel, Whis explained gravely. Beerus's expression grew serious. He could scarcely believe the astonishing revelation that awaited him on Earth. A solitary angel, without guidance? How could this be? Ha ha ha. I am certain Father would find this most intriguing. Whis chuckled softly, having sensed something elusive about the young being, a distinct aura that piqued his curiosity. Lord Beerus. The sudden, almost aggressive approach of the two figures filled the heavenly god with alarm, particularly at the mention of angels, which sent a chill through his spine. Do not be so flustered, heavenly god of earth. However, regarding your attendant, I would like him to accompany me after I conclude my business. What say you? Though it sounded like a suggestion, the tone was unmistakably commanding, leaving the heavenly god perplexed. The commotion roused Piccolo from his meditation. He slowly approached the ground, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figures and furrowing his brow. Hey, old man, are these two your friends from afar? Whis raised his gaze, seemingly having spotted something remarkable, and remarked. Lord Beerus, it appears they are two beings sharing a singular existence. Quite a unique entity, indeed. This journey to Earth is proving worthwhile. Does it concern me? Did you hear that, deity of this Earth? If you refuse to comply, I shall obliterate this planet, Beerus stated with a hint of impatience. Sir Beerus, you wouldn't resort to harming Bobo or anyone else, would you? The deity, though gripped by fear, mustered the courage to speak. Do I strike you as one who indulges in such trivialities? Rest assured, even if the Earth were to perish, I would ensure the safety of this individual. Beerus replied with a scoff, gesturing towards the little black creature, Bobo. The deity exhaled a heavy breath, instructing Mr. Bobo, who nodded in agreement, as he was quite obedient to the deity's wishes. Then, Whis, lead the way. I wish to behold the Saiyan known as Son Goku, Beerus said, reclining with his hands behind his head. Greetings, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, stepping forward into the divine hall. Stop. Who are you two exactly? One moment you threaten to destroy the Earth, the next you seek out old Sunday speak. Who sent you? Before Piccolo could complete his sentence, Beerus appeared behind him in an instant, wearing a serious expression, and with a subtle jab, struck his neck. In a heartbeat, the once boisterous Piccolo collapsed, his pupils vanishing. Troublesome. Hey, deity, I spared him for your sake. Be grateful. Beerus resumed his playful demeanor, following Whis into the inner sanctum of the hall. The deity remained silent, letting out a sigh, and once the two had completely vanished, he began to heal Piccolo, restoring him. The power of this god of destruction is indeed astonishing. Chapter 76. Meeting Son Goku. Are we there yet, Whis? Beerus inquired, enjoying a sweet treat brought from the realm of destruction. Indeed, this is the hyperbolic time chamber. Whis confirmed, nodding as he observed the room adorned with a clock. He then remained silent, quietly opening the door, channeling a bit of energy to reopen the previously vanished space. Suddenly, a golden energy blast rushed towards them. Whis frowned slightly, waving his staff, causing the golden energy sphere to vanish as if it had never existed. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. It seems they are quite occupied, Whis said, stepping aside to reveal the scene before them. In the midst of a fierce struggle, a Saiyan named Son Goku, characterized by his lack of eyebrows and golden hair, was locked in combat with two golden-skinned figures, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Son Goku conceded. The second figure boasted, unleashing a barrage of golden energy blasts with relentless fervor, his hands moving with blurring speed, creating a roaring wind. Indeed, Son Goku. Losing to the two of us would not be shameful. The fourth figure, positioned opposite the second, launched energy blasts in rapid succession, forming a pincer attack. The sky erupting with explosions as they relentlessly bombarded Son Goku, who remained silent, his expression grave, brows furrowed, as a faint red aura began to emanate from him. Boom! Like thunder striking the ground, the sky erupted with sound as Son Wukong instantaneously transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan 4. A golden aura swirled around him, his ebony hair cascading freely over his shoulders, while deep pink fur billowed in the wind. His golden eyes emanated an overwhelming pressure, and with a single burst of energy, he countered the barrage of attacks from the two adversaries. This transformation caused Beerus to narrow his eyes, examining the scene with a discerning gaze, comparing it to his own dreams. Meanwhile, Whis maintained his composure, a slight frown creasing his brow as he continued to observe the battle. Since Lord Beerus had yet to speak, remaining still was the prudent choice. In an instant, Son Wukong vanished from sight, appearing before number 2 with remarkable swiftness. Number 2's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing Wukong's new form, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending number 2 hurtling backwards, blood spilling from his lips and a deep imprint left on his abdomen. Understanding the formidable recovery abilities of his opponent, Wukong swiftly moved, appearing behind the recovering number 2 in a flash. With a swift strike of his hand, accompanied by a howling wind, he rendered number 2 immobile in an instant. Number 4 gasped in shock, his pupils constricting as a shiver raced through his body, every cell within him sounding alarms. Just as he attempted to turn and defend himself, a powerful kick struck him, sending him flying. How is this possible? He has mastered Super Saiyan 4. When did this happen? Why was no one informed? Number 4 glanced at the observing number 1 and number 3, confusion etched on his face. They certainly knew but had chosen to withhold this information from him and his companion, who had just arrived. Meanwhile, number 5 and number 6, after 2 years of training, had taken it upon themselves to patrol the Earth daily, ensuring its safety, yet their intentions remained unclear. Boom! The shockwave erupted, energy dispersing in all directions, unleashing a fierce tempest. This was Son Wukong, exercising caution, unleashing several energy blasts, which sent number 4 soaring through the air, whether by design or feigned injury. He rolled towards the resting spots of number 1 and number 3. Whis, wait here. I am going to test him, Beerus declared. Excitement etched on his face as he clenched his fists and charged forward, a whirlwind of might following in his wake. Once Beerus departed, Whis glanced around, seemingly pleased. Retrieving a backup dessert from his staff, after producing a long bench, he contentedly indulged in the treat, a look of bliss spreading across his face as he savored each bite. Nanny? Son Wukong sensed a chill from behind and, without hesitation, channeled a fierce crimson aura into his fist, turning swiftly to unleash a devastating blow. Observing this, Beerus responded in kind, swinging his fist forward. Boom! As two fists collided, a surge of white energy rippled outward, creating chaotic waves that tore through the reinforced space, leaving behind intricate fissures. In a thunderous moment, both combatants staggered backward. Goku gazed at the hairless cat before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and joy. After all these years of training, 3 years, to be precise, only one opponent had managed to spar with him, while others had failed to evoke much excitement. However, the being before him exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Your name is Goku, correct? Are you familiar with the god of Super Saiyan? Beerus inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of admiration gracing his visage. The god of Super Saiyan? Goku echoed, momentarily taken aback as he counted on his fingers. I know about Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even my current form, Super Saiyan 4, but I've never heard of the god of Super Saiyan. Perhaps you could ask Sheru later? Having trained for about 3 years under Sheru, Goku believed he had pushed his body to its limits, reaching a plateau where further strength seemed unattainable. At that moment, Sheru had suggested pursuing transformation, prompting Goku to ponder the peculiar energy Sheru had infused within him, as well as the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. You're unaware? Curious. However, I can sense a faint trace of divine energy within you. Never mind, let us focus on Sheru. Whis, please investigate this individual named Sheru. Beerus commanded. Whis, whis. Beerus bellowed, his voice echoing. Yes, I am here, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, delicately wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Are you hiding something from me? Have you been sneaking snacks? Beerus scrutinized Whis with a penetrating gaze. Well, be that as it may. Could you help me locate this Sheru? He might possess knowledge about the god of Super Saiyan, Beerus said, choosing not to confront Whis's apparent mischief. Indeed, this Sheru is a recently appointed apprentice Supreme Kai, currently residing at a place known as the Capsule Corporation on Earth, Whis informed, narrowing one eye as he focused on the dark magical sphere. An apprentice Supreme Kai? Beerus's eyes widened in realization, then narrowed again as he cautiously remarked. Thank goodness he is not a Supreme Kai. Releasing a sigh of relief, Beerus patted his chest. Interestingly, it seems the Supreme Kai has also arrived on Earth, and is currently at the Capsule Corporation, engaging in conversation with this apprentice Supreme Kai named Sheru, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with a smile. Nanny, why is he, of all beings, leaving the Supreme Kai realm to come to Earth? Beerus's expression darkened, a frown creasing his brow. It appears he is indulging in culinary delights, and they seem quite appetizing, Whis remarked, glancing over at Beerus, who suddenly swallowed hard. Allow me to see, Beerus demanded. Beerus snatched the staff with an air of authority, his gaze falling upon the sumptuous array of delicacies upon the table. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, Whis, let us go. I suddenly wish to meet this cell. Clearing his throat, he spoke again. Yes, indeed. Lord Beerus, I too am eager to accompany you, Whis responded, nodding enthusiastically. Lord Beerus, shall we engage in a brief sparring session first? Interjected Goku, who had been overlooked, raising his hand timidly. Chapter 77. The Super Saiyan 4 Battle Against the God of Destruction. Beerusum, you wish to fight? Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity. Observing Goku. While this transformation was not that of a Super Saiyan god, the aura emanating from his body was certainly among the elite for mere mortals. Indeed, I wish to fight. That last encounter was utterly unsatisfying. Let us continue. Goku asserted eagerly, his body buzzing with excitement as he hovered in the air. His movements comically animated. How entertaining. If all the Saiyans from planet Vegeta were like you, it would certainly be amusing, Beerus remarked with a grin, glancing at Whis to signal him to wait a moment longer. Suddenly, from below, the onlookers, numbers 1 and 3, hastily flew over, slightly bowing. Number 1 slowly began. Esteemed God of Destruction, Lord Beerus, what brings you to our humble abode? Both were taken aback, shocked that Beerus had arrived so swiftly, and even more so that he had come to the hyperbolic time chamber seeking Goku. Why would I not be able to come to this place? Beerus replied with a stern expression, glaring at the two. Not at all, of course not. It is our honor that you are here, Number 1 responded, suppressing a curse under his breath while wearing a beaming smile. Step aside. I cannot be bothered with idle chatter, Beerus commanded brusquely. Upon exchanging glances, Number 1 and 3 gradually descended, returning to their previous position as spectators, while they roused the unconscious numbers 4 and 2, each delivering a resounding slap to awaken them. Boss, I thought Number 2 was momentarily dazed. Upon seeing Number 1, I wanted to stir some emotions, but I was met with yet another slap, Number 4 remarked. Be quiet. The hairless cat, Beerus, has arrived, Number 1 admonished, glaring fiercely at Number 4, who also desired to showcase his prowess. Really? He arrived so quickly? I thought we would have more time, Number 2 said, rubbing the red imprint on his face in astonishment, glancing upwards to see a hairless cat, hands on hips, exuding an air of superiority. Opposite him stood Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, both locked in a competitive gaze. Lord Beerus, may we commence? Goku positioned himself for battle, his expression serious. Yes, you may attack. Show me your strength, Beerus replied. A faint smile danced at the corner of Beerus's mouth as he tilted his body slightly, his right hand resting casually behind him while his left hand moved with a provocative gesture. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He raised an eyebrow and swiftly adjusted his breath and physical stance. In an instant, he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball, hurtling forward with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Simultaneously, a deep roar escaped Son Goku's lips, his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing a tremendous force with a thunderous impact. This punch was imbued with boundless power, crashing toward Beerus with the might of an avalanche. tearing through the air as if it would rend it asunder. Upon witnessing Son Goku's fierce assault, a flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained composed and confident. He slightly bent his torso, swiftly gathering a formidable energy within his right fist. With astounding speed, he retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting Son Goku's strike head-on. The collision echoed with a pair of resounding thuds, reverberating through the air as though the very world trembled in response. The two fists collided with tremendous force, generating shockwaves that erupted from their point of impact, creating ripples that spread outward. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, distorting the surrounding space. The small group felt the terrifying weight of this force, their expressions shifting dramatically. They hastily clasped their hands together in an effort to withstand the immense pressure. Among them, Number 1 conjured a thick energy shield, enveloping the four in a protective barrier, absorbing much of the shock. Despite this, they struggled to breathe, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, a shared smile emerged on both combatants' faces as they unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes in the sky, their physical clashes resonating with muted thuds, causing cracks in the space around them to widen and extend outward, only to be swiftly mended by an unseen force. Amidst this cycle of destruction and restoration, the space emitted a cacophony of shrieks, releasing waves of white energy. With a smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth, Beerus spoke amidst the exchanges of blows and evasions. Son Goku, you are among the strongest adversaries I have faced in my years of striving for divinity. Is that so? Son Goku's gaze sharpened, his movements accelerating as the mysterious energy within him surged and coursed through his body. Then who is the strongest being to have battled against Lord Beerus? I cannot recall. It has been many years, Beerus replied as he swiftly created distance between them, raising his hands dramatically. Instantly, countless golden energy spheres materialized in the sky, radiating brilliance akin to miniature suns, brimming with potent energy. Hey, take this, Son Goku exclaimed, his excitement unyielding in the face of the myriad energy spheres, as the Saiyan energy within him ignited a fervor in his blood. He parted his lips, revealing a radiant smile, then clasped his hands together, bending them backward as a brilliant azure wave of energy coalesced in an instant. With a mighty thrust, he unleashed it forward, reminiscent of a blue dragon, devouring the space ahead. How intriguing! Beerus let out a derisive chuckle, swiftly bringing his hands down, unleashing a torrent of scorching energy orbs into the atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed continuously, deafening in their intensity. The entire space was engulfed in violent detonations, smoke swirling chaotically, obscuring vision. Beerus's energy orbs burst like balloons under the impact wave shot forth by Son Wukong, shattering into countless fragments that danced in the air. Each explosion released a tremendous wave of energy, as if threatening to tear apart everything surrounding it. Huh! Beerus uttered a sharp exclamation, a fraction of his destructive power surging forth, enveloped by a circle of pale violet flames that slowly rose around him, intensifying the oppressive aura he exuded. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear behind Son Wukong, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly as he delivered a thunderous kick. At that moment, Son Wukong was fully focused on executing the Kamehameha, utterly oblivious to what transpired behind him. Thus, the kick struck him squarely in the back, propelling him far away with immense force. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Son Wukong crashed to the ground, rolling before regaining his stance. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, but he wiped it away, undeterred. Huh! Son Wukong roared, an overwhelming surge of power erupting forth. Golden energy flames spiraling upwards around him, enveloped in a radiant crimson aura, his Super Saiyan 4 form at full power, his mightiest state. Oh, you still harbor strength? Allow me to witness the extent of your limits. Beerus smirked, a portion of his destructive power surging forth once more, his divine aura pulsating with an intimidating presence. Wow. Boss, when will you reach that level? Number 4 murmured quietly, casting an envious glance at the two combatants. Number 1 shot a glance at the quietly envious Number 4, remaining silent as he sought to locate Number 6, urging him to unleash his forbidden techniques, ensuring Number 4 would behave. The two stood oppositely, golden and purple auras swelling dramatically, colliding against one another. Come on. Haha. They both exclaimed in unison, charging at each other, their energies clashing. In the skies above, Two streaks of differing colors continuously collided, energy rampaging and surging, stirring violent winds that left the four small ones below in dire straits, silently cursing Beerus for his folly. Beerus took a slight step, the very fabric of space fracturing explosively, debris scattering. Sun Wukong momentarily faltered, and Beerus surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a headbutt that sent Sun Wukong hurtling away. Following this, his fists, imbued with divine energy, pursued him, appearing above Sun Wukong, fists pressed together, crashing down with ferocity. Boom! Sun Wukong, akin to a shooting star, unleashed a golden radiance that struck the ground with remarkable force. Beerus emitted a peculiar cry and instantly materialized beside Sun Wukong, seizing his tail and hurling him in all directions until, upon observing Sun Wukong's apparent inability to continue the fight, he lifted him high with one hand, positioning his face close to Sun Wukong's head. "What do you think? I hope you are not disheartened." Beerus's expression was grave, his eyes resembling two yellow beans as they scrutinized the Saiyan with whom he had battled for many rounds. "Ahem, indeed, Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable." Sun Wukong coughed lightly, his gaze becoming strikingly clear, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Oh, you are quite peculiar. Even after being struck, you still smile." Beerus furrowed his brow, spinning in the air while holding Sun Wukong's tail, dragging his body around, and creating streaks of red light in the sky before casting him away. Whis! Beerus retracted his destructive power and shouted, only to be met with Whis shaking his head and calmly speaking, "Lord Beerus, your battle has yet to conclude." "How is that possible?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at Sun Wukong, who hovered in the sky, the divine aura within him swelling ever more. Chapter 78. The limit breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Sun Wukong had his eyes tightly shut, his demeanor serene and tranquil, devoid of any turmoil, as if he had melded with the very fabric of the universe. Only the mysterious and potent aura emanating from him surged unceasingly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this energy did not originate from him, but rather from the divine essence that Cell had infused within him. As the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Cell ultimately granted Sun Wukong a modicum of respect. Suspended in the heavens, Sun Wukong stood resolute like a towering mountain, impervious to disturbance. The divine energy within him grew increasingly dense, akin to a torrential river, bursting forth from his being and enveloping him in its embrace. His deep pink fur gradually transformed into a crystalline brilliance, radiating a soft glow. Each strand of hair sparkled like the stars, adorned with boundless light. Simultaneously, his once soaring aura began to retract, no longer as aggressive as before. The violent and ferocious energy dissipated alongside the twinkling starlight, replaced by a calm and harmonious power. Suddenly, a resplendent stream of light erupted from within him, encircling his form like a rainbow. This luminous display, woven from red and purple hues, was exceptionally enchanting. Under the illumination of this brilliance, Sun Wukong's deep pink fur danced in the wind, shimmering with a faint glow, its colors becoming increasingly vibrant. The dark strands atop his head gradually morphed into a fiery orange, dazzling like flames. Buzz! Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, the divine aura surrounding him intensifying. Once sacred, solemn, and weighty, it transformed into an extraordinary ferocity infused with the essence of Super Saiyan 4, his golden eyes radiating brilliance. The emergence of the limit breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 had arrived. At this moment, the entire world seemed to tremble in astonishment, as boundless waves of energy surged forth like a relentless tide, rendering one breathless. In a serendipitous turn of fate, Sun Wukong inadvertently fused his own power with the divine energy bestowed by Cell, successfully manifesting this unprecedented transformation. His body brimmed with formidable strength, every muscle exuding an unparalleled majesty. The ferocious might of Super Saiyan 4 surged forth without cessation, akin to an unstoppable volcanic eruption. Amidst this tempestuous power, the agility of Super Saiyan God intertwined with the sublime essence of divinity, propelling Sun Wukong's combat prowess to an almost transcendent elevation. In this moment, he had unequivocally become the mightiest being on Earth, at least among humans. For neither Cell, Beerus, nor Whis could be classified as such. Oh, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Whis, do you deem this to be a Super Saiyan God? Beerus exclaimed, his mouth agape in hearty laughter. Sun Wukong, this man, consistently managed to present him with the most unexpected surprises, from his wild transformation to the recent infusion of divine energy, showcasing such formidable strength. This only served to amuse Beerus further. It should be classified as such, considering he previously transformed into a Super Saiyan and now bears the essence of divinity. Whis replied with a calm demeanor. Though his admiration for Sun Wukong was palpable, his thoughts were more preoccupied with indulging in the delectable delicacies before him. Meanwhile, below, goodness. This Sun Wukong keeps falling one after another. First Super Saiyan 4, and now this boundary-breaking transformation. Who could possibly rival him in this? Number 4 exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. What was once a consistent level of power had surreptitiously escalated. One could only conclude that the protagonist was indeed favored by the universe. Indeed. Number 4, I sense that if Sun Wukong were to exhibit a mastery of Ultra Instinct now, I wouldn't be surprised in the least, Number 2 remarked, smirking as he linked arms with Number 4, engaging in playful banter. Number 1, equally incredulous, noted the staggering leap in power, despite his own considerable talent. He had merely ascended to Super Android 2, now just a hair's breadth away from Super Saiyan 3. Clearly, Sun Wukong had found an exemplary mentor, capable of guiding him through boundary-breaking transformations with such ease. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong himself pondered the peculiar state he found himself in. Golden eyes gazing intently at his hands as he clenched them, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through his enhanced physique. A smile crept across his lips. After all, this had to be a fortuitous development, did it not? Sun Wukong released the radiant crimson and violet aura enveloping him, his presence erupting into the atmosphere. An immense pressure descended, a potent amalgamation of majesty and ferocity infused with divine essence, radiating outward, while the smaller beings below remained oblivious. Beerus and Whis felt its palpable intensity. As Sun Wukong gazed at the slightly astonished pair, he promptly spoke. Hey, Lord Beerus, though I am uncertain of the circumstances, it seems we can engage in a contest once more, can't we? A smile graced Sun Wukong's face as he playfully touched the tip of his nose, chuckling to himself. This lad, unaware of the origins of his own power, truly is oblivious. Beerus, frowning, initially intended to praise him, only to find he was a fool. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, there lingered a faint trace of divine destruction energy enveloping him, albeit but a whisper. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we fight? Whis, seemingly intrigued, covered his mouth with a smile, evidently having detected the divine energy emanating from Sun Wukong. Very well, but I am pressed for time. So let us settle this with a single move. What do you say, Sun Wukong? Beerus tilted his head and gracefully floated before Sun Wukong, taken aback for a moment. Sun Wukong quickly replied, excellent. Then let us see if you can withstand my attack. With a sly grin, Beerus conjured a colossal fire-red energy sphere behind him, radiating brilliance and emanating intense heat. Standing high above, he cast a commanding gaze downward. With a slight flick of his hand, the immense fire-red energy sphere began to descend, accompanied by countless undulating white energy waves, imposing an overwhelming pressure solely upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, instantly elevated his power to its zenith. His luminescent fur danced in the wind, as crimson and violet streams of light entwined around him, and arcs of red electricity crackled in the air, flickering vigorously. Exhaling a deep breath, Sun Wukong lowered his stance, joining his hands behind his back in a prayer-like gesture, from which azure energy gradually blossomed forth with radiance. As he approached the pinnacle of his power, his eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance, his golden pupils shining brightly. Tenfold Kamehameha. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward, the azure energy wave enveloped in a layer of crimson light, surging forth with an unstoppable force toward the massive fire-red energy sphere above. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a cascade of energy ripples, powerful waves of energy erupting forth, as a tempest roared between the colossal energy entities. The air was instantly compressed and shattered, revealing glimpses of the outside world. Sun Wukong bellowed again, the tenfold Kamehameha expanding further, beneath it. He struggled to maintain his stance, gritting his teeth as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his form being pushed back relentlessly. Oh, such power still exists? Beerus's eyelids flickered slightly as he extended his left hand, flicking it once more. Boom! The massive fire-red energy sphere swelled several times, pressing downward with renewed force. Sun Wukong strained to hold his ground, realizing that the power he had just attained seemed trivial in the presence of the god of destruction, who effortlessly sought to suppress him. As the two engaged in their second confrontation, the four little ones scampered over to Whis, seeking refuge in what was undoubtedly the safest haven. Perhaps perceiving the delay as intolerable, Beerus extended his entire right hand, exerting his overwhelming force. Poor Goku's tenfold Kamehameha was rendered utterly ineffective, swallowed whole by the might before him. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating through the air as the very fabric of space tore apart, a colossal shockwave sweeping through the entire hyperbolic time chamber, hurling them all into the regular timeline. Landing in the sacred world of the Kais. With a protective shield, Whis enveloped the four little ones and gently lowered them to the ground, while Beerus remained suspended in the air, observing the epicenter of the explosion. From within the chaos, a familiar silhouette gradually emerged, Goku, now with black hair. Still caught in the stance of his Kamehameha, his gaze dazed, nearly all his energy drained. Humph, what a fortunate lad, Beerus mused, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he looked upon Goku. Lord Beerus, could you share how much power you just used? Goku managed to lift his head and asked in a strained voice. Beerus replied, gazing at Goku's earnest expression. About 70%. You've done remarkably well to compel me to unleash so much power. You should take pride in that. A thoughtful smile crept onto Beerus's face as a realization struck him. It's time to go, Whis. Beerus called out. With a casual wave of his staff, Whis dissipated the energy shield, swiftly floating to Beerus's side. With a gentle tap of his staff against the void, they were enveloped in a radiant golden light, making their way to the Capsule Corporation. After all, there were culinary delights on Earth yet to be savored. Chapter 79. Encounter with Cell. In the very moment that Beerus and Whis vanished, Number 17 surged forward, deftly tossing a senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After a few light chews, his injuries vanished, and he was revitalized. This senzu bean was cultivated after the resurrection of Korin, who had tragically met his end due to the aftermath of an explosion caused by androids 17 and 18, his soul ascending to the heavens, thus making him eligible for revival by the dragon. Thank you. Goku expressed his gratitude to Number 17. Number 17 nodded, beckoning the others from above. Once everyone was gathered, he executed an instant transmission back to the Capsule Corporation. Old son, Piccolo hurried over once the others had departed, inquiring, You actually fought that formidable being? Your strength has reached an absurd level. Haha, I'm still far from it, Goku chuckled, tearing off his tattered clothing to reveal a physique as robust as a dragon. Lord Beerus is exceedingly powerful. I feel he used less than a tenth of his true combat prowess. That so-called 70% was likely a ruse. He engaged with me as if we were merely frolicking. Were it not for the enjoyment derived from this encounter, I would scarcely have managed to withstand even a single blow. Sun Wukong wore a pained expression, forcing a grimace that resembled a smile. Surviving this encounter felt like a stroke of fortune, especially considering he is a god of destruction, one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Piccolo recalled the moment he was rendered unconscious in an instant. It was truly terrifying, and he wished to never face such an opponent again. It seems they are heading to Cell's location, which is Bulma's home. I shall accompany them. Piccolo, do you wish to join? Sun Wukong straightened his posture. Exhaling a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo. Me? Perhaps I shall pass. The gap between us has grown significantly. I can hardly contend with Vegeta anymore. I must focus on my training and will retreat to the room of spirit and time shortly, until I attain a level of strength that satisfies me. I shall not emerge. Upon hearing this, Piccolo paused momentarily before shaking his head. He gently patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, revealing a softer smile, and said, Remember to take good care of Gohan. He has endured enough hardship. With that, Piccolo dashed into the room of spirit and time without a backward glance. Only the Supreme Kai, Bu, and Sun Wukong remained. My apologies for the trouble, dear Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I do not perceive it as a burden, the Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. It is Bu who poses a challenge. I cannot fathom what Lord Beerus sees in him. When they depart, he intends to take Bu with him. The Supreme Kai's expression turned grave. After all, Bu had been his companion for a long time, the one he cherished most. Perhaps it could be a blessing in disguise? What if Lord Beerus merely seeks a disciple? directing his attention towards Mr. Bu. Sun Wukong blinked, his gaze shifting to Mr. Bu. He too was curious about Lord Beerus's intentions. Oh, by the way, I could also seek out Lord Beerus and request him to teach me as well, Sun Wukong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. How had I not thought of this before? Without delay, he decided to leave. Thank you, Supreme Kai and Mr. Bu, for your hospitality during this time. With that, Sun Wukong raised his right hand, fingers poised in a salute against his forehead, preparing to depart. Wait, the Supreme Kai called out, his eyes half closed, hands outstretched. A flash of white light enveloped Sun Wukong, and in an instant, he was adorned in a martial arts uniform identical to his previous one, save for the character for God emblazoned on the chest and back. Ah, thank you so much. Sun Wukong beamed at the sight of his new attire, a smile spreading across his face. Then, until we meet again. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious as he regarded the two, placing his right hand on his temple, slightly bowing forward with a smirk before vanishing in an instant. Alas, Mr. Bu, do you think this is a fortuitous event or a misfortune? The celestial deity turned, furrowing his brow as he leaned on his staff, advancing step by step. This must signify something auspicious, for indeed, Lord Beerus holds a position of considerable esteem among the divine. Mr. Bobo lifted his gaze to the slightly anxious expression of the celestial being. Alas, everything is predetermined. The deity shook his head, remaining silent, his eyes turned skyward, shimmering with unspoken thoughts. In the West City, the Capsule Corporation was bustling, where Vegeta and Trunks were diligently honing their divine energy within the hyperbolic time chamber, training their bodies. Meanwhile, Cell, feeling rather bored, stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, intending to inform Bulma to prepare some food. Just as he exited, he encountered the two whimsical Supreme Kais. With a flash, a green glimmer appeared, and the figures of Supreme Kais Asen and Jebet materialized before Cell, their faces adorned with smiles, devoid of the concerns that marked the countenance of the old Kai. What brings you to me? Cell waved his hand, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Although he was aware that these two gluttons sought him out for indulgence, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of inquiry. Ah, Mr. Cell, we come bearing significant information, Jebet said softly, his tone markedly gentler than the previous display of arrogance, as he regarded the newly appointed Supreme Kai. After all, Cell had ascended to the rank of an apprentice Supreme Kai, a position infinitely superior to his own. Lord Beerus, is it? Cell beckoned, and a humanoid maid approached, carrying a platter laden with an array of desserts and teas. Come, let us dine and converse over there. By the way, sweetie, please inform the lady to prepare an ample feast, especially more of those delightful puddings. With a gentle glimmer in his eyes, Cell addressed the rather feminine android before him. Certainly, Mr. Cell, I shall attend to it at once. The android, named Sweetie, placed the desserts on a nearby table and departed to seek Bulma. To the naked eye, one could hardly discern that she was an android, as she was crafted entirely in human likeness, designed by Hyde to cater to his needs. She was a personal servant bound solely to him. Even Hyde himself was not exempt from her service. Moreover, she possessed considerable combat prowess, despite not matching the Gamma series. Her strength was akin to that of a Super Saiyan, and she was imbued with eternal energy. It was said that she would undergo regular enhancements in the future, ensuring her alignment with his heroic identity. Cell graciously accepted this arrangement, recognizing the value of such a powerful and efficient robot. Are you already aware? Jebet stammered, his awkward smile betraying his embarrassment. Asen, too, shared a sheepish grin. Jebet's attention soon became captivated by the array of sweets before them. Sit. Chapter 80. The Arrival of the God of Destruction. Please, have a seat. Sheru waved his hand slightly, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the two individuals before him. He was the first to sit, swiftly devouring two pieces of confectionery, producing audible smacking sounds as he raised an eyebrow, indicating for the others to feel free. Then we shall not stand on ceremony, spoke the Kaioshin, Asen, who then settled into a nearby chair. Upon witnessing the Kaioshin's lack of reservation, Jebet also casually took a seat in another chair. Initially, the two feigned modesty, but before long, their true natures emerged, and they began to ravenously consume the sweets, quickly devouring the majority of the treats on the table. Jebet, this is delicious. Do not try to snatch it from me, Asen exclaimed, reclining comfortably. At this table, it's all about speed, no distinction of status. That's what you told me last time. You cannot claim otherwise. Jebet, with his mouth full of various cakes and desserts, spoke indistinctly, his hands moving with astonishing speed. Nearly a blur. After their last meal, he had diligently practiced his hand speed, and it was proving advantageous this time, unlike before when Asen had consumed nearly everything. Sheru watched in bemusement as the scene unfolded, even more chaotic than their previous skirmishes, remaining silent while sipping his tea and waiting for the two to finish. After a moment, Asen sighed contentedly. "Ah, how delightful. Earth truly is a wonderful place. It is aptly named the culinary star." He leaned back in his chair, letting out a satisfied burp. "However, Jebet, you have taken rather too much of my share. The rest is quite satisfactory." Asen suddenly sat upright, casting a somewhat reproachful glare at Jebet, who appeared even more comfortable than he. "My dear Kaishin, it's all about hand speed. If you cannot handle the competition, perhaps you should refrain from eating," Jebet retorted, his mouth still full. "Have you not been working hard to enhance your speed over the years? Do not speak carelessly. I train diligently every day." It is not an easy feat. This barrage of words left Asen momentarily speechless, his eyes widening as he regarded this seemingly unassuming attendant. How had he not noticed before the eloquence this fellow possessed over the years? Only Sheru was more astonished, thinking to himself, "My friend, you just arrived. Yet you seem to be remarkably well versed in the events of Incident 79. By the way, aside from informing me that the god of destruction is not Beerus, do you have any other matters to discuss?" Sheru inquired, taking a moment to compose himself. "Matters? Other matters? None whatsoever. We are merely here to report this," Asen affirmed. "Indeed, the Kaishin speaks the truth." Jebet nodded earnestly. "Very well. Please remain seated. I shall summon some more refreshments shortly." Sheru rose and waved his hand, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing atop the Capsule Corporation building. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of Beerus in the sky. "Shall we continue our feast?" Asen asked uncertainly. "Let us continue, my dear Kaishin. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy," Jebet replied. "Then so be it." Before long, others brought forth an extravagant array of delicacies, comprising not only desserts but also an assortment of hot dishes. The eyes of the two individuals sparkled with delight as they eagerly commenced their feast, seemingly oblivious to the notion of being sated, akin to an insatiable abyss. As they voraciously consumed the offerings, some even bypassed the act of chewing in their fervor, opting to swallow directly. Soon, Sheru sensed an extraordinary surge of divine power, profound and formidable, akin to an unfathomable chasm, moving at great speed. "It has arrived." Sheru opened his eyes, his striking pink irises gleaming with a crimson light, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, landing directly before Sheru. The radiance swiftly dissipated, revealing none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, accompanied by the angel, Whis. You are Sheru, the one spoken of by Son Goku?" Beerus inquired, his eyes wide, hands on his hips, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I am Sheru, at your service, Lord Beerus," Sheru replied, bowing slightly, his gaze meeting Beerus's. "Very well." Beerus then rubbed his eyes, noticing the two earrings adorning Sheru's ears, and spoke with a hint of bewilderment. "You are a Kaishin? How have I not encountered you before?" Observing Beerus's astonished expression, Sheru responded slowly, "I am merely a trainee Kaishin, nothing formal." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you possess such formidable divine power," Beerus remarked, his elongated eyes narrowing as if perceiving the essence of Sheru. "That troublesome fellow has caused me some concern." Beerus suddenly recalled the mischievous lad who had ventured to Earth to indulge in its culinary delights. Should he be attacked, it would spell disaster for me as well. I must discipline him, ensuring he remains obedient. Beerus thought to himself, resolved to impart some valuable lessons. "Well then, this Earth cuisine appears quite promising. Let us see it all." Beerus gestured dismissively, snorting lightly. Indeed, Sheru mused, after his battle with Son Goku, had he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan god? "My divine essence has not been in vain." Nodding, Sheru replied, "Lord Beerus, everything has been prepared. We await your arrival." With that, he soared towards a bountiful spread of food, all provided by Bulma. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, sharing a smile before following suit. In an instant, as the aroma wafted towards them, their nostrils twitched, and they could not help but salivate at the sight of the mouth-watering dishes. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed as both Beerus and Wiss's eyes widened in astonishment, their forms vanishing in an instant, reappearing at the dining table laden with food. Beerus had already begun to indulge in a lavish feast, while Wiss, with his eyes sparkling, maintained an air of gentlemanly decorum, savoring each morsel delicately and occasionally expressing his admiration for the exquisite cuisine. Indeed, this is quite delightful. It seems Earth truly is a splendid place, Beerus remarked, his words somewhat muffled as he devoured his meal. Lord Beerus, this dish is also delectable. Do give it a try, Wiss smiled, presenting a beautifully crafted dish to Beerus. Upon tasting it, Beerus gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! The exquisite texture, the burst of flavors in my mouth." He was utterly moved, secretly grateful for his arrival on Earth. Compared to these culinary delights, the food he had consumed previously seemed utterly worthless, unfit even for a dog, which explained his previous destructive tendencies. With this thought, Beerus relished his meal even more, continuously murmuring praises. His eating speed accelerated, and the attendant beside him, smiling, cleared away the empty plates and presented freshly prepared dishes. Observing this scene, Cell shook his head slightly, pondering the nature of the divine cuisine that so deeply moved them. However, this was precisely the effect Cell desired. The more they enjoyed their meal, the more delectable it became. This would ensure that their hearts remained tethered to Earth, guiding the unfolding narrative in accordance with his aspirations. Chapter 81. A contest. Just as Cell envisioned a future filled with promise, Number 1, accompanied by his 3 younger companions, swiftly approached his side. "Oh, you've returned? How was the battle between Son Goku and Beerus? What was it like witnessing God's clash?" Cell inquired casually, raising an eyebrow. "Well, it wasn't exactly a God versus God scenario. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, which doesn't quite equate to a Super Saiyan God," Number 1 replied, recalling the terrifying residual energy from that encounter, momentarily trembling before vanishing from sight. "Huh, Super Saiyan 4? So soon? I've only just mastered that transformation myself. And yet Son Goku has already achieved it?" Cell remarked, astonished by Number 1's response. Noticing the difficulty in articulating his thoughts, Cell closed his eyes, contemplating the fierce battle between the two. After a while, he exhaled a heavy sigh, reflecting, that was merely a stroke of luck. It hardly constitutes a true breakthrough. He has not fully mastered it. He simply absorbed a trace of the God of Destruction's energy from Beerus, which collided and merged with the energy I had infused into him. It's merely a temporary state. Nonetheless, that was still quite impressive, Cell mused, his left hand gently stroking his smooth chin. His Super Android 4 differed from theirs. He lacked the activated tail, but one day, he had attempted to teleport to a moonlit planet. The response manifested in the 2 horn-like protrusions atop his head. The transformation of his Super Android was remarkably successful. He did not morph into a colossal form akin to that of Cell Max. Instead, it was the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins that ignited a transformation within him. Coupled with his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had harmonized the powers of the 2 systems. However, what distinguished his breakthrough from others was his possession of divine power, cultivated through his own efforts. His limits were boundless. As long as the divine energy flowed ceaselessly, his strength could continue to grow. Unlike mortals, who could merely force divine energy into their bodies using their former human essence, he was capable of fully realizing the divine realm. For them, the power system of their bloodline was far more suitable. This was the conclusion he reached. With this thought, Cell snapped back from his contemplation, gesturing for the 4 small ones to vanish. He crossed his hands in a gesture of professionalism, donning a facade of a polite smile as he slowly remarked, "So, Lord Beerus, how do these dishes fare?" Quite satisfactory, rather average, in fact. And the portion is rather scant." Beerus hesitated momentarily, glancing at the table laden with empty plates before responding. Meanwhile, Wiss hid behind Beerus, his right thumb continuously raised in approval while his left hand propped up his chin, exuding an air of bliss. "Haha," Cell chuckled awkwardly within, mentally crafting a narrative. "Oh, Ancient One, this must be the finest meal you've had in eons. If you desire more, simply ask. Why concern yourself with pride?" After chastising himself inwardly, Cell allowed a smile to blossom on his face and leaned toward the nearby server, whispering, "Bring out all the stock from the kitchen." Having spoken, Cell proposed his idea. "Lord Beerus, the preparations are still ongoing. Shall we engage in a sparring session in the meantime?" He extended his right hand, creating a small gap between his thumb and index finger, squinting slightly as he spoke. You wish to spar with me? After swallowing the last morsel, Beerus's expression turned gravely serious as he replied. Indeed. Cell mirrored his seriousness, straightening his previously bent posture, towering over Beerus, his eyes narrowed and gaze fixed downward. Divine energy radiated from him, an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately enveloping the atmosphere, felt only by Beerus and Whis. Oh, intriguing, Beerus responded, rising to his feet, unleashing the power of destruction in an instant. The two immense forces collided, unleashing a tempest of wind. Their figures ascended, soaring higher and higher until they reached the upper atmosphere. Below, the four small ones looked on with concern as their father slowly faded from view. This was the first time they felt apprehensive about their father's strength, especially considering he was facing the god of destruction, Beerus. The faint lavender aura surrounding Beerus gradually ignited, unleashing a combat prowess even more formidable than when he fought against Vegeta and Goku. The oppressive aura of the god of destruction emanated forth, as tendrils of purple lightning danced around him, warping the very fabric of space with the intensity of his energy, instilling in Cell a palpable sense of impending doom. It seems I must exert myself as well, Cell remarked, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his blood surging with exhilaration, his body aflame with anticipation. Boom. Cell roared, his visage contorting as the divine energy radiated explosively from him. Fiery crimson light surged forth, intensifying as his form began to transform. The green of his body gradually morphed into a vibrant pink hue. The spots that adorned him briefly vanished, and he became enveloped in a luminous sheen, his two horns gleaming brilliantly. The black segments of his chest armor and exoskeleton deepened in shade, while the surrounding fiery crimson glow shifted to a cerulean hue, only to soon revert to a soft pink. With his entirety bathed in this rosy tint, the space around him warped under the influence of his radiant energy, unleashing a tempestuous gust of power. Kid, you've managed to pique my interest, Beerus grinned, his imposing aura gradually dispersing. Is that so, Lord Beerus? Cell replied, a wicked smile illuminating his face, his stance shifting into a battle-ready posture. Let us go. Beerus's excitement was palpable. He anticipated that a mere apprentice Kai would possess such formidable strength. I truly wish to replace that fool below with this individual, Beerus mused inwardly, licking his lips in anticipation. Noticing a fleeting distraction in Beerus's demeanor, Cell lunged forward, disappearing in an instant only to reappear behind him, gathering all his radiant energy within to maximize its potential. He unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the space around them, a cacophony of sound erupting. Bang! With a resounding crash, Beerus lifted his left hand, grasping Cell's iron fist with a grip as unyielding as a vice. Meanwhile, he tilted his head slightly, revealing his piercing gaze. In that moment, the air seemed to ignite, detonating in a burst of visible energy ripples that swiftly spread outward, as a tremendous shockwave surged forth like a tempest, reaching deep into the cosmos. Beerus swiftly withdrew his hand, his body fluidly rotating before delivering a sweeping kick that struck Cell's head with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! Another dull thud reverberated through the air as Cell was sent hurtling backward. A sinister grin spread across Beerus's face as he darted forward, transforming into a streak of lightning that raced towards Cell. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one raining down upon Cell with unparalleled force and speed, leaving him in a daze. The body of Shalu was soon adorned with the marks of numerous punches, the air resonating with thunderous echoes that pierced the silence. In stark contrast, the smile on Beerus's lips grew ever more radiant, as if he reveled in this exhilarating clash. Suddenly, he brought his hands together, instantly coalescing two golden orbs of energy that shimmered with blinding brilliance. With a cold chuckle, he unleashed them without hesitation. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of space. Shalu emitted a muffled groan as smoke enveloped him, plummeting like a meteor towards a desolate island, crashing forcefully into it and creating a massive crater. Chapter 82. Does Shalu have another transformation? Bang! A series of resounding booms echoed as Beerus, with a menacing grin, swiftly descended towards the site of Shalu's fall. His speed was so extraordinary that it tore through space, generating a halo of crimson light around him, resembling a shooting star from the ground below. Boom! Emerging from the depths of the cavernous pit, Shala shook his head and brushed off the dust, appearing utterly unfazed. Raising his gaze, his fiery eyes locked onto Beerus above. A maniacal grin spread across his face as he sank slightly and then forcefully launched himself off the ground, hurtling towards Beerus. His right fist shimmered with a rosy glow, and his body swelled in preparation for the strike. Bang! A tremendous roar reverberated as the entire island collapsed, the ground fracturing and soil flying into the air, cascading towards the sea. A towering wave surged violently, yet neither of the divine beings paid it any heed. Witnessing this, Beerus's grin widened, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The power of destruction enveloped his right fist as he propelled it forward. Eager to gauge the extent of Shala's capabilities and to see how much of his true strength he could elicit. What excitement! Beerus's eyes gleamed with fervor. It was the first time a human had managed to engage him in such a manner without suffering any consequence. In a heartbeat, their fists clashed. Bang! An intense explosion echoed, causing the entire planet to tremble violently, powerful waves of energy radiating outward in rippling circles. Below, the ocean was violently disturbed, water gushing upwards in towering columns. Droplets splattered against the two combatants, and under the sunlight, rainbows danced in the air. Haha! They both laughed in unison, their figures momentarily separating before colliding again, the air crackling with sound. The violet and rosy beams of light clashed with fervor, moving at breakneck speed while exchanging blows. The surface of the sea roiling tumultuously. In an instant, they vanished and reappeared, showcasing their forms across the globe. Some keen observers even caught a glimpse of Shala's visage during the brief moments of their separation. What a spectacle! My friend, give me a slap. Am I dreaming? I was utterly astonished to behold the heroic Shala. A young man with a buzz cut, holding a matcha ice cream cone, looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, "What the hell? Don't be so surprised. I haven't even had much to drink. With plenty of food around, why on earth would one start talking nonsense in broad daylight? Damn, if there truly is a hero in the sky today, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Shala glided slowly overhead, unleashing several energy spheres towards Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus extinguished each energy sphere with a single swipe, leaving behind a cascade of golden particles as he quickly pursued Shala. "Hey buddy, what is going on? What do you want to do? Treat me like your son? Sorry, but I'm already your adoptive father, so that's rather meaningless. How about I take over your account for a bit?" The buzz-cut youth raised an eyebrow, his expression mischievous as he spoke slowly. "Wow, you've really made it." Encountering the heroic Shala, another person chased after the direction Shala had vanished, continuously shouting his name. Soon, the entire city was in an uproar, with many witnessing Shala battling against a seemingly hairless cat-like creature. Word spread rapidly, with everyone cheering in support. "Go, Shala! You are the hero! Shala! Shala!" The cheers grew louder, instantly trending online. Some audacious internet personalities even took to the skies in planes and jets, all for a moment of fame, broadcasting live. "Humph! I never expected you to have such a following," Beerus scoffed, extending 4 fingers to thrust into Shala's heart. With a swift motion, he pierced through, leaving Beerus momentarily astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Heh, Lord Beerus, you let your guard down." The corners of Shala's mouth curled into a smirk as he delivered a headbutt to Beerus's forehead, a hand sprouting from his heart to firmly grasp Beerus's right hand. "Nanny?" Beerus widened his eyes, bewildered by the sudden emergence of another hand. Face to face, tenfold Kamehameha. Shala clasped his hands behind him, releasing a brilliant blue energy wave in an instant. The two vanished, reappearing in a desolate wilderness. Boom! The powerful energy wave erupted forth, striking Beerus squarely. The air was filled with cries of anguish, accompanied by the unmistakable aroma of barbecued meat. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Shala's hand released Beerus, who was sent crashing to the ground, compressing the earth and carving out an immense trench. Sizzling, the searing energy scorched the ground to a fiery red, emitting wisps of steam. At the trench's end, Beerus lay charred and emitting the scent of roasted meat, his eyes tightly shut as if in a faint. However, Shala remained unconvinced, believing that Beerus merely wished to continue their playful duel. As the radiant light enveloped Cell, faint red arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling and flickering in the air. At this moment, 2 arms sprouted from each side of his waist, and 2 heads emerged from the sides of his neck. 3 heads and 6 arms. This was a manifestation of divine prowess. Cell contemplated this transformation, feeling that it would make his attacks all the more exhilarating. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as Beerus ascended slowly, the charred marks on his visage fading away. The aura of destruction he emanated intensified, radiating an imposing presence that seemed to look down upon everything. His elongated eyes widened, the pale yellow irises fixating intently on Cell. Tilting his head slightly, with a curious expression, he remarked, "You possess quite an array of abilities, but our warm-up is over. Unveil your true skills." True skills? What does Lord Beerus mean? Cell feigned a sense of confusion, widening his eyes and giving an awkward laugh while scratching his head. "Humph. Stop pretending. Your facade is far from convincing. I can sense a formidable power still residing within you. One even greater than this," Beerus retorted, dismissively waving his hand. "Oh, so I've been discovered." Cell returned to his normal demeanor, shaking his head as he spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "Indeed, I have another transformation, but I was considering saving it for next time." As Cell finished speaking, the peach-colored radiance surrounding him vanished, and he returned to his usual state, exhaling a deep breath. "Lord Beerus, please observe closely. This is my transformation," he declared, his eyes sharpening and his expression becoming exceedingly serious. Chapter 83. Golden Cell. Beerus regarded the apprentice supreme Kai before him with a smile. He could confidently say that this was the most formidable supreme Kai he had ever encountered. Even among the ranks of gods of destruction, he would be considered average, despite not wielding the full power of destruction. Nevertheless, the being before him, known as Cell, was undeniably powerful. Moreover, it seemed he was concealing even more strength. Perhaps the rumors of his prowess were indeed true. With a sinister grin, Beerus found himself increasingly satisfied with this entity named Cell. If he were to become a trainee god of destruction, that would be even better. Soon he could relish a life free from labor, devoid of sharing existence with those foolish supreme Kais, living a carefree life filled with play, feasting, and rest. Cell exhaled a breath of stagnation, allowing himself to relax. Instantly, a brilliant golden light surged from within, enveloping his entire being. The sky grew dark, shrouded in thick clouds, as thunder rumbled ominously above. A powerful aura erupted forth, resonating throughout the entirety of Earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Cracking sounds echoed as fissures began to form, splitting the Earth apart. The fissures rapidly spread, tearing the ground asunder into a chaotic mosaic. Irregularly sized stones slowly ascended from the Earth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, floating gently in the air before shattering into fine dust. The thunder in the sky intensified, with golden bolts resembling colossal dragons rolling through the clouds. They darted between the layers of vapor, occasionally converging to form a dazzling golden sea, which expanded relentlessly, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire world. Sheru's form began to radiate a golden light. A continuous stream of golden luminescence emerged from him, illuminating the entire space. A series of crisp sounds echoed, reminiscent of a transformation effect. The green segments of Sheru's body became entirely enveloped in gold, with the distinctive spots disappearing one by one, replaced by a smooth, shimmering golden shell akin to that crafted from gold itself. At this moment, Sheru had completely transformed into a golden hue, bearing little resemblance to his former self. His aura grew immensely powerful, the suffocating pressure causing the surrounding air to solidify. Golden Sheru, a transformation born from the bloodline of Frisia, achieved an elevation in defense. A significant surge in power, speed, and endurance, with the most remarkable enhancement being his defensive capabilities. One could recall how Frisia endured a relentless hour of pummeling from Broly, granting Goku and Vegeta the opportunity to fuse. This serves as a testament to the strength of his defenses. Moreover, this transformation did not deplete vast amounts of stamina and surpassed the Super Saiyan Blue transformation in every aspect. But that was not the end. Sheru shimmered with golden radiance, enveloped in a halo of golden light, as divine energy surged within him, wrapping around his form. This divine power, tainted by the bloodline of the frozen demon, shifted from white to gold, with the black portions of his exoskeleton gradually transforming to yellow. Everything except his wrists and face became golden. The profound aura that once enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a gentle golden divine presence, devoid of the previous chaotic ferocity. He now embodied pure sanctity, solemnity, and immense pressure, resembling a true deity. The arrival of Golden Sheru was imminent. This was Sheru's most formidable form, achieved after transforming into Golden Sheru and harnessing divine energy. Nanny? Has he truly reached this level? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that Sheru could easily be considered a destroyer god, wielding the authority of destruction. His power was undoubtedly superior to that of the portly Kampa. Even if he did not reach the combat prowess of the two, he was nearly their equal, especially considering that the latter did not engage in training. It seemed that Sheru was undoubtedly stronger now. Beerus was genuinely shocked, having never anticipated the emergence of such a talent within his domain. At this moment, the old Kaioshin, far away in the Kaioshin realm, wore an expression of utter astonishment. It is important to note that within merely 3 months, not only had he completely mastered the utilization of divine energy, but his power had also experienced a remarkable enhancement. This is truly extraordinary. Ha ha ha. I can only imagine how flabbergasted that hairless, skinny cat, Beerus, must be. I took the initiative before he could snatch it away from me. Let us give him a good beating. Cell, unleash your full strength. The old Kaioshin, nearly in tears from laughter, flailed his arms in the air, as though embodying Cell's role in delivering a thrashing to Beerus. How exhilarating. After so many years, this old man has never felt such excitement. Gradually, the old Kaioshin took a sip of tea to calm his racing heart. What is happening? Beerus is on Earth. Yet so many planets have been destroyed in an instant. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow and retrieved his magical orb to investigate the cause. Suddenly, he spotted 2 formidable figures, causing him to hastily cast aside the orb. The old Kaioshin's expression shifted to one of alarm, cold sweat trickling down his face. Why are the inhabitants of Universe 6 also joining in the fray? Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light erupted from the sky, suddenly descending upon the land. 2 figures emerged from within. One was a diminutive being resembling a pro-version of Beerus, identified as Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. Beside him stood a tall female figure, the angel of Universe 6, Vados. With her high ponytail and enigmatic gaze, her pristine white hair danced in the wind, while the light blue ring around her neck signified her angelic status. What's this, old man? Were you just peeking at us? Kampa approached the old Kaioshin with a brash demeanor reminiscent of a gang leader. Lord Kampa, I have delightful news you must hear. Vados covered her mouth with a slight smile, her exquisite features brightening as her eyes curved into crescent shapes, though sadly, no one was present to appreciate her beauty. Speak quickly, Vados. Kampa shot a glance at her and scoffed. Lord Beerus has engaged in battle with a Kaioshin, and it is the Kaioshin of Universe 7, Vados remarked, casting a glance at the old Kaioshin with a playful smile. Nanny? Ha ha ha, someone is daring to oppose Beerus? Quickly, take me to see. Let us go, Vados. Upon hearing this, Kampa's previously grim countenance transformed into a radiant smile, blooming like a flower. Do not gather just yet. Vados had not finished speaking when Kampa interrupted, exclaiming that this was the most intriguing part. Collecting later would suffice. I am particularly interested in the one battling Beerus. Let us see if we can recruit him into our Universe 6. Such talent would be a waste left here. Xiangpa's mood has now transformed into one of great delight. Grasping Bardas's arm, they departed from the scene, leaving behind a dazzling light that vanished into the ether. Farewell. With those words, only the old Kai remained, disheveled in the wind. Goodness, the earth has already been visited by a god of destruction and an angel. And now even the god of destruction from the 6th universe has come to join the fray. Truly, earth is beset by calamities. The old Kai shook his head, his gaze igniting with brilliance. This has certainly become more intriguing, has it not? Chapter 84. True 7/10. What do you think, Lord Beerus? I believe I can compel you to unleash your true power now. Cell looked at his hands with satisfaction, this being his 2nd transformation into this form. Indeed, the sensation is quite exhilarating. No wonder the bloodline of the great king is formidable. You, young one, have truly impressed me. However, should you wish for me to exert my full strength, you still have a bit to go. Nonetheless, I can entertain you in my normal state. Beerus's smile widened, his aura intensifying, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The previously faint purple flames surrounding him abruptly vanished, absorbed into his being. Taking a deep breath, Beerus slowly closed his eyes, and a stream of white energy erupted forth, his presence feeling as usual, yet the oppressive aura had become immensely potent. Come. This is my true 7/10 in its natural state. Allow me to witness your strength. Beerus gestured for battle, his body lowering slightly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Very well, let me see the power of Lord Beerus at 7/10. Cell returned the gaze, assuming a combat stance. The air crackled as their energies clashed and compressed, emitting a cacophony of sounds as the space around them fractured. Cell, eager for battle, initiated the assault, his foot barely touching the ground before he surged forward, launching a right punch that cracked the air like thunder, imbued with immense force. Beerus tilted his head slightly, sinking into a stance, and delivered an uppercut with his left hand. Bang! A dull thud resonated, causing Cell to momentarily falter and take a step back, clenching Beerus's left hand tightly. He sneered and swiftly hurled him towards the ground. Bang! An explosive sound erupted as the ground fractured violently, creating a massive crater, debris scattering and smoke billowing. Hey! A cruel smile graced Cell's face as he lifted Beerus again, flinging him in another direction. Bang, 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 bang. Beerus's body made multiple intimate contacts with the earth, each impact creating new craters, the immense force propelling him upwards with each collision. Buzz! In a flash, Beerus's tail coiled around Cell's arm. Before he could react, the air exploded, and a flying knee strike came crashing in. Bang! Cell was sent hurtling backward, while Beerus, suspended in midair, lightly dusted off his shoulder and remarked, "Your strength is lacking, young one." Upon concluding his words, his eyes radiated a resplendent violet glow, and in an instant, he vanished, pursuing the direction where Shalu had been propelled. The sound of tearing and ripping filled the air as Shalu's feet incessantly scraped against the ground, fracturing numerous mountain peaks along his path, a cacophony of thunderous roars resonating, until he gradually came to a halt. Beneath him lay a long and profound gash in the earth. Smoke began to waft through the atmosphere, enveloping the surroundings in a haze of dust. Lord Beerus, this is rather unfair. If you are employing your tail, then do not blame me, Shalu remarked, shaking his somewhat numbed hands. A glimmer of light flickered in his already golden eyes, and with a sudden flash, he transformed, in a manner akin to his prior form. 2 robust arms sprouted from either side of his waist, and 2 heads emerged flanking his neck. The left head bore a fierce countenance, seemingly filled with wrath, while the right head wore an expression of indifference, as if nothing could stir his emotions. The manifestation of 3 heads and 6 arms reemerged. Beerus, having witnessed this transformation once before, nonetheless felt a renewed intrigue at this display. He promptly darted through the sky, appearing behind Shalu to unleash a powerful punch. Bang! Shalu slightly turned his head, and all 4 arms from behind simultaneously blocked the strike, absorbing the force of the blow, causing ripples of energy to erupt in waves. The void around them instantly shattered, and the 2 combatants plunged into an alternate dimension to continue their fierce exchange. 6 fists clashed against 2, and 2 legs met 2 legs, emphasizing the essence of fair combat. The sounds of their physical collisions echoed through the void, as golden arms relentlessly struck out, leaving imprints on Beerus. Although Beerus's speed surpassed that of Shalu's punches, Shalu was not concerned with defense. His sole aim was to revel in the sheer joy of battle. After all, he wielded 6 fists, granting him a distinct advantage. Bang! 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 Ha ha ha, delightful! Shalu bellowed with laughter, seemingly insatiable, as his tail joined the fray, creating continuous roars and a flurry of punches, with energy surging wildly. Beerus, too, laughed along with Shalu, though he was internally astonished. This Shalu not only possessed formidable strength, but also unleashed an array of peculiar techniques, with his body rapidly regenerating after each strike, exchanging injury for injury. Crack! 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 The alternate dimension fractured once more, and the 2 were hurled back to Earth. Seizing the fleeting moment of vulnerability, Shalu swung his right hand vigorously, manifesting a streak of golden light that formed an elongated energy sword, its blade continuously exuding sharp energy, glinting as it surged toward Beerus's neck. Beerus, propelled backward, suddenly sensed an imminent threat. The minute hairs on his body stood on end as he caught sight of a flash of golden light. Without a moment's hesitation, he slowly closed his eyes, an inexplicable divine aura enveloping him, a silvery luminescence swirling around him. Upon reopening his eyes, a glint of liquid silver sparkled within them. His body instinctively twisted backward, executing an unusual, yet precise maneuver to evade the impending strike. Buzz! The sky suddenly erupted with radiant golden light. Beneath the dim heavens, a streak of brilliance flashed by, soon to explode with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! The air hissed as the clouds above were violently disturbed, and the ground instantaneously split open, revealing a colossal chasm visible even from the depths of space. A seemingly bottomless ravine emerged. The silvery glow enveloping Beerus gradually faded, and he glanced down at the ground, then touched his neck, where a trace of white radiance lingered. Beerus smiled, pondering if mere residual energy could achieve such a feat. Now was not the time for games. He shook his body, unleashing a profound power of destruction that coalesced into a swirling aura of purple-black light around him. His fur shimmered increasingly, and a radiant aura flickered upon his forehead as divine rings appeared behind him, with strands of deep purple-black particles cascading to the ground. In an instant, as if erased from existence, the moment those particles made contact, the ground beneath them was obliterated, dispersing into faint motes of light. "Hey, Lord Beerus, please cease your actions." Amidst the dazzling flashes, two staves appeared, poised threateningly at either side of Beerus's neck. A male and female angelic figure emerged, their voices icy. It was Whis and Vados, who had been secretly observing the battle nearby. Under their discreet protection, Earth had been spared. Had they clashed openly, the energy released would have shattered the planet into oblivion. "Lord Beerus, you cannot wield your power here. It would lead the entire universe down the path of annihilation." Whis regarded Beerus with utmost seriousness, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of further action. All right, why so serious?" Beerus paused, lifting his head as the deep power of destruction gradually dissipated, restoring normalcy to his aura. Upon witnessing this, Cell reverted to his usual state, though the golden sword he clutched in his right hand continued to tremble and hum ominously. That strike possessed such immense destructive force? Cell cast a final glance at the golden sword, which ultimately dissolved into specks of light. Indeed, Lord Beerus is formidable. His final transformation must be the exclusive transformation of a god of destruction, a true embodiment of the power of cosmic decree. Chapter 85. The God of Destruction and Angels of the Sixth Universe. As they conversed, a short, rotund figure remarkably resembling Beerus appeared before Cell, startling him greatly. "Oh, young one, I see you possess remarkable potential. Would you care to join my Sixth Universe as a Supreme Kai? I can immediately promote you to a full-fledged Supreme Kai, rather than merely an apprentice. What do you say?" Kampa was exceedingly excited. He was determined to recruit such talent. With immense strength, yet only an apprentice Supreme Kai, this individual was surely undervalued in the Seventh Universe. If such a talent were to remain in the Sixth Universe, he would undoubtedly cherish him like a treasure. Instead of merely being an apprentice Kaioshin, if it were him, he would undoubtedly transform him into a true Kaioshin at the earliest opportunity, binding them together. Otherwise, even if he were converted into a candidate for the God of Destruction, the position would not be beyond reach, should he desire it. After all, he had spent ample time here. Anyone could fill his role as it currently stood. "Lord Kampa, are you here to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7? Salu pondered the unfolding narrative, momentarily taken aback by his own query. How did you know I came to Universe 7 in search of the Super Dragon Balls?" Kampa replied, his expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Logically, even the sharp-faced Beerus was unaware of his intentions. Could this apprentice Kaioshin possess the ability to read minds? "Kampa!" A furious voice resonated from afar, accompanied by a gentle breeze as Beerus made his grand entrance. "I cannot turn a blind eye to your earlier remarks. What do you mean by Super Dragon Balls? Are you here to pilfer from our Universe 7? Well, Kampa turned his head away, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as beads of sweat trickled down. Eventually, unable to withstand Beerus's penetrating gaze, he spun around and exclaimed, "I merely came to challenge you to a contest. Do you understand? These are intended as prizes for the competition." Lord Kampa, Vados suddenly appeared beside him, seemingly hesitant to speak. "Silence." "Vados," Kampa retorted, slightly annoyed. "The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Gather all 7, and any desire can be fulfilled. How about that?" he proclaimed, a triumphant gleam in his eye. "Oh, a wish-granting sphere?" Beerus responded, intrigued. "Indeed, such spheres do exist. The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians in our Universe 7 possess similar traits, albeit with limitations. However, The Dragon Balls existing between the two universes may be even more formidable. No, they are not merely stronger. They are limitless. Any wish can be realized, Kampa countered. A dismissive smirk on his face. Very well, how do you propose to compete? Beerus inquired, a slight grin forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing a flicker of interest. Cuisine. The culinary delights of our sixth universe are the most exquisite in the entire cosmos. Vados. Kampa turned confidently to Vados, as if victory were already assured. Indeed, Lord Kampa, Vados affirmed, elegantly waving her staff, which conjured an oddly shaped, egg-like container. Salu observed with a bemused expression, pondering how the battle had barely commenced, yet they were already preparing for the next round against the sixth universe. Surely, victory was guaranteed on his side, be it in terms of combat prowess or gourmet offerings. As Bardos pressed the button above, the container began to emit sounds, releasing wisps of steam, and then suddenly unfolded, revealing 5 eggs within. Among the 5 eggs, a golden device emerged, gently floating and moving towards the 5 individuals before vanishing from sight and landing in their hands. Humph. Beerus, this is the newly discovered Dong Dong bird's boiled egg. It will delight your taste buds beyond words. Kampa chuckled, then turned to Cell, saying, you should try it too. If you come to the sixth universe, you can enjoy these delectable Dong Dong bird eggs every day. Upon finishing, Kampa held the egg in hand, cracked the shell, and stuffed it into his mouth, displaying an expression of sheer ecstasy, leaving Cell somewhat speechless. The original text had merely described the flavor as that of a boiled egg. How could he find it so exquisite? Cell's lips twitched slightly, yet he too cracked open an egg and took a taste, while Beerus, Whis, and Bardos did the same. How is it? Isn't it delightful? Kampa asked confidently, hands on his hips. Mediocre. Just okay. Not bad. Beerus, Whis, and Cell offered similar assessments. Had Beerus not been to Earth, he might have found it delicious, but after experiencing the culinary wonders of Earth, these eggs seemed rather ordinary. Nanny? I don't believe you can produce anything better. Kampa was momentarily taken aback, then realized this might simply be Beerus's excuse for not wanting to concede. Don't believe me? Beerus suddenly grinned, realizing he still hadn't finished his previous meal. Now he could return to savor it and simultaneously astonish Kampa. Hey, Cell? Let's go back and show them the prowess of Earth's cuisine. Cell nodded, raising a hand, and instantly everyone teleported to the dining area of the Capsule Corporation. Now, he could not only teleport himself, but also others, a benefit of being omniscient and omnipotent, regardless of training methods or even ancient techniques. His recent study of instant transmission was still in its infancy. He had yet to master it. However, when he encountered Hit, he planned to learn from him and would likely catch up soon enough. There was no rush. He could wait 3 months for the absorption process and for Hyde to upgrade him to the Pro-Max version before the final enhancement. By that time, he would likely possess the qualifications to regard all but Beerus, the remaining gods of destruction, as inconsequential, unafraid even of those wielding authority. The scene shifted, and the group transitioned from the desert to a well-developed modern city. Aside from Cell, everyone was astonished by his display of power. In fact, Kampa was contemplating how to entice the Supreme Kai away from Beerus. As for the previous green, overweight figure, as soon as Sheru assumed his position, he was destined for destruction. After all, a being who was even lazier than himself and spent his days in slumber was of no use. With a sharp clap of his hands, Sheru summoned Sweetie along with a host of servers, each pushing carts brimming with an array of delectable dishes. Their enticing aromas wafting through the air, causing even the nose of Xiangpa to twitch in response. This feast had been meticulously prepared by Sheru. The offerings previously presented to Beerus were merely a prelude, while this spread was intended solely for him, though it ultimately fell into the hands of that gluttonous feline, Xiangpa.